This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Yang Qing, watch out. Lu Lin stepped in front of Yang Qing, and an arrow instantly pierced her shoulder. Lin Lin. Yang Qing cried out, looking at the people in front of her in disbelief. In this apocalyptic world, they had always been her partners, struggling to survive alongside her, and now they were attacking them for an unknown crystal. I'm fine. Lu Lin endured the excruciating pain as she pulled the arrow out, blood gushing out. Yang Qing, hand over the crystal, or you won't leave here alive. Don't even think about it. Yang Qing, holding a long sword, stood in front of Lu Lin, glaring fiercely at the people before her. Lin Lin, the crystal is in my pocket. Take it and run. I cover you. Yang Qing whispered to Lu Lin. No, Yang Qing, you go first. My leg is injured. I can't run far. You have a better chance than me. Go quickly, live well. Lin Lin. Tears welled up in Yang Qing's eyes. Go! Lu Lin shouted, pushing Yang Qing aside and charging at the enemy with her knife. Yang Qing gritted her teeth, quickly retreating and running forward. Ah! A scream came from behind. Yang Qing turned around in panic, and saw Lu Lin lying on the ground, pierced by a knife. Lin Lin. Yang Qing cried out in despair. You can't escape. The people behind quickly caught up. They chased her to the edge of the cliff, with nowhere left to retreat. Yang Qing gripped the crystal tightly in her hand, staring intently at the approaching people. Since there was no escape, then no one would live. They would all go to hell together. She pulled out a hand grenade. This was her last resort. Boom! Ah! Yang Qing's eyes snapped open, her heart pounding violently, as if it would leap out of her chest. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. What happened? Yang Qing pressed her chest. Wasn't I dead? She gasped for breath, looking around. Wasn't this her home? How did she get back? She glanced at the calendar on the wall. June 1st, 2050. She had returned to 6 years ago, the day the apocalypse began. Had she been reborn? Yang Qing's face was filled with disbelief. That's right, Lin Lin. Yang Qing's heart skipped a beat. She quickly grabbed her phone from beside the bed, found Lu Lin's number, and dialed. The call was quickly answered, and Lu Lin's sweet voice came through. Darling, why are you calling me at this hour? Did you miss me? Lin Lin. Yang Qing's eyes instantly reddened, her voice choked with emotion. What's wrong? Lu Lin immediately became anxious. Are you feeling unwell? I'll be right there. Yang Qing smiled through her tears. I'm fine, I just had a nightmare. You scared me to death. Lu Lin scolded playfully. Get some rest, I bring you something delicious after get off work. Okay. Yang Qing couldn't help but laugh. Great, Lu Lin is still here. This time, it's my turn to protect her. I promise I won't let anything happen to her again. Lin Lin, come to my house right away. I have something very important to tell you. Yang Qing's tone became serious. What's so important that can't be said on the phone? I have to go to work. Lu Lin said dismissively. It's extremely important, a matter of life and death. It's not something I can say on the phone, Yang Qing said. In her past life, Lu Lin was trapped in the company because she didn't leave work on time. Although she was rescued, she was injured in the leg and left with a lifelong disability. She couldn't let that happen again in this life. Pack your bags immediately, take all your valuables, and come stay at my place. Huh? That serious? You didn't do something wrong and have to run away, did you? Lu Lin tensed up immediately. Okay, I'm coming right away, wait for me. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lu Lin trusted her, otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to tell her. Truly, she was a good sister who had gone through thick and thin together. It was just a pity about that crystal from her past life. Who knows what kind of supernatural power it would bring before she died. Suddenly, she felt something strange in her hand. Yang Qing stretched out her right hand, and saw a faint red mark on her palm. This is... She pressed down on the mark. Her vision blurred, and she found herself in an unfamiliar space. A 2-story building, and a small courtyard of several hundred square meters. Is this a space? Yang Qing was overjoyed. So the crystal had granted her spatial abilities. Woof, woof! A dog's bark came from outside. Why did it sound so familiar? Yang Qing flashed back into her room. As soon as she opened the door, a husky jumped into her arms. Aki? Yang Qing was both surprised and delighted. She remembered that shortly after the apocalypse in her previous life, Aki suddenly disappeared. She thought it had run away because it couldn't stand the hunger, and after searching for a long time, she finally found it in her downstairs neighbor's trash can. All that was left was a pile of dog hair and bones. She had a huge fight with the neighbor then, but no matter how heartbroken she was, Aki would never come back. Archie. Yang Qing's eyes welled up with tears as she hugged the husky's head. Archie, it's so great. We're together again. In this life, I protect you and never let anyone eat you again. Archie didn't understand what Yang Qing was talking about. It nuzzled her neck and licked her hand. What's wrong with my human? She must love me so much. It grabbed Yang Qing's sleeve and pulled her outside. Human, let's go out and play. Yang Qing ruffled Archie's fluffy head. Archie, not today. I have something very important to do. You stay home obediently. Archie tilted its head, but obediently sat down. Human, I wait for you at home. Yang Qing looked into the house. After the apocalypse, she hadn't lived there long before going out with Lu Lin to find a survival base. Later, this house collapsed due to an earthquake. Returning this time filled her with mixed emotions. The house was rented, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, housing 3 people. Lu Lin didn't live here. After graduating from university, she found a job and moved into the company dormitory. Yang Qing lived here alone, and later, after finding a roommate online, the two of them moved in. The apocalypse was coming soon, and it was too late to buy or rent a new house now. She'd just have to stay here for now. Yang Qing checked the time. The apocalypse would arrive at 6:30 p.m., so she had 8 hours left. She needed to buy as many supplies as possible within these 8 hours. Now that she had a space, she wasn't worried about where to put them, but she wondered if this space could support living things. Yang Qing picked up a hamster she was feeding and entered the space with a thought. Aki, seeing its owner was gone, barked wildly at the air and searched everywhere in the room, whimpering, "Where did my human go?" Yang Qing watched the hamster jumping around in its cage, seemingly unharmed. However, as soon as she came out, the hamster died in less than a second. Yang Qing immediately understood that living things could only survive when she was in the space. She couldn't support them when she wasn't there. However, there were still plants in the yard, so they shouldn't be affected. Arka immediately rushed over when Yang Qing appeared, clinging to her leg, whimpering, "Human, where did you go? You scared me to death." Yang Qing stroked its fluffy fur and said with a smile, "Arka, we have a space now. We never have to worry about food again." Arka didn't understand, its big gray-blue eyes widening as it shook its head, looking both ugly and cute. Yang Qing excitedly rubbed her hands together. With a space, she could now unleash her shopping spree. Chapter 2. Yang Qing began to organize her thoughts. She had over 1,000,000 yuan in savings, compensation from the airline after her parents' plane crash, but it didn't seem enough. She could mortgage her family's old house. Since the apocalypse was imminent, no one would be chasing her for debts, and the location was too low-lying. It would soon be flooded, so keeping it was pointless. It was better to get some money. There was a private finance company downstairs. With property as collateral, it should be easy to get a loan. Yang Qing tucked the property certificate into her pocket and went downstairs. Seeing the bustling street, Yang Qing suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Unfortunately, all of this would soon be gone. Yang Qing entered a finance company called Gene Xin. "Boss, I need a loan. How much do you want?" The boss, wearing a thick gold chain, looked at Yang Qing. 2 million. That much? The boss was a little surprised. Why would a young girl need so much money? It's not easy to get such a large loan. Do you have a guarantor? I have property as collateral. Yang Qing took out her property certificate. The shop owner glanced at the house. It was in the suburbs, but property prices had skyrocketed in recent years, making it worth at least 2.5 million. If the young woman couldn't repay the loan, he could resell it and make a net profit of 500,000. The shop owner's eyes lit up. No problem, but the interest rate is very high. I understand, Yang Qing said, not wanting to waste any more words. I only take out a 1-month loan. I repay it next month. Can I get the money right away? The shop owner smiled. Sure, I process the paperwork now and transfer the money to you immediately. The paperwork was completed in a few minutes. Yang Qing asked, "Do you have any cash? Give me some." After the apocalypse, with the internet down and bank accounts empty, money becomes just numbers. Cash can still buy some things, but only in the early stages. Later, nobody wants cash anymore. It's all worthless paper. Who uses cash anymore? The shopkeeper asked, surprised. Never mind that. Give me how much you have in your safe, and I transfer the rest, Yang Qing said. The shopkeeper checked the safe. He gave Yang Qing 100,000 yuan in cash and transferred the rest. With the money, Yang Qing started thinking about what to buy. The first disaster after the apocalypse would be strong acid rain, causing widespread corrosion and rapid power and water outages. Therefore, the first problem to solve was water and electricity. Yang Qing left the finance company, found a secluded spot, and tossed the cash into his spatial storage. Then, he called the administrator of a survival forum he had previously joined. "Old Lin, do you sell solar generators?" "No, I only have regular survival kits. I can't afford to stock up on those." "Then I take 10 survival kits. Do you have any in stock?" "Yes, I send them to you right away." "Don't send them by express delivery," Yang Qing quickly said. "The earliest express delivery would arrive is tomorrow, and then it would be too late. Send someone to deliver them to me immediately. I pay for the shipping." "No problem," Lin Jinyu readily agreed. The survival kit actually contained some commonly used first aid supplies: gas mask, flashlight, rescue rope, window breaker, compressed biscuits, common medicines, etc., which can be useful in a short time. "Also, I take 10 boxes of compressed biscuits," Yang Qing added. "Although they don't taste good, they're filling. By the way, do you have any acid rain protective suits?" Yang Qing asked again. "Acid rain resistant?" Lin Jinyu laughed. "No, but I know some safety supply stores have acid and alkali resistant work clothes specifically for chemical plants. Do you want to go ask?" "Okay, thanks. Have my things delivered right away. I tell the security guard, and if I'm not there, have him leave them at the security room." Yang Qing thought for a moment after speaking, then said to Lin Jinyu, "Old Lin, you should keep some things for yourself too, you might need them." Lin Jinyu smiled. "Don't worry, I have plenty." Yang Qing didn't say anything more. Even if she told him the apocalypse was coming, people might not believe her. Back home, waiting for Lu Lin, she had just entered when Lu Lin arrived. "Ching ching." Lu Lin ran over, looking Yang Qing up and down. She had been thinking the whole way in the taxi that if Yang Qing really got into trouble, she would run away with her. But now she saw her so relaxed, she didn't look like she was about to run away at all. "Lin Lin." Yang Qing suddenly hugged Lu Lin tightly, her eyes reddening again. When she was a freshman in college, her parents died in a plane crash, and Lu Lin was by her side during the most difficult time. Then the apocalypse came, and they supported each other for another 6 years. A full 10 years of companionship. When she saw Lu Lin collapse in front of her, her heart was broken. Now she was reborn, and this time it was her turn to protect her. "Lin Lin, do you believe me?" Yang Qing's face turned serious as she pulled Lu Lin into the room. "The apocalypse is coming soon." "Huh? The apocalypse?" Lu Lin looked at her with a "you're kidding me" expression. "Have you been browsing survival forums too much and been brainwashed?" Yang Qing was a little helpless. "I knew you wouldn't believe me. Look." Yang Qing picked up a box from the table, and with a thought, the box disappeared from her hand. A moment later, the item reappeared in her hand, repeating this several times. "You can do magic?" Lu Lin blinked. Yang Qing was both amused and exasperated. "This isn't magic, it's space. With a thought, I can take things out of space and put them back in at any time." Lu Lin stared in disbelief. This can't be real, right?" "It's real. So believe me, the apocalypse is really coming," Yang Qing said seriously. "Then, you shouldn't have told me about the space. Such a big secret should have been kept to yourself for safety. Why did you tell me?" Lu Lin became agitated. Yang Qing chuckled. As expected of her best friend, her safety was her top priority. "You're my best sister, I don't want to hide it from you. I also want to tell you that even if the apocalypse comes, don't be afraid, I'm here." "Okay, don't worry, I never tell anyone this secret." Lu Lin swallowed hard. "What should we do next? How much time do we have?" "There are still more than 7 hours left. We still have time," Yang Qing said. "We should go and stockpile supplies right now, the more the better." "Then I go with you." Lu Lin's eyes hardened. Since she trusted Yang Qing, she would face it together with her. "Okay." Yang Qing took Lu Lin's hand, and they went downstairs together. First, they went to the security room to ask for help collecting survival kits, then searched online for where to buy solar generators and diesel/gasoline generators. A quick online search revealed a solar generator manufacturer store in the city, so they took a taxi there. "Hello, how can I help you?" A handsome young man in a uniform greeted them with a friendly smile. "I want to buy a solar generator." "Okay, let me introduce our brand of home solar generators to you." "No need." Yang Qing waved his hand. Just something that works, for home use, and with high power. I need 10, do you have any here? So many? Lu Lin asked quietly. Yang Qing nodded, thinking that if he couldn't use them all, he could exchange them for other supplies later. The handsome guy was also taken aback. It wasn't common for someone to buy 10 home solar generators at once, and he didn't have that many in stock. We don't have any in the store, but we have some in the warehouse. Then I take 10, and ship them immediately. Yang Qing thought for a moment. The new ones probably didn't have power yet. Can you fully charge them directly? Yes, the generator uses batteries, you charge them. Our company has the charging equipment. Okay, fully charge them for me. By the way, can I buy the batteries separately? Yes. Then give me 50 sets of batteries, all fully charged. How much is the total? Yang Qing took out his phone. After calculating the cost, Yang Qing paid and then asked, do you have any diesel or gasoline generators here? No, but I have a friend who does that. Okay, have him send me 10. Yang Qing said decisively, then lowered her voice. What about gasoline? Can you get some? Well, the handsome man hesitated. This was difficult. Gasoline was a national reserve commodity, and private individuals couldn't buy or sell it freely. Never mind, I think of something else, Yang Qing smiled. After paying, Lu Lin pulled Yang Qing aside and whispered, where will we put all this stuff? Your spatial storage can't be exposed, right? Yang Qing nodded, I need to rent a warehouse. Yang Qing turned to the handsome man and asked, do you know where I can rent an empty warehouse? I need to deliver these things to the countryside, and I don't have anywhere to put them right now. Yes, we do. Our company warehouse has empty warehouses for rent. I can take you there, the handsome man said enthusiastically. Perfect, at least I don't have to deliver the goods, it saves trouble. Chapter 3. The solar energy deliverman drove Yang Qing and Yang Qing to the warehouse and found the manager. However, the manager shook his head vigorously when Yang Qing said he only wanted to rent for 1 day. No way, no way. Who rents for just 1 day? Yang Qing smiled and pulled the manager aside. It's just sitting empty anyway, so I pay you for 10 days if I only use it for 1 day. Here's the money, don't register it, nobody will know, right? Yeah, nobody will know anyway, might as well make some money. Lu Lin also chimed in. The manager was tempted. Really only for 1 day? If it was just 1 day, it could still be concealed. Really? Yang Qing took out his phone. Give me the payment code, I transfer the money to you right away. The manager looked at the solar energy deliverman, who tactfully turned his head away. The manager immediately took out his phone and received the money. Thank you for your help. Their company will be delivering something later. Could you please receive it for me? Also, could you give me a spare key? I have other things to deliver today. The manager readily agreed. Yang Qing paid the solar panel delivery guy for the diesel generator and had his friend bring the goods over. After settling in, Yang Qing asked the manager if there were any building material or food warehouses nearby. Yes, there are all kinds of warehouses around here. You can just go to their warehouses and buy whatever you need at wholesale prices. Yang Qing was overjoyed. It was so easy for him. Acid rain was coming soon, and although his rented apartment had an 8th floor above it, that building was quite old. He was worried that if the acid seeped down, even the 7th floor wouldn't be safe, so building a glass sunroom was essential. After the apocalypse, most plants had died out, and vegetables were scarce. The sunroom could be used for growing vegetables. Yang Qing majored in traditional Chinese medicine cultivation in university, but growing vegetables is something ingrained in the Chinese psyche. Even without formal training, most people can do it, especially since she grew up in the countryside. Right, she needed to buy more vegetable seeds, and even better, some traditional Chinese medicine seeds. After the apocalypse, hospitals had almost completely collapsed, and medical care largely depended on traditional Chinese medicine. Herbs were a scarce resource that could be exchanged for many things. The two quickly found a building materials warehouse selling glass. They said they offered sunroom construction services. Yang Qing immediately said, "Can I have it today?" That won't do. Building a sunroom isn't that simple. It'd take at least a week. A week was too late. Yang Qing and Lu Lin exchanged a glance. How many workers do you have? Have them put aside their current work. We pay double wages, and have it done today, Lu Lin said. That won't work either, we need to take on-site measurements. Then why not just bring the glass over and cut it as we measure? Wouldn't that be more accurate? Yang Qing suggested. You can't say that. The staff member still wouldn't budge. Double the price for everything, make it for me right now, and pay the installers double their wages. Yang Qing waved his hand. Anyway, the money won't be used later, so let's use what we can now. Well, okay then. The staff member agreed. This was extra money, might as well make some. It all has to be shatterproof glass. Yang Qing added. Isn't that unnecessary? The staff member asked in surprise. The glass for sunrooms is already very hard and not easily broken. No, it has to be blast-proof glass, all blast-proof. That's expensive. Money is no object. Okay, I don't understand the world of the super rich. The staff looked at Yang Qing and then at Lu Lin. Neither of them seemed like tycoons. Whatever, only a fool wouldn't take the money. Yang Qing bought another large batch of blast-proof glass and had it delivered directly to the newly rented warehouse. Then, he led his workers, hauling a truckload of glass and various tools back to the apartment complex. 8th floor? No elevator? The workers were dumbfounded. More money. Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively. Finally, the glass was hoisted up from the roof using ropes, a terrifying sight. Many people watched the spectacle from below. What's going on? Looks like they're building a sunroom. Isn't that illegal? It can't be allowed, right? Who knows? Anyway, someone will manage it, and it'd be torn down. She's taken up the 8th floor. How are we supposed to dry our things? We can't let her build it. Yang Qing rolled her eyes. She'd never seen anyone climb to the 8th floor to dry things before, but now that she wanted to use it, she was upset. Some people are like that. They can't stand seeing others do well. It's like they're losing out. Yang Qing was too lazy to pay attention to them. Anyway, the apocalypse was coming soon. She couldn't worry about that. As long as no one reported it, everyone would be too busy to care about her tomorrow. Even if someone reported it, she could just stall. Just getting through tonight was enough. The glass was hoisted up, and the workers immediately got to work. Today's wages were equivalent to several days' wages normally, so everyone was full of energy. By the way, do you make windows and doors? I want to replace all the windows and doors in my house with shatterproof glass, Yang Qing said. I have a friend who makes doors and windows, and also security grills. Want some? The foreman said. If you want it, give him double the price and tell him to come right now. The foreman made the phone call happily. He found a sucker today. While the door and window installers arrived, Yang Qing led Lu Lin to the door on the 8th floor. Pry open the door. This apartment has been requisitioned, Yang Qing said. Is no one living here? Lu Lin asked. No. Yang Qing shook his head. This is the top floor. It's hard to climb, hot in summer and cold in winter, so no one has lived here. Whatever, we use it first. Yang Qing looked around to make sure no one was watching, then immediately picked the lock. You're pretty good at this. Lu Lin gave him a thumbs up. Heh, that's a basic survival skill in the apocalypse. Yang Qing smiled, opened the door, and found it empty except for some basic furniture, perfect for storing things. Shortly afterward, the door and window installers arrived. Yang Qing had Lu Lin take Aki away and had them measure the doors and windows, including the 8th floor. Replace all the front doors too. One outer layer of blast-proof glass, one inner layer of security door, the best quality ones. It has to be finished by 5 p.m. today, or I won't pay, Yang Qing said. She was worried they dragged their feet, and it wouldn't be finished by tomorrow. The doors and windows were manageable, but the sunroom absolutely had to be done well. It would be incredibly useful later. Yang Qing also instructed the door and window installers to build 2 stainless steel security doors between the 7th and 6th floors, both with blast-proof glass, to prevent anyone from coming up to steal supplies after the apocalypse. Isn't this going to work? It's not like you're the only one here. Even if someone does, they can't block the way. The doorman hesitated. It's fine, you do it. I take responsibility if anything goes wrong, Yang Qing said, patting her chest. Then she went back to the rooftop and instructed the sunroom installers to keep the doors closed while they worked. If anyone came up to stop them, they shouldn't pay attention. She would take full responsibility for the consequences. After finishing, Yang Qing called to Lu Lin. Now we go buy food and medicine. These are the most scarce and important things in the apocalypse. Lu Lin nodded. She didn't understand anything and listened to Yang Qing completely. What about Archie? Should we bring him along? Lu Lin asked. Don't underestimate Archie just because he's a pet dog. He can be deadly if he gets really fierce. Bring him along. Yang Qing returned to the room, put his identification documents and valuables into his spatial storage, then closed the doors to the other 2 rooms and tossed the outer door key to the foreman. Chapter 4. Yang Qing leashed Archie onto the leash. Come on, Archie, let's go out and play. Archie jumped up excitedly, its tail wagging so hard it almost fell off. Outside the residential area, Yang Qing led his electric scooter out of the garage. Let's rent a car first, we might need it later. Lu Lin nodded, sitting on the back of the scooter, letting Archie sit in the empty space in front. Let's go! Yang Qing waved, and the two of them and the dog sped off. They arrived at the nearest car rental shop. We want to rent a car. Woof. Yes, Archie wagged its tail. What kind of car do you want to rent? The clerk looked at Yang Qing and the two of them, then glanced at Archie. It was the first time he'd seen people renting a car with a dog. We want an off-road vehicle, preferably bulletproof, Yang Qing said. In the apocalypse, off-road vehicles are more practical, and bulletproof ones can protect against firearms, greatly increasing the chances of survival. The shop assistant glanced at Yang Qing with surprise. Our best bulletproof SUV is the Night 15, but it's a bit expensive. How much is the daily rental? Yang Qing asked. 10,000 a day, but the deposit is 500,000, plus your ID and credit card. That much deposit? Lu Lin covered her mouth, looking at Yang Qing. Is that enough? No problem. Yang Qing nodded, giving Lu Lin a reassuring look. Let's go look at the cars. The shop assistant led the two into the garage. Archie excitedly wandered around, seeing so many cars for the first time. Keep an eye on your dog. The shop assistant was a little worried. If the dog peed on one of the luxury cars, he couldn't afford to pay for it. Archie, come here. Yang Qing beckoned to Archie. Archie yelled at the shop assistant, You're the one who poops and pees everywhere. I'm a well-mannered dog. Sit down. Yang Qing sighed helplessly. This guy was practically a genius. He seemed to understand human speech. The garage had all sorts of luxury cars, and the Night 15 was almost brand new, probably because it was rarely rented. The Night 15 is an armored off-road vehicle. From the body to the windows, even the tires are bulletproof. It's worth over 10 million. The salesperson explained. Wow, this car is so cool. Isn't this the kind Dwayne Johnson drives in Fast and Furious? This is my dream car. Ching Ching, I want it. Lu Lin's eyes lit up as she excitedly shook Yang Qing's arm. Okay. Yang Qing chuckled. Then let's rent it. Spending 500,000 to drive away a car worth over 10 million was worth it. Yang Qing then noticed a camper van nearby. Should we rent another one? Sure. We can take turns driving it. I drive it when you sleep. Lu Lin looked excited. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were going on vacation. Yang Qing rented a motorhome and a small truck as well. She had the rental company send a driver to help her drive the vehicles out to a remote area without surveillance cameras. She paid the driver to call a ride-hailing service to take her back. Once the road was deserted, Yang Qing waved her hand and stored the truck and motorhome in her spatial storage. Lu Lin watched in amazement. Aki sniffed around curiously. My human has used magic again. Amazing, she thought. Driving the truck, Yang Qing saw a fairly large pharmacy on the street and parked the truck. Let's go buy some medicine. Excuse me, do you have these medicines in stock? Yang Qing took out a list. She had recalled some commonly used and valuable medicines from the apocalypse on the way there, and had Lu Lin make a list. So many? The shop assistant was astonished by the long list. Many of these are over-the-counter medications. Are you from a medical institution? No. It's like this, our company is planning to donate a batch of medicines to mountainous areas, but our company isn't related to medicine. Can't we buy them? The shop assistant hesitated. Let me ask the boss. The boss quickly came over, and Yang Qing's pupils contracted when she saw him. It was him? Chen Jianren. She had dealt with him in her past life. This was a profit-driven guy who, in the apocalypse, used his access to medicine to do all sorts of evil, even using a pill or two to force women to give themselves to him, ruining countless girls. Every time she went to exchange her medicine, she would see some disheveled girls walking out of his shop with their medicines, their expressions sad and numb. Yang Qing would never forget those faces. That's a beast. No, worse than a beast. Yang Qing suppressed her murderous intent and smiled, saying, Boss, please help me out. Our company is also a charity. How about this? I add 10% to the price of the medicine. Is that all right? She knew the store definitely didn't have enough medicine for the large quantity she needed. She'd go with him to his warehouse, and when the apocalypse came, she'd empty it all, then see how arrogant he'd be afterwards. Chen Jianren raised an eyebrow. An extra 10% on the medicine was a bonus. All right then. Qin Jiamin nodded. Where do you want the medicine delivered? I drove here myself. I go with you to the warehouse to get it, and I pay you cash right away, Yang Qing said with a smile. Let's go, follow me. Qin Jiamin nodded. Cash payment meant he wasn't afraid she was a swindler. Yang Qing drove after them, secretly memorizing the route. Upon arriving at the warehouse, she gave the warehouse manager a list, and had Lu Lin watch them load the medicine into the car. While waiting, Yang Qing wandered around. The warehouse was full of all sorts of medicines. He planned to use them all when no one was around after get off work. After unloading the medicines and paying, Yang Qing drove to a quiet spot and put all the medicines into his spatial storage. He continued driving. He saw a safety equipment store and stopped, buying 5 sets of acid and alkali protective suits. Boss, do you have stab-proof vests? Yang Qing asked again. Yes. What about bulletproof vests? The shopkeeper hesitated. We really don't have those. We don't need them in China, do we? Yang Qing smiled. Well, our boss is going on a business trip to Southeast Asia soon. You know how chaotic that place is, so we wanted to have a few just in case. The shopkeeper hesitated. I do have a friend who makes these. I can have him deliver them if you want, but they're a bit expensive. It's okay, it's reimbursable anyway, Yang Qing said with a smile. Soon, someone delivered the bulletproof vest. Yang Qing then asked the person if they had any warm or cool clothing, and bought a few sets of each. While waiting for the goods, Yang Qing pulled the shopkeeper aside and whispered, Sir, do you have this? Yang Qing made a hand gesture, startling the shopkeeper. No, that's illegal. Yang Qing smiled, hinting, others are fine too. The shopkeeper lowered his voice, I have replica guns, do you want them? And crossbows and bows made of high-quality steel, do you want them? Yes. Yang Qing nodded, do you have any knives? Hunting knives, tang swords, daggers, Swiss army knives, military bayonets, anything. These are all controlled knives, I don't have that many. I only have 2 tang swords, and they're unsharpened. The others are fine. Give them all to me, I take them to sharpen myself. 10 sets of each of the others, please. By the way, do you know where I can buy inflatable boats and rubber dinghies? There's one at the outdoor gear store up ahead. The owner is a friend of mine. Then have him send me 2 inflatable boats and 2 rubber dinghies, Yang Qing said, mainly worried about not having enough space, and her rented truck was only so big, more would arouse suspicion. Okay, I contact him right away. With her friend's recommendation, Yang Qing also bought a diving suit, oxygen tank, life jacket, tent, sleeping bag, binoculars, night vision goggles, walkie-talkie, protective shield, stun gun, and a bunch of other outdoor gear like a lantern, a high-powered flashlight, candles, water purifier tablets, and filters. After buying all this, Yang Qing put the truck into her spatial storage, swapped it for the Night 15, and drove it to a car repair shop. Many people gathered around, most of them seeing this kind of vehicle for the first time. I heard this car is fully bulletproof, able to withstand an attack of 15 kilograms of explosives. It's practically an armored vehicle. That's so cool. Yang Qing chuckled. This was exactly the effect she wanted. In the apocalypse, it was the best war machine. Master, please install front and rear bumpers on the car. Use the strongest materials. Yang Qing said to the mechanic. She wanted to arm this car to the teeth, so she wouldn't have to fear anything anymore. No problem. The mechanic readily agreed. I should also sharpen the blades. Lu Lin reminded her. Yang Qing nodded, pretending to go to the car to get them, but actually took out 2 tang swords from her spatial storage. While waiting, she saw a piece of discarded long steel pipe, bought it, and had it sharpened into a pointed shape. Without long melee weapons, this thing could be used as a spear. It was hollow, essentially having a blood groove. It could pierce through and pull out a large chunk of flesh, its lethality no less than a spear. It was past 2 o'clock by the time the car was finished. Apocalypse Countdown, 4 hours. Chapter 5. Yang Qing's stomach was growling with hunger. She said to Lu Lin, let's find a place to eat first. Lu Lin nodded and took Aki's hand. They found a restaurant, ordered food, and then asked the owner to pack 50 more portions to take away. The owner practically emptied the restaurant stock. Yang Qing started ordering takeout again, various seafood dishes, ginger duck, steamed pork with rice flour, oyster omelets, sauté noodles, and from restaurants run by out-of-towners, spicy crayfish, boiled fish, roast duck, pork trotter rice, Cantonese dim sum, rijiamo, Chinese hamburger, gobera, sweet and sour pork, duck blood vermicelli, and so on. Basically, she ordered from almost every local restaurant, 50 portions of each, so she could eat something different every day. She also ordered McDonald's chicken wings, hamburgers, family buckets, ice cream cones, and various ice creams and popsicles. The delivery address was left at the warehouse she rented that morning. She also needed to buy some dried food. Upon arrival, they went directly to the warehouse to select items: rice, cooking oil, various biscuits, bread, candy, chocolate, various beverages, milk, mineral water, bottled purified water, various cigarettes, alcohol, tea, salt, vinegar, chicken essence, hot pot base, and other condiments. Lu Lin then selected hot meals, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, rice noodles, and ham sausages. There were also various canned foods, including Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, broad bean paste, tomato sauce, canned beef, canned dace, luncheon meat, and canned fruit. Then came chicken feet, dried meat, spicy strips, braised eggs, potato chips, milk tea, and other snacks. There were also various dried goods, including soybeans, mung beans, peanuts, millet, glutinous rice, corn, shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, longan, red dates, dried vegetables, salted dried fish, kelp, and cured meat. There's also a warehouse next door that's a department store warehouse, selling all kinds of tableware, kitchen knives, pots, induction cookers, gas stoves, portable gas stoves, small gas canisters, charcoal, alcohol stoves, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, disinfectant, quilts, blankets, mats, slippers, electric blankets, and underwear. Yang Qing also bought condoms and other family planning supplies. She might not need them herself, but in the apocalypse, they could be used to exchange for many things. Then came towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, laundry detergent, and other toiletries. Food was bought by the ton, and other items by the box. Oh, and dog food too. She almost forgot about Archie's food. All the items were taken directly to the warehouse next door. Yang Qing stored most of the items in her spatial storage, leaving a small portion unseen. Next door was a cold storage warehouse, where she bought over 1,000 pounds of pork, chicken, duck, beef, and seafood. She also bought frozen dumplings, meatballs, fish balls, crab sticks, etc. Then she went to the market, buying all sorts of vegetables: cabbage, bok choy, winter melon, cucumber, loofah, various mushrooms, potatoes, sweet potatoes, yams, onions, ginger, scallions, garlic, etc. Fruits included apples, grapes, mangoes, dragon fruit, bananas, watermelons, and cantaloupes. Almost everything available at the market was carried away by the basketful. A batch of chicken eggs, duck eggs, and quail eggs were also purchased, along with some fertilized eggs, which could be hatched later if conditions allowed. The storage space was almost full. Yang Qing hid in the car, flashed into the storage space, and used her consciousness to organize and categorize all the items. She kept the room for occasional sleeping, using the rest of the space for storage. By the time she finished, it was almost 5 o'clock. She could go back and collect the room. Yang Qing drove while looking at the roadside, checking if there was anything she had forgotten. She saw a bank and thought about withdrawing some more cash for emergencies. Yang Qing took out her card. "I want to withdraw 200,000 yuan in cash." "Sorry, withdrawals over 100,000 yuan require an appointment." "Then I withdraw 100,000. No more than 50,000 yuan a day without an appointment." Yang Qing rolled her eyes. "Then I withdraw 49,999 yuan. Is that all right?" The bank teller glanced at her, then sighed helplessly. What could she do when she hadn't broken any rules? Following the same method, Yang Qing withdrew another 50,000 yuan from another bank, giving them 1 yuan in change. That was all she could withdraw. She only had cards from 2 banks. She should have gotten more. Continuing her drive, Yang Qing saw a farm supply store. She almost forgot she needed to buy seeds. She went inside and bought all kinds of vegetable seeds, as well as pesticides, fertilizers, nutrient solutions, and dozens of bags of potting soil and plastic vegetable pots for rooftop gardening. Seeing an electronics store, Yang Qing went down and bought a freezer and several car refrigerators. The car refrigerators were rechargeable, so she could use them temporarily when the power was off. She also bought a tablet, several external hard drives, and USB flash drives, downloading various dramas, documentaries, and instructional videos without regard to data usage. When the apocalypse comes, without internet, I pass the time by reading these things while lounging around. Remembering there was a gas station ahead, I went and filled up the car. I bought dozens of empty cans and a fuel pump from a shop, pumped the fuel out of the truck and poured it into the cans, then went to each gas station to fill up and pump the fuel, filling about 20 cans. That's all I could manage for now. Just as I was getting home, I realized I hadn't bought a water tank yet, so I bought 4 large ones to put in my space first. After arriving home, the sunroom and windows were finished. They looked good, and Yang Qing was very satisfied, readily paying the remaining balance. Before the workers left, they made sure to leave behind all the cutting and welding machines and tools, offering to buy them back at the original price. The foreman was overjoyed. This money could buy brand new ones. Yang Qing was also happy. These keys would come in handy later, saving her the time of searching. She carefully put away the new key, planning to give her roommates a set when they returned. However, she had installed 2 security doors in the hallway. What if the man across the hall couldn't get in when he came back? Having lived there for a year, Yang Qing had barely seen the man. Each time she saw him, it was just a fleeting glance. She only remembered him as tall and muscular, but he always wore a baseball cap pulled low, so she hadn't really seen what he looked like. Oh well, he might not come back. She'd deal with it later. Yang Qing called the gas company again. Her building was old and didn't have piped gas. They used bottled gas, and the delivery man always complained as he climbed the stairs. This time, Yang Qing ordered 10 bottles, which startled him. "No need for you to bring it upstairs, I get it myself," Yang Qing said. "It's not safe to keep so much gas at home," the other person said. "It's not just me using it, a friend's house is too. There's a deposit required for the cylinders." "No problem. Anyway, it can be stored in the space, so there's no need to worry about safety. With gas, I can still cook when there's no electricity, so I won't be without something hot to eat." After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the gas was delivered downstairs and placed in the hallway. Yang Qing looked around to make sure there were no security cameras in the old building, then put the gas cylinders into the space. He only took out 2 cylinders as spares when he got home. Then he took out some rice, cooking oil, bottled water, instant noodles, etc., some of which he left on the 8th floor, some piled up in his room, and a few symbolically placed in the living room to let his roommate know he had stockpiled things, thus concealing the fact that he had the space. He also took out a solar generator, a water tank, a speedboat, a rubber boat, and soil fertilizer to put in the sunroom, otherwise it would be inconvenient to conjure them up later. Chapter 6. At 5:30, Yang Qing said to Lu Lin, "Let's go to the warehouse and bring everything back." "Okay, I go with you." Lu Lin nodded. "Aki, you stay home and watch the house. Guard these things, and don't let anyone in." Yang Qing ruffled Aki's hair. "Woof, woof, woof." Aki barked several times. "Okay, don't worry, human." When they arrived at the warehouse, everyone had already left for the day, with only a few on duty patrolling. Yang Qing went into her own warehouse, put the remaining items into her spatial storage, and quickly drove away when no one was looking. Then she went to Chen Jinren's medicine warehouse, where only one person was on duty. Yang Qing and Lu Lin approached, and Yang Qing knocked on the window of the guardhouse. "Hello, sir, we accidentally left our phones in your warehouse when we came to buy goods today. Could we go in to look for them?" The security guard frowned, recognized the big customer from earlier in the day, and opened the door to let them in. Yang Qing winked at Lu Lin, who then subtly led the security guard into conversation. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Qing pulled out a stun gun and shocked the guard on the back of the neck. The guard collapsed. "Master, I'm so sorry." Yang Qing caught the guard, and together with Lu Lin, they carried him to the guardhouse. Looking up, they saw the guardhouse had a tin roof. It would likely be destroyed when the acid rain came. They shoved the guard under a table, then removed a glass window, and placed it on the table to block the acid rain. "Master, this is all I can do for you." Reaching the warehouse door, Yang Qing looked up and saw a security camera. She told Lu Lin to hide to the side, then took out a black hat and mask from her spatial storage and put them on, trying to disguise herself. Although these things would probably be destroyed tomorrow, it was better to be cautious. He took out the freshly sharpened steel pipe and used it as a crowbar, easily opening the warehouse's large lock. Having experienced the apocalypse, this was second nature to him. Entering the warehouse, he swiftly moved batches of medicine into his spatial storage. After finishing, Yang Qing checked her phone. 40 minutes until the apocalypse. "Hurry!" Yang Qing got into the car, and Lu Lin immediately started it. They rushed back to the apartment complex at 6:10 p.m. First, they retrieved the survival kit Lin Zhenyu had delivered from the security guard's office, then drove to the underground parking lot, found a blind spot in the surveillance cameras, and stored the car in his spatial storage. Upon going upstairs, her roommate Wang Min was standing in the 7th floor hallway, bewildered in front of the security door. "Yang Qing, you're back?" Wang Min saw Lu Lin nod at her. She recognized her from before. "What happened? Did the landlord set this up?" "I did," Yang Qing smiled, taking out her keys. "Are you crazy? Why did you install this?" Wang Min exclaimed in surprise. "Are you burning money? This isn't even your own house. What if I don't want to rent it out anymore? I can't take it with me. Isn't that a complete waste? I almost got robbed today, so I installed a security door in a fit of anger." Yang Qing rambled on, while Lu Lin chuckled behind him. Opening the door, Yang Qing handed Wang Min a set of keys. "You installed 2 layers?" Wang Min was shocked. "Was that necessary?" "It was necessary. You see later." Yang Qing smiled. When they got home, Wang Min was stunned again. "You renovated the whole house? And bought so much stuff?" Yang Qing smiled. "No, I just replaced the doors and windows. I heard from some friends in our survival forum that the apocalypse is coming, so I'm just stockpiling things because I'm afraid I won't have anything to eat later." Wang Min pointed at her, speechless. "I never knew you were so stupid. You actually believe that? They're just trying to sell you things, fooling you. There's so much stuff, you can't even finish it before it expires." "Lu Lin, aren't you going to try and talk her out of it?" Lu Lin didn't know what to say. Yang Qing smiled and remained silent. "You understand later. Have you eaten? If not, I can make you something," Yang Qing said. They usually lived separately, both single, and didn't like cooking. They usually ate out, occasionally getting together for meals on weekends, and got along fairly well. "No need, I already eaten." Wang Min shook her head and went back to her room. Yang Qing also went back to her room, checked the time, and saw it was almost 6:30 in a dozen minutes. The acid rain was coming. Why hadn't Li Shengnan returned yet? Li Shengnan was another roommate, a police auxiliary officer, a warm-hearted person. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she would definitely have become a good police officer. Unfortunately, when the apocalypse struck, she was not only disfigured by acid rain while saving people, but also sacrificed her life on the job. In this life, Yang Qing wanted to help her. Yang Qing called Li Shengnan. "Yang Qing, what's up?" "Shengnan, when are you coming back? I'm feeling a bit unwell. Can you take me to the hospital?" "Now? I'm not finished yet. But my stomach hurts terribly. I feel like I'm dying." Yang Qing deliberately feigned weakness. Lu Lin smiled beside her. "Don't overthink it. Where's Wang Min? Shouldn't she be home by now?" "No, I don't know what happened either." Yang Qing lied. "Shengnan, please come back and help me. You're a policeman. If even you won't help me, who else can I rely on?" A huge accusation was slapped on her face, leaving Li Shengnan speechless. Okay, I'll be right back. Wait for me." "Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer," Yang Qing urged. She was worried that if she was any later, Li Shengnan would repeat the mistakes of her past life. Fine, 10 minutes at most, wait for me." After more than 10 minutes, Li Shengnan, panting, climbed the stairs, and was startled by the 2 heavy security doors upstairs. She even wondered if she had entered the wrong building. She checked several times, saw the familiar doorbell on the 6th floor, and confirmed that she hadn't gone to the wrong place. What the hell? Li Shengnan banged on the door. "Open the door." She called Yang Qing, but Yang Qing didn't answer. Could she have fainted? Li Shengnan panicked a little and banged on the door harder. Hearing the noise, Wang Min came downstairs and smiled when she saw Li Shengnan. "You're back? I was locked out today too, and Yang Qing didn't come back for quite a while." She opened the door for Li Shengnan. "Yang Qing's home? Why didn't she answer the phone? You called her?" "I don't know." Wang Min looked bewildered. "She called me saying she was sick and asked me to come back and take her to the hospital, so I rushed back." "Sick?" "No, she was fine just now, in a room with her best friend. She installed the security door herself, saying she was robbed today, and installed it in a fit of anger. Isn't that ridiculous?" "Robbed? Was she hurt?" "No, I didn't notice she was hurt just now. I think she has a serious head injury." Wang Min laughed. "Come and see." Wang Min pointed to the room. "She even changed all of these. And you bought a whole bunch of stuff. Do you think she's out of her mind?" Li Shengnan was instantly furious. Was she being made a fool of? She still had a ton of things to deal with, and she was being lied to? Yang Qing, come out here. Li Shengnan pounded on Yang Qing's door. Yang Qing opened the door, smiling at her. You're back? What's wrong with you? Before Li Shengnan could finish speaking, Yang Qing picked up a stun gun and stabbed her in the chest. Li Shengnan's whole body trembled uncontrollably, and she quickly collapsed. Lu Lin quickly caught her. Chapter 7. What are you doing? Wang Min was shocked. They actually dared to assault a police officer? Yang Qing helped Li Shengnan to a chair and took out a bundle of rope, tightly tying her up. You. Wang Min was stunned. Look outside. Yang Qing turned his head and pointed to the window. Look through the window. Whatever you do, don't open it. Wang Min was confused. She looked out the window. There was nothing there, just rain. Is it rain normal this time of year? Lu Lin also looked out. Look closely, look downstairs. Yang Qing took out a pair of binoculars and handed them to Wang Min. Wang Min picked up the binoculars and looked downstairs. At first, she didn't see anything unusual, but after looking more closely, she froze. Everyone was running in panic. Some people suddenly collapsed to the ground while running, their clothes and skin corroding as if they had been splashed with sulfuric acid. Raindrops pounded on the car, creating dents and leaving streaks on the body. The apocalypse really has come. Yang Qing sighed softly. In her past life, Li Shengnan died young, and Wang Min followed her and Lu Lin for a long time, forging a deep friendship. But she tragically died on the way to find a survival base. In this life, she hoped Wang Min could live on. Wang Min's face paled. The apocalypse really has come? Impossible. Lu Lin was also terrified. Although Yang Qing had told her the apocalypse was coming, seeing it with her own eyes was still shocking. It's true, look again. Yang Qing looked down through the window, and the scene from her past life began to unfold again. In just a short while, many people lay dead on the street, their flesh festering, their deaths gruesome. The metal on the billboard, corroded by acid rain, crashed down with a crash, sending sparks flying and injuring several people. The street instantly descended into chaos. Yang Qing, how did you know? Wang Min stared at Yang Qing, her face pale. She should have known better. How could someone so frugal spend so much money on security doors and windows, and these things take a long time? She must have known beforehand. I'm following a survival forum, right? Someone has inside information. Yang Qing lied without batting an eye. Life is precious. It's better to believe it than not. But Wang Min swallowed hard. Who would believe such nonsense? Yet she had, and she had even saved Li Shengnan. If it weren't for her, Li Shengnan might not have made it back from her duty. Just then, Li Shengnan's phone rang. Yang Qing and Wang Min exchanged a glance, but neither answered. The phone rang for a while, then automatically hung up, only to ring again a moment later. Li Shengnan was woken up by the noise, opening her eyes still completely bewildered. When she found herself tied to a chair, she struggled violently. Holy crap, Yang Qing, are you crazy? Why did you tie me up? Let me go! Wang Min, are you going crazy with her too? Are you all out of your minds? Wang Min looked at her dryly and said, Shengnan, the apocalypse. The apocalypse really is coming. Have you been brainwashed by Yang Qing too? She has paranoia. How come you're like her too? Hurry up and untie me. I have a ton of things to do at the station. I don't have time to play with you guys. Wang Min didn't know how to explain, and was about to untie Li Shengnan when Yang Qing stopped her. Untie her later. Let her see first. Wang Min stopped, and Li Shengnan panicked. Let me go. This is assaulting a police officer. Don't you understand? Yang Qing gave Lu Lin a look, and the two of them lifted Li Shengnan, chair and all, and moved her to the window. Look! Yang Qing shoved binoculars in front of Li Shengnan's eyes, forcing her to look down. When she saw what was below, her eyes widened. Impossible, this can't be. The apocalypse has really come. Yang Qing said earnestly, looking at Li Shengnan. You saw it with your own eyes. Yes, Shengnan, it was Yang Qing who saved you. Otherwise, you would have ended up like them while on duty on the street. Wang Min's voice was strained. They had lived together for so long, and there was a bond between them. Besides, Li Shengnan was a very responsible auxiliary police officer, and she didn't want anything to happen to her. So you saved me? Li Shengnan looked at Yang Qing, still somewhat incredulous. Yang Qing patted her shoulder. Don't be shy. Li Shengnan was both amused and exasperated. Let go of me. Even so, I still have to go. This is the time when we police are needed most. So many people are waiting for our rescue. Yang Qing was amused and exasperated. Don't you even look at the situation outside? Can you even go out? Going out is suicide. I have to go. Li Shengnian struggled. I'm a police officer. Wake up! Yang Qing raised his voice. This is the apocalypse. It's acid raining outside, not ordinary floods. We can't do disaster relief. With a natural disaster like this, you can't do anything. Going out will only cost you your life. Nothing is more important than my life. The apocalypse is here. All kinds of institutions will be destroyed. Where will you go to be a police officer? I can't get the job? Li Shengnian froze, looking at Yang Qing with a confused expression. But I passed the exams. I was about to be officially hired. Yang Qing didn't know how to comfort her, but at this moment, nothing was more important than life. I let you go when you don't go. Yang Qing said sternly, I won't let you go to your death. Wang Min chimed in, yes, Shengnian, if the apocalypse really comes, everything will be destroyed, and everyone will be struggling to survive. Then my family. Li Shengnian struggled again. She was a local, but her parents lived in the countryside. Yang Qing took her phone from her pocket, scanned her face, unlocked the phone, and dialed her father's number. Hello? Li Shengnian's father's voice came from the phone. She became agitated, and Yang Qing held the phone to her ear. Dad, are you and Mom home? Are you all right? We're fine, we're cooking at home. We only found out about the disaster when we saw the news. Oh my God! I heard so many people died. Dad, you absolutely mustn't go out. Store plenty of supplies at home, keep the doors and windows locked, and don't let anyone in. Don't lend anything to anyone, and protect yourselves. Aw Nan, what's going on? Dad, we have inside information. The weather is acting strangely. The apocalypse might be coming. You need to be prepared. This. Listen to me, Li Shengnian almost cried. Just don't go out tonight or tomorrow. I come find you when I have time. Tell your mother not to worry about me, and to make sure the doors and windows are locked, and to be careful of others. Okay, I know. Be careful yourself too. After hanging up, Li Shengnian looked at Yang Qing with a complicated expression. Thank you. We're sisters. Yang Qing patted her shoulder. You're not going out, are you? If you're not going out, I untie you. Li Shengnian nodded, and Yang Qing untied her. She was completely dazed, as if she had lost all life. Wang Min also went back to her room to make a phone call. When she came out, her face was deathly pale. My dad? She was from a rural area in Sichuan province. When the acid rain came, her father was still planting vegetables in the field. At first, he didn't pay any attention, and later, when he wanted to run away, it was too late. Wang Min's eyes were red, and she pounded her head in self-reproach. Why wasn't she by her father's side? Yang Qing sat silently to the side. At this moment, anything she said would be futile. She suddenly felt that being alone was quite nice, without any ties. Lu Lin sat silently beside her. She was an orphan, and had no one to worry about. Yang Qing got up, and went to the rooftop to fill the water tank. The water would soon run out. Chapter 8. Back inside, the three of them were in the living room, looking out the window with grave expressions. Yang Qing, how long do you think this rain will stop? Li Shengnian asked. I don't know, Yang Qing replied vaguely. I just saw people in the group saying the apocalypse is coming, and we need to stockpile supplies, so I just followed suit. It probably won't rain for much longer, right? If it keeps raining like this, our houses will be ruined, and humanity will be wiped out. Li Shengnian nodded. There will definitely be a way. Humanity can't be wiped out. Do you think the higher-ups know about this? Could someone have already built a Noah's Ark, but we ordinary people just don't know? Wang Min said. Lu Lin also looked at Yang Qing. She knew about the apocalypse. Did she also know about this? Yang Qing shook his head. In his previous life, there was indeed a Noah's Ark plan in the middle of the apocalypse, but it was formulated later. They probably didn't know about it yet. If they could have predicted it earlier, they would have given some warnings, preventing everyone from facing such a catastrophic disaster. Let's rest first. Thinking about it too much is useless. We know tomorrow morning, Yang Qing said. How can I sleep? Li Shengnian looked down, her face serious. The streets were deserted, but the corpses scattered everywhere were still horrifying. Let's go back to our room and rest, Yang Qing said to Lu Lin. Lu Lin nodded and followed Yang Qing back to their room, where they lay down on the bed. Lu Lin put her hands behind her head, and suddenly felt something hard under her pillow. She pulled it out, and found a pair of jade pendants. What are these? Yang Qing smiled. These were originally a birthday present for you, One for you and one for me. Since you're here, I'm giving them to you early. Lu Lin sighed. It's the apocalypse. Why celebrate a birthday? Keep it with you. It's not safe for me to carry it. Yang Qing nodded, tossed the items into her spatial storage, and suddenly felt a tremor within it. What's going on? Yang Qing flashed into her spatial storage and found that its area had actually increased. The yard, already piled high with goods, now had several meters more space. Could it be because of those 2 pieces of jade? Did the jade's spiritual energy upgrade the space? Yang Qing was overjoyed. If her space could upgrade, she'd have to find even more treasures in the future. She remembered there was a jade and jewelry shop on the street ahead. Should she go there later? Yang Qing returned to her room, and Lu Lin gave her a reproachful look. Next time you go into your space, can you at least let me know? You just disappeared, giving me a real fright. Yang Qing smiled. I just put the jade pendant into my space and noticed it actually got bigger. That means the space can upgrade. I need to find a way to get more jade in the future. Really? I still have some here. Lu Lin took out her valuables from her bag, a few gold pieces and a jade ring. Here, take them all. Yang Qing tossed the items into her space, and sure enough, it grew a little bigger. There's a jade shop up ahead. I'd like to find a chance to go check it out, Yang Qing said. It's too dangerous now. It's better not to go, Lu Lin quickly said. I know what I'm doing. Yang Qing nodded and went to the living room. Li Shengnan and Wang Min were still sitting by the window looking outside. How are you? Can't sleep? Wang Min looked at Yang Qing. She nodded and looked out the window. The acid rain was still falling. She didn't know if the acid-resistant work clothes she had bought would be useful. She decided not to take the risk. It wasn't worth risking her life for a little treasure. A loud banging came from outside, the security door rattling loudly. Aki, who had been lying on the floor, jumped to his feet, looking warily at the doorway and barking. The 3 exchanged glances. Yang Qing suddenly realized, could it be that the man from across the hall had returned? That man hadn't returned in her past life, and she hadn't seen him since. How could things have changed in this life? What's going on? Lu Lin also came out of her room. Don't move, I go see, Yang Qing waved to them. She opened both doors and looked down. Standing outside the security door were a person and a dog. The dog had a round glass fishbowl over its head, and was covered from head to toe in a silver-gray cloak of some unknown material. At first glance, it looked like an alien creature, both strange and comical. The man held a helmet in his hand, and a matching cape draped over his arm, apparently recently removed after use. His gloves were corroded by acid rain, revealing patches of injury on his exposed skin. He carried a large, heavy bag on his back, resembling one used for golf clubs. The man looked at Yang Qing indifferently, raising an eyebrow as if asking, "What's going on here?" Yang Qing hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and went downstairs. There was a bit of an accident today, so I installed a security door without your permission. I'm sorry. But you weren't home, so I couldn't find you. The man didn't speak, giving Yang Qing a cold look before leading his dog upstairs. Upon reaching his front door, he took out his keys and opened it. Only then did Yang Qing notice the man. He was at least 1.85 meters tall, wearing a military green shirt over a black sports vest and black cargo pants, giving him a rugged look. He had short, jet black hair, sharp eyebrows, deep-set eyes, a high nose, and thin, well-defined lips. A black leather cord dangled from his neck, adorned with a bullet-shaped black ornament. Seemingly noticing Yang Qing staring at him, the man glanced at her sideways, his gaze cold. Yang Qing felt a sudden embarrassment. Why was she staring at him like a lecherous woman? But she hadn't expected the man to be so handsome. Your hand seems injured. I have some medicine, do you want some? No need. The man said, his voice cold and hard. Yang Qing hesitated for a moment, then went back to her room to get the medicine and knocked on the opposite door. The man opened the door, one foot braced against it, watching Yang Qing warily. This is the key to the security door, and this is a 5% sodium bicarbonate solution. It helped with your hand injury. Apply it as a compress for 5 to 10 minutes, then rinse with water for 5 minutes. This is the ointment to apply. The man seemed a little surprised, looked at Yang Qing, and took the medicine. Thank you. He immediately closed the door. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. This man was quite unique. Back inside, all three looked over. What happened? Nothing, the guy across the hall came back, with a dog. I installed the security door without his permission, so I brought him some medicine. Yang Qing said. All three were a little surprised. Someone lives across the hall? Yes, haven't you guys run into him? Yang Qing was also surprised. Li Shengnan and Wang Min shook their heads. Yang Qing thought about it, and realized it made sense. Li Shengnan was so busy, and Wang Min was always leaving early and returning late. She only bumped into him sometimes, when she came back at lunchtime, because her work was nearby. Otherwise, she might only see him once a year. I just didn't expect him to have a dog too. Where does he usually keep it? Oh well, who cares? It's none of my business. Chapter 9. Around midnight, the rain gradually subsided and then stopped. The rain has stopped. Li Shengnan jumped up, grabbed her phone to call her superior, but couldn't get through. Even if it stops, don't even think about going out. There's still so much acid rainwater on the ground. It's corrosive. How are you going to get out? Yang Qing said. But in her mind, she was calculating. There was about a half-hour interval between the acid rain and the downpour. Could she go out for a bit? Yeah, our shoes will probably melt if we go out, Wang Min added. If something happens in your office, won't your colleagues call you? The fact that they haven't called means there's no action. Don't worry about it. Things are different now than usual. Li Shengnan was a little frustrated. Yes, this was the apocalypse. Could things be the same as before? Suddenly, several large trucks appeared on the street, with people in protective suits driving by with hoses, spraying water on the ground. However, that water wasn't ordinary water. It must have been mixed with some chemical reagent, which seemed to neutralize the acid rain on the ground. Following behind the car, people were carrying the body out of the street. Their shoes only showed slight corrosion from the ground, indicating the reagent had taken effect. Some department has taken action. Li Shengnan explained excitedly. I knew the higher-ups wouldn't ignore this. Yang Qing nodded, but this was just the beginning. They couldn't worry about anything else now. It seems there's a dedicated rescue organization, so you don't need to worry, Wang Min said, relieved. Li Shengnan finally relaxed, sitting on the sofa. Maybe I recover tomorrow, and I can go back to work. Yang Qing smiled bitterly. How could she be so naive? The apocalypse had arrived. Things would only get worse. But it was too early to say for sure. Since that's the case, you should all go back to your rooms and rest. Maybe you wake up tomorrow, and someone will call you to work, Yang Qing chimed in. Let her get some rest. She probably wouldn't have that chance again. Li Shengnan nodded, and went back to her room with Wang Min. Shall we go in and rest too? Lu Lin suggested. Yang Qing shook her head. I sit for a while longer. She stared intently downstairs. About half an hour later, a strong wind picked up, and large raindrops began to fall, followed by a torrential downpour. This time, however, it wasn't acid rain. Some people ran into the street, catching raindrops and jumping and laughing, overjoyed, thinking everything had returned to normal. But Yang Qing knew this was just the beginning. She checked herself over. There was no immediate danger. She quietly put on her protective suit and acid-resistant boots, and grabbed her keys. Where are you going? Lu Lin stopped her. I want to go check out that jade shop up ahead. If I buy something, my space can be upgraded again, Yang Qing said in a low voice. Why would they sell you anything right now? It's too dangerous. Don't go. Lu Lin shook her head. It's okay, I just go take a look. If they don't sell, I come back. I have to try. Yang Qing smiled, and patted Lu Lin's hand. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Lu Lin knew she always meant what she said, so she didn't try to dissuade her further, only saying, be careful. Yang Qing nodded and went out. She arrived at the jade and jewelry shop on the front street, and knocked hard on the door. The birthday present she bought for Lu Lin was bought here. It seemed there was an attic inside. The owner probably lived in the shop. Several minutes passed before someone came down and turned on the lights. Who is it? Came the tense voice. After what had just happened, anyone would be scared, especially in a jewelry store. He was afraid someone might take advantage of the situation. Boss, open the door, I want to buy something. Yang Qing said. Closed. Come back tomorrow if you want to buy it. It's like this, boss. It's my mother's birthday tomorrow, and I forgot to buy her a gift. I won't have time tomorrow. Please let me in. I leave right away after I buy it. No, we don't do business now. Come back tomorrow if you want to buy it. Don't bother me, or I call the police. I'm not a bad person. I really want to buy something, Yang Qing said quickly. If you don't believe me, you can pass the QR code through the crack in the door, and I transfer the money to you right now. I want to buy $1 million worth of jewelry, a big deal. The boss was unmoved. At this moment, life was more important than money. You better leave quickly, I'm not doing business with you. After saying that, he turned off the lights, but he didn't actually leave. He stood behind the roller shutter, his heart pounding, constantly on guard. Yang Qing sighed. She could understand. If it were her, she wouldn't dare open the door at this moment either. It was just that she probably wouldn't be able to spend the money. With the internet out tomorrow, all the money inside would be dead money. She could only try again later. Alright then, sorry to bother you, I'm leaving, Yang Qing said, turning and walking away. The shopkeeper inside listened to the footsteps fading into the distance, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't a bad person. Yang Qing returned home, took off her protective suit, and hung it up to drain the water. She walked to the window and looked outside. The rain was getting heavier, pattering against the windowpane. Yang Qing sighed softly. Tomorrow morning would be a completely different scene. Back in the room, Lu Lin was still awake. You're back. Are you alright? I'm fine, go to sleep. Yang Qing shook her head. The hallway became noisy in the middle of the night. People on the first floor woke up in the middle of the night to find the water had risen to their beds. They quickly got up and moved their appliances to higher ground. But the water was still rising, so they could only take their valuables and take shelter in the second floor hallway. By dawn, the water had risen to the second floor. People on the first floor continued to move up, while those on the second floor panicked, unsure whether to move their belongings up as well. Fortunately, the rain stopped temporarily. Everyone crowded at the second floor hallway entrance, at a loss. What do we do now? Did you call for help? I called a long time ago, but the lines are all down. My things, all flooded, all ruined. My house was just renovated, and it's all destroyed. My car is still outside. What are we going to do? What are certain departments doing? How come there wasn't a single notification about such a huge flood? Nobody expected this, right? Look at the rain yesterday. So many people died. Could this really be the end of the world? No way. The water should recede in a couple of days. Xia City hasn't seen such a massive flood in a century, and there wasn't even a warning. A natural disaster. Who can prevent it? Now everything is gone. Let's go. Staying here isn't a solution. But I can't swim. I'm scared of this deep water. No, I'm leaving. A burly man stepped out. If the water rises again, none of us will escape. Seeing the burly man swim away, everyone sighed, helpless. Li Shengnan and Wang Min woke up and were shocked by the scene outside. They had thought things would return to normal today, but it was even worse. Yang Qing, come out and see. Wang Min knocked on Yang Qing's door. Yang Qing and Lu Lin came out of the room and went to the window, as expected. How could this happen? Li Shengnan was stunned. Yang Qing sighed, get ready, the apocalypse has really come. Forget about going to work. Chapter 10. Yang Qing, could I have a pack of instant noodles with you? I can pay you. Wang Min looked at Yang Qing, her stomach rumbling. Sure, no problem. Yang Qing nodded. She had intended to share the noodles with them anyway, but she hadn't refused the money. She couldn't let this become a habit of giving without expecting anything in return. If she stopped giving, they might become enemies. Wang Min took out her phone only to find there was no internet. I give you cash. She went back to her room and got 10 yuan. I take 4 packs first. She really didn't have much cash left. She never used to use cash. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Wang Min went to boil water, only to find the water and electricity were off. She looked at Yang Qing again. Yang Qing also took 2 packets of instant noodles. Use the water from the water dispenser. There are still a few buckets of water here. Cook some for us too. Li Shengnan, do you want some? Li Shengnan nodded, gave Yang Qing 10 yuan, and handed the instant noodles to Wang Min. Cook some together. The 4 ate their instant noodles in silence, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Li Shengnan, should we go and buy some supplies later? We can't keep eating Yang Qing's, and this stuff won't last the 4 of us long, Wang Min said, looking at Li Shengnan. Li Shengnan nodded. Some higher areas shouldn't be flooded yet. Let's go check them out. Go early if you're going, or there might be nothing left, Yang Qing reminded them. If things get chaotic, with looting and vandalism everywhere, there won't be anywhere to buy anything. After finishing their noodles, Yang Qing watched the 2 go downstairs. Aki tried to follow, biting Yang Qing's trouser leg and pulling him out. Yang Qing patted its head. You can't go out to play anymore. Let me take you for a walk on the rooftop. She and Lu Lin took Aki upstairs. Their floor was mostly undamaged because of the sunroom, but the other floor was full of potholes and corroded. After the heavy rain, it was probably leaking. However, because of the rain, the ground was still walkable. Aki ran around, sniffing everywhere. Perhaps smelling something unpleasant, it barked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing pointed to a flower pot that was mostly corroded. The flower inside was long dead. From now on, you can pee here. You can't go downstairs. Aki barked in dissatisfaction, circled around a couple of times, and finally, it peed next to the flower pot. Suddenly, Aki darted out, barking loudly towards the stairwell entrance. Yang Qing went over and heard a knock on the door. Someone called, "Is anyone home?" Peeking out, she saw it was the man from across the hall. Yang Qing quickly replied, "I'm upstairs, coming right down." Archie was the first to dart downstairs, barking at the man, while the dog beside him just stared at Archie without making a sound. "Archie!" Yang Qing called out, and Archie obediently walked to Yang Qing's side, still baring its teeth at the man and the dog. "What's up?" Yang Qing looked at the man. He was dressed in all black today, still wearing the bullet pendant around his neck, which looked quite distinctive. "Thank you for the medicine yesterday." The man raised his bandaged hand, took the dog's hand, and said, "I need to go out for a bit. My dog is injured. Could you look after him for me?" Yang Qing then realized that the dog was an Alaskan Malamute, very similar to Archie. At first glance, they could be mistaken for the same breed. "Sure, but wouldn't it be fine if it stayed home by itself?" Yang Qing asked, a little confused. "Its abdomen is bandaged. It must be uncomfortable, always biting. I'm worried about infection, so I need to keep an eye on it." "Understood." Yang Qing nodded. "I won't let you help me for nothing." The man removed the black bullet from his neck. "This is my payment." "This?" Yang Qing looked at the object in the man's palm. It was jet black, and if she wasn't mistaken, it was black jade. This seemed a bit too valuable. "But this is the apocalypse. There's no reason to provide services for free." "Alright, go back soon." Yang Qing took the black jade. Its texture was warm and smooth, still warm from the man's body. "Thank you." The man nodded slightly to Yang Qing. He took the dog. "Its name is Xiaoxua. It's a girl. My name is Lung Yi. Nice to meet you." Yang Qing shook hands with Lung Yi. His hand was bandaged, and it felt warm and rough to the touch. "My name is Yang Qing. This is my best friend Lu Lin, and my pet is Aki." Aki barked twice at the other person, wagging its tail. "My friend is my friend." Xiaoxua, however, haughtily turned her head away, refusing to look at Aki. "Xiaoxua, introduce yourself to Aki." Lung Yi patted Xiaoxua's head. Xiaoxua looked at Aki, sniffed it, and, finding it pleasant, let out a soft whimper to indicate acquaintance. Lung Yi pursed his lips, then "Thank you for your trouble. I'll be back as soon as possible." Yang Qing led Xiaoxua into the house, while Lu Lin, holding Aki, looked at Xiaoxua. "Xiaoxua is so pretty, Aki, don't you think?" "Woof." Aki nodded. "She's a beauty." It moved closer to Xiaoxua, sticking out its tongue to lick her. The aloof Xiaoxua initially ignored it, but quickly lost her temper and started playing together. Yang Qing opened the window and looked downstairs. Soon after, Lung Yi swam out of the stairwell, seemingly quite adept at it. There was probably nothing to worry about. "Xiaoxua, come on, let's have breakfast." Yang Qing beckoned to Xiaoxua, who wagged her tail and ran over. Yang Qing poured a bowl of dog food for each of the two dogs, who squatted down and happily ate. At noon, neither Li Sheng'an nor Wang Min nor Lung Yi returned. Yang Qing took 2 bowls of braised pork trotter rice and 1 roast duck rice from the car refrigerator in the room. She heated up the pork trotter rice and ate it with Lu Lin, tossing the roast duck to the 2 dogs, who ate it with relish. Around 5 p.m., Yang Qing saw Lung Yi return through the window, surprisingly rowing a rubber boat. It was loaded with quite a lot of things. This man is quite resourceful. With so much stuff, it would be difficult for a man to carry, and with the people downstairs watching, a conflict might break out later. "Should we go down and help?" Lu Lin asked. Yang Qing shook his head. He should have a way. He thought for a moment, then called over Aki, opened the door, pointed to the opposite side, and patted its head. "Go down and help Xiaoxua's owner." Opening the security door, Aki quickly ran downstairs, while Xiaoxua obediently stood in front of the door without following. Yang Qing returned to the room, looked down through binoculars, and saw that the water level had risen again, almost reaching the second-floor stairwell. Lung Yi's rubber boat was moored beside the stairwell. Many people stood nearby, all staring at Lung Yi. Although only a day and a night had passed, many hadn't eaten and were starving. Their eyes lit up at the sight of Lung Yi's boat. "Woof!" Aki barked, bared its teeth, and charged forward, baring its teeth at the people nearby, looking ferocious. This scared away many of the people who were itching to help. Lung Yi looked at Aki in surprise, not expecting Yang Qing to have it come down to help. Lung Yi stepped off the rubber dinghy, ruffled Aki's hair, and started unloading his things. An older woman approached. "Young man, where did you get all this stuff? Could you share some with us?" "No." Lung Yi refused decisively. "We're not taking your stuff for free, we pay." "Not selling," Lung Yi said sternly. "Hey young man, why are you like this? We're not taking your stuff for free, why can't we buy it from you? How can you be so disrespectful to elders? So ill-mannered." "Exactly, you're obviously from out of town, no manners." She tried to grab his things, but Lung Yi kicked her away. "Get lost." Chapter 11. "Hey, why are you hitting people?" Someone rushed forward. "Fine, if you won't give it to me, then don't." "Why are you hitting me?" "Just because you have something doesn't make you special. Who knows where you got it? I bet you stole it." "Exactly. This thing is ill-gotten. Taking it is doing the public good. Everyone, come and get it." "Aki, go!" Lung Yi shouted, pulling out a dagger and coldly staring at the people in front of him. "Anyone who dares to come up, I stab them to death." Aki grabbed the person in front and bit down on his leg. "Ah!" The man screamed, kicking Aki and yelling. The people behind were terrified. Seeing Ling Yi's fierce expression, they dared not step forward. "Don't be afraid of him. Does he really dare to kill someone? That's right, call the police and have them arrest him. You try it, and see if I dare." Lung Yi's eyes were icy, and the dagger he held gleamed coldly. Everyone was intimidated by his imposing presence. Seeing they dared not approach again, Lung Yi packed his things into a large backpack, deflated the inflatable boat, and pulled it into the stairwell. Aki followed behind him, barking at the people behind him every now and then. "Don't come any closer. I bite you to death if you come any closer." Seeing that Lung Yi was not easy to deal with, and with such a ferocious dog, the people behind dared not follow. "Don't go. Your dog bit me. You have to pay me. I need a rabies shot," the bitten person shouted from behind. Lung Yi completely ignored him. Back on the 7th floor, Lung Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for earlier," Lung Yi said to Yang Qing. To be honest, he really hadn't expected Yang Qing to ask Aki for help. "It's nothing, we're neighbors." Yang Qing nodded casually. Opening the door, Xiao Shui was standing there. Seeing Lung Yi, she rushed into his arms, whimpering. "How was your day?" Lung Yi squatted down and stroked Xiao Shui's head, his expression softening considerably. Xiao Shui licked his hand and wagged her tail, seemingly saying it was great. Lung Yi stood up, took a 2-pound bag of rice from his bag, and handed it to Yang Qing. "Thank you for today. You already gave me some." Yang Qing glanced at the rice. She didn't need it. "One thing at a time, you helped me again just now." Lung Yi stuffed the rice into Yang Qing's hand, took Xiao Shui's hand, and said, "Let's go home." Xiao Shui followed Lung Yi to the other side of the street, then turned back and meowed at Aki, as if saying goodbye. Aki went over and licked Xiao Shui, welcoming her to come play anytime. Lung Yi led Xiao Shui into the house and closed the door. Wang Min and Li Shengnan didn't return until after 8 p.m. Wang Min still had bruises on her face. "What happened?" Yang Qing asked. "I got into a fight with someone," Li Shengnan replied from the side. "We went to several places and finally managed to buy some things. But on the way back we ran into a robbery and a fight broke out. It's all my fault for being useless. Luckily Shengnan helped me, otherwise." Wang Min said dejectedly. "We're sisters. It's only right." Li Shengnan patted Wang Min's shoulder. "Fortunately, we bought some things, enough to last a few days." Wang Min took out the items, a smile spreading across her face. Yang Qing looked at them. They were mainly rice, bottled water, and instant noodles. These were the most practical things right now. But it was only a small amount. It wouldn't last long. "Once the floodwaters recede, everything should be fine," Li Shengnan said. "Yang Qing, how many days do you think it will take for the water to recede?" Wang Min looked at Yang Qing, now believing she had inside information. "I'm afraid it won't recede. It'd probably rise further," Yang Qing said seriously, not wanting to lie to them. Both of them looked grim. "Looks like we have to go out and find supplies again." Despite their reluctance, the apocalypse was truly upon them. "Yang Qing, we still need your water and gas, but we're out of cash," Wang Min said, a little embarrassed. Yang Qing smiled. "It's all right, use it first. Give it to me when you have more. We go out and find more together when we're done." "Good sister." Li Shengnan patted Yang Qing's shoulder. Have you eaten? Li Shengnan asked Yang Qing. I eaten. You can cook your own meals, Yang Qing said. She had nearly 1,000 fast food meals in her storage space. Any one of them was better than theirs. By the way, the water's been cut off. Go upstairs tonight and collect some rainwater. We can use it to flush the toilets, Yang Qing said. Even in the apocalypse, basic necessities like eating, drinking, and relieving oneself are unavoidable. Using purified water to flush the toilet would be too extravagant. Okay, we go in a bit, Li Shengnan said. Having used Yang Qing's water and gas, she naturally wanted to do as much as possible. All right. Yang Qing didn't stand on ceremony with them. While eating, the rain started again. Li Shengnan and Wang Min exchanged a glance. Yang Qing was right again. The water level was going to rise further. After finishing their meal, the two carried buckets to the rooftop. Reaching the top, they were astonished to find a sunroom built on one side. When was it built? How come they hadn't noticed? After putting the buckets down and coming back down, Li Shengnan asked Yang Qing, "Did you build that sunroom on the rooftop?" "Well, isn't it acid raining? I had someone build a glass house to block the acid rain, and we can grow some things there later," Yang Qing replied. "You really have inside information?" Wang Min walked over. "When will this apocalypse end?" Yang Qing shook her head. "Everyone's offline now. We can't contact anyone we don't know." She took out a radio from the room. "I bought this. Let's see if we can get any news." But after switching channels many times, all she could hear was static. She couldn't receive anything. Li Shengnan was very frustrated and went back to her room. "What happened today?" Yang Qing asked. Wang Min's face was a little serious. "We went to Xingnan's place today, but there was no one there. We inquired and found out their leader is gone. Several people have died, the team is disorganized, and no one knows where the others are." Yang Qing sighed softly. This must have been a big blow to Li Shengnan. But this was just the beginning. With the apocalypse, people's faith collapsed, and there would only be more horrifying things to come. She had to be strong. For the next 3 days, no one went out, and the man from across the hall didn't come over either. The water continued to rise. The second floor was already submerged, and the third floor was half submerged. Those on the second and third floors, who hadn't managed to escape, had to move upstairs. But most houses couldn't accommodate so many people, and there was no food at home. Letting people in would only cause conflict, so no one dared to open the door. A group of people slept in the stairwells on the 4th and 5th floors, sighing and complaining. That man was from the 7th floor, wasn't he? He brought back so much food, he definitely didn't finish it all. Why can he eat and drink so much while we have to starve here? Let's go find him. There's a big, ferocious dog upstairs. As far as I know, there are a few young girls on the 7th floor. They didn't come down to look for food. They must have hidden a lot of food in their rooms. Chapter 12. We can't let them hog all the food. We have to make them share. If they don't share, kick them out. Yes, make them share. Besides, the 8th floor is empty. We can move in. Yes, yes, no one lives on the 8th floor. We can live there. A group of people cheered and marched upstairs. The people on the 6th floor heard the commotion and quickly closed their doors, afraid to come out. Upon reaching the 7th floor, everyone was dumbfounded. A security door had been installed? When was this installed? I don't know. Was it the day the sunroom was installed? Yes, a sunroom was installed that day, and people can live on the top floor too. Make them vacate it. We can't let them have it. The top floor is public. We can't let them occupy it. A group of people rushed up and banged on the door. Open the door. Open the door now. People inside, come out. If you don't come out, we break down the door. Aki's ears perked up, and he barked wildly at the door. Yang Qing listened to the commotion by the door, but didn't want to pay attention. Li Shengnan came out. What's wrong? Someone's trying to break down the door. Yang Qing's face was serious. Li Shengnan listened by the door for a moment. The 8th floor is indeed empty, and the top floor is also a common area. You mean let them in? Yang Qing's eyes narrowed. Can you guarantee they won't break into our room and steal all our things? This? Li Shengnan choked. Normally, she would have been willing to give up all her own belongings. But after that robbery, she had gained a deeper understanding of human nature. Besides, these were all Yang Qing's things. She and Wang Min had almost finished eating them all. She had no right to let anyone in. Open the door, or we break it down. Someone outside shouted. Break down the door. They must be hiding a lot of things. How selfish. They're eating and drinking well while others are dying? Those people on the 7th floor are scum. Break down the door, and they be sorry. Someone found a sledgehammer in their house, and started smashing it against the security door. Fortunately, the security door was made of blast-proof glass, and couldn't be broken. However, Yang Qing knew it was only a matter of time. If someone kept smashing it, skillfully targeting the edges, it would eventually break open. Yang Qing took a replica gun from the room and put it in his pocket, then grabbed a sharpened steel pipe and went outside. Yang Qing, what are you doing? Li Shengnan quickly followed. Lu Lin and Wang Min followed as well. What do you want? Yang Qing coldly stared at the people below, holding the steel pipe aloft. What are you doing? Open the door. This isn't your home. Why are you locking the door here? So many of us have nowhere to sleep and nothing to eat, while you few get to eat and sleep comfortably. Don't you feel guilty? Yang Qing sneered. What's wrong with us? We bought our own food. Why can't we eat it? It's not that we can't eat, but there are so many of you. What's wrong with sharing some with us? Don't be so selfish. Exactly. Besides, the 8th floor is empty, isn't it? We have nowhere to live, so we should have it. What's the point of locking it up? And the top floor, that's public space too, isn't it? Why are you occupying it? What else is that but selfishness? Yang Qing sneered. So what if I'm selfish? Come at me! Have you no shame? Everyone, smash it. We shouldn't be polite to the shameless person. They have plenty of stuff. If we smash the door, we all have food. Let's do it. Charge. Take her down. The hammer swung again, the security door vibrating from the impact. The blast-proof glass was intact, but the stainless steel frame was slightly deformed. Li Shengnan wanted to step forward, but Yang Qing stopped her. Don't go down. These people are capable of killing. Going up there is just suicide. Li Shengnan hesitated. The people outside were indeed terrifying. Normally kind and gentle, they were now all ferocious and menacing, as if they wanted to devour someone. Someone finally smashed a small piece of the door, and the crowd cheered, their eyes bloodshot and filled with greed. Li Shengnan was startled. Were these the same kind uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers she usually knew? Yang Qing raised a steel pipe and pointed it at the person in front. Anyone who dares to step forward, I stab them to death. The person in front took a step back in fright. Someone shouted again, don't let her scare you. Does she really dare to kill someone? She wouldn't dare. She's just trying to scare us. Don't be afraid of her. We have food once the door opens. Keep pushing. We have food soon. Hearing about food, the men below went even crazier, swinging their sledgehammers with even more force, quickly shattering a large piece of glass. Back off, or don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Qing pressed a steel pipe against the broken glass. She wouldn't dare. Don't be afraid of her. Charge. Thud. With a final thrust, Yang Qing plunged the steel pipe into the chest of the man at the front, who coughed up blood and collapsed. Li Shengnan stared at Yang Qing in horror. She really dared to kill someone. The people outside the door were also startled, and took a few steps back. My God. Murder. Murder. Someone screamed. A dead man. Call the police. You murderer. Dad. Someone cried out, I fight you to the death. The man rushed to the iron gate, picked up a knife, and stabbed at Yang Qing through the broken corner. Yang Qing took a step back, coldly staring at the man, with a steel pipe in hand. She pulled out a replica gun. Take one more step, and I shoot you. Everyone was stunned and took another step back. Is her gun fake? How could she possibly have a gun? She's not a police officer. The gun must be fake. But the one next to her looks like a police officer. She's just an auxiliary police officer. I've seen her before. She couldn't possibly have a gun. Charge. Avenge my dad. Pull them down, and we have food. Suddenly, a loud bang, glass shattered, and a man in front fell shot. Ah! The people below screamed. Murder. Murder. They really have guns. Everyone backed away, their faces pale as they looked up. Yang Qing turned around, and Lu Lin, Li Shengnan, and Wang Min also looked over. They saw the man across the hall holding a long gun, the muzzle still smoking, his hands firmly raised, coldly watching the people below. Anyone who dares to step forward, that's what will happen to you. The man's voice was as cold and hard as iron. Go, go, go quickly. They really have guns. They really dare to kill. Run. The group fled in a panic, leaving two seriously injured people unattended on the ground. Lung Yi calmly glanced at Yang Qing and the others, then retreated back into the room. Stop. Li Shengnan shouted, "Where did you get a gun?" "What, you want some peanuts too? I grant your wish." Leng Yi coldly looked at Li Shengnan and aimed at her. Chapter 13. Calm down, calm down. Yang Qing quickly stepped in front of Li Shengnan. "We're all on the same side, don't be impulsive. Li Shengnan, he helped us just now, otherwise those people might have rushed at us," Yang Qing said to Li Shengnan. "But he has a gun, a real gun." Li Shengnan stared at Leng Yi, her hands clenching into fists nervously. Who was he? Why did he have a gun? She herself had never used a gun, only glancing enviously at other colleagues receiving theirs. At most, she had handled one during training. "Do I have to report to you that I have a gun? Mind your own business." Leng Yi sneered. "I'm a police officer." Li Shengnan raised her voice. "I heard you just now, you're just an auxiliary police officer." Leng Yi scoffed. "If you're so helpful, why don't you go down on guard duty? Why don't you give them your things?" Li Shengnan's face flushed red. She had almost finished eating her food, she was barely able to protect herself. "Shengnan, these are extraordinary times." Yang Qing looked at Li Shengnan. "If I find a gun while searching for supplies outside, I bring it back. Are you going to arrest me too?" "But..." Li Shengnan was seething with anger. "But what? Haven't you grasped reality yet? This is the apocalypse, understand?" Yang Qing raised his voice. "If we had opened the door just now, we would have been the ones dead. You, me, Lu Lin, Wang Min, Leng Yi, and Aki, have you considered these things? Those people are ruthless, haven't you realized that? This is the apocalypse. It's either you die or I die. Don't use the moral standards of peaceful times to judge us. We just want to live." Li Shengnan's face flushed red and then paled. She clenched her fists and went back into her room. Wang Min quickly followed. She knew Li Shengnan was a police officer, albeit an auxiliary officer, but she was about to be promoted. It was understandable that she had acted impulsively. "I'm sorry." Yang Qing smiled bitterly at Leng Yi. "She's young and stubborn, don't blame her." Leng Yi glanced at Yang Qing. "Aren't you curious?" Yang Qing shook her head. "If you don't tell me, I won't ask. Everyone has secrets." She herself had such a big secret, who would she dare tell? Woof woof. Xiao Shui appeared at the door, barking twice. Aki rushed over and rubbed against Xiao Shui, licking its head. Don't be afraid, I protect you." "Aki, come back," Yang Qing called out. "Let it in." Leng Yi didn't close the door, and Aki followed Xiao Shui into Leng Yi's room. Yang Qing stood awkwardly at the door. He hadn't let her in, only telling Aki to come in. Should she go in or not? She felt worse off than a dog. "Are you coming in or not?" Leng Yi turned to look at her. "Well, sorry to bother you." Yang Qing touched her nose and went inside. It was her first time in 702. The layout was similar to hers. However, his room was much simpler, with very little furniture, but some exercise equipment. A punching bag was hanging from the ceiling. "Looks like he knows how to box." Leng Yi took a long gun and a box of bullets from the room. "This is for you. Yours is obviously fake." "Huh? For me?" Yang Qing was dumbfounded. He actually gave her a gun? "What, you don't want it?" Leng Yi glanced at her sideways. Yes. Yang Qing nodded quickly, taking the gun and happily touching it. In her past life, she had some experience with guns, but rarely. She'd gone with a group to find a survival base, and only a few leaders could use the guns they acquired. She only used one occasionally, and was later killed by those same people. "You know how?" Leng Yi asked, looking at him. "I learned a little." Yang Qing mumbled. "Where did you get that?" Yang Qing blurted out, then realized his abruptness, and quickly added, "I was just curious." "It's okay if you don't want to tell me." Leng Yi sat down, poured Yang Qing a glass of water, and told him his story. He was from Hunan province, from a family with a long history of martial arts. Although not famous, almost everyone in his village knew some form of martial arts. Later, he was spotted by a sports school and became an athlete. By chance, he came into contact with air rifles, which impressed his coach, and he became a shooting athlete. He even won a national championship. But later, due to a hand injury, he retired and came to Xia City. He started working at a live-fire shooting range, and later, a boss noticed him and became his personal bodyguard. So he travels a lot for work and rarely stays here. Xiao Shui is usually cared for by someone at the company. This gun is one I stole from the shooting range the other day. It's not a training gun, it's a real one, Leng Yi said. I know where the shooting range keeps its guns. There should be more. If you want, I can take you there. I want it. Yang Qing stood up excitedly. In the apocalypse, having firearms is essential for survival. But the shooting range is flooded, I'm afraid. It's okay, I have diving equipment. Yang Qing quickly said. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing in surprise. She was indeed not simple. Okay, we can go again sometime when it's convenient. But, Lung Yi looked at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui was injured and couldn't go out. What will happen to Xiaoxue if they go out together? It's okay, my best friend Lu Lin can help take care of Xiaoxue. Actually, my roommates are all good people. Li Shengnan only acted impulsively today. She's a police officer. She definitely wouldn't hurt a dog. The other one is called Wang Min. She's also a very good-tempered person. You can rest assured that they take care of Xiaoxue while I'm gone. Lung Yi remained silent. He was genuinely worried. His alliance with Yang Qing was based on his observations over the past few days. She seemed reliable. Not a saint, but not too cold-blooded either. He didn't know the others yet, and wasn't entirely at ease. We see, Lung Yi said. There are 10 bullets here. Take them first. If you have the chance to go to the shooting range again, you get more. Yang Qing took the bullets. Let's go as soon as possible. What you know, others also know. If someone else gets there first, it'd be too late. Lung Yi pondered for a moment and nodded. You're right. Mention Xiaoxue to them. They shouldn't be so hungry as to harm a dog. Okay, I go back and tell them right away. Yang Qing stood up, called out to Aki, and they returned to 701 together. The three women looked at Yang Qing in shock when they saw her return with a gun. Yang Qing, this gun? Wang Min swallowed hard. It was the first time she had ever seen a real gun. Want to see it? Yang Qing smiled. Is it okay? Wang Min was a little excited, reaching out to take the gun and almost dropping it. She hadn't expected it to be so heavy. I take a look too. Lu Lin took the gun. Li Shengnan also looked over. This is a .22 Beretta, a real gun commonly used in shooting ranges. 10 rounds for 200 yuan. Li Shengnan frowned. He works at the shooting range? Yang Qing nodded. He used to be a shooting athlete, a champion, a sharpshooter. Li Shengnan was surprised. She hadn't expected the man to be so skilled. That doesn't mean he can own a gun privately. This is China. Yang Qing's face darkened. Li Shengnan, get this straight. This is the apocalypse, the apocalypse. How many times do I have to emphasize this before you remember? Not just him, I have a gun too. What, are you going to arrest me too? Chapter 14. There are countless people outside with guns. Can you catch them all? Would you be happy if we died at their hands? Yang Qing's voice suddenly rose. Li Shengnan's face flushed red. That's not what I meant. Yang Qing sighed, softening his tone. You saw what happened today. If it weren't for Lung Yi, we probably wouldn't have survived. Those people can't be called human anymore, they're rioters. Without the deterrent of guns, they would have already charged. Wang Min quickly added, yes, these are extraordinary times. Shengnan, you have to be more understanding. Lu Lin didn't speak, but she unconditionally sided with Yang Qing. Li Shengnan's eyes were a little red. She lowered her head. I understand. Yang Qing didn't say anything more. Perhaps the events of the past few days had too much of an impact on Li Shengnan. She was a very moral person, which was good in prosperous times, but useless in the apocalypse. Yang Qing put the gun back in the room, actually putting it into his spatial storage. She then noticed the space seemed a little larger, wondering if it was because she had put Lin Yi's black jade pendant into it that day. Lin, Wang Min, come help me, Yang Qing called to the two. A pane of glass on the security door is broken, we replace it. Huh? How? Wang Min asked in surprise. There's more glass. Come with me. Yang Qing led the two to the rooftop and into the sunroom. Wang Min was stunned by what she saw inside. So much stuff. Did you do all of this? Yes. Yang Qing said, searching for leftover glass and tools left behind by the workers. Go measure how big that pane of glass is, pry it off completely, and replace it with a new one. Okay. Wang Min responded and went downstairs, Lu Lin helping her carry the glass. The three of them fiddled with the door. Someone on the 6th floor peeked out, then immediately slammed the door shut and retreated. One of the two seriously injured people crawled down, leaving a trail of blood on the steps. The other lay there, his condition unknown. Yang Qing ignored it, and Wang Min told herself not to look, though she was still a little scared. She hadn't expected Yang Qing and that man to actually dare to kill. However, she also knew that in this apocalypse, it was either you die or I die. She couldn't blame them for being ruthless. Lung Yi heard the commotion and came out of the room. Let me do it. He skillfully picked up tools, cut the glass, then installed it, and even welded it shut. Yang Qing was surprised. She hadn't expected this person to be so capable. After finishing, Yang Qing said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. I had a share too, didn't I?" Lung Yi said casually, collecting his things and carrying them upstairs. Seeing the things on the 8th floor, he glanced at Yang Qing with surprise, not expecting her to be so well prepared. Just who is she? However, he didn't ask further, putting down his tools and silently returning to his room. Back in 701, Yang Qing said to Lu Lin and Wang Min, "Lung Yi and I are planning to go out tomorrow. Lung Yi's dog will be coming over. Could you please look after it?" "No problem." Lu Lin immediately replied. "Don't worry." Wang Min nodded as well. Aki whimpered, nibbling at Yang Qing's sleeve. "Hey human, I'm here too, leave it to me." Yang Qing patted Aki's head and smiled. "Shishua's here, you have to treat her well." "Don't worry," Aki wagged its tail happily. Yang Qing knocked on the door of room 702, and Leng Yi opened it. "I already talked to my best friends. They take care of Xiaoxua. Shall we go to the shooting range tomorrow?" "Okay." Leng Yi nodded. They agreed on a time, and the next day Leng Yi arrived on time. Yang Qing packed 2 diving suits into 2 bags, each with a small oxygen tank. She handed one to Leng Yi and carried the other herself. Leng Yi glanced at Yang Qing and noticed she was also wearing a stab-proof vest. She was well prepared. He liked people who were prepared. He didn't worry about her holding him back. Aki squeezed past Yang Qing, rushed to Xiaoxua's side, its tail wagging so hard it almost fell off. Before Leng Yi could say anything, it had taken Xiaoxua home. Yang Qing chuckled. Aki was truly a remarkable dog. Leng Yi went to the room to drag the inflatable boat down. Yang Qing said, "Use mine, I have an inflatable boat, it's stab-proof." Anyway, he already seen it from the rooftop yesterday, so there was no need to hide it anymore. Leng Yi nodded and helped drag the inflatable boat down. Lu Lin watched them go down and quickly closed the security door. She glanced outside. The person on the ground was gone. They'd probably been thrown out by someone from the 6th floor. After all, a dead body lying in front of one's own door was quite creepy. The two went downstairs. The people crowded in the stairwell were surprised to see them come down, their faces filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred when they saw the inflatable boat. If only they had an inflatable boat, they could leave this place and find food. Why didn't they have one? But these two had everything. If only they could steal it. Several people shifted their feet, restless. Yang Qing, holding a steel pipe, coldly glanced at the crowd. Dark red bloodstains still clung to the tip of the pipe. Leng Yi also held a long knife, its sharp blade gleaming coldly. His eyes were like knives. Those who wanted to attack exchanged glances, deciding against it. These two dared to kill. Their own lives were more important. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Leng Yi tossed the assault boat into the water, and the two boarded and sped away. "They're gone, only a few girls left. Can't we go find them?" "Yeah, the 2 toughest on the 7th floor are those 2. The rest are nothing to worry about." "Isn't there a policeman too?" "He's just a lowly auxiliary officer. What's there to be afraid of? He doesn't have a gun." "Come on, let's go upstairs and get our things. I refuse to believe we can't beat a few girls." "Yeah, I want revenge for my dad." "Charge." Reaching the 7th floor door, they were surprised to find the security door repaired. Behind the door stood a girl holding a gun, coldly watching them. "They have guns? More than one?" Lu Lin gripped the gun tightly, nervous, but she forced a calm demeanor. Just as Yang Qing had predicted, these people would come back once they left, so they left the guns behind. Yang Qing had entrusted her with the task of protecting them. She couldn't let her down. Lu Lin held the gun in front of her, aiming at the people below. "Don't even think about moving. Anyone who moves will be shot. We already killed people, a few more won't matter." The people below were stunned. No one wanted to die. Better to live than die. Aki and Xiaoxua also stepped behind her, baring their teeth at the people below, looking like fierce demons. "Anyone who dares to come will be bitten to death." Li Xingnan and Wang Min also came to the doorway. If the people below dared to rush up again, they would fight to the death for their sisters. Seeing they wouldn't get anything out of it, the group grumbled and went back down. Chapter 15. Yang Qing and Leng Yi left the city in an assault boat, arriving at a shooting range in the suburbs under Leng Yi's direction. Yang Qing had never known there was a live-fire shooting range here before. However, she was just an ordinary wage earner, so it wasn't surprising. Let's find a place to hide the assault boat first, Yang Qing said. If she were alone, she could simply put the assault boat into her spatial storage, but she didn't dare in front of Ling Yi. Although he didn't seem like a bad person, you can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows what he might do when faced with significant interests? It's better to be cautious in this apocalyptic world. Ling Yi nodded and drove the assault boat around the shooting range. The shooting range only had 2 floors. The first floor was already flooded, and the second floor was half submerged. The windows were broken, and the contents inside had probably already been taken. Ling Yi dragged the assault boat through the breach and tied it up in a corner. Let's go down to the next floor. Ling Yi pointed to the stairwell. Yang Qing nodded, opened her bag, and put on her wetsuit. Ling Yi glanced at her. She was very tall, probably around 1.7 meters, and the tight-fitting wetsuit accentuated her figure. She had an oval face, fair skin, delicate features, and a striking, spirited air about her. You stay behind me, Ling Yi said, then taught Yang Qing a few underwater hand signals. The two put on oxygen masks and descended the stairs. In the water, Ling Yi gestured forward, and Yang Qing nodded, following behind him. Upon reaching the door on the first floor, Ling Yi tried to kick it, but the water resistance was too great, and he couldn't open it. Ling Yi pulled out a waterproof pistol from behind his back and fired at the lock. Although in the water, the impact was still quite strong due to the close proximity, and the door lock snapped open. Yang Qing's pupils contracted. She hadn't expected him to have a handgun. But then again, how could a shooting range not have a handgun? Ling Yi pulled the door open, and something suddenly rushed out, startling Yang Qing. It was a corpse, probably someone who hadn't had time to escape. The body was completely submerged, the flesh torn and hanging precariously. Yang Qing didn't dare look too closely for fear of vomiting. Ling Yi pushed the corpse aside, gestured for Yang Qing to move forward, and continued swimming. The shooting range was large, and Yang Qing followed Ling Yi through many twists and turns before finally arriving at a very secluded spot. She would never have found it without someone guiding her. It was an invisible door, almost blending into the wall. It was completely unnoticeable unless you looked closely. The door was metal, made of thick steel plates, similar to a bank vault. That makes sense, it's not that sturdy. What if someone steals the gun? Wouldn't that cause chaos? But how do we get in? Ling Yi pulled out another square object, stuck it to the door, and gestured for Yang Qing to back up. Once she was a certain distance away, he pressed a remote control. With a bang, the door exploded open. The shockwave sent water surging, and Yang Qing was thrown back, almost swept away, but Ling Yi pulled her back. Yang Qing looked at Ling Yi in shock. Who was he? How did he have explosives? And these explosives were clearly high-grade, not something an ordinary person could obtain. A sense of unease crept into Yang Qing's heart. Ling Yi released Yang Qing's hand, pointed forward, and swam inside. Yang Qing quickly followed. Inside was a row of enormous safes, looking incredibly difficult to open. Ling Yi took out some tools Yang Qing didn't recognize, and fiddled with them for a while, then the safe doors opened. Yang Qing was shocked. He was far more skilled than her. She almost suspected Ling Yi was someone who had transmigrated from the apocalypse. Ling Yi pointed to the contents, indicating that Yang Qing should take some while he opened the next safe. Yang Qing had initially worried about whether the guns would still work after being submerged in water, but seeing that the rifles were all packed in bags, they were clearly waterproof, so there shouldn't be any problem. Some items were packed in boxes, their contents unknown, but she decided to pack them first. Yang Qing took out a waterproof bag she had prepared beforehand and started putting the items inside. The items were too heavy. The bag sank to the bottom as soon as it was put in. While packing, Ling Yi opened another safe, then the next. Once all the safes were open, Ling Yi also began packing. After everything was packed, the two of them, each carrying a large bag, swam out. Upon reaching the second floor, the two surfaced. Yang Qing removed his oxygen mask, gasping for breath. Fresh air was much more comfortable. Look at our spoils, Ling Yi said, placing two bags together. There were 12 rifles in total. Opening the boxes, each contained a Browning pistol, 6 in total. Some boxes contained silencers. The other large boxes were full of ammunition. Half for each of us, Ling Yi said. I don't need that many. 2 rifles and 2 pistols are enough, Yang Qing said. Finding the guns was mainly thanks to Ling Yi. How could they have found this place without him? Ling Yi shook his head. I don't need that many by myself. It's mainly the ammunition. 2 guns are actually enough. You take these guns for now. You have more people on your side. Of course, whether you want to give them to them is up to you. Don't easily trust others in such chaotic times. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Including you? Lung Yi didn't deny it. Yes, including me too. Mainly, they didn't have any conflict of interest yet. But when it came to a life-or-death situation, no one could say for sure. Yang Qing nodded. This man was honest. The two divided the guns, then the bullets. Lung Yi thought for a moment. Let's split them 50-50 too. He didn't want to take advantage of Yang Qing. Without her diving equipment, he probably wouldn't have gotten so many guns. Besides, there were at least several hundred bullets, enough for them. Be careful on the way back. Lung Yi loaded the two pistols, and briefly told Yang Qing to pull the safety before aiming. He gave Yang Qing one to carry, and kept one for himself. Carrying the bag, they dragged the assault boat out of the shooting range. Not long after they set sail, Yang Qing suddenly noticed something moving on the water not far away, a white mass. What's that? It looks like a duck? Lung Yi said uncertainly. Let's go after it. Lung Yi turned the assault boat around and rushed towards it. The roar of the engine startled the duck, causing it to skim the surface and almost take flight. Don't let it get away, Yang Qing shouted, pulling a crossbow from her bag. With a whoosh, an arrow flew out, hitting the duck squarely. The duck fell into the water with a plop. Lung Yi looked over in surprise. She actually had a crossbow? We have duck to eat tonight, Yang Qing shouted happily. Because they dared not expose their spatial dimension, they had been very careful with their food, not daring to eat meat in front of them. Now, with duck, they could legitimately have a meal. Lung Yi's lips curled into a smile, as he picked up the duck and tossed it onto the assault boat. Just as they turned to go back, two rubber boats surrounded them, sandwiching them between them. Brother, what good stuff did you get? Someone from one of the rubber boats shouted at Lung Yi. What does this have to do with you? Lung Yi said coldly. Chapter 16. Boss, why waste words with him? Just rob them. This woman is quite pretty, boss. Leave her to us when you're done with her. The other men laughed loudly, looking at the two men's assault boat. Besides the duck, there were two large bags of things. They didn't know what they were, but they were definitely valuable. Leave the stuff, and you can leave. Why should we? Lung Yi drew his long knife. Yang Qing also raised his steel pipe. The two men stood back to back, warily watching the newcomers. They didn't know the other side's trump card yet, so they didn't reveal their guns. Once the gunfire started, it wouldn't just be these men, it would likely attract even more people, making escape much more difficult. The other man sneered, Why should we? Because we outnumber you. If you know what's good for you, hand over the stuff and leave the woman, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at Lung Yi. Try it. A ruthless glint appeared in Lung Yi's eyes, as he raised his long sword. You won't listen to reason, so you have to drink the penalty cup. The leader sneered, waving his hand, Go! Two rubber boats quickly approached, and a man leaped onto one of the boats. Lung Yi's movements were lightning fast, his blade struck the man's leg, and the man screamed in pain as he fell into the water, leaving a pool of blood. You're asking for death. The man behind roared, raising his iron bar to strike Lung Yi. Clang! Sparks flew as weapons clashed. Lung Yi twisted his wrist, his long sword thrusting downwards towards the man's stomach. The man quickly fell backward onto the rubber boat, barely dodging the blow. On the other side, Yang Qing raised a steel pipe and thrust it at the approaching men. The men dodged, but Yang Qing fainted and plunged into the rubber boat. Splash, splash. The rubber boat immediately deflated, tilted, and everyone on board lost their footing and fell into the water. Help! I can't swim. Boss, save me! Two men struggled in the water, screaming in panic. The leader cursed, Useless bastards. He had no choice but to go and rescue them first. One of the swimmers swam over first, grabbed onto the inflatable boat, and reached for Yang Qing's ankle, snarling, Get down here. Yang Qing jumped aside, raised the steel pipe, and stabbed him fiercely. Ah! The man screamed in agony as his hand was pierced, and blood gushed out. You bitch! The man, enraged, hesitated, then grabbed the edge of the boat and struggled to climb up. Yang Qing kicked him hard in the head, sending him sprawling into the water. Turning to Lung Yi, she shouted. Lung Yi switched places. Lung Yi quickly turned and switched places with her, raising his knife to slash at the man in the water. Yang Qing repeated the same tactic, puncturing another rubber boat, and everyone fell into the water. Go! Lung Yi said in a low voice, accelerating as the speedboat swerved past the group and sped away. Bastards. The leader slapped the water in frustration, annoyed that he hadn't only failed to steal the loot, but had also injured several of his men. Next time I see you, I skin you alive. Back in the apartment complex, Yang Qing put the ducks into a bag, stopped the speedboat's engine at the building entrance, and approached. The people crowded in the stairwell saw the two men return carrying 2 large bags of things, and their eyes turned red. So much stuff again, where did it all come from? Looking at their weapons, stained with undried blood, they were all shocked. Had these two killed someone again? They dared not provoke them. They consciously made way for them. The 2 men carried the things, and pulled the inflatable boat into the stairwell. Just as they reached the 5th floor, someone suddenly called out, Yang Qing. Yang Qing looked up and saw her colleague, Chen Qi. What was he doing here? Yang Qing, and he had joined the company at the same time. Back then, they were often bullied by senior employees, who always made them do the dirty and hard work. Credit was stolen, and blame was shifted onto them for mistakes. The two often encouraged and supported each other. Later, Chen Qi started pursuing Yang Qing, and she developed a slight liking for him. However, by chance, Yang Qing discovered that Chen Qi was two-timing her, pursuing the boss's illegitimate daughter while also trying to seduce her. She decisively distanced herself from this scumbag. When the apocalypse struck, she hadn't even considered this person. She never expected him to find her here. Yang Qing, you're all right. That's wonderful. Chen Qi exclaimed with delight. You know, so many people in our company perished. It was truly tragic. I was so worried about you. Lung Yi glanced at her, but remained silent. Oh, really? Yang Qing sneered. Of course. You didn't go to work that day, and I thought you. I worried for days. Seeing you safe and sound makes me so happy. Your things look heavy. Let me help you carry them. Chen Qi stepped forward, reaching for Yang Qing's bag. Yang Qing sidestepped, dodging the attack. No need. Chen Qi, a little embarrassed, followed behind Yang Qing. Yang Qing, my place is flooded. Could I stay here for a few days? No. Yang Qing refused decisively. I won't stay for free. I pay you. Chen Qi quickly said, Yang Qing, we joined the company together, went through so much together, you know my feelings. Feelings? Yang Qing sneered. So you were pursuing me, while being all lovey-dovey with CFA? Chen Qi's face changed. How did she know? No, you misunderstood. I was doing that for work. The person I love is you. Do you even believe it yourself? Yang Qing scoffed. Isn't CFA the boss's illegitimate daughter? Her family is rich and owns a villa. Why don't you go find her? Yang Qing, it's not what you think. There's nothing between her and me. Chen Qi hurriedly explained, I always loved you. Love? You like my stuff, huh? Yang Qing scoffed. Get out of my way, or don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Qing, how have you become so heartless? Chen Qi was a little embarrassed and angry. I thought you were a kind person, but I didn't expect. I misjudged you. Chen Qi, I told you she doesn't like you, and you didn't believe me? CFA walked out of a room on the 6th floor. Yang Qing's pupil shrank. In her past life, Aki was found in the trash can of this room. Could it be that Chen Qi and CFA ate it? Look, it's only been 2 days since the apocalypse, and she's already hooked up with another man. You still think she likes you? Don't you? Before she finished speaking, Yang Qing stepped forward and slapped her across the face. Aw, you dare hit me? CFA screamed, lunging forward to scratch Yang Qing. A cold, resolute knife was pressed against her neck, her voice icy, try moving. Chapter 17. What do you want to do? CFA swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Do you dare to kill someone? See if I dare? Lung Yi thrust the knife forward, the sharp blade slicing through CFA's neck, drawing blood. Ah! CFA screamed in terror. Yang Qing, make him stop! Chen Qi shouted. What? Feeling sorry for him? Yang Qing sneered. If you're so in love, then lock yourselves up and don't bother me. Let's go! Yang Qing said to Lung Yi. Lung Yi lowered the knife, gave the 2 men a cold look, and pulled the speedboat aboard. Without the threat, CFA immediately burst into a tirade of curses. Yang Qing, you bitch, you die a horrible death. You just wait. Yang Qing swung the steel pipe back, the tip pressed against CFA's forehead. Want to die? I grant your wish. You wouldn't dare. You dare kill me? I make my dad. Before she could finish, Yang Qing slammed her against the wall, her forehead instantly pierced, blood flowing down her forehead, trickling past her eyes, like 2 lines of bloody tears. Xia Feifei's legs went weak, and she felt a warm liquid flow from her crotch. An unidentified yellow liquid appeared on the ground. Yang Qing disdainfully put away the steel pipe. Is that all the courage she has to provoke me? Chen Qi looked at Yang Qing in horror. How had she changed so much in just a few days? Was this still the Yang Qing he knew? As soon as Yang Qing left, Chen Qi quickly helped Xia Feifei up. Both of them looked terrified. So what they said was true. Yang Qing really dared to kill. What do we do now? Chen Qi asked. You're asking me what to do? Xia Feifei angrily shoved Chen Qi away. Didn't you say she liked you, that she would definitely take you in, and give you all the food? If it weren't for my cousin being here, you'd be sleeping on the streets. You just said you liked her, go find her then. Xia Feifei rubbed her forehead, and walked into room 601. Chen Qi's eyes flickered, his fists clenched, but he had no choice but to follow. Feifei, don't be angry. I was just lying when I said I liked her. I only said it because I heard she has a lot of things. The only person I like is you. Yang Qing, who was going upstairs, rolled her eyes. She believed this scumbag's words? She'd be sold out by him without even knowing it. Lung Yi took out his key and opened the door. Hearing the noise, Lu Lin upstairs opened her door. Aki and Xiaoxua ran down first, wagging their tails and barking happily at the door, welcoming their owner's return. I'm sorry about earlier, that person was just talking nonsense. Yang Qing looked at Lung Yi, a little embarrassed. Xia Feifei had indirectly implicated him by saying she was hooking up with Lung Yi. Lung Yi remained expressionless, tossed his bag into his room, and dragged the inflatable boat up to the 8th floor. Yang Qing rubbed her nose and had no choice but to go home first. Lu Lin helped her carry the bags and asked in a low voice, What's wrong? It's because I ran into that scumbag Chen Qi. He even said he wanted to move in with us. What a pipe dream. Yang Qing cursed. Don't pay him any attention. I didn't like him the first time I saw him. He's so glib. It's a good thing you didn't fall for him. Lu Lin pouted and then whispered, What did you get today? Shoo. Yang Qing put her hand to her mouth. She didn't want Li Shengnan and the others to know about the gun yet. She took the duck out of the bag and tossed the bag directly into her spatial storage. A duck? Lu Lin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, we cooked duck for lunch today. We invite Shengnan and Wang Min too, Yang Qing said with a smile. Great. Lu Lin exclaimed happily, knocking on Li Shengnan and Wang Min's door. Shengnan, Wang Min, come out quickly. Yang Qing caught a duck. We have duck for lunch. Li Shengnan and Wang Min came out of their room, surprised to see the duck. Where did this duck come from? I found it on the road. Maybe one of their ducks escaped, Yang Qing said casually. Which road? Li Shengnan asked. Most people don't keep only one duck. Maybe it escaped from a duck farm. There might be more. Yang Qing was startled. Li Shengnan was indeed a policewoman. Her mind was quick. You're right, Yang Qing nodded. It was found in the suburbs. We go look around there again sometime. Maybe there really are more. Come over for lunch too, Lu Lin said with a smile. I still have some rice, Li Shengnan said. She couldn't just eat for free. If they provided the dishes, she'd provide some rice. I still have 2 tomatoes, Wang Min said, having bought them the other day, but not yet having eaten them. We also have eggs, Lu Lin added, seizing the opportunity. Although Yang Qing had so many fast food options in her space, she had been craving a stir-fry. I helped groom the duck, Wang Min said, starting to boil water and pluck its feathers. I changed my clothes, Yang Qing said, taking the opportunity to slip into the room and into her space to shower. Her master bedroom originally had a bathroom, but since the flooding, the drain had become clogged, with sewage constantly overflowing, making the bathroom filthy and smelly. She had no choice but to seal the toilet with tape, close the bathroom door, and seal the gaps in the door with strips of cloth to prevent the stench from escaping. They used the space for both toileting and showering. The space had 2 floors, fully equipped, including a bathtub in the bathroom, much more comfortable than showering outside. Yang Qing accompanied Lu Lin when she needed to use it, otherwise Lu Lin couldn't stay inside alone. After showering, the duck was already stewing, emitting a fragrant aroma. Yang Qing lifted the lid and saw that the duck soup was golden and oily, with dried shiitake mushrooms added. A large pot of it was simmering, and the aroma was irresistible. Lu Lin also stir-fried some duck offal with the duck giblets, and made a tomato and egg stir-fry. Lung Yi and I caught this duck together. I invited him to come and eat too, Yang Qing said. No one objected. They were just taking advantage of the situation, so naturally they wouldn't object. Yang Qing went to room 702 and knocked on the door. Lung Yi opened the door, and Xiao Shui squeezed out from beside his legs, looked up at Yang Qing, and barked. Yang Qing patted Xiao Shui's head and said with a smile, I stewed the duck, come and eat with me. Afraid Lung Yi wouldn't come, she added, Xiao Shui hasn't had meat in a long time, let her come too. Lung Yi pursed his lips, nodded, went back to his room to get a bag of peanuts, and led Xiao Shui to room 701. As soon as they entered room 701, they smelled a rich aroma of meat, and couldn't help but sniff. It smelled so good. Lung Yi, you're here? Come and sit down, it'd be ready soon. Lu Lin said with a grin. Lung Yi handed the peanuts to Yang Qing, who opened a package and put them on a plate. The peanuts were roasted and smelled quite fragrant. Everyone sat down. In the center of the table was a large pot of duck meat, next to which was a spicy and sour duck offal dish, a tomato and egg stir-fry, and a plate of peanuts. What a feast today! Wang Min swallowed hard. She hadn't had a proper meal since the apocalypse, and her mouth was practically watering. Everyone, let's eat, Yang Qing said with a smile. Everyone eagerly picked up pieces of duck meat and began to eat. So delicious. So fragrant. Lu Lin, I didn't expect your cooking to be so good. Even Lung Yi chimed in, it tastes great. Lu Lin's face lit up with a smile. Receiving everyone's approval for her cooking was the happiest thing. Yang Qing smiled, picked up a few pieces of duck meat, and tossed them to Aki and Xiaoxue, who ate with great relish. Chapter 18. Yang Qing, there's something I'd like to ask you for help with, Li Shengnan suddenly said. What is it? Yang Qing looked at her. I'd like to borrow your rubber boat for a bit. I want to go home and see my parents. Li Shengnan put down her chopsticks, a hint of worry on her face. Now there's no internet, and communication is cut off. I don't know how they are. I'm worried. Yang Qing was silent for a moment, then nodded. Sure. Really? Li Shengnan was overjoyed, thinking Yang Qing wouldn't agree. After all, it's the apocalypse, and there are huge floods. A rubber boat is the most useful tool. She didn't expect her to lend it. Yang Qing pursed her lips. If my parents were still alive, I would go find them too. Lung Yi glanced at Yang Qing upon hearing this. Li Shengnan pursed her lips. Yang Qing, don't worry, I definitely return the rubber boat to you intact. As long as I find my parents and settle them down, I definitely come back. Yang Qing nodded. She still believed in Li Shengnan's character. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she would be a good police officer. Then, how about I go with you? Wang Min said, worried that Li Shengnan might be in danger alone. I can swim, maybe I can help you. Li Shengnan hesitated, feeling that it might be easier for her to go alone. Yang Qing spoke up, why don't you take Wang Min with you? She's more meticulous, she might be able to help if anything happens to your parents. It's very chaotic outside right now, with robbers everywhere. More people mean more strength. In her previous life, she had traveled with Wang Min for a long time. Although Wang Min was usually quiet and reserved, she was determined and wouldn't let her down in crucial moments. Okay, thank you for your trouble, Li Shengnan said to Wang Min. We're sisters, no need for trouble, Wang Min smiled. If my parents were here, I'm sure you help me too. Li Shengnan nodded, remembering that Wang Min's father had died in this apocalypse, and couldn't help but worry about her own parents' safety. After dinner, Lung Yi took Xiao Shui back to his home, and Lu Lin cleaned up the dishes. Yang Qing took out a tang sword and a dagger, and gave them to Li Shengnan and Wang Min. Take these with you. Be careful on the road. Thank you. Li Shengnan took the sword and dagger. No matter what happens, I come back. She owed her something she borrowed. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Even if they didn't come back, she wouldn't blame her. There were too many unexpected things in this apocalypse. If her parents needed her, she could understand if she couldn't come back. Li Shengnan went to the 8th floor to drag down the rubber boat, and took Wang Min downstairs. Yang Qing looked out the window, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them get out and board the rubber boat. Those people didn't steal the rubber boat, probably because they were still a bit wary of Li Shengnan's identity. She's a police officer with some martial arts skills, and they also had knives. There's still some duck meat and soup left. We can have another meal tonight, Lu Lin said to Yang Qing with a smile. Yang Qing teased, don't I have so many good things in my space? Can't they taste as good as this duck? How can they be the same? I made this myself, fast food can't compare. Lu Lin pouted and lowered her voice, when I was cooking it at noon, I didn't dare open the window, afraid the aroma would let others smell it and know we had meat. Wouldn't they be green with envy? As she spoke, Lu Lin opened the window a crack. Now let the smell dissipate slowly, it won't be so noticeable. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Lu Lin was quite thoughtful. Right, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to live with him for so long in their past life. After dinner, Yang Qing and Lu Lin were watching a show in their room when Aki suddenly stood up and barked at the door. Yang Qing stopped the tablet and listened carefully. It sounds like someone's knocking. It sounds like it. Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing got up. I go check. She took a pistol from her spatial storage and tucked it into her waistband. Opening the door and looking down, she saw a middle-aged man standing anxiously outside the security door. Yang Qing recognized him. He was a resident on the 5th floor. They sometimes bumped into each other on their way home from get-off work and often greeted each other. What do you need? Yang Qing walked to the security door. The middle-aged man said somewhat embarrassedly, do you have any medicine? My dad is sick, and we can't get him to the hospital right now, and I don't even know if the hospital is still open. I can trade you something, the middle-aged man said hurriedly, pulling a tube of noodles from his clothes. He looked around to make sure no one was watching, then lowered his voice. This is a whole pound of noodles. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Although she wasn't short of food, noodles were indeed quite valuable at this time. Who is your dad? Yang Qing hesitated. She didn't want anyone to know she had medicine. She wanted to see if this man was worth saving. My dad is Teacher Zhang, the one who often teaches people to read in the neighborhood. Do you know him? I'm his son, my name is Zhang Yin, Zhang Yin said. Yang Qing suddenly remembered him. He was a kind old man, and the children in the neighborhood all liked him. In her previous life, she had once gone out to find food and gotten injured. She almost fainted while climbing the stairs, and it was Teacher Zhang who bandaged her wound. But after she and Lu Lin went out to find a survival base, she never saw him again. Teacher Zhang, what's wrong? I don't know if we have any medicine at home, Yang Qing said. Hearing there was hope, Zhang Yin immediately said, my dad probably ate something unclean, he's vomiting and has diarrhea, and he's a bit dehydrated. Yang Qing nodded, it was probably acute gastroenteritis. Some antidiarrheal medicine and some anti-inflammatory drugs would be enough. Wait a moment. Yang Qing went upstairs, pretending to go into her room to get medicine. She took the medicine out of her spatial storage in the living room, cutting off 3 days' worth with scissors to make it seem like she didn't have much. She went downstairs, opened the door, and gave the medicine to Zhang Yin. Take this medicine. Don't tell anyone that you got it from me. I understand, Zhang Yin said gratefully, stuffing noodles into Yang Qing's hand. Thank you so much. Teacher Zhang, rest well. Don't drink any tap water, make sure it's boiled before drinking, Yang Qing instructed. Okay, we definitely be careful. Zhang Yin clasped his hands together, thanking them profusely, and left. Yang Qing returned to the room. Lu Lin asked, who was it? It was a retired teacher from the 5th floor. He was sick, and I gave him some medicine, Yang Qing replied. Is that all right? Lu Lin frowned. What if they tell others we have medicine here, and someone comes up to steal it? They probably won't. Besides, they know we have something here. If they dare to come up, they should think twice before coming down, Yang Qing scoffed. Lu Lin smiled. That's true. Those people have been coveting their things for a long time. If they dare to steal it, they make sure they don't leave alive. Chapter 19. The next day, Yang Qing and Lu Lin woke up naturally, and took out 2 bowls of wontons from their spatial storage to heat them up. The food in their spatial storage was kept fresh, as if it had just been made. The soup was delicious, and they ate with great satisfaction. After eating, the 2 leisurely watched a show while petting Aki in the living room and ate fruit. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door, and the 2 of them and the dog jumped up. They're back? Not so soon, is it? Lu Lin quickly put her things into the room, and Yang Qing opened the door. She saw Li Shengnan and Wang Min opening the security door, with 2 men standing behind them, each carrying a large bag on their back, with a rubber boat trailing behind. Yang Qing's face darkened. They actually brought outsiders up? Yang Qing. Li Shengnan looked a little embarrassed to see Yang Qing, having brought them in without her permission. Who are those 2? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, her face showing displeasure. This is my classmate Gao Yang, Li Shengnan said, pointing to one of the tall men. He graduated from a sports school with a major in martial arts. Before the apocalypse, he owned a gym. He helped me when I ran into some trouble back home. My parents are both gone. Yang Qing was startled, but it was expected. In this apocalypse, only a few survive. Most die from natural disasters or man-made calamities, with man-made calamities being far more devastating. Don't worry, he won't be a burden. He's skilled in martial arts, and might even be able to help us. We can stay on the 8th floor. We won't disturb you, Li Shengnan said hurriedly. Yang Qing looked at the man. He had regular features, was tall and muscular, and indeed seemed to possess martial arts skills. If someone has good character, having a partner like that isn't a bad thing. And him? Yang Qing pointed to another short man. Wang Min's face flushed slightly. This is Jiang Hao, from my hometown. He's a security guard in our complex, and he has nowhere else to go. Miss Yang, don't you recognize me? I even helped you pick up a package before, Jiang Hao said. Yang Qing vaguely remembered him. Among the security guards, Jiang Hao was known for being helpful. Once, when Wang Min came home late from overtime and was being followed, Jiang Hao chased the person away and brought her home. We can stay on the 8th floor too, it won't bother you, Wang Min quickly said. I stored supplies on the 8th floor, so you can only stay in 802. But there are only 3 rooms you. Yang Qing looked at them. They weren't lovers, they couldn't all stay together. I can sleep in the living room, on a sofa or on a makeshift bed, Jiang Hao quickly said. Since that was the case, Yang Qing had nothing more to say. Li Shengnan and Wang Min had already left 701, leaving her and Lu Lin with more freedom. However, we don't have the key to the security door anymore. You either need to get a copy made yourself, or we don't have it, Yang Qing said. She deliberately didn't give it to them. There was nowhere to get a key made now. Although she trusted Li Shengnan and Wang Min, she still wanted to keep some things from others. It's okay, we don't need the key, you have it, Gao Yang said. At this point, they were already grateful to have someone take them in. They didn't dare ask for too much. Yang Qing nodded, letting them come up. Just then, Leng Yi's door suddenly opened. He glanced at everyone, and then closed the door again. Then go up to 802, and see if there's a bed. If not, bring Shengnan and Wang Min's beds up, Yang Qing said. Yang Qing, thank you. Li Shengnan was very grateful. After all, Yang Qing had rented the apartment. She was essentially a sub-landlord. It was only because Yang Qing had added 2 layers of security doors that the place was so safe. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought people over. Li Shengnan took out a 5-pack of instant noodles from her bag and handed it to her. This is for you, thank you. Yang Qing didn't refuse. Wang Min and Jiang Hao gave her a 2-pound bag of rice, equally grateful. The group went up to the 8th floor together, pried open the door to apartment 802, and found some basic furniture inside, including a bed, 1 bed per room. Jiang Hao couldn't really sleep on the floor in the living room, so he carried Wang Min's bed up and placed it in a corner. Then the 2 of them started unpacking, carrying everything in the room upstairs together. Yang Qing pointed to the old gas stove and gas cylinder and said, take these upstairs too. I have a new one, so you can cook dinner tonight. Li Shengnan nodded and hugged Yang Qing. I'm so grateful. Yang Qing patted her back. We're sisters, this is all I can do. But your classmates should be careful, they can come, but they can't bring anyone else. I understand, I tell them. Li Shengnan nodded. It was normal for Yang Qing to doubt Gao Yang. She would let Yang Qing know that Gao Ming was a trustworthy person. With Li Shengnan and Wang Min gone, the house felt much emptier. Lu Lin smiled and said, actually, it's good that they're gone. We don't have to hide our food anymore. Yang Qing nodded. Usually, they could just draw the curtains and do whatever they wanted in the room without worry. Just then, a commotion broke out downstairs. A speedboat was moving back and forth on the water. A loudspeaker blared, attention citizens, attention citizens. A government relief station has been established. Those in need, please prepare your identification documents and register. The relief station has limited beds and will primarily accommodate families affected by flooding. However, don't worry, the government will not abandon the rest of you. Attention citizens, attention citizens. Everyone rushed to the stairwell entrance. Some people were in tears. Finally, rescue has arrived. The government hasn't forgotten us. I knew there would be rescue. We're saved. Some were shouting, can we have some food? I haven't eaten for days. Yes, please distribute some food. What's the use of just shouting slogans? Li Shengnan and the others hadn't expected a relief station to be established so soon after their return, and they were eager to help. Although they had brought a lot of food, how long would it last? Surely they wouldn't starve to death in the government's relief efforts? Why don't we ask Yang Qing? She's got a lot of ideas, Wang Min said. Since the apocalypse, she had clearly seen that Yang Qing was decisive, measured, and very opinionated. Okay. Li Shengnan nodded, and everyone went downstairs to find Yang Qing. Yang Qing, what do you think? Should we go to the government's relief station? Li Shengnan asked. Yang Qing shook her head. Didn't they say that, in principle, they only accept families whose homes were flooded? Even if they accept everyone, have you considered what the relief station will be like, with so many people affected by the disaster? She had been there in her previous life. They were converted high-rise buildings of hotels that hadn't been flooded, with over a dozen people living in one room. Over time, they became filthy and smelly. Moreover, all sorts of people were there. If she hadn't carried a dagger, she didn't know how many times she would have been bullied at night. Later, she and Lu Lin couldn't stand it anymore and ran away again. You brought food yesterday, was it from home, or bought? Yang Qing asked. Some of it was bought. Instant noodles are selling for 30 yuan a pack now, and rice is 100 yuan a pound, Li Shengnan said. She really got a great deal buying 4 packs of instant noodles from Yang Qing for 10 yuan. I checked, the rice you gave me is old rice. No, strictly speaking, it's rice that's been soaked in water, not good rice, Yang Qing said seriously, looking at Wang Min. Do you know why? Why? Wang Min asked. Chapter 20. Because they know the apocalypse won't end so quickly, it'd be a protracted war. The national grain reserves can't all be used up, so they have to salvage the submerged grain as an emergency measure, Yang Qing said. Although we claim to have enough grain reserves to feed the entire nation for 3 years, what if the apocalypse lasts longer than 3 years, but 10 or 30? Then the relief agencies will also be without food. What won't everyone do for a little food? Will there be any good life there? Everyone fell silent. Yang Qing's words made sense. Anyway, I'm not going. If you stay, we can discuss it together and go look around. The apocalypse hasn't lasted long. There are still many supermarkets and buildings with food. We can go door to door and maybe find a lot of food. Isn't it much better to live comfortably at home than to be crammed together with a bunch of strangers? Gao Yang nodded. I think Yang Qing is absolutely right. I agree. He had initially thought Li Shengnan's repeated praise of Yang Qing was a bit exaggerated, but now he realized she was right. Then we won't leave. We all stay and look for supplies together, Li Shengnan said. Okay. Wang Min and Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. Yang Qing smiled. You guys go back and rest first. We set off together tomorrow. After they went upstairs, Yang Qing said to Lu Lin, now that everyone downstairs has left, I want to go to the jade shop on the front street tonight. I didn't buy anything last time, but those things are definitely still there, even if they're all submerged. I want to go and bring them back to upgrade my space. Lu Lin nodded. I go with you. I keep watch for you. Yang Qing shook her head. I go alone. I have space, and it's more convenient for me. Having you guarding outside will only attract attention. Lu Lin thought for a moment, then I won't hold you back. Be careful. Yang Qing smiled. She liked Lu Lin's personality. She was decisive and considerate, which was why they were good friends. That night, Yang Qing waited until almost 1 o'clock before getting up. At this time, most people were asleep and wouldn't notice the commotion outside. She put on her diving suit, dragged the inflatable boat downstairs, and Lu Lin gently closed the door behind her, reminding her to be careful. When she got downstairs, everyone in the hallway had indeed left. They must have all gone to the rescue station. That was good. There wouldn't be a bunch of envious and jealous people blocking her way. She put the inflatable boat in the water and took out the paddle, gently rowing. Although the motor was fast, it would be too loud in the quiet night and would definitely attract attention, potentially backfiring. Paddled the rubber boat to the jade shop on the front street. The first floor was completely flooded, but because the shop was multi-story, the second floor was only half submerged. However, there seemed to be no signs of damage. After all, these items weren't edible. Food was the most practical thing right now. The second floor was fitted with security bars. Breaking the glass wouldn't get you in. Yang Qing looked around. No one was there. He put on his oxygen mask and stored the rubber boat in his spatial storage. Then he swam to the roller shutter door on the first floor, took out a crowbar, and pried it open. The underwater pressure was high. It took a lot of effort to finally pry it open, and Yang Qing swam inside. He shone his flashlight into the shop. The counters were almost empty. The owner must have moved everything to the second floor when the water rose. However, a large jade Buddha statue remained unmoved, presumably too heavy to move. Yang Qing tossed it into his spatial storage. He also tossed a natural amethyst geode into his storage space. Then he went up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor had many wooden cabinets. Yang Qing pried them open and found all the jade artifacts inside. With a wave of his hand, he threw them all into his spatial storage. There was a safe in the corner. Yang Qing didn't know how to open safes, so he simply tossed the entire safe into his storage space, planning to open it later. After scanning the area to make sure nothing was left behind, he returned to the street from the first floor. He took out his inflatable boat and prepared to go back. As he paddled to the corner, Yang Qing saw a parked shop supermarket. The supermarket was on the second floor. Because of the height, the second floor wasn't flooded, but the glass doors were smashed, indicating someone had already scavenged the area. However, Yang Qing still wanted to check it out. After all, people at this time of year were usually looking for food, and there might be other usable items. He had his spatial storage space, so he wasn't worried about storage space. Yang Qing packed up the rubber boat and went into the supermarket. Shining his flashlight inside, he saw a scene of utter chaos. Various items were scattered on the floor, and shelves were overturned. The food section was almost completely empty. Even the glass display cases were smashed. However, some tea remained. Perhaps people thought tea was useless in the apocalypse, and that drinking it would only make them hungrier, so nobody wanted it. Many of these were high-end teas. Yang Qing stored the tea in his spatial storage. Entering the general merchandise section, he found it equally chaotic, but still quite a few items remained. Toiletries, kitchenware, storage boxes, various types of mats, and high-end quilts. Yang Qing swept them all into his spatial storage. Then came the clothing section, filled with all kinds of men's and women's clothing, high-end, mid-range, and low-end, as well as shoes and socks, all taken. The cosmetics section had various brand-name skincare products, face creams, eye creams, serums, and makeup, items Yang Qing hadn't been able to buy in the department store warehouse, all swept into his space. The tobacco and alcohol section was almost empty. It seemed they knew these items were valuable in the apocalypse. Then came the appliances section, a double-door refrigerator, a front-loading washing machine, a 60-inch TV, a projector, all things Yang Qing didn't have, all put into his space. Small appliances included a rice cooker, a pressure cooker, an air fryer, a coffee maker, a bean sprout maker, a yogurt maker, etc., all things he needed later, so he threw them all into his space. There was also the baby and maternity supplies section. Cribs, baby clothes, maternity wear, swaddles, bottles, diapers, sleep pants, and toys. Even though he might not use them, he swept them all into his space. Maybe he could exchange them for supplies later. There was also a tool section, filled with sockets of all sizes, drills, chainsaws, nail guns, various electrical tools, desk lamps, energy-saving light bulbs, door locks, and more, all gone. Yang Qing was about to move on to the next section, when she suddenly saw a flash of light ahead, like a flashlight. Was someone else here? Yang Qing quickly turned off her flashlight, crouched down, and carefully hid, slowing her breathing. The footsteps drew closer, and Yang Qing's heart pounded. She quickly moved and hid under the nearest checkout counter. The footsteps stopped in the tools section. The person shone their light, saw nothing, and left immediately. Peering through the gap, Yang Qing saw it was a man, and a tall one at that. She wasn't sure she could handle him if she went out. It was better to stay hidden. The footsteps faded into the distance, wandering around. It seemed the man was also there for the free shopping spree, just like her. She'd just gotten there first and bought a lot of things. Watching the man walk out the door, Yang Qing waited a while before emerging herself. Just as they reached the door, a man suddenly emerged from the side. It seemed to be the same man from before. He appeared to have sensed someone behind him, and was lying in ambush. Yang Qing's heart leaped into her throat. She immediately crouched down and hid behind the shelf. Chapter 21. After waiting for a while, the person didn't move, and Yang Qing didn't dare to move either. The person stood there for a while longer, and seeing no one, went out and paddled away in the rubber boat. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, waited a little longer, and only after confirming no one was around did he take out the rubber boat and slowly paddle back. Upon reaching the stairwell, he stored the rubber boat in his spatial storage and tiptoed upstairs. Suddenly, he noticed water stains on the stairs and drag marks, all the way to the security door on the 7th floor. Could that person have been Leng Yi? Yang Qing chuckled to himself, almost getting caught in the crossfire. Luckily, he had hidden himself, otherwise, a fight in the dark would have been too unjust. Yang Qing took out his key and opened the door. Aki, inside the room, heard the noise and immediately stood up, letting out a low whimper. Lu Lin, who hadn't slept, saw Aki get up and assumed Yang Qing had returned, so she quickly got up to open the door. Seeing it was her, she immediately relaxed and asked in a low voice, "How did it go? Did you get it?" Yang Qing nodded. "Don't worry. Why did you take so long? Did you run into trouble?" Lu Lin asked. "No." Yang Qing took off her diving suit as she entered the room. "I stopped by the supermarket to buy some more things, so I came back late. I was busy packing things and didn't even check on the space." Yang Qing finished speaking and flashed into the space. She was stunned by what she saw. The space had expanded by at least several thousand square meters, with lush green grass everywhere, like a fairyland. Even the small building had been upgraded, its exterior more beautiful, and the rooms larger. There was also a well in the backyard, the water crystal clear. Yang Qing drew a bucket of water up. The well water was sweet and refreshing, and drinking it seemed to eliminate all her fatigue. Could this be a spiritual spring? This is unbelievable. Looking at the safe they took from the jade shop, it was open. Besides some cash and gold jewelry, many things were missing. It was probably absorbed directly by the spatial dimension. It must be something extraordinary, otherwise the spatial dimension wouldn't have changed so much. Yang Qing emerged from the spatial dimension, and Lu Lin eagerly asked, "How was it?" "It's much bigger now. We can stock up on lots more things." "Great. Next time we go door to door, we try to take as much as possible." Lu Lin was also very happy. "It's getting late, go to sleep." "I didn't dare sleep until you got back." Yang Qing smiled. "Li Xingnan and the others have moved upstairs now. There are extra rooms. Do you want to move into their room? Then you have your own." Lu Lin thought for a moment and shook her head. "No, I want to sleep with you. It's so unsafe in this apocalypse. I feel safer with you." "Okay, whatever you want." Yang Qing nodded. "Then get some rest." After turning off the light, perhaps because she was tired, Yang Qing quickly fell asleep. She didn't know how long she slept when she suddenly felt someone pushing her, and woke up with a start. "Ching Ching, it sounds like someone's trying to pry open the door," Lu Lin said in a low voice. "What?" Yang Qing sat up abruptly, listened carefully, and it seemed there really was a sound. Aki bared its teeth and growled, about to bark, when Yang Qing patted its head. "Don't bark." Aki turned to look at her, thinking, "Human, what do you say we do?" "Lu Lin, don't come out." "Aki, come with me," Yang Qing said in a low voice. Archie followed Yang Qing, crawling forward, which made Yang Qing laugh. "You think you're catching a rabbit?" The door opened, revealing a pitch-black hallway. The streetlights were long gone. Two hooded figures could be vaguely seen sneaking up. Yang Qing kicked them, sending them crashing against the stainless steel door with a loud bang. "Kill her!" a man's voice shouted. He raised a knife and slashed at Yang Qing, who dodged to the side, drawing a tang sword from her spatial storage to block. A clang rang out as sparks flew from the blades. The man, strong as he was, pressed the knife down on Yang Qing. The other man seized the opportunity to pull out a dagger and stab at Yang Qing. Suddenly, a throwing knife flew through the air, piercing the man's chest with a thud, and he collapsed. Yang Qing turned around and saw Lung Yi standing there like a shadow. Before he could even come down, Aki lunged down and bit into the man's leg. "Ah!" The man screamed, kicking at Aki to push him away, but before he could, Xiuxua rushed down and bit his other leg. Another scream followed, and the man swung his knife at Xiuxua's head. Yang Qing quickly parried with her own knife, and with her other hand, she pulled out a dagger and stabbed the man's hand. The man cried out in pain, and the knife clattered to the ground. Lung Yi thrust his long sword straight at the man, plunging it into his chest. The man coughed up blood and lay still. Yang Qing looked at Lung Yi in horror. This man was incredibly fast and ruthless, showing no mercy whatsoever. He killed without hesitation. This man is terrifying. We absolutely mustn't offend him. Lu Lin had been standing nervously by the door, her hands sweating. Only when the fighting subsided did she dare turn on the light. "Ching Ching, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yang Qing shook her head. How did they get in?" "I don't know either." Yang Qing removed the hoods from the two men's heads. "This guy looks familiar." "Is this a locksmith?" Lu Lin exclaimed. "Remember when we first rented the place? We were worried the previous tenants might still have the key, so we had a locksmith change the lock. It looks like him. No wonder they were able to get in so easily. They have lock-picking skills. What do we do now?" Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. Without a word, he picked up one of the men and threw him off the balcony with a loud thud. Then he did the same to the other man. Yang Qing and Lu Lin exchanged a glance, neither daring to utter a sound. This guy was ruthless. Leng Yi went downstairs again to examine the lock closely. There were no signs of forced entry. It must have been opened with a master key or something similar. This lock isn't safe anymore, Leng Yi said. The bulletproof glass on the security door was sturdy, but it couldn't withstand someone who knew how to pick locks. What should we do then? Yang Qing asked. Leng Yi thought for a moment. Install 2 bolts. We bolt them while we're inside, and it's best if one person stays home to watch over things every time we go out. Yang Qing nodded. It was indeed a good idea. If everyone went out, and a locksmith came along, everything would be stolen. No sooner said than done. Leng Yi and Yang Qing went to the rooftop to find usable materials. They had some leftover materials from when they replaced the doors and windows last time, and they managed to piece together 2 bolts, installing one above and one below the lock. This should be safe now. The whole ordeal lasted until almost dawn. Ching Ching, go get some more sleep, or you won't have the energy to go door-to-door shopping later. Yang Qing nodded, then suddenly remembered she hadn't told Leng Yi yet. By the way, we decided to go door-to-door shopping at various buildings today. Do you want to come with us? Sure. Leng Yi nodded, without objection. Chapter 22. Yang Qing went back to sleep. Around 8 a.m., Lu Lin woke her up, and the two had breakfast. Li Shengman and the others came downstairs. Yang Qing asked Lu Lin to call Leng Yi over. We're going to do a door-to-door search today, but I was thinking of leaving one person home to watch the house. Isn't that unnecessary? We have 2 layers of security doors here, it's so safe. Why would we need to watch the house? Gao Yang questioned. You don't know, last night 2 people broke in, and it was Yang Qing and Leng Yi who chased them away, Lu Lin interjected. Even though you're on the 8th floor, didn't you hear a thing? The group exchanged glances, a little embarrassed. They were too tired last night, and slept too soundly. I heard what sounded like renovation noise, but I thought it wasn't in our building, Li Shengyan said. That was the sound of Leng Yi welding a bolt on the door, Lu Lin said. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't even know. Never mind, it's all in the past, Yang Qing interrupted her. So we need someone at home to lock the door, and wait for us to come back. Everyone looked at each other, unsure who to leave behind. Everyone wanted to go out and find more supplies. How about you stay, Lin Lin? Yang Qing looked at Lu Lin. Firstly, she didn't want her to take any risks, and secondly, they had a lot of supplies. Going wasn't really necessary. Finding supplies was just a cover, so one person going was enough. Lu Lin pouted. Okay. Yang Qing smiled. You also need to take care of Aki and Xiaoxue. Your task isn't light either. Okay. Lu Lin nodded. She would guard the house for Yang Qing. Let me explain our plan. Yang Qing cleared her throat. Most supermarkets should be cleared out by now. I suggest we go to office buildings. While there might not be much food in the office building, you can exchange other supplies for food. For example, medicine, cigarettes, and alcohol are very valuable in the apocalypse. Everyone nodded. Do you know the building of the richest man in Xia City? That building has 32 floors, and it houses all kinds of companies. Employees often keep snacks in their offices. As far as I know, there's also a pharmaceutical company in that building, and several floors are live streaming studios for internet celebrities, many of them doing food live streams. Maybe we can find some good stuff there. Let's go to that building. The richest man who commutes to work by helicopter every day. I think we should check it out, Wang Min said. I have no objection. Leng Yi nodded. We have a lot of people. Let's get the assault boat and rubber boat up. Gao Yang and Jiang Hao went to the top floor to tow the assault boat and rubber boat down, while Leng Yi led Xiaoxue to room 701 and handed her to Lu Lin. The 6 of them went downstairs together, in groups of 3, and drove the boat straight to the Lin's building. The Lin's building was located in a low-lying area. The 2nd floor was completely submerged, and only the offices on the 3rd floor were visible. It looks quite tidy inside. It shouldn't have been ransacked yet, Yang Qing said, taking out a window breaker. Gao Yang took it, and with a few forceful pulls, the glass window shattered, and water immediately rushed in. Everyone dragged the assault boats and rubber dinghies inside, finding a slightly secluded spot to hide them to prevent theft. Our main objective this time is food and medicine. Take whatever else you need, but be careful not to be picky if you can't fit it all. If we encounter anyone, it's best not to fight. Everyone takes what they need to avoid injury. Understood? Everyone nodded. To save time, I suggest we split up and each sweep a few floors. This building has 32 floors, 2 are flooded, leaving 30. With 6 of us, each of us can sweep 5 floors. I start sweeping from the top floor, Yang Qing said. Without electricity, climbing 30 floors to the top would be exhausting. Everyone knew Yang Qing was thinking of them, so they had no objections. Then I start from the 27th floor, Lung Yi said. Li Shengnan and the other 3 divided the tasks themselves, starting from the 3rd floor and sweeping upwards. With tasks assigned, everyone began climbing. Yang Qing and Ling Yi climbed to the 27th floor together, resting twice along the way. However, Lung Yi was still surprised. He hadn't expected Yang Qing to have such good stamina. An ordinary girl would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. She didn't complain at all, only drinking water twice along the way. What he didn't know was that Yang Qing was drinking spiritual spring water from her spatial storage, which could eliminate fatigue, so she was fine. Then I continue upwards. Yang Qing pointed up. Okay. Lung Yi nodded and entered his office on the 27th floor. Yang Qing continued upwards, going straight to the top floor. Of course, there was nothing on the top floor. The helicopter had long been taken away. She still checked just in case. Her space was now large enough to fit the helicopter. Sure enough, there was no just in case. The top floor was empty. Yang Qing entered the 32nd floor. This seemed to be the CEO's office. Through the tempered glass door, she could see the luxurious yet sophisticated decor. The lock was a fingerprint lock, which couldn't be opened. Yang Qing directly took a window breaker and smashed it against the 4 corners of the glass door. With a crash, the glass shattered into small beads and fell to the floor. The first thing that caught Yang Qing's eye was the CEO's enormous desk, behind which sat a genuine leather executive chair. Yang Qing had seen it in a magazine. This desk alone cost hundreds of thousands. He tapped on it. It seemed to be made of solid wood. Perfect, he didn't have any firewood stored in his space. When the extreme cold came, he could simply chop the desk and use it as firewood. Yang Qing swept the desk, along with a leather swivel chair, into his space. Opposite him was a small lambskin sofa, worth millions. He wanted it. In the corner was a safe. It must contain valuable items. He swept it into his space first. Next to it was a lounge. Yang Qing went inside. Inside, a wall was lined with high-end wines, red wines and spirits alike, Lafite, Martell, Remy Martin, Hennessy, and more. Everything you could name was there. He swept the wine rack into his space as well. Next to it was a refrigerator. Everything inside looked fine, so it must have its own power supply. Spanish ham, caviar, tomahawk steak, black truffles, salmon, and more. Who knew the CEO was such a foodie? Even the refrigerator was included. Looking at the lounge area, there's a solid wood bed, and a multi-million-dollar mattress, the same one a celebrity owns, still in its packaging, seemingly brand new. A bargain for myself, I take it. The wardrobe is full of haute couture shirts and suits, I take those too. Pulling open the lower drawer reveals neatly arranged ties of various colors, and over a dozen luxury watches. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Rolex, Longines, Tissot, Omega, and several identical diving watches. Truly outrageously extravagant. I take it all. Across from the lounge area is a small study. On one side, a display shelf holds various antique jade pieces, and calligraphy, and paintings by famous artists. If this were at Sotheby's, it would fetch hundreds of millions. I take it all. Across from the lounge area is a small study. On one side, a display shelf holds various antique jade artifacts, and calligraphy, and paintings by famous artists. If this were at Sotheby's, wouldn't it sell for hundreds of millions? I take it all. Looking at the books behind, most were business-related, with a few travelogues and other leisure readings. It seemed the CEO had quite a wide range of interests. Yang Qing realized he didn't seem to have any books in his spatial storage. These books would be incredibly expensive to buy normally. He'd just keep them, they were useless anyway, they could be used as firewood later. On the other side of the wall hung a long rack of swords, tang swords, scimitars, long swords, and a heavy bow and arrow. TSK, it seems the CEO has quite a wide range of interests. He take them. Chapter 23. After collecting the items from the CEO's office, Yang Qing walked to the large office across the street, which had dozens of workstations, presumably belonging to the CEO's employees. Yang Qing first went to the break room. Large companies like this usually offer good benefits, so there should be plenty of useful items. The first thing she saw was a coffee machine, next to which was a water dispenser, and several bottles of purified water on the floor, all of which she swept into her storage space. Opening the upper cabinet, she found various coffee beans, coffee creamer, sugar cubes, condensed milk, milk powder, nuts, and cereal, etc. Next to it was a refrigerator. The upper shelf contained fresh milk, yogurt, salad dressing, jam, etc. Yang Qing glanced at it. The refrigerator had been disconnected from the power, but some of the jam was still edible. The lower shelf contained various bottled water, juices, beverages, and energy drinks. These were all fine, so she collected them all. Then, she grabbed a stack of oversized black garbage bags from the break room and began sweeping the employees' workstations. Some were locked, so she simply used a crowbar to pry them open. The female employees' drawers were filled with snacks, cookies, chocolates, milk tea, herbal tea, small cakes, self-heating rice, chicken feet, seaweed, you name it. The male employees' drawers were less plentiful. Yang Qing found several Switch consoles, various game cartridges, a small amount of cash, and several high-spec computers, all of which he swept into his spatial storage. The desks were mostly made of plywood, practically worthless, and even toxic when burned as firewood. After clearing this floor, Yang Qing moved on to the next. The next two floors housed foreign trade companies, all engaged in import and export business. Many export samples were displayed throughout the offices. The fabric of one outfit looked familiar. Yang Qing immediately recognized it. It was the same fabric Lung Yi and Xiao Shui had worn that night. Was it acid rain resistant? Yang Qing stripped off the clothes. They might come in handy later. Looking around, she found bolts of fabric and took them all. Another display case showed high-tech temperature regulating fabric, described as maintaining a constant temperature of 27 degrees Celsius. In summer, it felt cool and comfortable, not hot. It really worked? Wouldn't that be perfect for the extreme heat? Yang Qing quickly swept the fabric into her spatial storage. Next to it were self-heating down jackets, featuring electric heating technology. The fabric contained composite carbon fiber for heating, and it was hand-washable or machine-washable. Just carry a power bank for continuous heating. Much warmer than ordinary down jackets. Yang Qing was overjoyed. With a heating down jacket, what was there to fear during the extreme cold? There were only a few samples, which she stored in her spatial storage. She also stored the heat-insulating and fire-retardant fabrics. She then scanned each workstation, throwing all the food into black bags. There were also safes. She didn't know what was inside yet, but there might be important documents or cash. In short, she stored everything in her spatial storage, and would open it later when she had time. On the next floor, she found a live stream selling gold jewelry. Gold is always a valuable commodity, and even though it wasn't gold bars, it was still worth something, so she took it all. The last floor was a live stream selling jade jewelry, along with some raw jadeite. Yang Qing didn't even need to look at it. She just threw everything into her spatial storage. She clearly felt her spatial storage vibrating, but she didn't have time to check what the changes were. She'd look at it later. After scanning all 5 floors, Yang Qing dragged 3 large bags of snacks, her backpack also stuffed full. She went down to the next floor, but Lingy had already bought almost everything useful, so she stopped looking and went straight down the stairs. When they reached the 17th floor, the people below also came up. Everyone put everything together, filling the floor. I didn't expect there to be so much. This trip was worthwhile. Everyone was happy. Now they could eat for a long time. There are still dozens of cases of bottled water on the 12th floor that we can't carry. What should we do? Should we take them? Jiang Hao asked. Of course we should. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao like he was an idiot. With water so scarce, why wouldn't he take the bottled water? Was he stupid? But we only have 1 inflatable boat and 1 rubber dinghy. We can't carry this much stuff. Jiang Hao worried. How about we make another trip? Lung Yi said, let's take these back first, and then the 3 of us men can make another trip and carry the bottled water back. I agree. Jiang Hao nodded. By the way, where's Gao Yang? Everyone realized Gao Yang wasn't there. He's sweeping floors 17 through 21. Hasn't he finished yet? I'm here. Gao Yang's voice came from upstairs. It's great that you're here. Come and help. Lung Yi and Jiang Hao went up together and brought down dozens of bags of rice. It turned out that floor was a live streaming room selling rice. Various kinds of rice were available: cat tooth rice, silk rice, pearl rice, glutinous rice, and black rice. What a bumper harvest today, Gao Yang said excitedly. This amount of rice would last for months. We just discussed it and decided to take this stuff back first, And then the rest of us would come back for the bottled water. Now that we have so much rice, we have to make another trip, Lung Yi said. No problem. Gao Ming nodded. With food, he was willing to make many trips. Then let's hide the bottled water and rice first, so that no one can steal them after we leave, Yang Qing said. Everyone agreed it made sense. Jiang Hao said, let's put it on the 13th floor. That's a company that sells women's jewelry. Most people wouldn't think to hide these things there. They'd probably just leave if they saw it was all useless stuff. Okay. Everyone worked together to hide the rice and bottled water first, then carried everything downstairs. On the 3rd floor, they took out the inflatable boat and rubber dinghy. There was almost no room left, but thankfully, the items weren't too heavy and could still be moved. Yang Qing thought about the rice and bottled water. They were too heavy. The inflatable boat wasn't a real boat and couldn't carry too much weight. They'd probably have to make several trips. They started the engine and sped back to the residential area. Just as they were about to arrive, several boats suddenly appeared and surrounded them. There were inflatable boats and rubber dinghies, with more than a dozen people on board. Brother Yi, it's them. They're the ones who hurt my brothers last time, one of them said. Yang Qing recognized them immediately, the same group of people she encountered after leaving the shooting range. She hadn't expected them to come looking for her last time. One really shouldn't be too merciful. They found even more good stuff this time, more than last time. The men's greed was undisguised as they looked at the loot on Yang Qing's boat. What do we do now? Wang Min asked, frightened. Fight them. Yang Qing pulled a crossbow from her backpack. Gao Yang took a baseball bat from his bag, and Yang Qing handed the tang sword they just acquired to Li Shengyan, the sword to Jiang Hao, and the scimitar to Wang Min. She gave the heavy bow and arrows to Ling Yi. She kept these in her bag to share. She still had some in her storage space. Kill! Yang Qing shouted. An arrow shot at one of them, who fell to the ground before he could dodge. Gao Yang swung the baseball bat, and a cracking sound of breaking bones filled the air. Li Shengyan swiftly swung her blade, severing a man's arm, instantly staining the water crimson. Jiang Hao, sword in hand, stood before Wang Min. Though somewhat frightened, his eyes were resolute. He was determined to protect her. Lung Yi drew his bow and nocked an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow struck a man squarely in the forehead, and the man collapsed, eyes wide open. Too tough. Retreat. The opposing side panicked. Chapter 24. Trying to run? Yang Qing raised his crossbow and fired at the boatman, hitting him squarely in the back. The man stiffened and fell backward. The people on board panicked, frantically pulling the engine rope to try and speed up their escape. Yang Qing remained calm, pulling out arrow after arrow and firing at their boats. Splash, splash, splash. 3 rubber boats punctured one after another, and the people fell into the water. Yang Qing snorted coldly. Since you're here, you're not going anywhere. Then he aimed at the assault boat, only to find that it was made of fiberglass and couldn't be punctured. The people on board had already begun to turn and try to escape. Lung Yi drew his bow fully and aimed at the man. Whoosh! The man screamed and fell to the ground. The assault boat continued forward for quite a distance before stopping. Those in the water didn't care about the others who couldn't swim. They abandoned them and swam forward with all their might. If they didn't run now, it would be too late. Yang Qing raised his crossbow, shooting arrows one after another, instantly turning the water crimson. This time, none could escape. In this apocalypse, mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. There could be no more soft-heartedness, or the consequences would be dire. Lung Yi was also searching for survivors. One had already swum far away. He fired an arrow, and the man capsized. A dozen corpses floated on the surface, the surrounding area stained crimson with blood, a horrifying sight. Wang Min's face was deathly pale, her legs trembling. Gao Yang and Li Xingnan's expressions weren't much better. Although they had fought with others on their way back that day, this was the first time they had killed so many people at once. They once again experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse. Fortunately, this time it was their own people who were so strong. Next time, if they encountered such a formidable opponent, things might not be so easy. Looks like I need to practice more when I get back. Those who were passing by, initially intending to take advantage of the chaos, gave up and kept their distance. These people are devils, no, even more terrifying than devils. Take their assault boat over, Lung Yi said. The people are dead, so naturally, their belongings are gone. Besides, this assault boat is made of fiberglass, much sturdier than their rubber ones, and has a larger carrying capacity. It'd be perfect for transporting bottled water and rice later. What about those rubber boats? Do we still need them? Gao Yang asked. Even though they were all punctured, could they still be used after some repairs? Take them all. Yang Qing waved her hand. She had super glue in her spatial storage, maybe it would come in handy. Repairing them would be another fortune. These rubber boats could sell for tens of thousands each now. Gao Yang went into the water and pulled the 3 rubber boats together, tossing them onto the assault boat. We're rich. Now the 7 of them had 5 rubber boats and 2 assault boats. Who could compare? Of course, they didn't know Yang Qing had another rubber boat and an assault boat in his spatial storage. Upon entering the residential area and arriving at Building 8 where Yang Qing lived, the people in the other buildings were incredibly envious of their abundance of supplies. However, the people on the 7th floor had a notorious reputation, and they dared not act rashly. Besides, many people had witnessed the killing of so many people earlier, and they didn't want to go up there and die. Jiang Hao, where did you get all this stuff? Someone suddenly asked. Jiang Hao glanced at the person, but didn't speak. Who is he? Yang Qing asked. He's the security captain of our residential area. It seems they formed some kind of building committee, and he's in charge of several buildings in this area. Don't mess with him, he used to be a gangster, he's not someone to mess with, Jiang Hao said in a low voice. Yang Qing scoffed. The building management committee? Who gave them that power? Jiang Hao? The man shouted, startling Jiang Hao. Lung Yi looked over coldly, raised his bow and arrow, and aimed at him. What? Trying to scare someone? We're not easily intimidated. The man's face twitched. Knowing Lung Yi was not someone to be trifled with, he smiled. No, just asking casually. Let's go! Yang Qing glanced at the man, then ignored him, parking the assault boat by the stairwell. There was too much stuff to move all at once, so Yang Qing stood guard below with his crossbow, in case anyone tried to steal it. It took the group 2 trips to carry everything up. Finally, Lung Yi came down to help drag the assault boat and rubber dinghies up. Weren't we supposed to get bottled water? Why did you come down alone? Yang Qing asked in a low voice. Lung Yi shook his head. I just discussed it with Gao Yang and the others, and we'd better go tonight to avoid attracting attention and causing another incident like what happened earlier. Yang Qing nodded. Indeed, too many people were already envious of the amount of stuff they brought back. If those people saw how much rice and bottled water they had, who knew what they might do, it was better to be cautious. Okay, then we go tonight. Yang Qing nodded and helped pull the rubber boat. Yang Qing was in front, and Lung Yi was behind. When they reached the 6th floor, Xia Feifei suddenly opened the door and came out. Seeing Lung Yi approaching, she swayed and leaned towards him. Lung Yi dodged, and Xia Feifei fell onto the steps, her face instantly turning red. She hadn't expected Lung Yi not to catch her. She had used this trick countless times, and it almost never failed. Unexpectedly, this man was completely unpredictable. Lung Yi glanced at her coldly, turned to leave, but Xia Feifei grabbed his trouser leg, pleading pitifully, Brother, I twisted my ankle, could you help me? Who's your brother? I don't have a sister that big. Did your mother sleep with my father and give birth to you? Lung Yi mocked. You? Xia Feifei choked, but he had hit the nail on the head regarding her background. She was born from her mother's affair. Handsome, don't be so heartless. Xia Feifei suppressed her anger, raising her voice. Look, my foot is injured, and you're still being so fierce? What does it have to do with me? Lung Yi sneered. You can't say that. If you had helped me, I wouldn't have fallen. Xia Feifei hugged Lung Yi's leg, blinking. Handsome, you have to make it up to me. Oh, how are you going to make it up to me? Lung Yi looked at her with a half smile. Xia Feifei's eyes darted around. Just give me a bag of what you took up there, and I won't hold you responsible. Of course, if handsome, you can give me a little more, I'd do anything you want. Xia Feifei finished speaking, glancing up at Lung Yi and giving him a flirtatious wink, the provocation obvious. Yang Qing rolled her eyes inwardly. This Xia Feifei was really something. She'd do anything for a little food. However, this kind of thing was very common in the apocalypse. This was just the beginning. Later, resources would be even scarcer, and many women would sell their bodies for food. Women like her, who had never experienced hardship, could only rely on this method to fill their stomachs. Oh, really anything? A playful smile appeared on Lung Yi's lips. Hearing there was a chance, Xia Feifei quickly got up, puffing out her ample chest as she moved closer to Lung Yi, her voice sweet and seductive. Of course, I'd do anything you want. Chapter 25. Then take off your clothes now. Lung Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Huh? Xia Feifei hesitated. Handsome, you're so mean. How could you do this here? If you want to come back to the room with me, I want you to take off your clothes and jump off from here. Lunny pointed to the balcony, his voice as cold and hard as iron. You? Xia Feifei realized she'd been tricked, her face changing as she looked at Yang Qing. Is it because of her? What's so great about her? Why are you all protecting her? Yang Qing was stunned. What does this have to do with me? What did I say? I didn't do anything. I'm just an innocent bystander. Because I think you're dirty. Lungy pulled out a dagger and held it to Xia Feifei's throat. Don't try anything funny in front of me. If there's a next time, I slit your throat. Cold sweat poured down Xia Feifei's back. She'd forgotten that just a few days ago, this man had held a knife to her neck. She must have been incredibly audacious to provoke him. He wasn't an ordinary man, he was a ruthless killer. Xia Feifei returned to her room, her face ashen. Qin Qi, seeing her return, hurriedly asked, "How did it go? Did you get what you wanted?" "Give my ass." Xia Feifei snapped, "You're a man. Why didn't you get it yourself and made a woman like me stand up for you? Are you even a man?" Qin Qi, enraged, retorted, "Whether I'm a man or not, didn't you know tonight? You're shameless." Xia Feifei's face flushed red. "Shameless?" Qin Qi sneered. "Why didn't you call me shameless when you were flirting with that man? I think you were practically about to lie down with your legs spread, and you call me shameless? You?" Xia Feifei slapped him across the face. "You dare hit me?" Qin Qi roared, furious. "My parents have never hit me in my life. What right do you have to?" Qin Qi raised his hand and slapped Xia Feifei to the ground, then straddled her and beat her mercilessly. "You bitch, you dare hit me? I beat you to death, you bitch." Lin Xueting coldly watched the two men, then retreated silently into her room. When she first came to this city, her mother told her that she had a cousin here and asked her to help take care of her. Later, she found out that this cousin was an illegitimate child, born to her aunt as a mistress. She never liked her cousin. Her cousin also acted arrogantly, like a rich heiress, ignoring her older cousin, who knew that when the apocalypse came, her cousin would come knocking, pitifully saying that her father didn't want her anymore, that she hadn't eaten for days, and was starving. She took her in out of pity, but who would have thought she'd bring a man with her? The man was initially humble and polite, but after a few days, his true colors were revealed. He was not only lazy and gluttonous, but also harbored ulterior motives towards her. Every time she saw him staring at her chest and legs, she felt like vomiting. But they had taken over her room, and she couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard she tried. Now, seeing them fighting like dogs, she felt only satisfaction. Lin Xueting closed the door and quietly took out some biscuits and milk from the closet and started eating. Luckily, she had hidden some things, otherwise she would have starved to death first. Before the apocalypse, she was an online writer who rarely left her house, so she had stockpiled a lot of supplies. She could have survived for a long time on her own with these things, but Xia Feifei and the others had been ransacking the place, eating and throwing away what they didn't like, wasting a lot of food. If she didn't go out to find food soon, she might really starve to death at home. Lin Xueting sighed, but she didn't know anything. Where could she find food? She'd probably be killed the moment she stepped outside. She thought of the people on the 7th floor, they were ruthless. Every time they went out, they brought back a lot of things. If only she could be with them. But how could that be? Why would they help her? Yang Qing and Xia Feifei, who were even colleagues, wouldn't help her, so why would they? However, she had seen the people from the 5th floor come up to change their dressings that day, and they didn't seem like such cold-blooded people. Lin Xueting quietly opened the door, and saw that the two were no longer in the living room, probably having gone back to their room. She took her key and tiptoed out. When she reached the security door on the 7th floor, Yang Qing was locking it. Last night, even after adding 2 bolts, she still felt a bit uneasy, so she found 2 more padlocks and locked the door from the inside. With double security, even a locksmith couldn't break in. Miss Yang. What do you want? Yang Qing glanced at her coldly. She heard Xia Feifei say that her cousin had taken her in, which must be this person, so she didn't have a good impression of her. I don't want to do anything. Lin Xueting's face flushed red. Could you please do me a favor? That Qin Qi. He seems to. Lin Xueting hesitated, afraid Yang Qing would misunderstand, and quickly explained, I don't want you to deal with him. I just wanted to ask if you have a knife or something else, so I can protect myself. I have nothing at home. Yang Qing understood. That Qin Qi had actually set his sights on this girl again. What a beast. Seeing Yang Qing remain silent, Lin Xueting felt a pang of disappointment. Was it really still no use? If not, then forget it, she said, turning to leave. Wait. Yang Qing pulled a dagger from her waistband, opened the door, and handed it to her. I can't help you. You have to rely on yourself. Thank you, thank you. Lin Xueting was both surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected Yang Qing to actually give her the dagger. She wasn't as cold-blooded as she had thought. Lin Xueting tucked the dagger into her pocket and quietly went home. Yang Qing shook her head, locked the door again, and returned to 701. Everyone looked over as she entered, waiting for her. Let's distribute the supplies, Lin Yi said. Yang Qing nodded and pulled up a chair to sit down. The floor was covered with items, all gathered during the sweep of the building that day. She hadn't expected there to be so much. I still have some here. Yang Qing took her backpack. It wasn't appropriate for anyone else to rummage through it while she wasn't there, and the contents hadn't been emptied yet. However, the weapons had all been given to them, leaving only food and 3 game consoles. She kept 2 for herself in her storage space, so she could play with Lu Lin when they had time. Yang Qing emptied the items, and Ling Yi put them together with the other things. I propose we divide it by head count. There are 7 of us, so all the items should be divided equally among 7 people, Ling Yi said. I don't need that much, Lu Lin raised her hand. I didn't go. No, staying home and guarding the house is also a task. Of course, you have a share in this task that involves everyone. If they went out to get supplies individually, then you wouldn't get any. This is a collective operation, so naturally you're included. I agree. Li Shengmen nodded. If it weren't for Lu Lin at home, our things might have been stolen. Gao Yang also nodded. In the future, if there are any missions requiring everyone to go out, those who stay behind must also have a share. We have no objections. Yang Qing and Wang Min both nodded. Chapter 26. Leng Yi divided the items equally, with a little left over. Yang Qing contributed some weapons to you all, the rest can go to her. Okay. Everyone nodded. If it weren't for the weapons, these things might not have been kept. As for these medicines, we don't usually need them, Yang Qing said. Take some commonly used ones, like cold and fever medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and wound medicine. Leave the rest with me for now. I have spare rooms here. We can exchange them for supplies later. Everyone agreed. After distributing the items, Ling Yi called to Gao Yang and Jiang Hao. We set off promptly at 1 p.m. tonight to bring back the bottled water and rice. Okay. The 2 nodded. Now that they had 2 assault boats, they might be able to move everything in one go. Everyone returned to their rooms. Yang Qing and Lu Lin put their supplies in Wang Min's old room. The bed had been moved, leaving plenty of space. By the way, I stumbled upon a jade livestream room while I was browsing the buildings today. It had lots of jade artifacts and raw jadeite stones. The space must have upgraded again. Let's go in and take a look. Okay. Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing led Lu Lin into the space. The 2-story building had evolved into a villa, much taller, with more rooms, and the area was several times larger than before. The lawn outside stretched as far as the eye could see, its size unknown. Lu Lin was stunned. Is this still the same space as before? It seems the raw jadeite stones we collected today contributed a lot of spiritual energy, which is why the space has changed so much, Yang Qing said, quite satisfied. With such a large area, we can grow vegetables, right? Lu Lin asked. Yang Qing was taken aback. She hadn't actually considered this. It should be possible. Look at all this grass on the ground. If the grass can survive, the vegetables should too. And come here, Yang Qing led Lu Lin to the well. This is a spiritual spring. Perhaps watering the vegetables with this water will make them grow faster. She brought up a bucket of water and let Lu Lin taste it. It's so delicious, so sweet. Lu Lin licked her lips. Is it really a spiritual spring? It should be. You might not feel it at home, but I drank this water when I was very tired before, and afterwards I didn't feel tired anymore. It should have a fatigue-relieving effect. As for other functions, I haven't discovered them yet. Then let's drink more in the future. Maybe it'd be good for our health, Lu Lin said. Qing, I want to tell you something. I want to learn Kung Fu from Gao Yang. Isn't he a martial arts major? I want to learn. I also want to go out and find supplies like you, instead of always being under your protection. I also want to do something for you. Yang Qing nodded. I go discuss it with Gao Yang. I think Wang Min and the others can also learn. In the apocalypse, not having any skills will be a big disadvantage. The 2 left the space, went upstairs, and called Gao Yang, the others, and Ling Yi over, telling them about learning Kung Fu together. I'm fine with it, Gao Yang nodded. Wang Min and Jiang Hao just told me to, and I was thinking you two could learn together if you need. Wang Min and Jiang Hao both nodded. They had barely moved during today's ambush. If it weren't for Yang Qing and the others, they might not have survived. They felt truly ashamed. So, when they got back, they told Gao Yang they wanted to learn Kung Fu from him. I don't need to, Leng Yi said, looking at Yang Qing. Your skills are decent, but not systematic enough. I guide you. Huh? Yang Qing was a little surprised. He was actually going to personally instruct him, but then again, his skills were entirely honed in the bloody battles of his previous life, lacking any real structure. A systematic training might be beneficial. Okay, thank you. Yang Qing nodded. Then let's start this afternoon. Gao Yang said, looking at Lu Lin, come up after lunch, I teach you together. Okay. Lu Lin nodded. After lunch and a short rest, Lu Lin went upstairs, and Leng Yi brought Xiao Shui to room 701. Aki was the happiest, taking Xiao Shui to share its dog food. The two dogs playfully wrestled, having a wonderful time. Yang Qing led Leng Yi to an empty room, moving the supplies to a corner. The room was quite spacious. Come on, show me what you're capable of. Leng Yi beckoned to Yang Qing. Yang Qing showed no mercy, stepping forward to strike Leng Yi's face. Leng Yi dodged backward, about to retaliate, when Yang Qing's second punch came immediately. He blocked with both hands. But this was a feint. Taking advantage of Leng Yi's vulnerable lower body, Yang Qing delivered a groin kick. Leng Yi hurriedly stepped back to block, but it was too late, he was hit. Leng Yi's face instantly flushed red as he clutched his lower abdomen, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Yang Qing, embarrassed, he hadn't stopped himself. Mainly because he had experienced too many life-or-death situations in his past life. The only way to survive was to strike the opponent's vitals, and the groin is the most direct and accurate spot for both men and women. He had momentarily forgotten that this was just practice. Are you alright? Yang Qing's face turned red. That area. Concern was one thing, indifference was another. I'm fine. Leng Yi suppressed his pain, experiencing the feeling of his testicles being crushed for the first time. Luckily, he had blocked it, otherwise he would have been crippled. Then, Yang Qing's toes dug into the ground. She couldn't just look at that area. What was she going to do? Don't come any closer, let me catch my breath, I'd be fine in a bit. Leng Yi sat down in the corner, legs together. Looking at him, Yang Qing felt a strange urge to laugh, but was too embarrassed to actually do it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It was just instinct. Yang Qing felt like she was making things worse, almost digging a villa out of her feet. How about I get you some painkillers? Leng Yi looked annoyed, no need. Yang Qing scratched her head awkwardly, how about I get you some water? Before Leng Yi could speak, she ran out. She poured a cup of spiritual spring water from her spatial storage, and handed it to Leng Yi. Leng Yi glanced at her, a little helpless, took the water and drank it. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he seemed to feel a little better. What kind of water is this? It's just regular mineral water. I added a little sugar. I thought if it was a little sweet, you might not feel the pain as much. Yang Qing's cheeks flushed, and she was a little embarrassed to look at Leng Yi. Leng Yi remained silent. The atmosphere was a little awkward. I'm going to check on Aki and Xiao Shui. Yang Qing made an excuse and ran off, really unsure how to face Leng Yi. Leng Yi chuckled. It was the first time he'd seen Yang Qing blush. She always seemed so calm before. It turned out she could be embarrassed too. About 10 minutes later, Leng Yi came out of the room. Yang Qing looked at him. Are you alright? I'm fine. Leng Yi's ears turned slightly red. This topic could be dropped. That's good. Yang Qing nodded. Shall we continue? Leng Yi was a little speechless. Let's do it tomorrow. Oh, okay. Yang Qing's face also turned red. Chapter 27. As evening fell, Lu Lin came downstairs. Yang Qing was startled to see a large bruise on her face. Who hit you? No, it was an accident, Lu Lin smiled. Gao Yang said, we can't learn Kung Fu like children, starting with basic stances. There's simply no time. We can only learn sparring techniques directly. The more we get hit, the more experience we gain. Wang Min accidentally hit me on the face. Neither of us has experience, and we don't know how to control our strength, so... Yang Qing nodded. Indeed, at this point, learning from the basics was too late, they could only learn techniques directly. Stronger resistance to blows meant greater ability to fight back. She herself had gone through the same thing in her past life. Do you have quite a few injuries on your body too? Yang Qing asked. He could see them on her face, but there must be many more hidden. Lu Lin nodded. But I felt really good fighting today. I haven't felt this exhilarated in a long time. Yang Qing laughed. I didn't expect you to be a masochist? What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Lin rolled her eyes. I need to take a shower, I'm all sweaty. Go ahead, I apply some medicine for you after your shower, otherwise it hurt for days, Yang Qing said. While Lu Lin showered, Yang Qing waited for her in her spatial dimension, placing the books she collected from the building in the study, so she could read. When Lu Lin came out, Yang Qing poured her a cup of spiritual spring water, and then used safflower oil to massage away the bruises on her body. Ching, this spiritual spring water seems to really work. My body doesn't hurt anymore, Lu Lin exclaimed in surprise. Then drink more, Yang Qing smiled, drinking a cup herself. After dinner, Yang Qing took the electric bicycle out of his spatial storage, took an iron frame from the top floor to fix the electric bicycle on it, removed the battery, thickened the brake pads, and converted the electric bicycle into a stationary bike. I also want to get a sandbag, so we can do strength training at home and improve our endurance. Having moves is just for show. It's useless, Yang Qing said to Lu Lin. Where are we going to get sand? Besides, we don't have any of those bags, Lu Lin said. Yang Qing knew Leng Yi had a sandbag, but she figured she'd need one herself. She remembered he seemed to be carrying a bag of golf clubs when he came back that night that would be perfect as a sandbag. If they didn't have sand, they used rice for now. She had plenty of rice in her storage space anyway. Even if it was broken up, she could still use it to make porridge. I go ask Leng Yi, Yang Qing said. She knocked on the door of 702, and Leng Yi opened it. Seeing him, Yang Qing immediately thought of the spot where she had kicked him, and her face flushed. Are you all right now? Leng Yi was a little speechless. Did she come here specifically to ask about that? She wasn't a doctor. What could she do if she asked? I'm fine now. Leng Yi's face was red. Oh, that's good. I came to ask if I could borrow your golf bag when you came back the other day. I like to use it as a punching bag. You want to practice boxing? Leng Yi immediately realized. I have another one here, you can have it. Leng Yi went back to his room and retrieved a punching reflex ball and a pair of boxing gloves from the floor. This is for you, I have more. Thank you so much. Yang Qing was surprised. Leng Yi wasn't as cold as he seemed. Leng Yi carried the punching reflex ball into room 701. Its base was filled with lead, making it very heavy and stable enough to stay firmly in place without tipping over. The reaction ball on the stick bounces back quickly after being hit, allowing for continuous practice of boxing techniques. Leng Yi was somewhat surprised to see the modified exercise bike. This woman was quite clever. She even knew to modify something like this. The exercise bike could strengthen leg muscles, which was very useful for women. You two come over here, I explain the basics of boxing to you. Leng Yi put on boxing gloves and demonstrated for Yang Qing and Lu Lin, explaining as he went. His handsome face and standard movements made Yang Qing's eyes flash with amazement. She always felt that Leng Yi was hiding something much deeper than he claimed, just an athlete. When Leng Yi left, Yang Qing gave him 2 bottles of energy drinks, secretly adding spiritual spring water to them as a thank you for his guidance. Back in his room, Leng Yi wanted to drink the drinks but discovered they weren't original, they had already been opened. He hesitated for a moment, but still drank them. He trusted Yang Qing wouldn't harm him. After drinking them, he felt much lighter, unsure if it was the energy drinks or something else. He knew Yang Qing had a secret, but as long as she didn't harm him, he had nothing to worry about. At 1 in the morning, the group prepared to go to the Lin's building to carry back rice and bottled water. Yang Qing helped drag the inflatable boat downstairs. After they left, she locked the latch and put the padlock on, so they wouldn't have to worry. They hadn't been upstairs long when they suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Could they have forgotten something? Yang Qing went downstairs and saw Teacher Zhang from the 5th floor standing outside the door, holding a cardboard box. Teacher Zhang, what can I do for you? Yang Qing asked through the door, without opening it. Miss Yang, I'm so sorry to bother you again, Teacher Zhang said, a little embarrassed. My grandson accidentally cut himself while playing with scissors today, and he's bleeding a lot. I'd like to exchange some medicine with you. Teacher Zhang opened the cardboard box. I have a pair of rabbits here, a male and a female. If you want to raise them, they can have many offspring. If you don't want to raise them, you can kill them and eat them, they taste pretty good. Yang Qing was a little surprised. Raising rabbits at this time of year meant Teacher Zhang had quite a stockpile. This is the last pair. I really have no other choice otherwise. Teacher Zhang looked distressed. These were all meat. Who would give them away if they had no other option? Miss Yang, could you please help me? Yang Qing remembered that her grandson was only 5 or 6 years old, quite cute. His family must be very worried about him being injured. Okay, wait a moment. Yang Qing nodded, and went to the room to get a small bottle of iodine, some cotton wool and gauze, and a few anti-inflammatory pills. She opened the door, and handed over the medicine. Teacher Zhang was extremely grateful to have so much medicine, repeatedly saying, "Thank you, thank you." Yang Qing took the rabbit, and locked the door. She felt she had gotten a good deal. Rabbits are very prolific, giving birth 6 or 7 times a year, with at least 7 or 8 kittens each time, some even having more than 10 in a litter. Once the kittens grow up and have more kittens, there would be no shortage of meat in the future. Lu Lin was surprised to see Yang Qing carrying 2 rabbits in. Where did these come from? They belonged to Teacher Zhang on the 5th floor. I traded them for medicine, Yang Qing smiled. Later, we go into our space, and cut some grass to feed the rabbits, and we can plant some vegetables. Then we won't have to worry about not having any greens. Okay. Lu Lin nodded. The two placed the rabbits on the rooftop. Yang Qing also took out the nutrient soil she had bought earlier, poured it into the long planting boxes, and arranged them neatly. She took out the seeds she had bought earlier, sowed them in, and then took some spiritual spring water from her space, diluted it with tap water, and watered the rabbits. Li Shengnan and Wang Min, who lived on the 8th floor, heard the commotion and came up to see Yang Qing planting vegetables. They were surprised to find her doing so. You really planted them? Will they survive? Wang Min asked. They should be fine, Yang Qing said, pointing to the fertilizer and nutrient solution in the corner. With these things, they won't lack nutrients. Even if they don't grow as well as the farmers, they still be edible. You're so far-sighted. Li Shengnan gave her a thumbs up. She had thought Yang Qing was crazy for buying these things, but now she realized she was the most visionary person. Then our vegetable freedom depends on you, Wang Min said. No problem, Yang Qing smiled. Chapter 28. 6th floor. Lin Xueting huddled in a ball, clutching the dagger. These past 2 days, Chen Qi's gaze had been constantly on her, like a venomous snake suffocating her. After getting the dagger from Yang Qing, she dared not let it out of her sight, carrying it everywhere she went. Indescribable sounds came from outside. It was Chen Qi and Xia Feifei. They didn't even close the door when they were doing it. It was intentional. The two of them had been fighting fiercely that afternoon, and now they were glued together again. It was disgusting. Lin Xueting covered her ears with her hands, not wanting to hear the nauseating sounds. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door, startling her. Who is it? Chen Qi's voice was impatient. It's me, Xiong Shimin. Chen Qi muttered under his breath, but still managed to smile as he reached the door. Captain Xiong, what brings you here? Didn't you tell me during the day that you had intelligence to report to me? Xiong Shimin glanced at him, his eyes practically popping out of his head, when he saw the alluring Xia Feifei standing by the door. Chen Qi cursed the lecher inwardly, but his face remained obsequious. It's like this, Captain Xiong. Didn't we see the people on the 7th floor bringing back so many supplies during the day? Actually, it's much more than that. The 8th floor apartment is empty, no one lives there, but it's also filled with stuff, 2 whole units. And the rooftop, they built a sunroom there too, who knows how many good things are inside. Think about it, they must have built the sunroom because the 8th floor couldn't fit everything, otherwise why waste that money? Xiong Shimin frowned. But I heard that the sunroom was built before the acid rain came? So, the people on the 7th floor must have received inside information, knew the apocalypse was coming, and stockpiled a large amount of supplies early on. So much stuff, if it were for us, no, for you, Captain Xiong, wouldn't it last for years? Xiong Shimin nodded. He used to be the security captain of the community, often having to be mindful of the residents' moods. Who knew that with the apocalypse, he'd become a member of the building management committee through ruthless means? But managing these buildings hadn't brought him any benefits. Everyone was starving, so naturally there was nothing to offer as tribute. Who knew there was a wealthy family hiding in these buildings? Are you telling the truth? Xiong Shimin was already calculating in his mind. Of course it's true, but they seem to have guns. Chen Qi made a gun gesture. I heard it from someone else. I hadn't moved in yet then, so I don't know if it's true. How could that be? Do you think this is a foreign country? Xiong Shimin scoffed. You watch too many movies. Even I can't get a gun if I wanted to, let alone a woman. Who is this Yang Qing you mentioned? Xiong Shimin asked again. It's one of my colleagues, Qinchi scoffed. It's not her, it's the man next to her. He's quite skilled, fierce and ruthless. The gun seems to be his. But I just saw that man and 2 other men leave. They must have taken the gun with them. Guns are so precious right now, why would he give it away so easily? Now's the perfect opportunity for us to make our move. Really? That man really went out? Xiong Shimin's eyes lit up. Let's go check. All right. Qinchi was overjoyed. Yang Qing, you finally met your match. Serves you right for ignoring me. Today I make sure you lose everything. Xiong Shimin and Qinchi walked to the security door on the 7th floor and pounded on it. Open the door, 701, open the door quickly. Yang Qing and Li Shengnan were discussing planting vegetables on the rooftop when they heard what sounded like someone knocking on the door. They shushed each other. Is someone knocking? Could it be that Teacher Zhang is back again? Let's go down and check. The 4 of them went downstairs together and saw Qinchi and the building committee member they had seen during the day outside the door on the 7th floor. They exchanged glances. These people were up to no good. Yang Qing immediately went into his room to get his gun. What do you want? Li Shengnan asked first. I'm Xiong Shimin, the building manager of buildings 7, 8, and 9. I need to talk to you about something. Send someone in charge. Xiong Shimin said arrogantly. Can't we talk about it tomorrow? It's the middle of the night. Li Shengnan frowned. Xiong Shimin sneered. You think we're as idle as you? I'm very busy. I have so many things to deal with during the day, and I only just stopped now. Stop talking nonsense and call out your person in charge. Xiong Shimin said impatiently. What do you want? Yang Qing asked, walking down with his gun. Archie and Xiaoxue followed behind, baring their teeth and growling at the people outside the door. Xiong Shimin's pupils contracted when he saw the gun in her hand. He looked at Qinchi. Didn't you say that man took their guns? Qinchi shook his head. I don't know either. A flash of resentment crossed his eyes. He hadn't expected that man to trust Yang Qing so much, actually handing her a gun. It seemed she had already hooked up with that man. No wonder she looked down on him. Seeing the gun, Xiong Shimin's attitude immediately softened. It's like this, he said. You all know how tough things are these days. I'm in charge of these buildings. It's called building manager, but I'm really just a gopher. Everyone's having trouble. They're all asking me for food. Where am I supposed to find it? Xiong Shimin said with a smile. There's no other way but for everyone to chip in and help those in need. You're from Building 8, so you're under my jurisdiction. I shamelessly come to collect relief grain. Yang Qing sneered. What do they have to do with me? You can't say that. We live in the same community. We're all friends, family. Shouldn't we help each other? Friends? Family? Yang Qing scoffed. Then why don't you give us some grain as relief? Miss Yang, you're joking. Everyone knows that the people on the 7th floor are the richest in the whole community. We're waiting for your help. Oh, really? How much do you want to collect? Yang Qing smiled. Li Shengnan and Wang Min both looked at her. Was she really going to hand over grain? This wasn't like her. Only Lu Lin knew how serious the consequences of Yang Qing's smile were. If these 2 didn't leave soon, they might not be able to leave at all. Seeing Yang Qing's cooperative attitude, Xiong Shimin felt less afraid. I don't need much. Let me think. With so many people upstairs, how about 100 caddies of grain and a speedboat? We're not taking the speedboat for free. We're just borrowing it. We return it to you once we find more grain outside. Oh, really? You return it? Yang Qing looked at Xiong Shimin with a half-smile. Lu Lin knew she was on the verge of anger. Yes, we would never take your things for free. We'd definitely return them after we use them. Xiong Shimin laughed, surprised that this woman was so easily fooled. Pay back my ass. Yang Qing raised his gun, snapped the safety, and yelled, Go pay back in hell. Run! Qinchi, seeing the situation was dire, immediately pulled Xiong Shimin down to his knees, covering his head with his hands. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I didn't want to come here, he forced me. Xiong Shimin roared. Didn't you say they hid a lot of supplies upstairs, that their men were all out, and it was the perfect opportunity? Now you dare betray me? Xiong Shimin kicked Qinchi, sending him tumbling from the 7th floor to the 6th. Yang Qing quickly followed. Yang Qing sneered. Good thing you ran fast, or you wouldn't have made it back. Xiong Shimin grabbed Qinchi, raising his fist to strike, but Qinchi begged for mercy. Captain Xiong, I had no choice. If I hadn't said that, would we have been able to leave? Don't be angry. I have some things at home for you. Not only things, but also 2 women, one of whom is still a virgin. Xiong Shimon's fist stopped. Are you telling the truth? Chapter 29. Of course it's true. Qin clutched his head, looking at Xiong Shimon. Seeing that he wasn't hitting him anymore, he quickly smiled and said, Come with me, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The 2 entered room 601. Xia seeing that the 2 had returned dejectedly without getting anything, spat and went into the room. When Xiong Shimon came earlier, Lin Xueting heard the noise, but didn't dare go out, hiding in her room. Suddenly, her stomach started hurting. She didn't know if the milk she ate had expired, so she went to the toilet. When she came out, Xiong Shimon and Qin had just returned. She hurriedly ran back to her room, and just as she was about to close the door, Qin stepped forward and blocked the door with his foot, smiling wickedly. Cousin, why are you up? Lin Xueting was startled, gripping her dagger tightly. Get out of my way. Cousin, don't be so heartless. I know you're out of food too. I'm just helping you solve the problem, aren't I? She then winked at Xiong Shimon. So it was her? Xiong Shimon looked at Lin Xueting. A young girl in her early 20s is so lovely. Her skin is so tender it looks like you could squeeze water out of it. Little sister, what do you need? I give it to you. Xiong Shimon chuckled maliciously. As long as you keep me company. He then lunged at Lin Xueting. What do you want? Lin Xueting was terrified, trembling all over, almost dropping the dagger in her hand. You stay away, or I'll. You what? Xiong Shimon sneered, knocking the dagger from Lin Xueting's hand and slapping her across the face. Lin Xueting saw stars and fell to the ground. Xiong Shimon grabbed her hands, pinned her to the ground, and kissed her face. Lin Xueting burst into tears, dodging and screaming, Help! Someone help me! Xiong Shimon grinned maliciously. Go ahead and scream. No one will save you even if you scream your lungs out. Fei, save me! Please save me! Lin Xueting had no choice but to beg Xia Fei for help. She was her cousin, surely she wouldn't just stand by and watch her die? Xia Fei walked to the door, a cold glint in her eyes, but she didn't move an inch. Who told you to be so arrogant? You came here, and still looked down on me and Qin. You deserve it. Fei, save me, please save me. I still have food, I give you everything, please save me. Lin Xueting cried uncontrollably. Qin walked over and pinned Lin Xueting's legs down, saying viciously, I knew you bitch, were hiding food. Who told you not to hand it over? Pa serves you right. Lin Xueting struggled and screamed, Qin, you bastard. You die a horrible death. I haunt you even as a ghost. She truly regretted letting Xia Fei and Qin in. It was like inviting wolves into the house. Don't worry, I won't let you die, Xiong Shimon chuckled maliciously, then tried to bite her neck again. Lin Xueting opened her mouth and bit down hard on Xiong Shimon's ear. Ah! Xiong Shimon screamed, clutching his ear as blood seeped from between his fingers. You bitch, how dare you bite me? He slapped Lin Xueting hard across the face. Lin Xueting's face was instantly bruised and swollen, and she cried out, Help! Someone help me! Someone save me! Yang Qing and the others were in their room when they heard the cries for help from below. What's that sound? Listening carefully, it sounded like the girl from the 6th floor, her voice broken and intermittent. Was she calling for help? She had said Qin had ulterior motives towards her and had even demanded a dagger. Could Qin and Xiong Shimon be taking their frustrations out on her after they ran into trouble with her? Yang Qing and Li Shengnan exchanged a glance, then said to Lu Lin, you and Wang Min stay home. Shengnan and I will go check things out. Don't worry. Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing and Li Shengnan went out. Aki and Xiaoxua wanted to follow, but Yang Qing told them to stay put and went back. The 2 quickly went downstairs and, upon reaching apartment 601, heard shouting and cursing inside. They kicked the door open with a bang. They saw that beast Xiong Shimon on top of the girl, and Qin was even helping him hold down the girl's legs, while Xia Fei stood by with a gloating expression. Yang Qing's anger flared up. She rushed forward, kicked Qin aside, and plunged the dagger into Xiong Shimon's body. Xiong Shimon turned around, his face filled with disbelief. He glanced at Yang Qing, then coughed up blood and collapsed onto Lin Xueting. Ah! Lin Xueting screamed in terror, shoving Xiong Shimon aside and grabbing a dagger from the side, stabbing him repeatedly. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Lin Xueting was blinded by rage, unable to stop. Qin was horrified and tried to escape, but Li Shengnan hurled a dagger at him, striking him squarely in the thigh. He screamed and collapsed to the ground. Dragging his injured leg, he crawled forward desperately. If he didn't run, he would die. Before he could even crawl out the door, Li Shengnan stepped forward, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and threw him back. She hated men who bully girls, and she loathed those who aided and abetted such evil. Their hearts were not only dirty, but also vicious. "Spare me, please spare me. It was all that guy surnamed Xiong who forced me to this. He got humiliated by you guys, and took it out on me. I had no choice." Qin Shi knelt on the ground and kept begging for mercy. Xia Feifei, her face deathly pale, hid to the side. She hadn't expected these two to fail. What useless things. Won't Lin Xueting transfer all her hatred onto me? It's best to hide first. Xia Feifei quickly ran back to her room, locked the door, and cowered in a corner, trembling. Enough. Yang Qing grabbed the frantic Lin Xueting. She was covered in blood, and Xiong Shimon's eyes were wide open. He was dead beyond any doubt. He's dead. Kill him. Lin Xueting finally calmed down. Hearing "kill him," the dagger in her hand clattered to the ground, and she burst into tears. Yang Qing didn't know how to comfort her. In this apocalypse, everyone had to experience these things sooner or later. Experiencing them sooner was better than being killed. It's Xia Feifei. It's all because of her. Lin Xueting gritted her teeth in hatred, picked up the dagger, and rushed towards Xia Feifei's room. The door was locked, and Lin Xueting couldn't open it. Yang Qing kicked the door open with all her might. Xia Feifei was terrified, knowing she was doomed. Gritting her teeth, she opened the window and jumped out. With a splash, Xia Feifei landed in the water. Yang Qing went to the window, and saw Xia Feifei thrashing about in the water for a couple of seconds before swimming away. She could actually swim. She was lucky to be alive. The water was filthy and smelly, filled with garbage and excrement. Yang Qing had no intention of jumping into such filth to catch her. Seeing Xia Feifei run away, Lin Xueting, dagger in hand, approached Qin Shi. Qin Shi was terrified, dragging his injured leg backward. What do you want to do? I'm going to kill you! Lin Xueting roared, raising the dagger and stabbing it towards Qin Shi's chest. Li Shengnan tried to stop her, but it was too late. The dagger struck his heart. Qin Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide, and collapsed. Upon Qin Shi's death, Lin Xueting immediately lost her strength and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 30. What do we do now? Li Shengnan asked. We didn't kill them. Let her handle it herself, Yang Qing said calmly. He patted Lin Xueting's face. Wake up, wake up. Lin Xueting was startled awake, her whole body jolting. No, no. Yang Qing looked at her. You're all right now. You killed them. Yang Qing pointed to Qin Shi and Xiong Shimon's corpses, repeating, You killed them. I killed them? I really killed them. Lin Xueting seemed still unable to process what she was seeing. Yang Qing nodded. Yes, you killed him. So don't be afraid, you did it. Lin Xueting felt a wave of fear wash over her. Seeing the bloody corpse, she retreated, looking pleadingly at Yang Qing. Can I stay with you first? This place is too scary. Yang Qing's lips twitched, and he resolutely refused. No. Why? Lin Xueting became agitated. You just said I could do it too. I can kill too. I'm not useless. I have things I can give you. Just please let me stay. Tears streamed down Lin Xueting's face as she looked at Yang Qing pleadingly. I said no. Yang Qing said, each word distinct. You're scared of a corpse? What right do you have to be with us? Li Shengnan looked at Yang Qing. She was almost swayed by Lin Xueting's words, but Yang Qing remained unmoved. She was frighteningly rational. Then I dispose of the body right away. Will that make me fit to be with you? Lin Xueting asked urgently. Yang Qing scoffed coldly. You dispose of corpses just so you can get a good night's sleep. What does that have to do with us? Then why did you say that? Lin Xueting muttered, not daring to utter another word. She knew they had saved her willingly, but that didn't mean they would accept her. I can do it. Lin Xueting's eyes suddenly hardened. I show you. She got up and started dragging Qin Shi's body. She dragged it to the balcony, but couldn't lift it by herself, so she dragged the body out from the balcony. She dragged it through the living room, all the way outside. From the 5th floor down, the body's head thumped against the stairs, a chilling sound in the quiet night. She dragged it all the way to the 4th floor stairwell, then kicked the body into the water. She went back to the room and dragged Xiong Shimon's body out as well. Li Shengnan was very surprised by Lin Xueting's change. She hadn't expected Yang Qing's words to have such a significant effect. Yang Qing, seeing this, smiled slightly and said to Li Shengnan, "Let's go back." "Okay." Li Shengnan nodded, and went upstairs with Yang Qing. "Why didn't you take her in?" Li Shengnan asked. Yang Qing shook her head. "There are so many suffering people in the apocalypse. How could we possibly take them all in?" To survive in the apocalypse, she could only rely on herself. She initially took in Gao Yang and Jiang Hao partly because of Li Shengnan and Wang Min's influence, and partly because she had experienced the apocalypse and seen too many wicked people. Gao Yang and Jiang Hao still possessed a sense of righteousness, so she temporarily took them in, secretly observing them. Judging from their performance in this operation, the two behaved quite well, without any selfish motives, and their values were quite aligned, so she didn't consider kicking them out. But letting in strangers would be too risky. The two returned to their rooms. Lu Lin hurriedly asked, "How did it go?" "Both men were killed by that girl." "Ah? She's that powerful?" Lu Lin was surprised. Yang Qing shook his head. "Shengnan and I stabbed them first, and Lin Xueting followed suit. She wanted to come here, but I didn't agree." Lu Lin nodded. "We already have a few weaker ones. If we recruit more, we need to recruit stronger ones. Although I never killed anyone, I will defend this place to the death and absolutely won't let outsiders in. That girl, however, is a different story." Yang Qing remained noncommittal. "That's what I thought too. She killed them in a fit of rage, but she's inherently cowardly. What if someone threatens her one day? I don't want to keep a ticking time bomb around. Don't blame me for being heartless. We must protect ourselves first." "Your decision is right, I support you," Lu Lin said. Yang Qing smiled. In his previous life, Lu Lin had also unconditionally supported him like this, which was why they had always been able to support each other through thick and thin. Although she didn't have a good ending, she would never forget that friendship. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door. Yang Qing thought Lin Xueting had come again, but when she went out, she saw Lung Yi and the others had returned. She quickly opened the door. "What happened? There's blood all over the place? Are you all right?" Lung Yi asked immediately. Yang Qing shook her head. "It's not ours, it's from the people on the 6th floor. Those people from the building committee came during the day trying to collect grain, but I chased them away. Later, they went back to the 6th floor to bully the girl. Li Shengnan and I went to help, and we were killed in a fight. It's their blood. It's good that you're all right." Lung Yi breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his voice. "We got everything back. Gao Yang is downstairs. I go help too," Yang Qing hurriedly said, calling Li Shengnan and Wang Min down as well. After all, there was so much stuff, it couldn't be moved in just 1 or 2 trips. The group made several trips before finally carrying all the bottled water and rice back, which they placed in Yang Qing's empty room. "It's too late today. You should all go back and rest. We distribute it tomorrow," Yang Qing said. "Okay." They all nodded and went back to their rooms. The next day, everyone slept in before getting up. After lunch, they all gathered at Yang Qing's place. I counted. There are 36 cases of bottled water in total. There are 7 of us, so 5 cases each. The extra case will stay with me. You can drink it when you come down to discuss things. There are exactly 21 bags of rice. 3 bags each. Take them home. Everyone nodded. This was a good arrangement. The men knew exactly how much water and rice there were. Yang Qing hadn't been stingy just because the things were with her. She was a very fair person. "By the way, didn't you catch a duck the other day? Where did you catch it? Maybe there are more. Shall we go check tomorrow?" Wang Min asked. "We haven't had meat for days. We're really craving it." "Sure." Yang Qing nodded. "Everyone's here. Let's discuss it together. Last time, Lung Yi and I found a duck near a mountain in the suburbs. Ducks aren't usually kept alone. I'm guessing there might be a farm there. Shall we all go check it out today?" "No problem." Lung Yi nodded, and Gao Yang and Jiang Hao naturally had no objections either. If they caught a duck, they have meat to eat. They couldn't forget the smell of duck meat from that day. However, we still need someone to stay home and watch the house. We all have so much stuff at home, it won't do without anyone. Everyone looked at each other, and finally Wang Min spoke up, "I stay." She and Lu Lin were the weakest among them, and they couldn't leave Lu Lin at home every time. She probably wanted to go out too. Chapter 31. Alright, then Wang Min will stay. Yang Qing nodded, took out a long gun for her to use in case of injury, and then instructed, "After we leave, immediately bolt and lock the door. Don't let anyone in. No matter who knocks or asks for help, don't open the door. Just say you don't know anything, and don't be afraid. You have a gun, they won't dare to force their way in." Wang Min nodded. Yang Qing then taught her how to fire the gun. Even if she couldn't hit it, it could still scare people. By the way, take Aki and Xiaoxue with you too, Leng Yi suddenly said. They have a keen sense of smell. They might come in handy. Aki jumped up happily at the thought of going out, and Xiaoxue looked proud, but its frequently wagging tail showed that it was also very happy. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Is Xiaoxue alright? Yes, her injuries have healed, she's fine. Leng Yi nodded. 6 people and 2 dogs, 2 assault boats, set off in a grand procession. It took them nearly half an hour to reach the spot where they had caught the duck last time. They looked around but couldn't find it. It should be up in the mountains. Let's go look for it, Yang Qing said. The group dragged the inflatable boat ashore and hid it in a secluded spot. Yang Qing took out a handful of feathers plucked from the duck from their bag and let the 2 dogs sniff them. She patted their heads. Aki, Xiaoxue, it's up to you too. Leng Yi looked at her in surprise. He hadn't expected her to be so thoughtful, even bringing the duck feathers. The 2 little dogs yelped and darted forward, and everyone followed. The ground was wet from the rain. The 2 dogs sniffed and stopped along the way, and the group searched carefully for any trace of the duck. Suddenly, 2 dogs barked loudly and rushed forward, and everyone quickly followed. Ahead stood a tin roof building, looking like a chicken farm. But as they approached, the stench inside was overwhelming, almost making them vomit. Yang Qing took several masks out of her bag and handed one to everyone. Everyone saw she was taking them from her bag. They were actually from her spatial storage. Otherwise, how could she be so well prepared? The group went inside and discovered that it had originally been a chicken farm, but the tin roof had been corroded by acid rain, and the chickens in the cages below had died from the rain. Even the chickens on the lower levels that weren't rained on had starved to death, because they hadn't been fed for so many days. The hot weather had caused the rotting chickens to rot and crawl with maggots, which explained the terrible stench. So many chickens, what a waste, Lu Lin sighed. If they had come a few days earlier, there might still be some alive. There are eggs over here, Jiang Hao suddenly exclaimed. Everyone gathered around. There were 2 baskets of eggs, covered with wooden lids, and they didn't seem spoiled. Yang Qing picked up an egg and cracked it against the lid. The yolk and white were clearly separated, and there was no strange smell. They should be edible. Let's pack them all up, Yang Qing said. Everyone got excited and quickly packed the eggs into their bags. Suddenly, Aki and Xiaoxue barked loudly at the outside, ran over, grabbed Yang Qing's trouser leg, and dragged him outside. Something's wrong, Yang Qing said, quickly running outside, and the others quickly followed. Aki and Xiaoxue rushed ahead, the others following behind. After crossing a small hill, they discovered a pond below, with at least 20 ducks in it. We struck gold. Everyone was stunned. Yang Qing smiled. That duck probably went down from here last time. Let's go catch the duck. Everyone laughed and ran into the pond, not caring about getting wet. The duck, startled, began to swim quickly. 2 of you go over there and surround it, Yang Qing shouted. Aki and Xiaoxue also jumped into the water, barking wildly at the duck, scaring it into scattering in all directions. Everyone reached out to pounce on the duck, but it was very agile in the water, flicking its tail and darting past. Yang Qing finally managed to catch one, but the others scattered. This isn't working. Yang Qing stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the pond. The pond was too big, and they didn't have enough manpower. Catching them was too strenuous. We have to think of something. Yang Qing plucked some thatch, rubbed it together, tied the duck's feet with a rope, threw it on the ground, and then walked back to the chicken farm. They found a large wooden crate used for holding chickens, and started dragging it out. 2 people, come help, Yang Qing shouted. Leng Yi and Gao Yang heard him, and immediately ran over. After dragging the crate to the pond's edge, Yang Qing told the others to get ashore. Once everyone left, all the ducks gathered together again. Yang Qing looked around, took out a knife, and cut some bamboo, giving one to each person. Gao Yang, Sheng Nan, you 2 go to the back and herd the ducks forward. Lu Lin and Jiang Hao, you stand on either side, and keep watch so the ducks don't fall behind. Leng Yi, you and I stand on either side of the crate, and are responsible for herding the ducks into it. Aki and Xiaoxue, watch from the side and bring back any ducks that run away. Woof! Both dogs barked. Don't worry, human, we get the job done. Everyone took their positions and began herding the ducks methodically. With the help of bamboo poles, it was much easier, and any ducks that strayed were quickly brought back by Aki and Xiaoxue. Once all the ducks were inside the wooden crates, Yang Qing and Leng Yi stood guard, while Gao Yang quickly went to the chicken farm and found an unused door panel to block the exit, preventing the ducks from escaping again. Now we can catch them in a trap. Yang Qing clapped his hands and laughed. Gao Yang jumped into the crate, one duck in each hand. What do we do now? Kill them all and take them back, Yang Qing said. There were too many ducks to keep. They had to be killed, processed, and taken back. I kill them, Jiang Hao volunteered. He grew up in the countryside, helping his parents with chores since childhood, and was used to this kind of work. I help you, Lu Lin said, helping to hold the ducks by their legs. Jiang Hao took out a dagger and slashed the ducks' necks. Do you want the blood? Jiang Hao asked. Yes, don't let it go, Yang Qing hurriedly said. I saw someone stayed at the chicken farm. I go see if there's a pot inside. If there is, we can boil the blood and take it back. We shouldn't waste it. I go with you, Leng Yi said. The two entered the chicken farm and found another shed outside, covered with asbestos tiles, so the things inside were undamaged. There was a pot, bowls, chopsticks, and some common seasonings. Yang Qing found a wooden bucket and filled it with everything, while Leng Yi carried the pot. Walking to the pond, the two found some stones to prop up the pot, scooped water from the pond, and boiled it. Once the water boiled, the duck could be plucked by scalding it. Yang Qing then took a large bowl, sprinkled some salt into it, and instead of using pond water, took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag and poured some in. Better to be careful with things that are meant to be ingested. Once the salt dissolved, Jiang Hao swiftly slit the duck's neck, while Lu Lin lifted the duck upside down to let the blood flow out as much as possible. Blood flowed into the bowl. Jiang Hao quickly killed another duck. Yang Qing stirred the blood with chopsticks and set it aside to congeal. The water in the pot boiled. Yang Qing poured the water into a bucket, then quickly rolled the duck he had just killed in the water to thoroughly wet it. He immediately lifted the duck out, and a rub of his hand revealed the feathers falling off instantly. The blood in the bowl congealed. Yang Qing poured the blood into the pot, cooked it briefly, then poured it out, and immediately boiled another pot of water. Chapter 32. The six of them spent the entire afternoon processing all the ducks, plucking their feathers, boiling off the blood, and cleaning out the innards to take home. We're having duck tonight, Jiang Hao explained excitedly. He was so glad he joined Wang Min, otherwise, he might have starved to death, let alone eaten meat. How about we roast a couple of ducks here before we go back? We won't have that option when we get back, Yang Qing suggested. Great. Everyone agreed, their mouths watering at the thought of roast duck. Leng Yi found 2 branches, skewered the ducks, moved the pot away, and placed it over the fire to roast. While roasting, he turned the ducks, and Yang Qing took out the seasonings he found earlier, sprinkling on salt first, then a suitable amount of pepper and other seasonings. The duck skin sizzled and dripped with oil, the aroma irresistible. Everyone's mouths watered. It smells so good. I want to eat it now. Yang Qing smiled. We eat one after it's roasted, and take the other back. You guys roast it first. I walk around and see if there's anything else. I go with you. Leng Yi stood up, handed the roasted duck to Gao Yang, and walked with Yang Qing towards the chicken farm. Someone lives here. They should grow some vegetables or something. Otherwise, why would they come down the mountain to buy vegetables? Yang Qing analyzed. Leng Yi nodded, quite surprised. She always seemed to think of things others didn't. The two arrived behind the kitchen, and indeed saw a small vegetable patch. Most of it had been corroded by acid rain, but after the heavy rains of the past few days, some had stubbornly sprouted again. Yang Qing was overjoyed and, together with Leng Yi, harvested the remaining vegetables. Actually, this place is quite nice. There are mountains and water, and we can even grow vegetables. If we had a house, we could settle down here, Yang Qing sighed. However, the hundreds of dead chickens nearby were difficult to deal with, and the house couldn't be repaired. She had so much glass in her spatial storage, but she couldn't easily take it out. She had no choice but to give up. Leng Yi looked at her. Things will definitely get better in the future. Yang Qing smiled but didn't say anything. Things would only get worse in the future. The two of them carried a large bunch of vegetables back. From afar, Yang Qing called out, "Look what we found." Vegetables? Everyone was pleasantly surprised. It had been so long since they'd eaten vegetables. They were eating dry rations or instant noodles every day, and their mouths were practically ulcerated. Yang Qing is amazing. You even managed to find this? Li Shengyan laughed. Of course. There's nothing our Qingqing can't do, Lu Lin said proudly. Shall we wash the vegetables and take them back? Lu Lin took the vegetables from Yang Qing and washed them by the pond. The roast duck is ready. We can eat. Jiang Hao shouted, his mouth watering at the fragrant aroma. Everyone gathered around. Lung Yi used a dagger to cut the duck open, handing Yang Qing a leg. She accepted it without hesitation, saying thank you. Lung Yi took a piece of duck breast for himself, while the others each took a leg and a wing, quickly devouring the duck. It's so delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I never had such a delicious roast duck. This is roasted over a wood fire. It can't compare to those electric ovens. It smells so good. They were still savoring the memory on the way back. Let's have dinner together tonight. We cook a whole duck, along with duck blood and offal, and then divide the rest, Yang Qing suggested. Okay. Everyone agreed. I have a self-heating hot pot. I contribute a box, Gao Yang said. I have peanuts, Lung Yi chimed in. Then I take rice? Jiang Hao suggested. No need, I provide the rice, Yang Qing said. Just take whatever you have. Don't worry about too much, the duck is enough, and we also have vegetables today. Everyone got a lot of snacks from yesterday's door-to-door shopping, but let's not waste them. Save them for later. These ducks are enough for one meal. When they got home, Wang Min came downstairs to open the door. Seeing everyone's excited faces, she knew they had a good haul, and was happy too. Yang Qing counted them. Besides keeping one duck for dinner, there were 24 ducks left. 3 for each person, and 3 left over. They cut them up, and divided them among everyone. There was also duck blood and offal, which, apart from what would be cooked tonight, were also divided equally. But how do we store them? It's so hot, won't they spoil? Gao Yang asked. Everyone looked at each other, realizing they hadn't thought of that earlier. Yang Qing coughed, I have a refrigerator here. A refrigerator is useless without electricity, Li Shengyan said. Yang Qing smiled, I do have one, a solar generator, fully charged. It can last for a while. What? You even have something like that? Everyone was astonished. Well, I joined a survival group before, and someone said the apocalypse was coming, so I joined in stockpiling supplies. I also considered the possibility of power outages, so I bought a solar generator. I thought this money might be wasted, but it actually came in handy. Yang Qing chuckled, pretending to be clueless, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. You're awesome. Gao Yang gave a thumbs up. He heard Li Shengyan say she stockpiled a lot, but he assumed it was just food. He hadn't expected her to even have a generator. It's just for home use. It probably won't last long. Hopefully the rain will stop soon, so we can take the solar panels to the rooftop and have electricity all the time, Yang Qing smiled. They dragged the solar generator and refrigerator out of the room, plugged them in with an extension cord, and it was ready to use. Then, they divided everyone's ducks into individual bags, labeled them, and put them in the refrigerator. Come down and get them when you want to eat them. I written names on them, so don't take the wrong ones. Okay. Everyone nodded. Oh right, we still have eggs. Lu Lin suddenly remembered, the eggs they packed at the beginning were still in their bags. Everyone took out the eggs. Yang Qing took a few to cook that evening, and the rest were divided, labeled, and placed in the refrigerator's crisper drawer. We have so much stuff now, but everyone should still keep a low profile. Try not to let the aromas waft out while cooking. It's not so much about thieves stealing as it's about thieves eyeing the food. Everyone agreed and said they would be careful. Let's start cooking, Lu Lin said with a smile. She was a good cook and enjoyed cooking. I help you, Wang Min said. She hadn't been able to help much while staying home, so she wanted to contribute. Okay. Lu Lin nodded, and the two got to work. Everyone went back to their rooms, brought out some snacks, and laid them out on the table to eat together at dinner. When the food was ready, everyone saw a table full of food. In the center was a large pot of stewed duck, with 2 plates of roasted duck on the side, a bowl of duck blood, a bowl of duck offal, a vibrant green vegetable dish, eggs, duck intestines, and a cold platter of braised duck gizzards. There was also spicy hot pot from Gao Yang's self-heating hot pot, peanuts from Lung Yi, beef jerky from Jiang Hao, and drinks from Li Shengyan. Wang Min and Lu Lin didn't need to bring anything for dinner, as Yang Qing brought rice and cooked. Wow, today is such a feast. Even better than last time. It feels like New Year's. Let's all raise a glass to celebrate. Li Shengyan poured drinks for everyone. A special thank you to Yang Qing. Without her, we wouldn't be living such a good life. Let's toast her. Yang Qing smiled. You're too kind. As long as we all work together, I believe we can live a good life even in the apocalypse. Cheers! Cheers! Chapter 33. After dinner, several men helped clean up. Yang Qing took some mung beans from the room, took a large beverage bottle, poked a few holes in the bottom, lined it with several layers of paper towels, poured in the mung beans, sprayed some water, and then wrapped it in a black plastic bag. "What are you doing?" Li Shengnan asked curiously. "I want to sprout some bean sprouts," Yang Qing smiled. "We finished all the vegetables today, and the ones planted on the rooftop aren't growing fast enough yet. I want to sprout some bean sprouts, so we have vegetables to eat." "Yang Qing, how are you so capable? I never knew before," Wang Min exclaimed in surprise. "Before we had the means, we just bought everything at the market. Who would cook for themselves?" Yang Qing laughed. "I just like watching cooking shows, learned a little bit, and then tried to make it. We don't know if it will be successful yet. It'd definitely be no problem." Lu Lin chimed in her mind, there was nothing Yang Qing couldn't do. "Then why put it in a black bag?" Wang Min asked. "It's to prevent photosynthesis," Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. "Once the mung bean sprouts emerge, they turn green as soon as they're exposed to light, and the roots will grow very long, making them unpalatable." Wang Min nodded. "Indeed, the bean sprouts we bought all seem to be yellow. None of them are green. Some only turn green after a few days." Li Shengnan also nodded. "When we find beans outside, we give them to you. So we always have bean sprouts to eat," Wang Min said. "Sure, it's not difficult anyway," Yang Qing smiled. The men nearby, washing dishes while listening to the women's conversation, were quite impressed. Yang Qing was truly capable. They were very lucky to be part of her team. After tidying up, everyone went home. Yang Qing took a shower in her spatial dimension and checked on the vegetables she had planted yesterday. She was surprised to find tiny sprouts had already emerged. They were sprouting much faster than she expected. The high-quality soil and spiritual spring water in the spatial dimension must have been effective, so she watered them again with the spiritual spring water. Afterward, she went to the rooftop. The vegetables there hadn't sprouted yet, probably because the soil wasn't as good as in her spatial dimension, and the water was diluted with tap water, so they weren't sprouting as quickly. Yang Qing watered them again with spiritual spring water. She also took some greens she had found on the mountain that day and mixed them with grass from her spatial dimension to feed the rabbits. The 2 rabbits were too small in the cardboard box. They wouldn't fit as long as they grew, so Yang Qing decided to build them a new nest. She looked for materials, but didn't seem to have enough. Lung Yi came upstairs with Xiao Shui for a walk and saw Yang Qing looking for something. He asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm looking for materials to see if I can make a rabbit cage," Yang Qing replied, turning her head. "Would a dog cage be okay?" "I have one," Lung Yi said. "Sure." Yang Qing was surprised. He had a dog cage. Lung Yi went downstairs and returned shortly with a dog cage. "I bought this from the pet store when I brought Xiaoxue home. It's been sitting in the room. I never thought it would come in handy." Lung Yi handed over the cage. Looking at the rabbit, where did this rabbit come from? Xiaoxue bared her teeth and growled when she saw the rabbit, trying to pounce, but Yang Qing quickly stopped her. "You can't eat it. You need to keep it to have baby rabbits." "Xiaoxue," Lung Yi called out, and Xiaoxue obediently sat down. "It was from Teacher Zhang on the 5th floor yesterday. He came up to me to exchange it. His grandson was injured and came to me for a dressing change, so I thought it was a good deal and exchanged it," Yang Qing said with a smile. "It's definitely a good deal." Lung Yi nodded. "Right. I think so too. If we raise them well, we have rabbit meat to eat in the future." Yang Qing smiled broadly. Lung Yi looked at her, finding this girl truly amazing. Even in this apocalyptic world, she had the leisure to grow vegetables and raise pets, smiling so brightly, as if the apocalypse had no effect on her at all. Seeing that radiant smile, his mood improved as well. Yang Qing had placed a wooden board in the dog cage, so the rabbit could sleep there, and the food wouldn't fall out. Cleaning was easy. She could simply pull out the board. The two went downstairs together. Aki, hearing Shishua's movements, stood at the door. Seeing it come down, it affectionately licked and rubbed against it. Lung Yi glared at it. Yang Qing almost laughed, then pulled Aki back to their room. The next day, Lu Lin cooked duck blood and vermicelli soup. Yang Qing praised it highly, and Lu Lin felt a great sense of accomplishment. "I want to go out today," Yang Qing said to Lu Lin. "Where to?" Lu Lin asked. "I want to go to the outskirts. There's a high-tech park there. I want to see if there's anything useful. We don't lack food now, but we don't have many other means of survival. Even if we have nothing, we should try to get some firewood, charcoal, or something. I remember there are a few furniture factories in the nearby industrial area. They should have some timber. We have down jackets, but when the extreme cold comes, The temperature will be too low. Just wearing clothes won't be enough, we need to make a fire. Extreme cold? Lu Lin's pupils contracted. Yes, the apocalypse won't just end after a few days of flooding. There might be extreme cold, extreme heat, earthquakes, tsunamis, and various other disasters. We need to be more prepared. But if I'm with them, I won't be able to utilize the space, so we have to make the trip ourselves. Lu Lin nodded. Then I go with you. Should we bring Archie? Yang Qing thought for a moment. No, it might be more troublesome to bring him. Archie, who was lying between the two, stood up and looked at Yang Qing expectantly. Human, I'm very capable, please take me with you. Yang Qing smiled, stroked Archie's head, and poured some spiritual spring water for him to drink. She noticed that Archie was becoming increasingly intelligent, wondering if it was because of the spiritual spring water. I take you next time. We don't need it today. Next time, for sure. After clearing away the dishes, the two changed into light sportswear. Yang Qing brought her steel pipe and a hidden gun, and also prepared a knife and a pistol for Lu Lin. Of course, the guns were kept hidden as much as possible, to be used only in critical situations. Yang Qing went upstairs and dragged the assault boat down. Lu Lin went to open the door. Yang Qing walked to apartment 702 and knocked. Lungi opened the door, a little surprised by Yang Qing's attire. Are you going out? Yes, Lu Lin and I are going to see a friend. Could you lock the door? Yang Qing lied. Do you want me to come with you? Lungi asked, a little worried about the two women going out alone. No need to trouble you. We'll be right back if we don't find our friend. Nothing will happen. Yang Qing shook her head, deliberately avoiding them. Of course, she couldn't let him come along. Lungi didn't insist. Everyone had their own things to do. They couldn't always be together. Yang Qing and Lu Lin opened the door and went downstairs. Lungi watched them until they reached the 6th floor before locking the door. Just as they reached the 5th floor, they encountered a plump middle-aged woman. Yang Qing glanced at her. She wasn't from this building. What was she doing here? Just as they were about to pass each other, the woman suddenly stopped. Hey, aren't you that Yang from the 7th floor? Yang what? Yang Qing glanced at her coldly. What do you want? I heard you have medicine at home. Could you give me some? The fat woman shouted. Who told you that? Yang Qing narrowed his eyes. Chapter 34. I heard it from Teacher Zhang in your building, the fat woman said arrogantly. He said you have a lot of medicine, and that all his medicine came from you. What nonsense are you talking about? Teacher Zhang came out of the room, her face flushed red. She looked at Yang Qing apologetically. Miss Yang, I didn't say that. It was my grandson who accidentally let it slip. Yesterday, we went to the department store over there to buy grain. She tried to trick my grandson into revealing information. The child is young and doesn't understand, so... Teacher Zhang looked guilty. My family does have some medicine. You want to exchange it for grain? Yang Qing looked at the fat woman. Even if she said she didn't have any medicine, she wouldn't believe her now. What? You want grain too? Do you know how expensive grain is these days? Yesterday's old rice was already selling for 1,000 yuan a pound. It's just a few pills. Why are you being so stingy? The fat woman shouted. Yang Qing and Lu Lin exchanged a surprised glance. Last time, Wang Min and the others said the grain was 300 yuan per gene, 500 G, and it had jumped to 1,000 yuan in just a few days? Lu Lin sneered. What a joke. Grain is expensive, but medicine isn't? Why should we give it to you for free? Even if you had grain, we might not trade it. You, when did you get the right to speak? The fat woman glared at Lu Lin. You can't just leave me to die because I'm not feeling well, can you? Yang Qing scoffed. You, talking so loudly, don't look sick at all. I think you just want to trade our medicine for grain. Do you think we're so easy to fool? If you want medicine, trade grain, otherwise forget it. Where would we get any grain? Unlike you on the 7th floor, who can snatch good things from outside every day, unlike us, we're almost starving, and now that we're sick, nobody sympathizes with us. The fat woman feigned pitifulness. Heh. Yang Qing sneered. Almost starving? I bet you stockpiled a lot of food. Everyone else looks pale and thin, but you're all so well-fed. Who would believe you're starving? Everyone, come quick. This woman must have a lot of food. Those of you without food, go ask her. The other households on the 6th and 5th floors opened their doors to see what was happening. The fat woman panicked. What are you yelling about? My family doesn't have any surplus food. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know who I am? My husband is the building manager for these buildings. If you offend me, You regret it. Yang Qing sneered. So she was Xiong Shimon's wife. No wonder, birds of a feather flock together. She probably doesn't even know her husband is dead. Still swaggering around like this in this apocalypse. Anyone who dares to be so arrogant won't even know how they die. Oh, I see how you make us regret this. Yang Qing pulled a dagger from his back and held it to the fat woman's neck, his voice vicious. Believe me or not, I slit your throat right now and see who comes to your rescue. The fat woman panicked, looking pleadingly at Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang was also startled. He had heard about what happened on the 7th floor, but this was the first time he had actually seen Yang Qing's ferocious appearance. He glanced at Yang Qing and immediately retreated back into his room, locking the door. I don't want the medicine anymore. I don't want it. The fat woman shook her head desperately, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. Lu Lin scoffed. Giving up so quickly, what a coward. Get out. Yang Qing roared, and the fat woman tumbled and scrambled down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they boarded a rubber dinghy and hurried along, as if chased by a ghost. Yang Qing and Lu Lin calmly abandoned the dinghy and boarded it. Passing a large building, Yang Qing suddenly remembered that there seemed to be several high-tech company offices inside. Perhaps there were some unexpected finds. Let's go check inside. Yang Qing pointed to the building. Lu Lin looked over. The windows on the 3rd and 4th floors are all smashed. Someone must have swept the floors. It's okay, we're not looking for food. Maybe there's something others don't want, Yang Qing said. Lu Lin nodded, and the two steered the dinghy closer, entering through the broken glass wall. Seeing no one around, they immediately stored the dinghy in their spatial storage. From the 4th floor upwards, everything was basically ransacked. The two glanced around without lingering. On the 5th floor, they saw floor signs, a high-tech company on the 16th, a medical device company on the 15th, and a medical aesthetics clinic on the 14th. Yang Qing and Lu Lin went straight to the 16th floor, intending to start their sweep from there. Upon reaching the 16th floor, the boss's office was almost completely emptied, except for a safe. Since it was likely unopenable and couldn't be moved, Yang Qing simply stored it in his spatial storage. The employee offices were also ransacked. However, the large lock on the display area had been cut, but the items inside were almost untouched. They were probably mostly mechanical items, too bulky to handle, so no one wanted them. Yang Qing went inside and was drawn to a huge sphere. The sphere was at least 2 meters tall, with a metal shell and 2 glass windows. Was this an escape pod? It looked a bit like the observation capsules in the movie Jurassic Park, but much larger, and the outer metal layer appeared extremely sturdy, clearly made of some high-tech material. Yang Qing noticed an instruction manual lying nearby. Opening it, he found it was indeed an escape pod. The outer layer was made of corrosion-resistant and impact-resistant aerospace materials, capable of withstanding high temperatures and pressures, comparable to materials used in space stations. Following the instructions, Yang Qing found the switch, pressed the button, and the hatch opened. Inside were 4 seats, all made of shock-absorbing material, providing a great sense of security. Inside, there was a GPS positioning system, oxygen, lighting, and storage space for water and food, enough to last 4 people at least 3 days. There was also a mini toilet nearby, containing hygiene products and a first aid kit. What's this? Lu Lin asked. Yang Qing handed her the instruction manual. This is an escape pod? Lu Lin was surprised. Yang Qing nodded. Yes, with this escape pod, we won't be afraid of even the most dangerous situations. He promptly stored the escape pod in his storage space. Looking at the display case next to it, there was another semicircular object resembling an escape pod. It turned out to be a baby seat. However, the seat was made of the same material as the escape pod, and she didn't know where to put it, so she decided to collect it first. Prying open the cabinet below, she found several satellite phones and a drone, which she also collected. The next room was a medical equipment company, and the contents there startled Yang Qing. Standard surgical instruments, ultrasound machines, and defibrillators were commonplace, but there was even a CT scanner. These weren't useful now, but they would be invaluable when rebuilding after the apocalypse. Yang Qing swept everything inside into her spatial storage, leaving nothing behind. She suddenly thought that perhaps she could visit a hospital. The medicines in hospitals were probably all stolen, but equipment generally couldn't be moved. She would see which hospitals hadn't been flooded when she had time and could visit them. Chapter 35. The two continued downstairs. This floor was a medical aesthetic clinic. The refrigerator contained various medical aesthetic repair masks, injectable beauty products, and various medical aesthetic skincare products. Although the power was out, they weren't damaged. There were also medical plastic surgery instruments and various beauty devices nearby. Wow! Lu Lin exclaimed, so many things. This one for removing blemishes, this one for wrinkles, and this one for moisturizing. Are they really effective? Who knows? Yang Qing smiled, not caring whether they were effective or not. He'd take them anyway. And so many masks. Does that mean we can use face masks every day? Will our skin get better and better? Lu Lin picked up a pack of masks and held them up to her face. No need. In this apocalyptic world, everyone's covered in dirt and grime. If you're the only one looking radiant, it's like you're obviously showing off your good stuff. No wonder people are eyeing you. Yang Qing shook his head. That's true, we really need to keep a low profile now, Lu Lin nodded. We use it another time when we have the chance. The two continued walking, and seeing it was a foreign trade company, they wondered what kind of imports they handled. Since they were there, they decided to take a look. The showroom was surprisingly filled with several imported luxury cars, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, an armored SUV worth over 7 million yuan, a McLaren supercar, a flashy red, the kind they only ever seen on TV, and a super luxury RV, much larger than the one they rented from the car dealership last time. It had a kitchen, a bathroom, and a shower. There were two large, luxurious beds in the back, and a large storage room behind them. This car is amazing. It feels even more comfortable than home. The life of the wealthy is something we can't even imagine, Lu Lin exclaimed. Yang Qing laughed. Isn't this a bargain for us? He then stored all the cars into his spatial storage. Luckily, the space was large now. It wouldn't have been enough before. There were several imported motorcycles nearby, even snowmobiles, along with matching ice skates and ski equipment. Given the climate in Fujian, why would they buy all this? Are they just burning money? Lu Lin clicked her tongue. Maybe they were planning a vacation to northeast China, Yang Qing chuckled. Who knows what life is like for the rich? These things will come in handy when the extreme cold arrives, so he stored them all away. By the way, how did those cars get up here? Lu Lin suddenly asked. If I remember correctly, this is the 13th floor. Yang Qing had just realized this too. Even if they were lifted up by helicopter, the helicopter could only land on the top floor. Cars couldn't just drive down from the top floor, right? Yang Qing looked out the window and saw many cars parked in the air. He realized that the parking lot of this building was different from others. Most buildings have underground parking, but this building had a lift parking system. The elevated parking system consists of a lift and multiple platforms. Cars that need parking are driven onto the lift platforms, and used cars are raised up, and empty platforms are lowered to fill the spaces. When a car is needed, the platform carrying it lowers, and the driver simply climbs up and drives the car away. This saves a lot of space. Yang Qing scanned the entire showroom and noticed one wall was covered in curtains. He went over and pulled them back, only to find a door hidden behind them. It seems the cars come up via the lift platform and then drive in through this door. Rich people really know how to have fun. Poverty truly limits one's imagination. Who would have thought that so many luxury cars were hidden on the upper floors of this high-rise building? But the owners of these cars would be shocked to find them gone when they returned. How could cars just vanish into thin air? Yang Qing found the thought amusing. The two continued down, but there didn't seem to be any particularly interesting companies, so they went straight down to the 4th floor, took out their inflatable boat, and headed towards the outskirts. After driving for nearly an hour, they arrived at an industrial area, beyond which lay a high-tech industrial park. They decided to explore the industrial area first and gather some timber. This area was elevated and not flooded, but because it was an industrial zone with no food, it hadn't been extensively looted. Yang Qing circled around, then steered the inflatable boat to the entrance of a furniture factory. He pried open the gate with a crowbar and stored the inflatable boat in his spatial storage. Inside, he found it was a sofa factory, with many sofas half finished in the workshop. The sofa bases were made of solid wood, topped with high-elasticity foam, and the fabrics included both leather and cloth. The leather included both genuine and synthetic leather, and the foam was of very good quality. It seems this furniture factory uses high-quality materials for its sofas. At least they didn't use cheap, low-quality fabric or cheap cotton as filling. The sofa styles were also plentiful: European, Japanese, American, modern, and various shapes of armchairs. Yang Qing picked out several luxurious genuine leather sofas and several fabric sofas, while Lu Lin chose several soft armchairs. Sitting in them, she felt completely comfortable, sinking into them. Then they went into the raw material warehouse to get wood directly. It was all solid wood, untreated, perfect for firewood. Some of the wood was carbonized for corrosion resistance, making it excellent outdoor building material. Yang Qing practically emptied half the warehouse. It was far too much. They didn't need that much, this was enough, and they wouldn't have to worry about heating anymore. She also collected dozens of bolts of leather and fabric, as well as sponges, which might come in handy later. After a long afternoon, both of them were exhausted. Yang Qing took out 2 hamburgers, a box of chicken wings, and 2 bottles of cola from her spatial storage and sat outside the warehouse with Lu Lin, enjoying their meal. They used to think these were junk food, but now they realized how delicious they were. They probably wouldn't be able to eat them again. This kind of life is pretty good, Lu Lin burped, taking a bite of a chicken wing and a sip of cola. Scavenge for supplies while enjoying delicious food. It's so great. Yang Qing smiled. Without her spatial storage, how could things be so easy? In their previous life, they struggled to survive in the apocalypse, never having a full meal. They often fought for supplies, ending up injured, and had to be wary of men with ill intentions. Those were truly unbearable days. We gathered so much firewood and have an escape pod, so do we not need to go to the technology park? It's almost dark, Lu Lin said. Yang Qing thought for a moment. This stuff was indeed enough to save their lives. They could go later. She nodded. Let's go back first, and come back later. After eating, the two drank some spiritual spring water to relieve their fatigue and took out their inflatable boat. The two boarded the inflatable boat, and Yang Qing took 2 bundles of wood from her spatial storage and tossed them inside. What's this for? Lu Lin asked, puzzled. We've been out for so long, we need to give an explanation. Later, when it gets cold, we can openly take it out and let others know we have firewood, Yang Qing said. Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing was indeed very thoughtful. Back in the residential area, they saw several rubber boats parked in front of Building 8, and many people standing in the 4th floor hallway. It's them, they're back. Did they bring back something good again? They definitely have something. Look how deep the assault boat is drafting. This time we outnumber them. We can't let them get away. Yang Qing and Lu Lin exchanged a glance, silently taking out steel pipes and long knives. It seemed a tough battle was about to begin. Chapter 36. What do you want? Yang Qing coldly looked at the people in front of her. At the front of the crowd was Xiong Shimen's wife. So she was the one who instigated these people to come? She knew about her husband's death? Behind her was another person peeking around. Yang Qing recognized her immediately. It was Xia Feifei. She actually dared to come? You're Yang Qing from the 7th floor? A short, fat man asked. So what if I am? Yang Qing narrowed her eyes. Sister, she's the one who killed brother-in-law. The man looked at Xiong Shimen's wife. What did you say? Shimen is dead? Xiong Shimen's wife was shocked. What? When did this happen? Wasn't he out looking for supplies? Don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? They killed brother-in-law on the 6th floor. She saw it with her own eyes. The man pointed to Xia Feifei behind him. Seeing that he had implicated her, Xia Feifei cursed inwardly, but had no choice but to step forward. Yes, it was her. I was there. I saw it with my own eyes. Ah! Xiong Shimen's wife screamed, rushing forward. You murderer, you owe me my husband. But Yang Qing and Lu Lin were on the speedboat, and the water was too deep for her to wade across. Idiot! Yang Qing sneered. I'm from the 7th floor. Why would I go to the 6th floor to kill someone? I have no grudge against Xiong Shimen. Why would I kill him? If it wasn't you, how did you know my husband was Xiong Shimen? Xiong Shimen's wife shouted angrily. That day, he came to the 7th floor to collect grain, saying he was the building manager. I didn't agree, so he went down with the people from the 6th floor. In the afternoon, you yourself said you were the building manager's wife, so of course I knew. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, looking nonchalant. Then how can you prove you didn't kill my brother-in-law? Zhang Biao asked. Then how can she prove I did it? Yang Qing looked at Xia Feifei. Just her word. She and I used to be colleagues, and we had a falling out. She wanted to stay upstairs, but I refused, so she framed me. You're lying, Xia Feifei exclaimed. I saw it with my own eyes that day, it was you. Then why did Xiong Shimen go to your 6th floor? Why did I go down to the 6th floor to kill him? Why didn't you and Chen Qi save him on the 6th floor? Yang Qing sneered. This? Xia Feifei stammered. It was Chen Qi who brought Xiong Shimen down, saying he would give Lin Xueting to him. He was stabbed by Yang Qing when he tried to rape Lin Xueting, but was later killed by Lin Xueting. What? Can't say it now. Yang Qing sneered. Mrs. Xiong, your husband went to the 6th floor to find her. Do you know why? Because your husband thinks you're too fat, that you're not as pretty as Xie Feifei, so. Mrs. Xiong suddenly turned to Xie Feifei. You slut, you seduced my husband? No, I didn't. Xie Feifei panicked. It wasn't me, it was my cousin. My boyfriend gave my cousin to your husband, it wasn't me. Mrs. Xiong slapped her across the face. You vixen, you're not only bad yourself, but you also sold out your cousin. Are you even human? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. This Mrs. Xiong still had a shred of conscience. Xie Feifei was slapped to the ground, her face swollen, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. It was clear how hard the slap had been, but she deserved it. You vixen, you die a horrible death. You killed my husband. Mrs. Xiong straddled Xie Feifei, slapping her left and right until her face was a swollen mess, until she begged for mercy. Enough. Zhang Biao pulled Madame Xiong away, somewhat annoyed. Xie Feifei was his woman now. He couldn't afford to hurt her. Sister, don't be fooled by this woman. Don't believe everything she says. She's trying to sow discord between us. Yes, it's her. Xie Feifei said quickly, taking advantage of Madame Xiong's pause. If she hadn't stabbed the building manager first, how could my cousin have killed him? It's her. She's the one who started it all. Xie Feifei shouted. Sister, brother-in-law is gone. Now's not the time to worry about these things. Zhang Biao frowned. Getting the supplies is the most important thing. He looked at Yang Qing, then at her assault boat, a greedy glint in his eyes. If you leave what's on your boat, we won't hold it against you. You want this? Yang Qing picked up the firewood to show them. I've been busy all afternoon and haven't found any supplies, just 2 bundles of firewood. You can have it. Zhang Biao's face changed. He hadn't expected there to be nothing there. They didn't have a wood-burning stove at home, so what use was the firewood? Then go back to the 7th floor and get it. Just give us half of what you have. The supplies? I won't pursue my brother-in-law's matter. Otherwise. Half? You got quite the appetite. Yang Qing sneered, pulling a long gun from her backpack and aiming it at him. Come on, let's see if you can take the supplies from me. Everyone was startled by the gun. She has a gun. Is it real? It's probably fake, right? It's real. I heard they had a gun on the 7th floor, belonging to a man. I didn't expect she given it to her. Don't be afraid, everyone. Zhang Biao shouted. It can't be real. Even if it were, a gun only has 6 bullets at most. Once she runs out, it's gone. She can't kill us all, can she? Charge. Yang Qing laughed. Who said there were only 6 bullets? This wasn't a pistol. However, she didn't want to waste words with him. Raising her voice, so what if there are 6? Are you going to risk your lives? Those who aren't afraid to die, come on up. Everyone looked at each other, no one daring to step forward. They had only come because they heard about the looting of supplies on the 7th floor, not to die. Are you all stupid? You've been used, actually vying to die? He'd be the happiest if you die. Yang Qing sneered. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly agreeing. They had been used. Seeing their fear, Zhang Biao shouted, Don't be fooled. She won't shoot. If she did, she'd get shot herself. The police won't let her get away with it. Yang Qing rolled her eyes. What time is it now? Still trying to fool people? Anyone who believes that is a fool, being sold out, and still counting the money for them. Yeah, you're the one who sent us. You should lead the way. As long as we catch that woman, we can have the people on the 7th floor send something down to exchange for her. Someone shouted. Yeah, you go first. You can't make us cannon fodder. Seeing that these people weren't falling for it, Zhang Biao gritted his teeth in anger. Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, he dared not step forward, but retreating would be a loss of face. He cautiously took a step forward when suddenly screams came from behind, Help! Murder! Someone's killing someone! Don't push me! Ah, my hand! I'm bleeding! Run! Chapter 37. Yang Qing was surprised to see the crowd in chaos. Had the people from the 7th floor come down to help, she saw Lin Xueting rushing down, like a mad woman with a kitchen knife, hacking at anyone in sight. Several people had already been injured, and were covered in blood. People behind pushed forward, some were pushed down, and several were trampled. Those in front were swept into the water. Seeing the situation was bad, Zhang Biao quickly jumped onto a rubber dinghy and tried to escape. Diazi, wait for me! Madame Xiong shouted from behind. Zhang Biao acted as if he didn't hear her and continued to drive the dinghy away. Yang Qing took out a crossbow from her bag. Escape wasn't so easy. One arrow flew, and with a plop, the rubber dinghy deflated. 2 more arrows followed, and the dinghy tilted completely. Zhang Biao fell into the water with a splash. Help! I can't swim. Zhang Biao struggled in the water. Sister, sister, save me! Madame Xiong looked at her brother with a complicated expression. He had just disregarded his own life. Should she save him now? But her husband was already dead. If her brother died too, she would have no family left. Madame Xiong gritted her teeth and jumped into the water, swimming towards Zhang Biao. Yang Qing was surprised. She hadn't expected the overweight Madame Xiong to be a swimmer. Her brother had abandoned her, yet she couldn't bear to let him die. She didn't know whether to call her foolish or simply lacking conscience. Yang Qing didn't go for the kill. She let nature take its course. If they could be saved, they were lucky. If not, she wouldn't lend a hand. The others made a ruckus. Some jumped into the water, others escaped on other rubber boats. The hallway fell silent. Only Lin Xueting remained, brandishing a kitchen knife, her eyes glazed over, seemingly insane. Yang Qing frowned. Had something gone wrong with her mind? What's wrong with her? Lu Lin asked. Yang Qing shook her head. Could it be that the murder that night, and her refusal to let her stay on the 7th floor, had driven her insane? What do we do now? Lu Lin looked at Lin Xueting. She seemed to have forgotten everyone. Even if they went over, they might get attacked. Just then, Lung Yi came down from upstairs. Seeing Yang Qing and the others, he gestured for silence, then silently walked behind Lin Xueting. With a swift strike, a knife came down, and Lin Xueting collapsed. Yang Qing and Lu Lin quickly moved the inflatable boat closer. Lung Yi was surprised to see they had only brought back 2 bundles of firewood. Yang Qing rubbed his nose. We didn't find her, so we just gathered some firewood. To avoid arousing Lung Yi's suspicion, he added, we don't have much gas. It run out quickly, so we have to burn firewood. How about we go look for gas sometime? Lung Yi nodded, hoisting Lin Xueting onto his shoulder. We check various gas stations tomorrow. Reaching the 6th floor, Lung Yi took Lin Xueting back to her apartment and placed her on the bed. Is this all right? Lu Lin asked, a little worried. But if they took her to the 7th floor, who would take care of her? They couldn't even support themselves. How could they care for a mentally unstable person? All 3 fell silent. Yang Qing spoke up. How about we send her to the relief station? The government won't let her starve. But the people there are so complicated. If no one takes care of her, then she... Lu Lin didn't finish her sentence. Even a normal person might be bullied there, let alone someone mentally unstable. Leave her some things. We see how things go tomorrow. If it's really bad, we have to send her there, Ling Yi said. In this apocalyptic world, everyone's struggling to survive. Who has the energy to care for a mad woman? That's fine for now. I go upstairs and get her some things. Yang Qing nodded. Lung Yi opened the door and helped carry the inflatable boat and 2 bundles of firewood to the rooftop. Yang Qing went back to her room, grabbed a bottle of mineral water and some bread, and delivered it to Lin Xueting's house. She then closed the door, deciding to wait until Lin Xueting woke up to check on her. The next day, after breakfast, Yang Qing went downstairs to check on Lin Xueting, only to find her door wide open. She quickly went inside. She saw Lin Xueting sitting upright in the living room, eating the bread she had brought the day before, with Teacher Zhang sitting beside her. Seeing Yang Qing approach, Teacher Zhang quickly stood up. Miss Yang? Teacher Zhang. Yang Qing nodded. What are you doing here? Teacher Zhang sighed. I saw her take the kitchen knife downstairs yesterday. I wanted to stop her, but didn't dare. Luckily, she didn't hurt me. Subconsciously, she still knows who the good people and bad people are. I knew when you carried her up yesterday, so I thought I'd come and check on her today. She opened the door herself when I knocked, and she seems much better than yesterday. She's a pitiful child, living alone in this city with no one to take care of her. She used to greet me often when we met. She's a polite child. Who knew? Yang Qing hadn't expected Teacher Zhang to be so kind. He was so concerned even just about going up and down the stairs. Teacher Zhang, we want to. I want to. They both spoke at the same time. Please go first. Yang Qing gestured for her to go first. I want to take her to my home. My daughter-in-law passed away a long time ago. I only have my son and grandson at home. My grandson is still young and needs a mother. I can take care of her. But she's acting a bit strange right now. Yang Qing was surprised. She hadn't expected Teacher Zhang to still be willing to take care of Lin Xueting even in her condition. And this wasn't normal times, it was the apocalypse. Every extra person meant another mouth to feed. Did their family have enough food to support another person? I know, but it's not serious. She's just a little lethargic. It doesn't affect her daily life. If we send her away, she'd probably only have one way out, Teacher Zhang sighed. In this world, we should live one more day at a time. I can't guarantee how long I can support her. Yang Qing was touched. Although compassion in the apocalypse was undesirable, it was still commendable. Having experienced the apocalypse herself, she had become hardened, but she still admired those who were willing to sacrifice. Teacher Zhang, thank you on her behalf, Yang Qing nodded. I think she was just traumatized that night. Maybe some medication will help. I go get you some. Yang Qing pretended to go back to her room and searched her spatial storage. She didn't have any medication for mental illnesses, but she had some antidepressants. She see if they would be useful. Then he packed a 5-pound bag of rice, along with the noodles Zhang Yin had brought earlier, 2 eggs, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Teacher Zhang, this is all I have. Please take it. Consider it a small token of our appreciation for Lin Xueting. And this medicine, I think it might be helpful. Give it to her and see. If it helps her, that would be great. If not, you can slowly teach her. Thank you, I thank you on Lin's behalf. Teacher Zhang took the things, quickly packed some clothes at Lin Xueting's house, and took her back to his own home. Yang Qing went upstairs and told the others, and everyone fell silent. In such chaotic times, taking in a mentally unstable person is something most people would find difficult. Teacher Zhang is simply too kind, but kindness is the most useless thing in the apocalypse. It's unclear whether his actions will bring him fortune or misfortune. How about we help him with any more food we find in the future? It's a small token of our appreciation, Li Shengnan said. Yang Qing nodded. She had many things in her spatial storage, but she dared not take them out for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. If it was just a small amount, it wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 38. Lungi and I have discussed it, and we're thinking of going outside to look for gas. Each of our families only has 1 gas cylinder, and once it's used up, it's gone. Cooking will be a real hassle later, Yang Qing said. Li Shengnan nodded. I thought about that too. There are 4 of us in 802, and the gas runs out quickly. I support going out to find gas. However, many gas stations are flooded. We have to dive down to find them. Not only do we need to know how to swim, but we also need to know how to dive. Does anyone here know how to dive? Lungi asked. I do. Li Shengnan answered. Me too. Gaoyang answered. I can swim, but I never dived. Even if I could, I need diving equipment, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stay underwater for more than a few minutes before having to retrieve the gas cylinder. That's not something that can be done in a few minutes, Jiang Hao said. Lungi looked at Yang Qing. She had diving equipment, but he couldn't make the decision for her. Yang Qing nodded. Don't worry, I have diving equipment and a few small oxygen tanks. We should be able to hold out for a while. Everyone was shocked. They knew she had stockpiled a lot of things, but they hadn't expected her to have diving equipment. It was truly unbelievable. They didn't know how to describe her. Before, they would only call her stupid, but now they could only say she was awesome. I can't dive, I stay behind, Wang Min raised her hand. I stay too, so as not to trouble you, Lu Lin added. Okay, everyone else get ready, we leave right away. Yang Qing got up and went to her room to get her diving suit. Everyone else went back to prepare. The men went up to drag the inflatable boat. Yang Qing slung her diving equipment over her shoulder, and told Lu Lin and Wang Min to lock the door. The inflatable boat set off, and Jiang Hao said, I remember there's a gas station 2 streets ahead. Let's go check if there's any gas left. Everyone agreed and steered the boat there. The water level had risen by more than 10 meters, reaching the height of the 4th floor, so the gas station was already submerged. Lungi put on his diving suit and slung his oxygen tank over his shoulder. I go down and check first. If there's nothing, you don't need to go down. The water was extremely murky due to the various kinds of garbage and corpses scattered on the streets, making it impossible for Lungi to see anything clearly. He could only go into the shop first. Upon reaching the door, he found it had been opened half a person's width, indicating that the gas inside had likely already been taken. However, since they were already there, they decided to go in anyway. Inside, it was empty, with only a few empty cylinders floating on the surface. Lungi quickly swam back up. How is it? Gaoyang asked. Nothing. It's all been taken away, Lungi said, removing his oxygen mask. I'm afraid there aren't any left around here, Gaoyang said. Are there any gas stations further away? I know one, Jiang Hao said. I used to work as a security guard there. There are many old residential areas in that area that don't have gas pipelines. They all use gas cylinders, so there are quite a few gas stations there. Maybe there are still some. Let's go take a look, Yang Qing said. Following Jiang Hao's navigation, they drove for more than half an hour before reaching an old town area. They checked 2 stations, but couldn't find any, and then found the furthest one. This time I go down with you, Yang Qing said. It's always too hard for Lung Yi to go alone. Yang Qing put on her diving suit and oxygen mask, grabbed a crowbar, and the two jumped into the water together. They were nearing the suburbs, and the water was relatively clearer. Diving to the bottom, they could see the shop door was intact, indicating it hadn't been opened. It seemed there was hope. Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a glance. Lung Yi made a hooking gesture with his hand, and Yang Qing handed him the crowbar. They tried to pry up the roller shutter door with the crowbar, but the pressure was too great, and they couldn't pry it open. Yang Qing swam over, and the two of them pulled together. Finally, the lock gave way and broke. They pulled the roller shutter door up again, and suddenly a dark figure darted out, startling Yang Qing. Thinking it was another corpse or something, she realized it was a gas cylinder. It was probably empty, which was why it floated out as soon as the door opened. The two continued diving into the shop, and saw a shelf neatly arranged with more than a dozen gas cylinders. They seemed to be filled with gas, as there were no obvious signs of them floating. Yang Qing was overjoyed. She made an upward gesture to Lung Yi, and went to call for help. Lung Yi nodded, and moved the gas cylinders outside, so they could easily carry them back up when they came down. Yang Qing surfaced, and Gao Yang quickly asked, "How's it going?" "Yes, there are more than a dozen," Yang Qing laughed. Everyone was overjoyed. Gao Yang and Li Shengnan exclaimed in unison, "Let's go down right away." "Wait!" Yang Qing climbed onto the inflatable boat. She only had 2 diving suits, she and Lung Yi wore them, but Gao Yang and Li Shengnan didn't. However, they did have simple oxygen masks. With a portable scuba oxygen cylinder, they could use them for at least 20 minutes. Yang Qing gave the oxygen masks and cylinders to Gao Yang and Li Shengnan and helped them connect them. She said to Jiang Hao, "You don't need to go down. Just stay up here and help carry the gas cylinders onto the inflatable boat. Be careful while you're up here." "Understood." Jiang Hao nodded. As the 3 of them descended together, Lung Yi had already returned with a gas cylinder. Jiang Hao quickly took it and carefully placed it on the inflatable boat. Lung Yi then dived back down. The 4 of them carried the gas cylinders up one after another, bringing up all 15 cylinders. When the last cylinder came up, Gao Yang was exhausted and almost collapsed. However, he couldn't hide his joy. "This will last us for several months." "Yeah." Everyone sat on the inflatable boat panting. This trip hadn't been in vain. "Shall we go back?" Yang Qing said. With so much stuff on the boat, there wasn't enough room to pack anything else. "Go back." Everyone nodded. After driving for about 10 minutes, just as they were about to enter the city, a group of people suddenly surrounded them, their eyes lighting up when they saw the gas cylinders on the inflatable boat. "Hey buddy, where did you get these gas cylinders?" The leader looked at Lung Yi. He seemed to be the leader of the group. "It's in that old town area up ahead. There are many gas stations there. We only have one open, but there should still be some left. You can still make it if you go now," Lung Yi said calmly. "Is that so?" The leader smirked. "But I think robbing your boat would be faster." Yang Qing narrowed his eyes. This guy was really arrogant, not even bothering to hide it, just saying he rob it. "Oh, then you try?" Lung Yi took out his long knife. The other guy scoffed at Lung Yi's knife, pulled out a pistol and toyed with it. "I advise you to obediently hand over your stuff, otherwise I shoot, and you all be on your way to the afterlife." Then boom! He laughed as he gestured, completely disregarding other people's lives. Lung Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance. They had developed a tacit understanding after several trips together. Lung Yi suddenly picked up a bottle and threw it. The bottle landed in front of the other guy's assault boat. At the same time, Yang Qing quickly pulled out a long gun and aimed it at the gas cylinder opposite. "Is that so? Now let's see whose gun is faster." Lung Yi also quickly pulled out a pistol and aimed it at the other side's leader. Chapter 39. The other man's expression changed. He hadn't expected them to have 2 guns. Gao Yang and Jiang Hao were also somewhat surprised. They had heard Li Shengnan mention they had guns, but long guns. They hadn't expected Lung Yi to also have pistols. "So what if you have 2 guns? You have so many gas cylinders. If I just puncture one, the power will turn you all into mincemeat." the other man said fiercely. Lung Yi sneered. I don't need many. Just this one, and none of you will survive. This gas cylinder was stuck on the shelf. When he picked it up, it felt noticeably lighter than the others, so it wasn't full. It floated on the water when he threw it. But detonating it was more than enough. Even if it didn't kill them, it would severely injure them. The man looked at the floating gas cylinder in front of him, his face growing even uglier. Brother, there's no need to make it a lose-lose situation. We don't need much. Half is fine. Half? Lung Yi scoffed. The gas station is submerged. It took us so much effort to bring these up, and you just want half? It's not that easy. We rather die together. The man gritted his teeth, surprised that this man was so unyielding. Of course, he didn't want to die. He had a gun, and in this apocalypse, he was living a much more carefree life than others. Who wanted to die? There are many more over there. Go find them yourselves. Maybe you find more than we did, Lung Yi said. Let's keep to ourselves, or nobody will leave. The man hesitated for a moment. There aren't many people who can dive. 2 bottles, I want 2 bottles. We go our separate ways. Lung Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance and nodded almost imperceptibly. They give him 2 bottles. There was no need for a life or death struggle. If the other side actually opened fire, all of their dozen or so gas cylinders would explode, and 5 people would lose their lives. It wasn't worth it. Lung Yi told Gao Yang to throw another gas cylinder, while he kept his gun pointed at the enemy, ready to shoot them in the head if they made any move. After throwing the gas cylinder, Jiang Hao and Li Shengnan quickly turned the assault boat around and sped away. Yang Qing and Lung Yi kept their eyes on the people behind them, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they weren't being pursued. A real fight would result in mutual destruction, which was not what they wanted to see. Trading their lives for theirs was too much of a loss. Upon reaching the residential area safely, some people saw all the gas cylinders on their assault boat and were extremely envious. A rubber boat came up and someone asked, "Where did you get all this gas?" "We found it underwater," Lung Yi replied coldly. Yang Qing was a little annoyed. Were they trying to take advantage again? "What do you want?" Yang Qing raised his gun directly, not wanting to waste any more words with these people. Did they think he didn't know what they were up to? "Hey, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything by it," the man quickly said. "I just wanted to ask where you found it, so we can go look for it too. I'm from phase 2 over there. We use gas pipes, but the gas has been cut off for a long time, and there's no electricity. We can't cook, and eating dry rations every day isn't sustainable. I just wanted to ask where we can find gas. We went to the suburbs to look for it. You can go and check it yourselves," Lung Yi said calmly. They parked the assault boat by the stairwell. Yang Qing stood guard with his gun while Lung Yi and the others carried the gas cylinders one by one into the stairwell. Many people watched them carry the gas cylinders from upstairs, filled with envy and jealousy, but there was nothing they could do. Without assault boats or guns, finding supplies like they did was virtually impossible. "How about this? I pay you to buy them," the man asked again. "Money? How much can you offer? These days, money isn't even enough to wipe your ass. If you want them, trade grain. 1 bottle of gas for 100 pounds of grain," Yang Qing scoffed. "You might as well rob us," the man snapped, getting angry. 100 pounds of grain? Who can afford that these days? So you just want to get something for nothing? Trade some waste paper for gas. I do it for you. Do you want it? Yang Qing retorted. Who said it's waste paper? There's a government organization selling things at the department store over there. 1 gene of grain costs 3,000 yuan, so 100 gene would be 300,000. I can buy 100 gene of grain with 300,000. Then go buy it, Yang Qing scoffed. Don't think I don't know. This kind of government-supplied grain is rationed. I admit defeat if you can buy 10 gene. If you can buy 100 gene, then as we just agreed, I give you a new gas cylinder. How about that? The man's face turned bright red. If he could buy 100 gene of grain, who would need to beg her? He'd already be walking around the neighborhood like a hog. Everyone carried the gas cylinders into the stairwell. Lung Yi glanced at them. Don't rush to move them upstairs. Let me check them. These bubbles have been underwater for so long. There might be something wrong with them. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected him to know this. Lung Yi checked each cylinder one by one, looking at the pressure gauge and checking for loose valves. He checked everything before letting them move them upstairs. Li Shengnan lifted a gas cylinder. Yang Qing was surprised. She hadn't expected her to be so strong. No wonder she used to be a policeman. Yang Qing, I want to give this gas cylinder to Teacher Zheng, Lin Xueting still has it with him. Yang Qing thought for a moment. There were originally 15 gas cylinders, but 2 had been stolen. Giving one to Teacher Zhang would leave 12. 4 cylinders per household would last 4 or 5 months, enough. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Li Xingnan's lips curled slightly. Despite Yang Qing's tough exterior, she wasn't as cold-blooded as she seemed. Li Xingnan carried the gas cylinder to Teacher Zhang's door and knocked. "Who is it?" came Teacher Zhang's voice from inside, sounding a little nervous, and she didn't open the door immediately. "Teacher Zhang, this is Li Xingnan from the 7th floor. I brought you a gas cylinder," Li Xingnan said. Teacher Zhang opened the door, looking at Li Xingnan in surprise, then at the gas cylinder on the ground. She hadn't expected them to bring her gas. "We found this outside today. We know you have a large family, and you're taking care of Lin Xueting now. This is just a small token of our appreciation," Li Xingnan said with a smile. Teacher Zhang's eyes reddened. Thank you so much." He knew that those people on the 7th floor, though they looked fierce, weren't bad people at all. Li Xingnan carried the gas cylinder into the house, and saw Lin Xueting sitting on the floor mat, Teacher Zhang's grandson playing beside her. Lin Xueting wasn't participating, but she was quiet. "How is she?" Li Xingnan asked softly. "Much better than before. She's helping me take care of the child," Teacher Zhang said. "That's good. Thank you so much, Teacher Zhang." Li Xingnan nodded. "It's my duty," Teacher Zhang smiled. Li Xingnan put down the gas cylinder and went back downstairs to carry the next one. All the gas cylinders were carried upstairs and first placed in Yang Qing's room. Their apartment had explosion-proof glass doors and windows. It wouldn't be so easy for someone with ill intentions to cause an accident. Aki and Xiaoxua curiously went over to all the metal cylinders, sniffing them here and there. What were they? Chapter 40. Everyone's worked hard today. Let's divide the gas, Yang Qing said. After deducting the 2 bottles that were stolen and the one given to Teacher Zhang, there are 12 bottles left. How do you want to divide them? There are 3 families, so 4 bottles per family, Li Xingnan said. The others had no objections. Yang Qing shook his head. You 802 have more people, so you use them quickly and can get 2 more bottles. We 701 only have 2 people, so we won't use that many. Well, I'm only 1 person, so I won't use that many either, Leng Yi said. Then let's divide them by head count, Jiang Hao said. But Leng Yi did the most work, so it's a bit unfair that he gets the least, Yang Qing said. Well, you also did a lot of work. The diving equipment is yours, and the inflatable boat is yours too, so you should get a bigger share, Li Xingnan said. Okay then, Yang Qing said, let's divide it by head count. For people in 802 will get 4 bottles, 2 people in 701 will get 2 bottles, and Leng Yi will get 1. That's 7 bottles. The rest will go to Leng Yi for 2 bottles, me for 2, and 802 for 1 more. How about that? No problem, everyone nodded. The 4 people in 802 will use about 1 bottle of gas per month, so 5 bottles will last 5 months. Leng Yi alone will use 1 bottle for at least 2 months, so 3 bottles will last 6 months, so he won't lose out. Yang Qing and Lu Lin together will use 1 bottle for a month and a half, so 4 bottles will last 6 months. Besides, she has 9 bottles of gas in her storage space, so she doesn't care. But you didn't get more than your share, did you? Li Xingnan said. She felt that since she contributed more, she should get more. Yang Qing waved her hand. When you went upstairs, this gas cylinder was just opened. It'd last another month, no problem. We go find more when it's used up. Everyone was deeply moved. They had almost all survived thanks to Yang Qing, yet she didn't care about such things. Having such a friend in the apocalypse was truly a blessing. Just keep the gas here, it's safer. Li Xingnan's old room is empty, so we put it there. You can come down and get it when you need it. Many people saw us bringing the gas back today. Some might have malicious intentions. If they set off a Molotov cocktail or something, your windows might not be able to withstand it, and that would be troublesome. My doors and windows are all made of blast-proof glass. I'm not afraid of them doing anything malicious. Everyone nodded. Yang Qing was so fair. They had no worries about leaving it here. For the next few days, no one went out except for Leng Yi and Yang Qing. Everyone else gathered in room 802 for combat training. After several days of wrestling practice, everyone had improved. Yang Qing practiced boxing at home, and Leng Yi often came over to give her pointers, so her boxing skills improved by leaps and bounds. Would you like to learn some more lethal techniques? Leng Yi asked. What kind of lethal techniques? Yang Qing asked curiously. Like what you used on me last time. Lung Yi's face inexplicably flushed. That was indeed quite useful, but there are more direct ones. Have you seen 007 or some assassin movies? They can snap a person's neck with just one move, and those are real. Want to learn them? Yes. Yang Qing immediately became excited. Were they really that powerful? Lung Yi's lips curved into a slight smile. Come here, I teach you. He stood behind Yang Qing, one hand under her chin, the other behind her neck, counting the joints in her cervical vertebrae. Can you feel it? It's this spot. Just twist it with force. Although his movements were gentle, Yang Qing inexplicably felt a chill. Could this man have been an assassin before? Now you can try it on me. Lung Yi lowered his hands, adding, Don't actually kill me, or I die a very unjust death. Yang Qing chuckled. I know what I'm doing. This man can joke, he probably isn't an assassin, or if he is, he's not a cold-blooded one. Standing behind Lung Yi, Yang Qing realized how tall he was, almost a head taller than her. Breaking someone's neck as easily as he did would be difficult. She gestured, trying to figure out how to do it. What's wrong? Lung Yi turned around when Yang Qing hesitated to act, and Yang Qing's hand caught his, one covering his lips, and the other supporting the back of his head. Her soft lips touched his palm, and Yang Qing's heart skipped a beat. A strange feeling washed over her. Lung Yi hadn't expected his lips to land on her palm so close. Her palm was warm and soft, carrying a uniquely feminine fragrance, and his ears instantly turned red. Aki and Xiaoxua, who had been lying on the ground listlessly, suddenly felt the atmosphere change. Was the air filled with pink bubbles? Woof, woof. The two little ones sat up and barked. Ah, sorry. Yang Qing seemed to snap out of her daze, her face flushing, and she quickly withdrew her hand. I didn't mean to. To ease the awkwardness, she quickly changed the subject. I noticed something, you're too tall. It's hard for me to snap someone's neck like you do from behind. Lung Yi was successfully swayed, and upon reflection, he realized he hadn't considered the height difference. In previous missions, his opponents were usually evenly matched or shorter than him, so he hadn't thought about this issue. Then do this, Lung Yi said, pulling out a razor blade. Just use this to sever the opponent's carotid artery. To prevent them from making a sound, it's best to cover their mouth beforehand. Covering their mouth shouldn't be too difficult. Lung Yi gestured to Yang Qing's height, as if it were feasible. Yang Qing stared in astonishment at the razor blade in his hand. Where did it come from? Does he have a spatial ability? No, it's probably just that his movements were too fast, and he hadn't seen it clearly. It seems his identity is not simple. There's no need to try this, is there? I'm afraid I won't be able to control it properly, Yang Qing said. This is a razor blade. One wrong move could be fatal. Lung Yi smiled. You don't need this. Actually, outside, even without a knife, a piece of paper can kill. We sometimes accidentally cut ourselves while flipping through books. Leaves, stones, if used properly, they could all become weapons. When conditions aren't ideal, use whatever you have. Yang Qing nodded. In her past life, she had killed someone by inserting a twig into their carotid artery. People can unleash limitless potential in crucial moments. Yang Qing cut a small piece of cardboard to practice with as a razor blade. After an afternoon of practice, she had mastered it. Lung Yi was very satisfied. This was the most talented apprentice he had ever trained. After Lu Lin finished training, Lung Yi and Yang Qing also ended their day's practice. As they left, Lung Yi gave Yang Qing 2 razor blades, saying they were for self-defense. He even taught her where to hide them, so they wouldn't be easily discovered and were easy to retrieve. Yang Qing really suspected that he might have been an international assassin before the apocalypse. Chapter 41. Lu Lin started cooking. Yang Qing carried a rechargeable lamp up to the rooftop. After feeding them for the past few days, the 2 rabbits seemed to have grown bigger and were rounder than before. Their snow-white fur and red eyes were incredibly cute. The seeds in the vegetable bowl had also sprouted and were already over an inch tall. It seemed they would have vegetables to eat soon. Oh right, my bean sprouts. Yang Qing slapped his forehead, completely forgetting about the bean sprouts. Had they all dried out? Yang Qing hurriedly watered the vegetables, grabbed some grass from his spatial storage for the 2 rabbits, and rushed downstairs. Oh no, oh no! Yang Qing muttered as he ran to the kitchen. What's wrong? Lu Lin couldn't help but ask. I forgot about the bean sprouts, I wonder how they are. Lu Lin chuckled. Don't worry, I water them every day, they won't die. Yang Qing opened the black bag containing the beverage bottle, and saw a full jar of bean sprouts, all over 3 inches long, thin and elongated because they hadn't seen the light. They're ready to eat. Yang Qing exclaimed happily, trying to pour the sprouts out, but they were packed too tightly and wouldn't come out, so she had to cut the bottle open. All the sprouts fell out and filled a basin. She hadn't expected there to be so many. Yang Qing took out a third, divided the rest into 2 portions, and packed them in plastic bags. I take some to them too. Go ahead, I stir-fry the sprouts, and we can eat right away. Don't linger too long at their place, Lu Lin said. Okay, Yang Qing replied. Carrying the 2 bags of bean sprouts, she knocked on Leng Yi's door first. Leng Yi opened the door, and Xiao Shui squeezed through the crowd. Yang Qing ruffled its hair, and handed it the bean sprouts. The bean sprouts I sprouted a few days ago are ready. Would you like to try some? Leng Yi took the bean sprouts and said thank you, then turned back. I have peanuts. Can we eat them after they sprout? Sure. Yang Qing nodded. They used to have peanut sprouts as a dish at hot pot restaurants. Leng Yi then gave Yang Qing a small bag of raw peanuts. Here, take these. You can sprout them or plant them. It's up to you. Thank you. Yang Qing smiled. Then she went upstairs and gave the bean sprouts to Wang Min. You really managed to make them? Wang Min was pleasantly surprised. We were just saying how nice it would be to have some vegetables, and you brought them over. By the way, how are the vegetables upstairs? Yang Qing smiled. They all sprouted. They should be ready to eat in about 10 days. I pick some for you then. Then I say thank you in advance. Wang Min smiled. The others also expressed their gratitude when they saw Yang Qing bring the bean sprouts. As Yang Qing came downstairs, Wang Min sighed. Yang Qing is such a good person. I'm curious, how did you two meet? Gao Yang asked. Yang Qing rented that apartment, and since she couldn't live there alone, she looked for a roommate online. She specified that she only wanted female roommates, so I came. She seemed easy to get along with, and the rent was cheap, so I moved in. I arrived first, and Shengnan came later. Li Shengnan nodded. My relative introduced me to a job as an auxiliary police officer, and I also came after seeing the online rental ad. Before, our relationship was just a casual acquaintance, nothing special. I never expected that after the apocalypse, Yang Qing would take such good care of us. Speaking of which, she saved my life. What happened? Gao Yang was surprised. Shengnan hadn't mentioned anything about her being in trouble. Li Shengnan then recounted how Yang Qing had feigned illness to lure her back, then tied her up to prevent her from running away. It seems true friendship is revealed in times of trouble. This person is worth befriending, Gao Yang said. Li Shengnan and Wang Min both nodded, so they generally didn't object to Yang Qing's decisions now. When Yang Qing returned to 701, Lu Lin had already set the table. Seeing Yang Qing holding something, she asked, What's that? Peanuts Leng Yi gave me. He said they can be used to sprout or plant. I was thinking of planting some in my space too, so we can grow more vegetables. Shall we go in and plant some vegetables together after dinner? Yang Qing said. Okay. Lu Lin nodded. After dinner, the two entered their space and found a patch of land in the backyard. They cut down the grass and set it aside. They could take it to the 2 rabbits later. Then the two began tilling the soil. The soil was incredibly fertile, mostly black, perfect for growing crops. Yang Qing took out the potatoes she bought at the market earlier. She bought them basket by basket without sorting, and some were green or sprouting. She picked them out, cut them, and planted them. She planted several rows. Potatoes could be used as a vegetable or a staple food, and were very popular in the apocalypse, so she planted quite a lot. Yang Qing also took some sweet potato vines, divided them, and planted them in 2 long rows. Sweet potatoes grow very fast. The leaves could be eaten as a vegetable, and the sweet potatoes themselves could be used as a staple food. Then she took out some seeds she bought at the agricultural store. Soybeans, peanuts, tomatoes, cucumbers, and a large patch of bok choy. They could be eaten when young, and when they matured, flowered, bore fruit, and produced seeds, they could be pressed for oil. After planting, Yang Qing and Lu Lin watered the plants with spiritual spring water, their backs aching from exhaustion. Now I realize being a farmer isn't so easy, Lu Lin said, wiping her sweat. Of course, Yang Qing replied. No adult in this world has it easy. What about those rich kids? Lu Lin retorted. That's the foundation their parents built through hard work. If they didn't work hard, they squander their fortunes too. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, those rich kids aren't having an easy time either, Yang Qing said. Lu Lin pouted. That's true, but their wealth and resources are far beyond their reach. However, they definitely have it easier than us, Yang Qing added. She had witnessed it in her previous life. They struggled to survive, fighting tooth and nail for a loaf of bread, while the wealthy lived in their castles, indulging in wine, women, and luxury. It was like heaven and earth. Fortunately, in this life she had a spatial ability, possessing many things ordinary people didn't have, better than some, but not as good as others. The two took a shower in the spatial ability before coming out. Perhaps because they were tired, they slept very soundly that night. In the middle of the night, they vaguely heard various noises outside, but Aki didn't wake them, and Yang Qing was too lazy to get up. When they woke up the next day, they saw that it was raining heavily again, flooding the entire 4th floor and reaching the steps of the 5th floor. Teacher Zhang, Zhang Yin, and Lin Xueting were moving things upstairs, and they had almost finished. Yang Qing stood on the 7th floor stairwell and asked, "Teacher Zhang, are you alright? Do you need our help?" "We're fine. We almost finished moving. No need to trouble you." Teacher Zhang shook her head and carried the last item to the 6th floor. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Good deeds really do have their rewards. Teacher Zhang had taken care of Lin Xueting before, and now the floodwaters were perfect for them to move into her house. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to go. Chapter 42. Unable to go out due to the rain, Lu Lin trained upstairs, so Yang Qing took out mung beans and peanuts to continue her sprouting project. She remembered she picked up some small appliances at the department store last time, including a bean sprout machine, which could now be put to good use. Yang Qing took out 2 bean sprout machines, one for mung beans and one for peanuts. First, she added water to the bottom tank, inserted a water pipe in the middle, placed a sprouting tray on top, laid a mesh, then added the mung beans, spreading them evenly, followed by a water pressing tray, then another layer of mung beans, covered it with a lid, covered it with a light blocking cloth, and set the temperature. This was much easier, no need to water every day, and she had bean sprouts to eat in a few days. With nothing else to do, Yang Qing went up to the rooftop, watered the vegetables with some spiritual spring water, and added some to the rabbit's water, hoping they would grow faster. As Yang Qing was watching the rabbit, she suddenly sneezed. She touched her arm. Why did it feel a little cold? Looking outside, the rain was still falling, raindrops pattering against the sunroom glass and meandering down like tiny tadpoles. But it's only June. Why does it feel cold in this hot weather? Yang Qing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that an extreme cold was coming? She remembered that in her previous life, the extreme cold didn't come so quickly, it took a long time. How come things are different this time? But perhaps she was being too sensitive. Maybe it was just because the rain was so heavy that the temperature had dropped. This still served as a reminder to Yang Qing. Although she had a lot of firewood in her spatial storage, to others, she had only brought back 2 bundles, not enough to last 2 days. She would have to go and get some more. Yang Qing went down to the 8th floor. Gao Yang and the others were training. Seeing her arrive, they all called out, "Yang Qing, come on over. Let's see your skills." Yang Qing waved his hand with a smile. "Have you guys noticed the temperature dropping?" "No." Everyone shook their heads. They were training intensely, drenched in sweat. How could they feel the temperature dropping? "I suddenly felt a chill on the top floor, just now, wondering if a cold front was coming," Yang Qing said. "No way, it's June. How could there be a cold front?" Jiang Hao laughed. "We used to think the apocalypse was a fantasy, but it still happened, didn't it?" Yang Qing scoffed. Li Shengnan walked over Yang Qing. "Do you have some inside information?" Yang Qing shook his head. "No, the internet's been down for ages. How could I have inside information?" "I was just thinking, the apocalypse can't just be about rain, right? Someone mentioned on the survival forum before that the apocalypse might involve extreme cold, extreme heat, earthquakes, tsunamis, and all sorts of disasters. Whether it happens now or not, it's always good to be prepared." "I think Yang Qing makes sense." Lu Lin naturally supported him. "So what preparations do you suggest we make?" Gao Yang asked. "First, we need to prepare plenty of warm clothing. Second, we need to prepare firewood, charcoal, and other heating materials. Otherwise, if it gets to -40 or 50 degrees Celsius, we all freeze to death," Yang Qing said. "It's -40 or 50 degrees Celsius here? What will it be like in northeast China?" Wang Min exclaimed in shock. "Who knows?" Yang Qing shook his head. "No one could go to northeast China to verify. Even in northeast China, without heating, people will freeze to death." "I think Yang Qing is right. It's better to be prepared. Even if we don't use the firewood, it's just a waste of time. For us right now, time is the least of our worries," Gao Yang said. "Okay, we check this afternoon and set off when the rain subsides a bit," Yang Qing said. "Last time, Lu Lin and I went to visit a friend. We passed through an industrial area with several furniture factories and lots of solid wood, perfect for firewood. We only brought back 2 bundles then, so this time we get more. Okay, whatever you say, Li Shengnan nodded. Yang Qing went downstairs and told Leng Yi about going to find firewood. No problem. Leng Yi nodded. The rain gradually stopped in the afternoon. This time, Li Shengnan stayed behind. Yang Qing was still a little worried about Gao Yang and Jiang Hao, who might later join them in a raid. If they colluded with outsiders, it would be a huge loss. This time, they went in pairs, using 2 inflatable boats and 1 rubber dinghy. The firewood was too heavy, each boat might not be able to carry much. Under Yang Qing's direction, they arrived at the furniture factory from last time. The overnight rain had flooded the area, and many factory buildings had water on the first floor. Last time, Yang Qing didn't move all the firewood from the warehouse into his spatial dimension because he planned to have them loaded there next time they came, saving time and effort by not having to search elsewhere. You guys carry it first, I go check other places, Yang Qing said. Last time, he only moved a few sofas and some firewood. He didn't check other places, maybe there was food. Yang Qing went into the canteen. The vegetables and meat were already rotten, but there were a few bags of rice that hadn't spoiled, so he swept them all into his spatial dimension. Upstairs, he entered the offices. The factory manager's office and the finance office both had safes, maybe there was money inside. But Yang Qing didn't know how to pick locks. He always put the safes in his spatial dimension, and several of them were still unopened. Yang Qing went downstairs to find Leng Yi. He could even open the complicated safes at the shooting range. This shouldn't be a problem, right? There are 2 safes upstairs. Can you help me open them? Yang Qing asked in a low voice. No problem. Leng Yi nodded. Upstairs, seeing that the safes were just ordinary safes, Leng Yi opened them in no time. Yang Qing was impressed. Can you teach me? Sure. Leng Yi nodded. With his explanation, Yang Qing opened the other safe using only 2 wires, even surprising herself. It wasn't difficult after all. Leng Yi's lips curled slightly at her expression. Opening the factory manager's safe, she found some documents, the contents of which she didn't know, along with some jade bracelets, Shoshan stone seals, and the like. Yang Qing put them in her pocket, actually tossing them into her spatial storage. Leng Yi glanced at them, but didn't say anything. Then, there was 100,000 yuan, which Yang Qing put into her bag. Leng Yi knew these were things she didn't intend to keep for herself. Looking at the finance office safe, there was surprisingly 300,000 yuan in cash, probably for some payment, which she also put into her bag. The 2 went downstairs, and Yang Qing opened the bag to show the others. Look, what's this? So much money? Everyone was surprised. I heard someone say the other day that the government is selling things at the department store. Rice is 3,000 yuan a jean, 500 grams. This money is enough for us to buy 100 jean. The rice we found in the office building last time, 3 bags each, only 20 jean per bag, won't last long. With this money, we can store more grain. Maybe we can also buy some winter clothes, Yang Qing said. You guys bring out some more firewood. I want to go to the nearby factories to see if they have any more money, and find some more. Okay, Gao Yang nodded. Yang Qing was thinking of him. I go with you, Leng Yi said. He knew how to open safes, and was much faster than Yang Qing. All right. Yang Qing smiled. He didn't seem to notice that he had taken the treasure. It wouldn't hurt to bring him along. Chapter 43. The factories nearby didn't have much water, so the 2 waited out. They entered the neighboring factory, also a furniture factory, and went straight to the offices. They opened the safe in the finance office. There was only 50,000 yuan, and only 20,000 yuan in the factory manager's office. After all, cash is used less these days. Keeping cash might be for emergencies, or to purchase supplies from local farmers. Some older people don't use electronic payments and still need cash. The 2 continued into the next factory. This was a chemical plant, with various chemical reagents in the workshop. Yang Qing wondered if these things would be useful later. She made an excuse. You go to the finance office first. My stomach hurts a little, I need to use the restroom. Okay. Leng Yi nodded, without suspecting anything. Yang Qing walked towards the restroom, then turned a corner and headed towards the workshop where Leng Yi couldn't see her. Entering the workshop, she saw various protective suits hanging there, and there were brand new, unopened suits in the cabinets. Yang Qing grabbed 2 boxes and put them into her spatial storage. Donning protective gear, Yang Qing entered the workshop. Various unidentified chemical reagents, packaged in barrels, were on display. She glanced at them, not recognizing them, but seemed to have seen them on television. She decided to collect them for now. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a laboratory nearby. Yang Qing pried open the door and went inside. A locked cabinet contained various metals, some in glass bottles. They appeared to be rare metals, used for making chemical catalysts. Yang Qing had watched some science videos online. Some rare metals were more expensive than gold, mainly because they were very difficult to obtain. She decided to collect them. They might come in useful later. Seeing other cabinets containing sulfuric acid and other things she couldn't normally buy, Yang Qing stored them, along with the cabinets, into her spatial storage. There were various experimental instruments and microscopes nearby. Yang Qing put anything movable into her spatial storage. Those fixed to the ground were unusable. When she came out, Leng Yi had already opened the safe, but the contents were still untouched. Yang Qing saw that the factory had a lot of cash, 500,000 yuan, and stuffed it all into her bag. There were also some other valuables in the safe. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. "You can take these too." "I don't need them." Leng Yi shook his head. "Then I won't be polite." Yang Qing tossed the items into her pocket, beaming with joy. Seeing her greedy expression, Leng Yi chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" "These might come in handy later," Yang Qing said, pursing her lips. "No, I'm happy to see you happy," Leng Yi said, then realized his words were a bit ambiguous, and his ears turned red. Yang Qing didn't notice. "Anyway, I like them. If you don't want them, they're perfect for me." "Okay, they're all yours," Leng Yi said gently. "Let's go, next one." Yang Qing slung his backpack over his shoulder. It was surprisingly heavy. Leng Yi quickly took it from him. "I do it." After they visited over a dozen factories nearby, the half-person-high bag was stuffed full of money. During this time, Yang Qing would always find an excuse to go out, casually taking many things and putting them into his spatial storage. Leng Yi never questioned it. Back at the furniture factory, Gao Yang and the others loaded the firewood into the assault boat and rubber dinghy. Yang Qing emptied all the money from the bag, counted it, and found it totaled over 3 million. "So much?" Everyone was shocked. "Now we can buy more grain," Yang Qing said with a smile. "I'm afraid there won't be anywhere to buy it," Leng Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. Even the government was rationing grain now, a maximum of 2 jin per person. They had so much money, they had nowhere to spend it. It seemed they needed to find other channels, otherwise their money would really become worthless. "Let's go back, it's almost dark," Gao Yang said. Yang Qing looked at the sky. "Let's just wait until it's dark to go back, so people won't keep seeing us transporting supplies and getting jealous." Jiang Hao laughed. "We're just getting some firewood today, what are they jealous of?" "Who knows? They get jealous as soon as we get something. They can't stand seeing others do well," Lu Lin interjected. Leng Yi nodded. "Let's rest here for a while. When we get to the residential area, we stop the motor and row slowly. It's better to be cautious." Everyone stopped talking. Yang Qing took out several bags of beef jerky from his bag for everyone to eat. They had collected a lot of snacks while sweeping the buildings, so no one thought it was strange. After resting for half an hour, everyone boarded the boat. The firewood was heavy, and the draft was deep. Each boat was loaded to almost the point of flooding before they dared not load any more. "The firewood is still too heavy. If only we had charcoal, it would be much lighter," Gao Yang said. They didn't know where to find charcoal for the moment, so they decided to go back first. Upon arriving at the residential area, they stopped the motors, and the 3 boats slowly approached Building 8. It was lunchtime, so few people came out to watch. The group worked together to carry the firewood upstairs. Fortunately, the water level was already at the 5th floor, so they only had to climb 3 more floors. They first placed the firewood in the rooftop sunroom, where there was still some space. After putting down the last bundle of firewood, Yang Qing noticed the 3 leaky rubber boats they had previously retrieved from the water. They had been sitting there unrepaired, and he thought that now that he had some time, he could fix them. They might come in handy later. "I go downstairs and cook first. Come down early," Lu Lin said. Yang Qing watched everyone else leave, then took out 2 boxed lunches from his spatial storage. "Don't cook, just eat these. They'd be fine after heating them up." "Okay." Lu Lin smiled. She appreciated Yang Qing's thoughtfulness. Yang Qing took out super glue from his storage, cut a piece of leather from the furniture factory into small pieces, and glued it to the punctures in the rubber boats. He then inflated them and tested them in water. There seemed to be no leaks. It seemed to work quite well. He didn't know how long it would last, but it was usable for now. After patching up all 3 rubber boats, Yang Qing went downstairs for lunch. The next day, Yang Qing inquired with teacher Zhang about the location of the government's grain distribution center, and told Leng Yi and the others they would go buy grain together. Leaving Lu Lin at home, Yang Qing carried 300,000 yuan and went out with everyone. Taking too much money was useless, grain was rationed, and it was impossible to buy too much. Upon arriving at the designated department store, the queue for grain was already incredibly long, and it was unclear when it would be their turn. Yang Qing told Wang Min and Jiang how to queue there. The rest of you come with me to buy things, mainly warm clothing. Okay. Everyone nodded. Other areas of the department store were less crowded. After all, food was the most pressing issue right now. Everything else was secondary. The winter clothing section, in particular, was almost deserted, and prices were only double what they used to be. Although more expensive, compared to rice, which had increased from a little over 2 yuan to 3,000 yuan, a full 1,500 times more expensive, double the price was already considered a reasonable price. Furthermore, it was only June, and the weather was still very hot. Almost no one was thinking about buying winter clothes. After all, money should be spent wisely. Yang Qing saw some Canada Goose down jackets. They used to cost 10,000 yuan each, now 20,000. However, Canada Goose down jackets were indeed of high quality, with a high down content, and worth buying. He picked out a light gray one, and called Leng Yi over to try it on. This color is nice. Why don't you try it on? Okay. Leng Yi nodded. Are you really going to buy it? It's so expensive. Li Shengyan said, even when she was working, she wouldn't have been willing to buy such expensive clothes. Buy it, one for each of us. Yang Qing waved his hand generously. We're rich now. Li Shengyan smiled, and went to pick out clothes with Gao Yang. Chapter 44. Yang Qing turned to look at Leng Yi. He was tall and handsome, and in his light gray down jacket, he looked even better than the model in the poster next to him. How is it? Leng Yi asked. It looks good. I take this one, Yang Qing nodded. Leng Yi's lips curved slightly. Okay. He casually picked up a women's down jacket in the same color scheme. Want to try this on? Sure. Yang Qing took the down jacket and put it on, only to realize how hot it was. How could he stand it? Then he saw Leng Yi, who hadn't even taken his jacket off, calmly watching him without breaking a sweat. Aren't you hot? Yang Qing asked. I'm fine, Leng Yi said, taking off his down jacket. He looked at Yang Qing again. This one looks good on you too. But I like white, Yang Qing said. Although white gets dirty easily, it just looks good. Yang Qing took off her gray down jacket and put on a white one, along with a white woolen hat. She looked at Leng Yi. Does it look good? It looks good. A glint of light flashed in Leng Yi's eyes. White did indeed look better. It's so hot. Yang Qing quickly took off her clothes. This is it. I also need to buy one for Lu Lin, the same one as mine. Leng Yi pursed his lips, saying nothing. Li Shengyan asked Wang Min and Jiang Hao, and they said they liked black, so she picked out 2 black ones for them based on their sizes. Yang Qing noticed some heat vests nearby and chose one for each of them. Then she bought cotton pants and snow boots. Everyone looked at them like they were monsters. Yang Qing didn't care. She picked out a few scarves, and they all went to the cashier to pay. Over 10,000 yuan in one go. The cashier looked at them like they were idiots. People were buying food, and they were buying clothes, winter clothes at that. Were they out of their minds? So many clothes were too much to carry, so Yang Qing bought some vacuum bags, put the clothes in, and vacuum sealed them. One large bag was all it took. Seeing several boxes of charcoal in the department store area, originally sold with barbecue grills, Yang Qing bought them all, along with 2 barbecue grills and some bamboo skewers, so she could have a barbecue sometime. After buying everything, she was about to go find Wang Min and the others when they walked over empty-handed. Didn't you buy any food? Yang Qing asked. No more. Wang Min shrugged. The daily supply is limited, and it's already sold out before it was our turn. No one expected that even with money, they couldn't buy food. What do we do now? Li Shengyan asked. Let's go back first, Yang Qing said helplessly. Back in the apartment complex, the group carried their things upstairs. Yang Qing and Leng Yi dragged the inflatable boat behind, discussing where to get food. Suddenly, the door to apartment 601 opened, and Teacher Zhang came out. Miss Yang, you want to buy food? Teacher Zhang asked in a low voice. What, you have one? Yang Qing asked, surprised. Come in. Teacher Zhang beckoned to her. Leng Yi and Gao Yang come down and dragged the inflatable boat onto the boat, Then he and Yang Qing entered room 601. Zhang Yin and Lin Xueting were playing with their child. They both stood up when they saw them enter. Xueting, take the child inside to play. I have something to discuss with them, Teacher Zhang said to Lin Xueting. Lin Xueting glanced at the two of them, nodded, and took her child's hand into the room. How is she now? Yang Qing gestured towards Lin Xueting. She's almost back to normal, just doesn't like to talk. Zhang Yin smiled. That's good. Yang Qing nodded. Teacher Zhang, do you have a way to buy grain? Teacher Zhang looked at her son, Zhang Yin, who began, to be honest, I used to work at the grain station. People nowadays might not know this and think grain stations are long gone, but they always existed. It's just that everyone buys grain online or in supermarkets now, so they overlook the grain station institution. Before the apocalypse, our grain station had a lot of grain stored up. Later, it was flooded, and I managed to salvage quite a bit. Zhang Yin blushed slightly as he spoke. He had taken all the grain home. Yang Qing immediately understood. No wonder they dared to take Lin Xueting in now. They had grain at home. That time they used rabbits to exchange for medicine was probably just a way to avoid revealing their true intentions. Yang Qing didn't think much of it. She had so much grain in her own space. Everyone has secrets. Later, when the apocalypse came, the world went into chaos. When I went back, the grain had already been salvaged and controlled by those people. However, I know someone. If you want, I can introduce you, Zhang Yin said. Soaked in water? Is that rice edible? Lung Yi asked. It should be fine. I asked around. It's just that the taste isn't as good as the better rice. Actually, the rice from the government is the same. If there were a problem, someone would have exposed it already, Zhang Yin said. Yang Qing nodded. She noticed that the rice the people ahead of her in line were buying today was indeed different from usual. It was very yellow and very broken, probably because it had been soaked and then dried, hence the breakage. What's the price? Yang Qing asked. 2,000 yuan per jean, half the price of new rice, Zhang Yin said. Isn't new rice 3,000? Yang Qing asked in surprise. Today's is already 4,000, Zhang Yin said. Yang Qing nodded. She hadn't bought any rice today, so she didn't know the price. She hadn't expected it to go up again. But if it's edible, buying some broken rice wouldn't be a problem. After all, the price difference is double, and the same amount can last longer. Is that person reliable? Yang Qing asked. She used to work at our grain station, but it seems she has a big boss behind her, whom I never met, Zhang Yin said. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. That was a bit unreliable. What if they were cheated during the transaction? One shouldn't be malicious, but one must be wary. Can we have them deliver the rice? Yang Qing asked. This? Zhang Yin hesitated. He couldn't make the decision. Yang Qing and his group were afraid of being cheated, and the other party was afraid too. This was Yang Qing's territory. How about this? You do the transaction for us, they give you the grain, you give us the grain, and we give you the money. Ask around and see if that works? Yang Qing said. We give you 2 jin of grain as payment for each transaction, but only for quantities of 50 jin or more. It wouldn't be fair to give 2 jin for every 5 or 10 jin bought. That would be too unfair. Zhang Yin was tempted. Although he had stockpiled some food, it was limited and would eventually run out. This was a way to make money, so why not take it? Okay, I talked to them. Wait for my news, Zhang Yin said. If you want to go, I can lend you a rubber boat, Yang Qing said. They didn't need one. They had just repaired 3 yesterday, and they were all idle. That's great. Zhang Yin was excited. A rubber boat would be very useful. But it's only a temporary loan. We get it back when we need it ourselves, or when we leave. It's not a gift, Yang Qing added. I understand. Zhang Yin nodded. Yang Qing whispered something in Ling Yi's ear, then went upstairs and dragged down a repaired rubber boat. Yang Qing placed the rubber boat in front of Zhang Yin. To be honest, it's been repaired, but it worked fine. You still need to be careful when you go out. Rubber boats are quite scarce now, and someone might try to steal them. Don't lose your life over it, Yang Qing warned. Okay, I be careful. Zhang Yin nodded. Chapter 45. Yang Qing and Leng Yi returned to the 7th floor first, locked the security door, and Leng Yi turned to her. Yang Qing, I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Yang Qing looked at him. Do you still have any dog food? I'd like to trade some with you, Leng Yi said. Since she had inside information about the apocalypse and kept a dog, she should have stockpiled dog food, right? Yes. Yang Qing nodded. a little surprised that he only asked about dog food after so long in the apocalypse. What did you feed Xiao Shui before? She just ate whatever I ate, but recently her appetite seems to have increased, and I'm finding it a bit overwhelming. We're running low on food, Leng Yi said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Qing smiled. Sure, what will you trade? Can I use peanuts? That's all I have. Leng Yi seemed a little embarrassed. Peanuts? Yang Qing chuckled. He always brought out peanuts. It seemed he really had a lot. Okay, how do you want to trade? Yang Qing asked. Can I trade 1 pound of peanuts for 2 pounds of dog food? Leng Yi asked. Sure. Yang Qing readily agreed. Peanuts were worth much more than dog food these days. While people could eat dog food when hungry, they definitely choose peanuts first. Peanuts contain protein, amino acids, and oils. They're nutritious and filling, so a 1-to-2 exchange was a good deal for him. How much do you want? Yang Qing asked, going into the house. 20 pounds of peanuts, Leng Yi said. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised he had so much. Okay, I get you the dog food. Yang Qing pretended to go into the room and brought out a 50-pound bag of dog food from his spatial storage. However, for a large dog like Xiao Shui, 50 pounds probably wouldn't last more than 2 months. Leng Yi was a little surprised to receive the dog food. There's too much. It's okay, consider it a gift for Xiao Shui. Yang Qing smiled and followed Leng Yi into room 702. He came out of the room carrying a 20-jean bag of peanuts. Yang Qing didn't ask him how he got them. He had gone shopping that night. He must have found them at some store. Leng Yi had originally planned to tell her if she asked, but since she didn't, he didn't know how to bring it up. By the way, I always been curious, is this house yours or rented? Yang Qing finally asked. If it was rented, he rarely came back more than twice a year, so there was really no need to rent it out here. It was a waste of money. If it was bought, then he was quite impressive. An outsider managing to buy a house in Xia City, even though the building was relatively old and a high-rise without an elevator, it wasn't cheap given today's high property prices. It's mine, Leng Yi said. To be precise, someone gave it to me as collateral. A former colleague of mine lost a lot of money gambling, borrowed money from loan sharks, and was being chased. I saved him, and he borrowed money from me, so he gave me this house as collateral. I essentially bought it at a discounted price. No wonder. Yang Qing nodded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to come back here at all. Renting anywhere else would have been better. It's just a pity that the house collapsed in an earthquake, and all that money would be gone. Of course, in this apocalypse, just surviving is good enough, everything else is insignificant. That afternoon, Yang Qing was practicing her boxing when Aki suddenly jumped up and barked loudly at the door. Yang Qing listened carefully. It sounded like someone was knocking. She wiped her sweat with a towel and went outside. Leng Yi also came out. He must have heard the noise too. Miss Yang, Zhang Yan waved to Yang Qing from outside the security door. Yang Qing went downstairs, and Zhang Yan lowered his voice. The green seller is here, he's at my house. Is it your colleague or that boss? Yang Qing asked. Both of them came. They said they want to cooperate long-term, and wanted to meet to show their sincerity, Zhang Yan said. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. It seemed that person was quite particular, daring to come here without fear of being double-crossed. Leng Yi walked over. I go with you. The two went downstairs and entered Zhang Yan's house. 2 people were sitting in the living room, both unexpectedly women. One was a young woman in her early 20s, wearing a t-shirt, with a buzz cut, tall and thin, with slightly dark skin, looking like a tomboy. The other was a woman in her 30s, with long, wavy hair, wearing a tight red dress, and bright red lipstick. She clearly wasn't a simple person. This is Miss Yang, Zhang Yan introduced the newcomer, then introduced the 2 women. This is my colleague, Xiao Lin, and this is boss Kai. Kai Qing. Kai Qing extended her hand, and shook hands with Yang Qing, raising an eyebrow at her, seemingly surprised by her youth. Yang Qing. Yang Qing smiled. Xiao Lin, show them the stuff, Kai Qing said. Yes. Lin Jin opened the bag of grain for Yang Qing to see, then picked up a scale, hooked it onto the bag, and lifted it up. It weighed exactly 25 kilograms. Yang Qing nodded, opened the bag, and looked inside. It was indeed broken rice, slightly yellowish. She reached down and rummaged through the rice, turning the bottom layer up to confirm the quality was uniform, then nodded to Leng Yi. Kai Qing was surprised. She hadn't expected Yang Qing, so young, to be so cautious. Please wait a moment, Yang Qing said, telling Leng Yi to watch over the money while she went back to her room to get it. She quickly returned with 100,000 yuan, 10 bundles of 10,000 yuan each. She handed the bag of money to Kai-Chin, gesturing to Lin Jun. Lin Jun took the bag, took out the bundles of money, glanced at them, and nodded to Kai-Chin after confirming everything was in order. A smile spread across Kai-Chin's face, a smile full of charm. Miss Yang, we can cooperate more in the future. Besides grain, we have other things. If needed, just have Zhang Yan contact Shaolin. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. It was clear that Kai-Chin was somewhat opportunistic, but there was no malice in her eyes. After the two left, Yang Qing immediately weighed out 2 jin of rice for Zhang Yan, who rubbed his hands together happily. Lung Yi helped carry the rice to 701. Yang Qing called everyone from the 8th floor down and told them that she had bought 48 jin of rice for 100,000 yuan, 2 jin of which was Zhang Yan's payment. Giving him 2 jin at once? He's making a fortune without any investment. Now that we know the grain sellers, why don't we just contact them directly? Jiang Hao said. Well, we only met them because Zhang Yan introduced us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have anywhere to buy grain. Besides, we don't trust each other, afraid of being cheated. Having Zhang Yan act as an intermediary is good, it avoids our risks, Yang Qing said. Li Shengyan nodded. Indeed, these two came this time. Next time, Zhang Yan will have to go get the grain himself and deliver the money. Zhang Yan will also be at risk. He might even lose his life on the way. Jiang Hao fell silent upon hearing this. There are 48 jin of grain here. 7 jin per person, I take 1 jin less, and we share the rest, Yang Qing said. I take less, I'm alone. Lun Yi spoke up. I'm a girl, I eat less. It's okay if I take less, Wang Min said. No need to be so polite, Yang Qing smiled. If I take 1 jin less this time, we can just have someone else take it next time. We're not just buying grain once, and we have so much money to spare, it would be a waste not to use it. Everyone thought this made sense and stopped being so modest. Chapter 46. Yang Qing asked Lu Lin to weigh out the rice for everyone. Try this broken rice, it might taste better mixed with the new rice. If it's okay, we can buy more from them later. Everyone nodded. Yang Qing was very careful. If she bought too much at once, and it tasted bad or caused problems, she would lose a lot. After weighing the rice, everyone went home. Yang Qing put away the broken rice first. She still had so much new rice in her storage space, and didn't want to eat this soaked rice. She could use it to trade for things later. By the way, you haven't tried on the down jacket I bought yet. Yang Qing took the goose down jacket she bought that morning out of the vacuum bag and patted it vigorously, causing it to puff up. It's so pretty, and it's goose. It must be expensive, right? Lu Lin liked it very much. It's alright, 20,000 yuan a piece, only twice as expensive as before, Yang Qing laughed. I bought 2 of the same kind, so we can wear matching outfits. TSK, 20,000? I definitely wouldn't have bought that before. Lu Lin picked up the down jacket and put it on. But this jacket is really nice, and so warm. It's hot, isn't it? I was almost dying of heat when I tried it on this morning, Yang Qing laughed. Let's put it in the closet first. Oh right, I also bought a scarf and cotton pants, put them all away. Didn't you buy a quilt? Lu Lin suddenly said. We have one, but they don't. Ah, I forgot. Yang Qing slapped her forehead. This morning she was only thinking about buying winter clothes, and forgot about buying a quilt. Li Shengnan and Wang Min had their own quilts when they lived downstairs, but they weren't thick, and besides, there were 3 men who didn't have any. It's okay, the department store over there is open every day, they still have these things. Nobody's buying them now, we go another day, Yang Qing said. After finishing his meal, Yang Qing checked his spatial dimension. The seeds in the ground had sprouted in just 2 days, and the potatoes had even sprouted green leaves. He hadn't expected it to be so fast. The high-quality soil and spiritual spring water in the spatial dimension must have been effective. At this rate, they'd probably be harvested before the vegetables upstairs. Yang Qing went up to the rooftop to check again. The vegetables had grown a little taller, and the 2 rabbits were happily munching on the grass. He cleaned the rabbit cage, put the droppings in a plastic bucket, covered it, and let it ferment. It would be great organic fertilizer for the vegetables later. Back in 701, the room smelled wonderful. It smells so good. Yang Qing sniffed. What delicious food are you making? I made peanut soup. Lu Lin said with a smile. With so many peanuts, I tried making some peanut soup. Let's see how it is. He scooped up a little, put it in his mouth, and the peanuts were soft and melted in his mouth. He added a large spoonful of white sugar to the pot and stirred it. It tasted sweet and delicious. So many. Shall I call them all down to eat? Yang Qing said. Okay. Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing called the people from 802, and also Lung Yi. Xiao Shui came with him. Peanut soup? Li Shengman and Gao Yang were pleasantly surprised. They were locals and loved peanut soup. I got some peanuts today, so Lu Lin made peanut soup. Everyone, try it, and see what you think, Yang Qing said with a smile. No one asked where they got the peanuts. In this apocalypse, it's best to live your own life, watch your mouth, and not ask questions you shouldn't. Lung Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't expected peanuts to be made into a sweet soup. He never had it before. It's delicious. Everyone praised it highly, saying they could open a shop if it weren't for the apocalypse. Yang Qing also packed some soup for Aki and Xiaoxue, who happily ate it, licking the broth with relish. Oh right, we forgot to buy some quilts today. We have a few, but they're not thick enough. If the extreme cold comes, ordinary quilts won't be enough. I think we need to buy some down quilts, wool quilts, or even heavy cotton quilts weighing over 10 kilograms, Yang Qing said. Everyone nodded, agreeing to go to the department store again tomorrow. I stay here tomorrow. You can buy them for me, Lung Yi said. It's just buying quilts. It's fine if he doesn't go. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. The people from 802 also felt that not so many people needed to go, so they sent Gao Yang and Li Shengman, while Wang Min and Jiang Hao stayed home. Lu Lin didn't go today. She wanted to go with Yang Qing. The next day, after breakfast, the four of them took a speedboat to the department store. There were government troops guarding the area, so they weren't worried about the speedboat getting stolen. Today, there was no need to buy food or queue, so everyone went straight to the department store to choose blankets. They picked out warm and soft down comforters, large blankets weighing over 10 kilograms, and thick, warm wool blankets, buying over a dozen in total, which astonished everyone around them. As usual, Yang Qing put them all into vacuum bags, removing the air so they could take them home. Only when they came out did they discover that the government had set up a free trade market next to the department store, where people could barter. This was to make it easier for people without money to exchange goods, but most people still wanted food. After all, survival was the most important thing right now. Yang Qing left the blankets at the market, and wanted to see what else they could exchange. So she and Li Shengman and the others split up to look for what they needed. Yang Qing and Lu Lin looked around, finding mostly things they didn't need. There were designer watches, luxury handbags, high-end clothing, electric bikes, bicycles, books, calligraphy and paintings, children's toys, and a small amount of gold and silver jewelry. Yang Qing noticed a beautiful apple-green Hetian jade bracelet in front of a middle-aged woman. How much for this? Yang Qing asked. Do you have any grain? The woman asked softly, a hint of melancholy on her face. Yes. Yang Qing replied quietly. The woman's eyes immediately lit up, but she quickly lowered them again, afraid of being seen. New rice? Yang Qing shook his head. Broken rice. There probably aren't many people with new rice right now. Let alone new rice, even broken rice was rare. The woman was a little helpless, but it was true. She thought for a moment, 10 caddies of broken rice. 10 caddies of broken rice would be worth 20,000 yuan at present. This Hetian jade bracelet was of a very pure color, almost without any impurities. Before the apocalypse, it would have been worth more than that. But right now, a bracelet was far less valuable than grain. I only have 7 jin, Yang Qing said. She herself only had 6 jin, but Lu Lin had 7 jin, which she had portioned out and stored in her spatial storage. She always carried a bag when she went out, so no one would know she was taking things from her spatial storage. The woman hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth. 7 jin it is. Her grandson at home was still crying for milk. If her daughter-in-law didn't have food, her grandson wouldn't have milk. Keeping this bracelet was useless. Yang Qing took out some broken rice from her bag, wrapped in a black bag, so its contents were unknown. She handed it to the woman. Take this and hurry on your way. Be careful on the road. The woman nodded gratefully. I know, thank you. Yang Qing put the bracelet on Lu Lin's wrist. Lu Lin was surprised. Why are you giving it to me? To upgrade my spatial storage. Yang Qing smiled. Today is your birthday, have you forgotten? She had prepared a gift last time, but put it in her spatial storage. Today, she happened to see some good things, and bought it for Lu Lin. Oh! I really didn't remember. Lu Lin was deeply moved. Qing, you're so kind. Yang Qing smiled, put her arm around Lu Lin's shoulder, and walked forward. Chapter 47. The two continued walking when Yang Qing suddenly spotted a ginseng root, a wild ginseng, perfectly preserved and extremely rare, and stopped in her tracks. The old man in front of them, seeing them stop, quickly asked, "Want some?" "This is wild ginseng." Yang Qing nodded. She had studied medicinal herb cultivation, but Xia City didn't have any large medicinal herb cultivation bases, so she worked for a medicinal herb purchasing company. Having come into contact with various medicinal herbs, she naturally recognized them. "How much for this?" Yang Qing asked. 10 caddies of new rice, the old man said, adding, "This is 100-year-old wild ginseng. It used to be worth hundreds of thousands. It could save lives." Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. 100-year-old ginseng was unlikely. A few decades old was more probable. However, in this apocalyptic world, everyone was starving and emaciated, too weak to tolerate strong tonics. Eating it would only cause internal heat. Rice was far more practical. If my wife hadn't been so hungry, how could I bear to exchange it? The old man's eyes reddened. Yang Qing and Lu Lin exchanged a glance. 10 jin of new rice was no small amount. If Wang Min and the others knew they were trading so much new rice for ginseng, they would definitely scold them for being wasteful. Too expensive. Yang Qing shook his head. 10 jin of new rice is only 40,000. How much rice could you buy with that back then? The old man said sadly. Yang Qing sighed. You said back then? Now ginseng isn't worth that much. Even if you had the money, it wouldn't be easy to buy new rice. Then Jin, how about that? The old man looked at Yang Qing expectantly, with a mixture of hope and reluctance. Yang Qing was tempted. Although the ginseng wasn't of much use for the time being, it was indeed a rare find. Deal. Yang Qing took out an 8-pound bag of new rice from his bag, wrapped it in a black sack as usual, and handed it to the old man. Take a look. The old man peeked at the rice from one corner of the sack, quickly closed it again, a little excited. He placed the sack at his feet, carefully wrapped the ginseng, and solemnly handed it to Yang Qing. I hope you use this well. Don't worry. Yang Qing nodded, adding a reminder, be careful with this rice, many people are watching. It's alright, my son is right behind me, but he's a researcher, and he's shy, the old man said softly. Yang Qing felt a pang of sadness. Even researchers are useless now, they can't even afford food. Perhaps they'd be useful when the government builds survival bases and rebuilds homes. He hoped his son would live to see that day. The old man gestured behind him, and a bespectacled man ran over quickly, his face slightly flushed. He glanced at Yang Qing, picked up the sack, and left. The old man hurriedly followed. Lu Lin sighed, life is tough these days, but thankfully you're here with me. Yang Qing smiled, as long as you don't leave me, I'll always be by your side. Back at the place where the inflatable boat was docked, they saw Li Shengnan standing there anxiously. What's wrong? Yang Qing asked. Li Shengnan's face flushed red, and she pulled Yang Qing aside. Do you have any sanitary napkins? I checked at the department store, but they weren't selling them. Yes. Yang Qing nodded. Do you need them now? My period suddenly started. Li Shengnan said embarrassedly. Yang Qing smiled and said to Lu Lin, you guys wait here, we'll be right back after we go to the restroom. Okay. Lu Lin nodded. Gao Yang, seeing their reaction, naturally didn't want to follow. No wonder Li Shengnan had been acting strangely earlier. Why hadn't she said she needed to use the restroom sooner? At the department store restroom entrance, Yang Qing handed Li Shengnan a sanitary napkin. Li Shengnan was surprised. You carry this with you? Yang Qing patted her bag. This is a treasure trove. It has everything. Then, realizing she exaggerated a bit, she laughed. I always carry a couple in my bag when I go out, just in case. Li Shengnan had calmed down considerably by the time she came out and quietly asked Yang Qing, do you have any more at home? I'd like to exchange some with you. Yes, we talk about it when we get back, Yang Qing nodded. The two took the stored blankets and went to meet up with Lu Lin and the others. Back home, they divided the blankets, but since they couldn't fit everything in 802, they temporarily left them with Yang Qing. A while later, Li Shengnan came down with a box of self-heating rice. Can I exchange this for sanitary napkins? Sure. Yang Qing nodded. Actually, she even gave it to her, but she didn't want them to get into the habit of taking things for free. She understood the saying, a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment. Yang Qing gave Li Shengnan 2 packs of sanitary napkins, one for daytime use and one for nighttime use. Is that enough? Yes, it's enough, thank you. Li Shengnan's face flushed slightly, as she put them in a black bag and took them upstairs. Lu Lin sighed. It's the apocalypse. Can't these things not come? Yang Qing chuckled. If they really didn't come, it would be terrible. We might not even be able to have children in the future. It's the apocalypse. Who would have children? How would we raise them? Lu Lin scoffed. Yang Qing fell silent. Indeed, in the apocalypse, survival was difficult enough, let alone having children. It wasn't just about food, there was also the issue of the living environment. In her previous life, she had witnessed cases of women dying in childbirth due to lack of timely medical attention, children dying young from malnutrition, and entire groups being caught in the crossfire during escapes because their babies' cries exposed them. So, having a child in the apocalypse is really not a wise move. But that's too far removed from my life, no need to think about it. Yang Qing delivered the blanket she bought for Leng Yi. By the way, there's a barter event at the department store today. Do you want to go see if there's anything you want to exchange? Do they have dog food? Leng Yi asked. Yang Qing blushed. I didn't notice. Okay, I go check it out myself another day, Leng Yi said. Taking the blanket and putting it in the wardrobe, Xiao Shui saw Yang Qing and ran over excitedly, affectionately licking her hand. Yang Qing patted its head and asked with a smile, Come home with me to play. Aki is waiting for you at home. Xiao Shui wagged its tail, but looked at Leng Yi. Leng Yi was a little helpless. Daughters grow up and leave home. Then I come over too, and we can practice together? Sure. Yang Qing nodded. After practicing for 2 hours, Yang Qing came out of the room and asked Lu Lin, It's your birthday today. Do you want to invite everyone over to celebrate? No need, it's the apocalypse. Why celebrate a birthday? Lu Lin hesitated. That's precisely why we should celebrate. Let's have a good time, so that every year will be a good day, Yang Qing said. Lu Lin smiled. Okay, whatever you say. Leng Yi was still there, so Yang Qing said to him, It's Lu Lin's birthday today, come over for dinner tonight. Okay. Leng Yi nodded, took Xiao Shui's hand, and went home. Yang Qing went upstairs, and told the people in 802 that it was Lu Lin's birthday, and asked them not to cook, and to come down for dinner together. In the evening, Leng Yi came over first, bringing a tube of noodles. We can't order a cake right now, so I make you a bowl of longevity noodles, wishing you health and long life, Leng Yi said. Lu Lin chuckled. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was 70 or 80 years old, but in the apocalypse, that was a compliment. Thank you for your kind words. Lu Lin took the noodles. Yang Qing pushed Lu Lin's shoulder and led her forward. Today is your birthday, you're the boss, you don't need to lift a finger, I cook. Lu Lin was about to say no when Leng Yi spoke up. I help you. You can cook? Yang Qing asked in surprise. Yes. Leng Yi said, as he walked towards the kitchen, my mother died early, and later my father remarried. My stepmother wasn't very kind to me, so I did all the housework. I'm so sorry. Yang Qing hadn't expected his background to be so tragic. It's alright, it's all in the past. From another perspective, I should thank them, otherwise I might not know anything now. Leng Yi smiled. Seeing that she couldn't help, Lu Lin silently withdrew. Chapter 48. Yang Qing took out the leftover duck and offal from the refrigerator, washed them, and Leng Yi helped chop them into pieces. When is your birthday? Leng Yi suddenly asked. New Year's Eve. Yang Qing smiled. Isn't that bad? I used to complain every year that celebrating my birthday during the new year was too wasteful. I never really celebrated. But after my parents passed away, I realized that celebrating the new year is actually quite nice. At least my parents are with me every year. Sorry. Leng Yi was a little embarrassed. It's okay, it's been several years. My parents passed away in a plane crash when I was a freshman in college. Yang Qing said calmly, taking out the rice cooker to wash rice and cook. She looked at the bean sprout machine. After a day and a night, the mung bean sprouts had only sprouted half a centimeter, but they were still edible. She took them out to eat first, and could make more later. Yang Qing poured out the mung bean sprouts. She also took out a piece of pork belly from the refrigerator. They knew she had stockpiled it. If they asked, she could just say it was something she bought before. She went to her room and grabbed 2 self-heating hot pots, then secretly took a bowl of radish and offal from her spatial storage and poured it all in, making a large bowl. By the time the food was ready, everyone from apartment 802 had come down. They gave Lu Lin a gold bracelet and a box of chocolates, probably found during their last housewide sweep. It's normal for them to be a little secretive. Lu Lin was delighted. Even before the apocalypse, these were considered valuable gifts, let alone now. Everyone sat down together. On the table, Besides duck and offal, there was braised pork, spicy hot pot, a platter of braised dishes made from duck heads and feet, stir-fried bean sprouts, and salted peanuts. A very lavish spread. Happy birthday, Lu Lin. Everyone raised their glasses. Thank you. Lu Lin smiled broadly. I hope everyone here will be safe and sound, and have a wonderful birthday. After they had almost finished eating, Yang Qing brought out the longevity noodles she had cooked, serving everyone a bowl, each with a poached egg. Lu Lin's bowl also had an extra sausage. I didn't expect Yang Qing's cooking to be so good, Wang Min said. Yang Qing smiled. Then you're wrong. I didn't cook today, Leng Yi did. Really? I can't believe it. Gao Yang looked at Leng Yi, surprised that someone so usually so cold could cook so well. Whoever marries him will be lucky. Jiang Hao laughed. Leng Yi glanced at Yang Qing, smiled, and didn't say anything. By the way, have you guys eaten any broken rice these past few days? How was it? If possible, I'd like to buy more. We still have money, so we should use it up quickly, otherwise I'm afraid it all become worthless later, Yang Qing said. It's okay, although it's not very tasty. It's alright mixed with the new rice, Li Shengnan said. That's good. I contact them again to buy more. Is there anything else you need? I ask if they have any, Yang Qing said. Could you ask if they have any pork, especially pork belly? Jiang Hao said, picking up a piece of braised pork and putting it in his mouth. He was tired of eating duck lately. Pork was much better. If they had chili peppers, he could make a stir-fry. Sure, I asked. Yang Qing nodded. After dinner, Li Shengnan helped wash the dishes and couldn't help but ask, I've been wanting to ask you, where does your water come from? Ah? Didn't you see the water tank I put on the roof? It was filled with water before the apocalypse, so there's still. Yang Qing then realized he didn't know what kind of water they used after moving to 802. We've been using rainwater. It's a bit dirty, and has a smell, Li Shengnan said. Her comment reminded Yang Qing that she needed to get some water tanks. Although she had some in her spatial storage, she couldn't easily take them out now. I asked them if they sell water tanks, and it would be best if they could get some water. But water is precious, so please use it for cooking and drinking as much as possible. Use rainwater for bathing and washing clothes, Yang Qing said. Li Shengnan nodded. I just don't know if they can get any. Let's ask, Yang Qing said. If all else failed, she would collect water from her spatial storage. There were taps in the villa that provided water, not spiritual spring water. After tidying up and returning home, Yang Qing went downstairs to find Zhang Yin. Miss Yang, are you buying grain again? Zhang Yin asked. Yes, I want to buy more this time, 500 jin, Yang Qing said. That much? Zhang Yin was shocked. Even broken rice would cost 1,000,000 yuan. If it's difficult to carry, you can give it to me in batches, 100 jin at a time, but you need to pre-order 500 jin. It would be even better if you could give it all at once, Yang Qing said, mainly because she was afraid of having money stuck with her, and wanted to use it as much as possible. Okay, I ask for you, Zhang Yin nodded. By the way, Kai Qin said they had other things. Could you ask if they had any water tanks? I need 2, and it would be best if they had water. Ask about the price. Also, ask if they have any pork, just a dozen or so jin will do, preferably pork belly, but regular pork leg will also be fine if they don't have any, Yang Qing added. Zhang Yin was stunned. In this world, having food to eat is already a blessing, let alone meat. The people on the 7th floor are really rich. Of course, you get paid accordingly, as long as you deliver it. If we go to pick it up ourselves, then there's no payment, Yang Qing added. Zhang Yin nodded. He naturally understood that this was his delivery fee. Okay, I ask, Zhang Yin nodded. The next afternoon, Zhang Yin went to see Yang Qing. Miss Yang, I asked. The rice is fine, I deliver 100 jin tonight. We also have pork, but it's 5,000 yuan per jin. The water tanks aren't expensive, for 1,000 yuan for a 5-ton 304 stainless steel tank. But there's no water. Yang Qing nodded. As expected, everything was flooded now. Fresh water was indeed hard to find, and seawater was undrinkable. Okay, I need 2 water tanks and 14 jin of pork. Deliver them a little later tonight, and be careful not to get seen, Yang Qing instructed. I be careful, Zhang Yin nodded. Okay, I deliver 100 jin of rice and pork at 2 p.m. tonight. As for the water tank, how about tomorrow night? But with the security door upstairs, will the water tank fit? Yang Qing suddenly realized this. Yes, even if they remove the security door, they couldn't get in through the top floor door, they have to hoist it up from the roof. Fortunately, the water level had risen to the 5th floor, so hoisting would only require 3 floors, and the empty tank wasn't heavy. We use ropes to hoist it up, Yang Qing said. Zhang Yan thought it was a good idea. Okay, then I bring the water tank tomorrow night. Having agreed on the time, Yang Qing set an alarm for 2 a.m. sharp. Zhang Yan had already brought 2 50-jin bags of rice to the security door. Yang Qing quickly carried the rice inside and gave him 4 jin of broken rice. He paid her in cash, so she wouldn't worry about him not paying. The next day, Yang Qing asked Lung Yi for help to hoist the water tank from the 5th floor to the rooftop. Zhang Yan had also sent some plastic water pipes. It seemed the other party was quite considerate. Tomorrow, I connect the water pipes from the tank to 802 in my room, Lung Yi said. Thank you for your trouble, Yang Qing smiled. Lung Yi was truly capable. It seemed there was nothing he couldn't do. However, without water, they could only collect rainwater. Yang Qing opened the lid of the water tank to see how much water could be collected overnight. Chapter 49. The next day, Yang Qing got up at the crack of dawn and quietly went upstairs to check the water tank. To her surprise, it was already half full. It seemed the rain had been quite heavy last night. Looking downstairs, she saw the water had risen again. A third of the 5th floor was flooded. Luckily, Teacher Zhang and the others had moved up, otherwise, it would have been uninhabitable. Yang Qing looked around to make sure no one was watching, then took several buckets of water from her spatial storage and poured them into the tanks. She poured 3 buckets into each tank, immediately increasing the water level by a quarter. Then she went back to sleep. Around 10 o'clock, Yang Qing was woken up by Lu Lin. Qing, when did the water tank upstairs become full? I didn't know. It was delivered last night. What's wrong? Yang Qing asked. Lung Yi is helping to connect the water pipes. Sheng Nan and the others are overjoyed, Lu Lin said with a smile. How much water is in the tank? Yang Qing sat up. It's already 3/4 full. I didn't expect to collect so much water in one night. We won't have to worry about running out of water anymore, Lu Lin said. Yang Qing chuckled inwardly, thinking, I deserve some credit for this. Upon reaching the rooftop, Li Shengnan and the others were already there. Seeing Yang Qing, they playfully punched her shoulder. Yang Qing, you're amazing. You said you buy a water tank, and you got it right away. Now we don't have to worry about running out of water. Let me see. Yang Qing looked into the tank, and saw it was indeed full of water. But this water is still a bit dirty. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. It's rainwater, it can't compare to tap water, Gao Yang said. Wait a minute. Yang Qing went downstairs, actually to retrieve something from her spatial storage. Back on the rooftop, she poured something into the water. The impurities in the water visibly settled, and the top layer immediately became clear. What is this? It's so amazing. Wang Min asked. This is flocculant, used to settle water and purify it, Yang Qing said, then took out a small bottle and dropped in a few water purification tablets. These are water purification tablets, used for disinfection and sterilization, so your water is safe to use. But it's best to boil it before drinking. Li Shengyan took the bottle and looked at it. Yang Qing, I never expected you to be so amazing. When did you buy these? Before the apocalypse, I was worried about running out of water, so I bought these, Yang Qing chuckled. The dirt settles at the bottom. Won't the dirty stuff go down first when the water flows down? Jiang Hao asked. No, Lung Yi said. Look, there's a water outlet and a wastewater outlet here. The water outlet is on top, and the water is drawn down from here, so it won't draw out the dirt. After using it for a while, you can open the wastewater outlet to drain the dirty water, clean the tank, and then you can get fresh water. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. They hadn't noticed before. How much did this cost? Gao Yang asked. It wasn't expensive, for 1,000 each. Just so you know, I bought 500 jin of broken rice, which cost 1 million yuan, and 14 jin of pork, 5,000 per jin, so this is 70,000. We go down and distribute the pork later. Only 100 jin of rice arrived so far, we distribute it once it's all here. Okay, you handle it. Everyone was reassured. This money was originally raised by Yang Qing and Lung Yi, practically a free gift, so no one dared to object. There's still over 2 million left. Should we buy some new rice or more broken rice? I think we should spend it all, Yang Qing said. Since we still have so much, let's buy some new rice. Once we finish our new rice, we only have broken rice left, which is a bit unpalatable, Gao Yang suggested. But you need to think carefully. Buying new rice only provides half the amount. 1 million units of broken rice will last each person about 70 jin, 35 kilograms, enough for 2 or 3 months. If we buy the remaining 2 million units of new rice, it will only last 2 or 3 months, but if we buy broken rice, it will last for several more months. But given the current situation, the apocalypse won't end in a year or two, Yang Qing reminded everyone. Everyone hesitated. Then let's make it half new rice and half broken rice, Leng Yi suggested. He couldn't stand eating only broken rice either. Okay. Everyone agreed. Going downstairs together, Yang Qing took out 2 faucet filters filled with activated carbon and handed them to Leng Yi. If you install these on the faucets, the water will be even cleaner. Thank you. Leng Yi nodded. Back in their room, Yang Qing first divided the pork. 2 jin, 1 kilogram, per person wasn't much, so there was no need to refrigerate it. After distributing the rice, Yang Qing went to find Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin, thinking she was there to urge her about the remaining 400 jin of rice, quickly said, I bring you 100 jin every night, it'd be all delivered in 4 days. It was quite difficult for him to carry 100 jin at a time by himself, especially since teacher Zhang was getting old and Lin Xueting couldn't help. Yang Qing waved her hand, no rush, take your time. But you must be careful going out and coming back every day like this. It's best not to do it at the same time every day, it wouldn't be good if someone figured out the pattern and ambushed you somewhere. Zhang Yin was startled, indeed, Miss Yang was very thoughtful. I came to tell you that we still want 500 jin of broken rice, and 250 jin of new rice. Is there any more? There should be, Zhang Yin nodded. Our original warehouse had dozens of tons of grain stored up. How could we sell it all at once? That's good. Yang Qing nodded. She was relieved that the money could be spent, and wouldn't be wasted. The grain I'm giving you is the same as before, but I can only give you 1 jin out of 50 jin of new rice. I can also give you broken rice. Do you want broken rice or new rice? Yang Qing asked. Zhang Yin thought for a moment. I take both broken rice. That way, he has 60 jin of broken rice in total, enough to last longer. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. I give it to you as soon as you bring the rice over, I won't shortchange you. Zhang Yin was very grateful, thank you, Miss Yang. Yang Qing then handed over what she had brought. This is half a jin of pork and 1 jin of broken rice, as payment for the pork and the water tank. This? Zhang Yin was a little embarrassed. The water tank wasn't worth much, and he had only brought a few jin of pork. This is what you deserve, Yang Qing smiled. I need your help with the grain later. Okay, Miss Yang, don't worry. Zhang Yin happily accepted it. The rain gradually subsided in the afternoon. Yang Qing told Lu Lin that she wanted to go to her old company to see if they had any traditional Chinese medicine and bring some back. She had thought of this yesterday when she bought ginseng from that old man. Before the apocalypse, she worked at a traditional Chinese medicine purchasing company. The company might still have some medicine in stock, and bringing it back might come in handy. I go with you, Lu Lin said. Woof woof. Aki barked twice at Yang Qing, wagging its tail and looking at her expectantly. I want to go too, human. I'm so bored at home. Yang Qing looked at Aki's pitiful appearance and almost laughed. She thought about it, and decided to let it come along, it could be intimidating when it got fierce. Yang Qing went across the street to tell Leng Yi that she was going out, and asked him to lock the door. I'm going out too, I want to get some dog food, Leng Yi said. This time, he didn't ask Yang Qing what she was going to do. Everyone has their own things to do. You go first. I go tell the people in 802, Leng Yi added. Yang Qing then boarded the inflatable boat, and went downstairs with Lu Lin and Aki. Chapter 50. Wasn't your company flooded? Lu Lin asked. The office should be fine, but the warehouse is hard to say, Yang Qing shook her head. The warehouse was in a rather remote location, and she didn't know the terrain there. Let's go check it out first. The two of them, and the dog boarded the inflatable boat. Outside the residential area, there were quite a few people out on the water in rubber boats, searching for supplies. At first, Yang Qing let Aki lie in the inflatable boat, but gradually it couldn't stay still, and kept sticking its head out, trying to stand up. What a big dog! Someone exclaimed. So fat, all meat. If we killed it, how many days could we eat it? Many people looked over, their eyes filled with greed, looking at Aki, as if they wanted to devour it whole. Aki couldn't help but bark and growl, you're the meat. Your whole family is meat. People gathered around, and seeing that Yang Qing and Lu Lin were two young girls, both pretty and delicate, their eyes gleamed with ill intent. Lu Lin's expression changed, and Yang Qing shielded her behind him. Little sister, don't be afraid, we mean no harm. One of them chuckled, revealing yellow teeth. You're going to find supplies, right? We're going to. We can go together. We know where to find supplies. Really? Yang Qing feigned innocence. Of course it's true. I have younger sisters too. How could I bear to see them suffer like this? Do you have no adults in your family? That's pitiful. But we don't have enough rubber boats, so we can borrow your assault boat. Don't worry, we share half of the supplies we find with you. Yang Qing and Lu Lin exchanged a glance. A long-haired woman on one of the rubber boats watching couldn't help but speak up. Little girl, don't trust them. They're not good people. Are you bad people? Yang Qing asked deliberately. Yellowtooth laughed loudly. Little sister, don't listen to her. She's just jealous of us, afraid we steal all the supplies. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, I definitely help you find a lot of supplies, and you live a life of luxury from now on. The long-haired woman panicked. They're lying to you, don't believe them. Yang Qing blinked. But why would they lie to me? They don't seem like bad people. Yellowtooth's accomplices laughed. These two girls were too easy to fool. Definitely pampered young ladies from some wealthy family. They even brought a pet. They really don't know what's good for them. The long-haired woman sighed. Good words are useless against these damn devils. Oh well, never mind. Little sister, come here. Let's go find supplies together. Yellowtooth waved to Yang Qing and the others. Thanks. Yang Qing smiled, brought the assault boat closer, and patted Aki on the head. Seeing that the little girl had actually fallen for his trick, Yellowteeth grinned from ear to ear and opened his arms to hug her. But then, Archie lunged forward, knocking Yellowteeth to the ground and biting down on his neck. Yellowteeth screamed, and before anyone around him could react, Yang Qing swiftly slit the man's throat. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck without a sound. At the same time, Lu Lin drew her long knife and stabbed at the rubber boat. The remaining two fell into the water, thrashing about. Yang Qing swiftly finished off those in the water as well. The onlookers were stunned by this sudden turn of events. These weren't two weak, easily bullied little girls. They were ruthless, bloodthirsty demons. After dealing with the people in front of her, Yang Qing looked around and smiled sweetly. Who else wants to lead us to find supplies? The surrounding rubber boats sped away in a flash. Not a single one left. Aki was dumbfounded. They were all gone. It hadn't had enough to eat yet. The long-haired woman who had tried to persuade them earlier looked very unhappy. How could you kill people? Even if they were bad, they didn't deserve to die. Yang Qing rolled her eyes. Why had she run into such a saint? She just didn't want to leave any future trouble, like last time, where if she didn't kill them, they would bring even more people to ambush them again. Actually, Yang Qing recognized the man with the yellow teeth the moment she saw him. In her past life, he was a low-level leader of some criminal gang, who had committed countless evil deeds. That's why she immediately started acting with Lu Lin, killing them when they weren't looking, a way of doing justice. Seeing that Yang Qing ignored her, the woman continued, Young lady, you can't be too ruthless, or no one will want you. None of your business. Lu Lin couldn't help but retort, if you're so eager to get married, go get married already. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Are you having hormonal imbalances from being unable to get married? Stop nagging and being annoying. You. The woman's face turned ashen, and she drove off in her rubber boat. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow and shrugged at Lu Lin. What a pity, no one to guide us, and even the saint is gone. Lu Lin chuckled. It's a shame this woman isn't an actress. Lungi followed at a distance. Seeing this, his lips twitched, but he felt relieved. Looks like there's nothing to worry about. He turned and headed towards the department store. Archie is great. Yang Qing pulled a sausage from his pocket and tossed it to Archie. It proudly shook its head, thinking, I told you bringing me out wasn't a bad deal, right? Yang Qing continued driving until he reached his former company's office building. The windows on the 5th floor had been smashed, indicating the interior had likely been ransacked. However, since their company dealt in traditional Chinese medicine, no one should want those items. After entering the building and seeing no one around, Yang Qing stored the inflatable boat in his spatial storage. Aki barked, and his owner started performing magic again. The two of them and the dog went straight to the 10th floor. The office doors were already broken, and shards of glass littered the floor. Walking inside, the workstations were ransacked, indicating that very little was left. Yang Qing went straight to the sample room. Although the cabinets were open, many of the traditional Chinese medicines were still there. It seemed those people had deemed them useless and hadn't bothered to take them. These samples of traditional Chinese medicine were mainly supplied to major pharmacies, so only the highest quality was selected. The samples were all packed in plastic bags, Except for a few precious herbs, like ginseng and deer antler, which were missing, the rest were mostly intact. Achoo, achoo. Archie sneezed several times. Sensitive to smells, it couldn't stand the medicinal odor. Yang Qing couldn't help but chuckle, putting a mask on it and leaving it outside with Lu Lin. She then swept all the samples into her spatial storage. Then she entered the boss's office. The safe had been pried open, its contents scattered all over the floor. Yang Qing glanced at it. Some of the documents contained cultivation techniques for precious medicinal herbs, which she carefully collected. Looking behind the boss's desk, she remembered a colleague mentioning a rest room in the boss's office. Why wasn't she seeing it? She groped her way along the wall, found a hidden door, pressed a button, and a room appeared before her. Yang Qing immediately noticed a cabinet filled with precious medicinal herbs, cordyceps, snow lotus, saffron, of course. There were also wild ginseng over 100 years old, genuine rhinoceros horn, tiger bone, musk, bear bile, ambergris, natural bezoar, and many other rare herbs she had only ever seen in textbooks. Besides these medicinal herbs, there were also precious traditional Chinese medicines such as Ong Yo Huang Wan, Sushu Jiuxin Wan, and Pian Zai Huang. Yang Qing was astonished. He hadn't expected his boss to have so many valuable items. Below were medicinal wines made from various herbs, snakes, scorpions, centipedes, deer antlers, all sorts. Some were for rheumatism, some for aphrodisiacs, all with various purported effects. Yang Qing even stored the cabinet inside his spatial storage. There was also a safe nearby, which he pried open. Various documents were stored away. In a corner, Yang Qing also found a small box containing vials that looked like syringes. What were these? Yang Qing picked up the vials for a closer look, and when he saw the label, his pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 51. This is ricin, one of the most toxic natural toxins in the world. 7 milligrams can kill an adult. Its toxicity is 6,000 times that of cyanide. It is soluble in water, can be injected, and can even be inhaled. Yang Qing was surprised that his boss possessed something so highly toxic. What he intended to do with it remained a mystery. This stuff is a deadly weapon in the apocalypse. Yang Qing carefully put the box away and tossed it into his spatial storage. Lu Lin, having searched the area without success, found Yang Qing. Did you find anything? Yes, a lot. Yang Qing smiled. I packed it all up. Let's go. Should we go to the warehouse now? Lu Lin asked. No rush. Since we're here, let's check out other companies, Yang Qing said. The two searched the upper floors. Most of the food was gone, but they came across a packaging materials company with dozens of boxes of vacuum storage bags and vacuum sealing machines. Yang Qing swept them all into his spatial storage. Many foods can be stored for a long time if vacuum-packed. This is very useful. Further up was a clothing trading company with many garment samples inside, all export orders of excellent quality, which they had also put away. Suddenly, Yang Qing noticed a purchase order lying on a table. It contained a container of imported fabric, which must have arrived recently. However, it seemed no one had gone to pick it up. Yang Qing then suddenly remembered that Xia City was a coastal city, one of the largest port cities in the country, with countless containers passing through its docks every day. Wasn't that a huge amount of cargo? He wondered if anyone had gone to the docks to buy up the goods. He'd have to go check it out another day. After searching several more floors, they found a few water purifiers, which were quite useful, and put them away. There wasn't much else of value, so the two went downstairs. Are we going to your company's warehouse again? Lu Lin asked. Let's go check it out. If it wasn't flooded, there are still quite a few good medicinal herbs, Yang Qing said. They drove the inflatable boat straight to the medicinal herb warehouse. The warehouse was located in a rather remote area, and it took them nearly half an hour to get there. But when they arrived, they found it was completely submerged. Only the roof of the warehouse was visible. What do we do now? Lu Lin asked. They're probably all ruined. Those are medicinal herbs. They'd be useless if they get soaked. Yang Qing was a little unwilling to give up. I go into the water and check. Some of the herbs are sealed in plastic bags. Maybe they haven't gotten wet yet. Yang Qing drove the inflatable boat under the eaves of a warehouse. The protruding eaves provided some concealment. Wait here for me. I go down and check it out. I'd be quick, Yang Qing said, handing Lu Lin a pistol. Be careful. If there are any bad guys, don't be afraid, just shoot. Okay, be careful too. Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing checked that no one was around, took out her diving suit and oxygen mask, put them on, and dived into the water. She pried open the warehouse lock with a crowbar and swam inside. Many of the medicinal herbs had spoiled in the water, while those sealed in plastic bags floated, making it much easier for Yang Qing to find them. She swam over, touched the bags, and with a thought, put the herbs into her spatial storage. This was the first time she had ever stored things underwater in her spatial storage. She hadn't expected it to be possible. She collected about a dozen bags, and next to her was a row of cabinets containing seeds of Chinese medicinal herbs, all vacuum sealed. Yang Qing was overjoyed. With these seeds, she could now grow medicinal herbs in her spatial storage. She even put the cabinets into her storage space. These cabinets were all made of solid wood. They could be used after drying, or even as firewood if necessary. After only 10 minutes, Yang Qing poked her head out. Lu Lin quickly steered the inflatable boat over. How was it? Some of them are usable. Yang Qing climbed onto the inflatable boat, took off her diving suit, and tossed it into her storage space. There are also some medicinal herb seeds. This trip wasn't a complete waste. It's good that we got something. Lu Lin smiled. Shall we go back now? Yes, let's go back. Yang Qing nodded. The two returned to the apartment complex. Many people looked over when they saw that they were from the 7th floor, but seeing that their inflatable boat was empty, they couldn't help but gloat. Did they also have times when they couldn't find supplies? Yang Qing didn't care what others thought. The two of them and the dog calmly went back to the 7th floor. As soon as Yang Qing entered the building, a man came downstairs. Yang Qing frowned slightly. Currently, only Teacher Zhang's family on the 6th floor, and the people on the 7th and 8th floors lived in the building. She hadn't seen the other family on the 6th floor before. Who was this man? You're Yang Qing, right? The man suddenly asked. Who are you? Yang Qing looked coldly at the man. Aki bared its teeth at the man. Pet owner, give the order, bite the neck or the leg. The man looked at Aki and took 2 steps back. I'm their newly elected building manager. My surname is Yi, and my name is Yi Mingcheng. I'm here to... Before he could finish, Yang Qing interrupted him. Do you know why the previous building manager was dismissed? This. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Mingcheng's forehead. Of course he had heard. It seemed this woman in front of him was the one who killed him. Miss Yang, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to ask you for supplies, Yi Mingcheng quickly said. Then what do you want? Yang Qing asked. Well, the building managers in our community discussed it, and since everyone's out of food, we like to go into the water to salvage supplies, with one person from each household. But you know, salvage requires diving skills. How many ordinary people can dive? I heard you salvaged gas cylinders before, so you should be able to, and I was thinking. Why should I agree? Yang Qing sneered, dragging the inflatable boat aboard. We all live in the same community. We see each other all the time. Let's not make things too awkward. After the rain stops and the floodwaters recede, we still be neighbors, right? Yi Mingcheng laughed. So what if we're neighbors? I don't need them, and I don't care about gossip. In their eyes, we're just murderers anyway, Yang Qing scoffed. Yi Mingcheng was a little embarrassed. How could that be? I know Miss Yang is quite kind. Teacher Zhang and the others said you're a very good person. Don't flatter me. I'm not buying it. I'm not interested in your affairs, and I don't want your supplies. If you want to salvage, go do it yourselves. I don't have time. Yang Qing decisively refused. She reached out and knocked on the door, but it was locked from the inside. Even with a key, it wouldn't open. Jiang Hao came down from the 8th floor to open the door. Seeing a man following behind Yang Qing and the others, he couldn't help but ask, who is he? The new building manager. Lu Lin responded, leading Aki upstairs first. Another building manager? They really aren't afraid of death. Jiang Hao sneered. Yi Mingcheng smiled bitterly. Miss Yang, please reconsider. It's difficult for me too. Do you know how many people in the community are starving? What's it to me? Yang Qing retorted, went upstairs, closed the door, leaving the man outside, and ignored him, walking back to 701. Around 8 p.m., Yang Qing was resting in her room when she heard a knock on the door. Opening it, she saw Lung Yi. Why was he only just returning? She quickly went to open the door, only to find Yi Mingcheng still there, looking at Lung Yi with an embarrassed expression. What's going on? Lung Yi asked. Why haven't you left yet? Yang Qing frowned. Chapter 52. Miss Yang, please reconsider. We really need you. Yi Mingcheng said anxiously. What is it? Lung Yi asked. He said the community is planning to organize people to go into the water to retrieve supplies. He knows some of us can dive, and he wants us to contribute one person. Yang Qing explained briefly. Yes, That's what he means. Yi Mingcheng quickly said, I really can't explain to everyone if I can't find someone. I know you don't lack food, but many of us are starving. Miss Yang, please consider this an act of kindness? We only do bad things, never good things, don't you know that? Yang Qing retorted. Why don't you ask around about the bad reputation of the 7th floor? Yi Mingcheng smiled ingratiatingly. That's all just a joke. Everyone knows the people on the 7th floor are the most capable. They always manage to find supplies. Yang Qing was speechless. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. This person was all sweet talk and a smile on his face. She really didn't know what to do with him. If someone is arrogant and demands your help out from the start, she fight them without hesitation. But this person is so humble and hasn't done anything wrong. Killing them for no reason seems unreasonable. You already know where the supplies are? Lung Yi asked. We can't just blindly search like this, can we? Yes, we have a target, but it's quite difficult, which is why we need people who can dive, Yi Mingcheng said quickly, seeing a glimmer of hope. Don't worry, if we find any supplies, we share them with you, according to how much effort you put in. Then what about those who didn't go? How can you be fair? Yang Qing asked. Of course there are, but there will be fewer, prioritizing families in need, Yi Mingcheng said. I used to work in the community and helped many people, which is why they nominated me this time. Let us consider it. Lung Yi didn't immediately refuse, intending to keep him waiting, hoping he'd give up if he didn't get a reply. Okay, then I wait for your good news. Yi Mingcheng immediately perked up, as if he already agreed. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. I have something to tell you. Come in. Yang Qing nodded, letting Lung Yi into the house. Aki ran over when he saw Lung Yi, looking left and right behind him. Wait, where's Xiaoxue? Yang Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Was the dog looking for a girlfriend? Lu Lin greeted Lung Yi, and then went back to her room. What is it? Yang Qing asked. I went to get dog food today, and while driving around in my inflatable boat, I found a cow on the edge of a mountain in the eastern suburbs, Lung Yi said. What? There are cows. Yang Qing exclaimed excitedly. Cows? How much meat would that be? Lung Yi shushed her, and Yang Qing quickly lowered her voice. Did you kill the cows? She hadn't seen him bring back any beef. No, I couldn't bring them back. They were too big. If I killed them, they spoil. Lung Yi lowered his voice. And then I found out it seemed there was more than one cow, several. I thought I'd come back first to tell you, so we could go get them together. Several? Yang Qing unconsciously raised her voice again. Yeah, at least 5 or 6. Lung Yi nodded. I checked the area. That used to be a highway. The drivers probably abandoned their vehicles because of the flooding. The cows should have been in the trucks. They broke open the doors and ran out. Luckily, there are mountains in that area, so the cows went into the mountains and survived. Then let's hurry and get them back. What if someone finds out and they're gone? Yang Qing was getting anxious. Lung Yi smiled slightly. But even if we get them back, there's nowhere to put them. That's 5 or 6 cows, thousands of pounds of meat, and it's so hot, how are we going to store them? Yang Qing hesitated. She did have a spatial ability, but even a large one couldn't be used in front of them. I have a freezer here. That can't hold much either. Lung Yi shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I haven't told him about this yet. If you want beef, I can take you there first, and if we really can't fit it all, we can call someone else. Huh? Yang Qing was startled. What did he mean? Did he know something, or was he testing her? She absolutely couldn't let anyone know about her spatial ability. Yang Qing lowered her eyes, concealing her emotions. Even if we go first, we won't get much. You can use the beef to exchange for things you like. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing, a hint of warmth in his eyes. Yang Qing felt a little awkward. Why are you so nice to me? Lung Yi smiled. You're the first person to be kind to me since the apocalypse. We worked together a few times, and I even taught you martial arts. Even without the title of master and disciple, there's a reality of master and disciple. What's wrong with showing favoritism to your disciple? Am I overthinking it? Yang Qing suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Of course, you don't have to take it. Don't feel pressured. Lung Yi composed himself. I know you like those jade and jewelry items. You can use the beef to exchange for them. Is it because of this? Yang Qing's face flushed slightly. She'd been presumptuous. Thank you. Yang Qing smiled awkwardly, unsure what expression to make. Seeing her like that, Lung Yi's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. Why did he find her so adorable right now? So what's your decision? Should we go first, or should we invite them along? Lung Yi looked into Yang Qing's eyes, waiting for her answer. Yang Qing felt a little uncomfortable. She really wasn't good at handling this. Since you put it that way, it would be impolite of me not to appreciate it. Shall we go first? It wasn't the first time she'd gone out alone with him, and she had a secret weapon. She wasn't afraid he might harm her. Okay. Lung Yi smiled. Shall we go tomorrow? Sure. Yang Qing nodded. After they agreed, Yang Qing saw Lung Yi to the door. Glancing outside, she saw Yi Mingcheng was still there, leaning against the security door, seemingly almost asleep. The two exchanged a glance, went downstairs, and knocked on the door. Why haven't you left yet? Yi Mingcheng was startled and forced a smile. I'm waiting for your reply. I'm afraid you won't be able to find me if I leave. Yang Qing was speechless. Lung Yi frowned. We're busy these days. Can we wait a few days? Yi Mingcheng hesitated. I'm afraid the underwater artifacts will be stolen in a few days. Yang Qing immediately became angry. What does that have to do with us? If you don't leave, you might not be able to leave Building 8. Yi Mingcheng was startled. Miss Yang, please don't be angry. We can talk things over. Yang Qing was helpless. She really hated this kind of shameless person. If she really wanted to kill him, he hadn't done anything wrong. He seemed genuinely concerned for the residents. But his persistent pestering was also annoying. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. Go back and rest. I handle this. Yang Qing nodded. She really hated dealing with this kind of person. Chapter 53. A while later, the sound of a door closing came from across the hall. Had everything been settled? Yang Qing considered going over to ask, but then thought that since she had entrusted the matter to Lung Yi, she should trust him. He wasn't someone who acted without discretion. Yang Qing returned to her room. Lu Lin asked, What's going on between you and that Lung Yi? Why are you being so secretive? He said he saw some cows on the mountains in the eastern suburbs, and asked if I wanted to go get them. He said he'd only tell me, and I should get some first before telling the others. Then why did you tell me? Lu Lin laughed. How can you be so secretive? You're my best friend. I even tell you everything in my spatial dimension. What can't I tell you? Besides, I felt he was acting a little strange today. Lu Lin chuckled. Does he have feelings for you? No, he said he's only being a little biased towards me because of our master-disciple relationship, but I always feel like he knows something and is testing my spatial dimension. Yang Qing frowned. Could you be overthinking it? Maybe it's just because he likes you? Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. Yang Qing shook her head. We only known each other for a short time. Why would he like me? I'm not ugly, but I'm not stunning either, and I'm quite fierce. Having experienced the apocalypse, she knew the wickedness of human nature. Partners who had risked their lives together could betray each other instantly for a little gain. Not to mention couples turning against each other over a little food, and spouses becoming enemies. She's seen too much of that. Maybe he has a unique taste, and likes your type? Lu Lin laughed. What would you do if a man really fell in love with you in the future? Yang Qing shook her head. I don't need a man. In this apocalypse, you're enough for me. Unless that man truly loves me unconditionally and selflessly. But does such a person even exist? I can't even do that myself. I'm a selfish person. I can't love others unconditionally, so I don't dare expect others to treat me that way. In this apocalyptic world, rather than believing in those illusory notions of love, I rather believe in you more. Lu Lin smiled, her eyes crinkling. So I hold such a high place in your heart? Of course. Yang Qing looked at Lu Lin. In her past life, Lu Lin had protected her with her life. They had walked hand in hand through so many days and nights. She was the one she could trust completely. Even if I meet someone who loves me that much in the future, you will always be my family, my sister. Yang Qing said earnestly. Lu Lin was a little moved. Me too, I will never betray you. The two sisters went to bed together. Yang Qing's heart settled down. In her past life, they had also relied on each other for 6 years like this. She believed they would go even further in this life. The next day, Lung Yi came to see Yang Qing. Yesterday's matter is settled. What was the final decision? Yang Qing asked. I said Li Shengnan. She's one of us, she can dive, and she's been a police auxiliary officer. She's more suitable than any of us, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. Indeed, it was safe to say that she felt more comfortable sending anyone else than Li Shengnan. The two went out together, taking Aki and Xiaoxue with them. The two little ones were overjoyed to be out. They were both energetic dogs. They almost destroyed the house, if kept indoors. Yang Qing sat in the inflatable boat, with Aki and Xiaoxue flanking her on either side, like two great protectors. The two little dogs adored Yang Qing, fawning over her and acting cute. Yang Qing patted one's head and scratched the other's chin, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Watching their cheerful antics, Leng Yi couldn't help but smile, feeling that the apocalypse wasn't so bad after all. The two plump dogs attracted a lot of attention, but Leng Yi simply slung his rifle over his shoulder, dissuading them from their robbery plans. However, some people still followed at a distance. Leng Yi drove the assault boat around several times to shake off their tails, finally reaching the foot of the mountain where the cows had been found. He put away his rifle, dragged the assault boat up the mountain, found a secluded spot to hide it, and then concealed it with branches. The two, along with Aki and Xiaoxue, walked up the mountain. After a while, they found cow dung on the ground. Leng Yi let the two dogs sniff it, and they barked and ran off in one direction. They had run quite a distance, when they suddenly noticed a lot of blood on the ground. The two men exchanged a glance. Had the cow already been discovered? Suddenly, Aki and Xiaoxue rushed forward, barking loudly. Leng Yi and Yang Qing arrived to find three men surrounding a cow. The cow had been gutted and was covered in blood. The three men were cutting up the meat. Leng Yi and Yang Qing exchanged another glance. Were they really too late? But there was more than one cow on the mountain. They only had one here, the others probably hadn't been discovered yet. Since they found it first, it was theirs. If they could find supplies, others could too. They couldn't kill them just because they found it first. Aki, Xiaoxue, let's go. Yang Qing called to the two boys. Just as they turned around, a voice came from behind. Did we say you could leave? The two turned back. Leng Yi stood in front of Yang Qing. Buddy, you guys do what you're doing. Let's keep to ourselves. One of them, brandishing a blood-stained knife, coldly said, Fine, leave the woman and the dog behind, and we let you live. The other two grinned maliciously. Third brother, this chick's got real looks. We haven't had any in ages, we're in luck today. Leng Yi's face turned cold, but he suppressed his temper. We didn't say anything when you found the cow, it's all up to you, why can't we leave? Because of the knife in my hand? The man brandished the knife and approached. Want to act like a hero in front of your woman? You have to ask my knife if it agrees. The people around him jeering, Pretty boy, you better run, or you won't be able to escape later. Being a hero isn't that easy, I beat you to a pulp. Ha ha ha. Oh, is that so? Leng Yi sneered. Xiaoxue, go. At the same time, Yang Qing slapped Aki on the head, and the two little ones pounced on the man. Xiaoxue bit the man's leg, while Aki bit down hard on his crotch. The man let out a pig-like scream. Leng Yi's lips twitched as he looked at Yang Qing. Like master, like dog? Yang Qing looked innocent. I didn't tell Aki to bite there. Last time I patted his head, it bit his neck. You're asking for it. The other two roared, brandishing their knives and slashing fiercely. The man struggled to raise his knife and swung it at Xiaoxue's head. Thud. Leng Yi's gun struck the man squarely between the eyebrows. He collapsed before he could even cry out. The two men were shocked. They had guns? And silenced ones at that? Were they soldiers or police? Could they have discovered their boss was here? Ignoring the fallen man, the two turned to run. Thud. Thud. Two more shots rang out, and the two men also fell, their eyes wide open, dying with unfinished business. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing. She had also installed a silencer. They had done it in unison. What perfect teamwork. Chapter 54. What do we do now? Yang Qing asked. Leng Yi frowned slightly, looking at the mangled cow. I tidy it up, and then go find some other cows. Yang Qing took out several large vacuum bags from her bag. They're like this now, skin them and pack the rest in. There's no electricity on the mountain, so she brought a vacuum pump to create a vacuum. Then you. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing, who seemed about to leave. Those two called the guy third brother. Could there be a boss or something? There might be more than just the three of them here. I want to go check. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I go. Leng Yi immediately stood up. No need, I have a gun, and Archie too. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to me. Yang Qing shook her head. Leng Yi wanted to say something, but seeing Yang Qing's resolute expression, he could only say, then you need to be careful. If you encounter any trouble, fire a warning shot, I can hear you. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. If I encounter something I can't handle, I run. I'm not stupid. Yang Qing left with Aki, leaving Xiaoxue to keep watch for Leng Yi. Aki, if you see anyone, be quiet, don't make a sound. Aki nodded. Don't worry, human, I sneak into the village quietly, no shooting. Aki sniffed along the roadside as he ran forward, Yang Qing following silently behind. Suddenly, Aki stopped and growled in a certain direction below. Yang Qing looked and saw a fairly large courtyard with a sign. It looked like a farmhouse inn. Yang Qing crouched down, hiding behind a bush, and took out binoculars to look at the inn. He could vaguely see several people inside. Where did the third brother and the others go? Why haven't they come back yet? A man in green asked. Yesterday they said they saw a cow on that hill over there, so they went to look for it today. I don't know if they found it or not. They wouldn't be secretly roasting beef outside, would they? Are you out of your mind? The man in green slapped the back of the man's head. Could they possibly finish a whole cow? Besides, even if they were roasting beef, would we not see the smoke? The man in green said as he walked into the yard, picked up binoculars, and looked outside. Yang Qing was startled. Had he discovered Leng Yi? Then he thought no, he couldn't see Leng Yi's location from his low vantage point. He was probably just checking for smoke. Leng Yi should just be putting the beef away, he didn't need to burn anything, so there shouldn't be any smoke. Suddenly, the man in green shouted, there really is smoke over there. Damn it, the third brother and the others wouldn't really be secretly eating meat outside, would they? Yang Qing was shocked. Was it Leng Yi? That shouldn't be the case. We're practically bored to death. They found the cow, but didn't even come back? Yellow hair, let's go check it out. Yes, boss. What about this guy? Let Sixth brother watch him. He's so badly injured, how could he possibly escape? Sixth brother, we're going out for a bit. Keep an eye on him. A deep voice replied. Yang Qing frowned slightly. They even took a hostage? Who are they? It seems this group isn't good people. Let's rid the world of this scourge today. The man in green and the guy with yellow hair walked out of the farmhouse carrying 2 knives. Yang Qing guessed they probably didn't have guns. Watching them go, Yang Qing gently patted Aki's head. Aki, let's go. Don't make a sound. Archie nodded, I understand. Yang Qing led Archie stealthily along the path the 2 men were heading, ambushing them ahead. Archie, lie down. The dog lay prone in the grass, eyes fixed ahead, legs poised to leap and bite. The blond-haired man and the green-clad man approached one after the other. Yang Qing raised his crossbow, and with a whoosh, an arrow pierced the blond-haired man's chest. He fell to the ground without a sound. Blond-haired man, what happened? The green-clad man shouted. No response. The green-clad man immediately became alert. Who goes there? Show yourself. Don't play tricks, I already seen you. Yang Qing didn't move. The green-clad man nervously looked around, holding his knife horizontally in front of his chest. He walked to the blond-haired man's side, kicked him, and the blond-haired man rolled over, revealing the crossbow bolt in his chest. The green-clad man immediately took off running. Yang Qing picked up his crossbow and aimed. Whoosh! The green-clad man rolled on the ground alertly, managing to dodge the arrow. Yang Qing immediately knocked a new arrow and fired 2 in quick succession. Ah! The man in green screamed in agony, one arrow piercing his shoulder, the other his thigh, and he collapsed. Yang Qing had deliberately spared him. Aki seized the opportunity to run over and bite the man in green's foot, causing him to scream in pain again. When the man in green saw Yang Qing, his face was filled with disbelief. A woman? And such a beautiful woman at that? Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Yang Qing pulled out a pistol and pressed it against the man in green's forehead. Now it's my turn to ask you. Who are you? How many people are left in the farmhouse? Hearing this, the man in green knew Yang Qing wasn't from the military or the police, and immediately felt relieved. We are prisoners. A while ago, the prison was flooded, and everyone else either died or escaped, so we found this place to hide. There are only... The man in green's eyes flickered. Only 6 people. 3 got out, you just killed one, and there's 1 left at the farmhouse. You took hostages? Who are they? Yes. The man in green's eyes darted around, stammering. Yang Qing pressed the pistol against his forehead and pulled the trigger. The man in green quickly said, I talk. It was a prison guard. He was injured when we ran out. We took him hostage, so we have someone to rely on if we were discovered. I told you everything, heroine. No, heroine, please spare my life. You can have some supplies at the farmhouse. Yang Qing ignored him and continued, Did that guy at the farmhouse have a gun? No, how could we have guns? Even prison guards don't all have guns. To put it bluntly, prison guards are just like us, spending their days in prison, just a little more free. Heroine, Please let me go. You can have the farmhouse. I leave immediately. Didn't you say there were 3 more people outside? What if they come looking for me if I let you go? Yang Qing said deliberately, not telling him that the other 3 had also been killed. No, I go find them right away and tell them not to come back. You have a gun. We won't dare mess with you. The man in green hurriedly shook his head. Oh, really? Yang Qing sneered. Too bad. I don't believe you. With a flick of his finger, a hole pierced the man in green's forehead, and he collapsed, eyes wide open. Yang Qing called to Guzi, Aki, stop biting. Aki bared his teeth and growled at the man in green. I bite you to death. Yang Qing crouched down and said to Aki, go bring Lunyi here and tell him I'm here. Aki nodded and quickly ran back the way he came. Yang Qing took out his binoculars and glanced at the farmhouse, making sure no one was coming out. He grabbed his gun and sneaked into the farmhouse. Reaching the door, he raised his gun and slipped inside. Don't move. There was no one inside, only an unconscious man, stripped naked except for his underwear, tied to a pillar. The man was covered in wounds, including whip marks, burns, and 2 long, festering, inflamed knife wounds, indicating he had been severely tortured. Yang Qing immediately became alert, and was about to turn around when something cold pressed against the back of her head. Chapter 55. Yang Qing's hair stood on end. Hands up! Yang Qing didn't struggle, and obediently raised both hands. Throw the gun away! Yang Qing spread her hands, but didn't throw the gun away. Her fingers were still on the trigger, the gun spinning and hanging from her hands. The person behind her, one hand against the back of Yang Qing's head, reached for the gun with the other. The instant they touched, Yang Qing grabbed the person's hand and, with a thought, threw the person into her spatial dimension. Her head suddenly spun, lasting only a second or 2. Yang Qing shook her head and regained her balance. This was the first time she had put a living person into her spatial dimension. She had brought Lu Lin and the hamster in before, so nothing happened. This time, she had thrown a person in like an object, hence the strong reaction. However, that person was most likely dead. The hamster died in a second during that experiment, but Yang Qing dared not be careless with this living person. She waited a full minute before throwing the person out again. The man was completely dead. Yang Qing still used a razor blade to stab him in the neck. Because he had just died, blood was still flowing. Yang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She dared to come alone because she had her own spatial storage, but she had indeed been careless earlier. She must be more careful in the future. Yang Qing looked at the man's hand. What had been pressed against the back of his head was indeed a gun, but it was a homemade improvised gun, not as powerful as a real one, but still lethal at such close range. Yang Qing put the improvised gun away. Then she picked it up and scanned each room, checking for any remaining survivors. She couldn't completely trust what the man in green said. There were also some scattered food items in the rooms, which Yang Qing carefully stored in her spatial storage. When they kicked open the last storage room, they found an old man inside, his hands and feet bound with rope, his mouth gagged. He made muffled sounds when he saw Yang Qing. Yang Qing removed the gag from the man's mouth and asked, "Who are you?" I'm the owner of this agri-tainment business," the old man said, somewhat fearfully. "I've been managing my agri-tainment business for a while, preparing to open it during the summer vacation, but then a sudden downpour trapped me on the mountain, so I had to stay here. A few days ago, they broke in, tied me up, and ransacked my place. All the things I prepared were ruined by them." The old man looked heartbroken. "You're a cop, right? It's great you're here. Make sure you arrest them all." Yang Qing coldly stared at the old man. "I killed them all." "What?" The old man's pupils constricted. That's wonderful. They deserved it. They were definitely not good people. Killing them is good. Could you untie me? My legs are almost useless after being tied up for days." Yang Qing didn't move. "When did they arrive?" "It was..." The old man lowered his head, as if thinking, "It was the day before yesterday. No, it should be the day before yesterday, about 3 or 4 days ago." Yang Qing immediately pressed his gun against the old man's forehead. Cold sweat poured down the old man's back. He stammered, What are you doing? I'm not a cop, and I'm not a good person either," Yang Qing said coldly. "You?" The old man was taken aback. "Little sister, I'm not a bad person. Let me go, and I can give you supplies. I know where to find more." "Is that so?" Yang Qing said expressionlessly. She took out several cable ties from her bag and tightly bound the old man's hands and feet several times. The old man's expression changed several times. "Little sister, What are you doing? I given you everything. No, even the agri-tainment business. I don't want it anymore. Please let me go. The old man was almost crying. Yang Qing remained unmoved. You said you were hiding supplies? Where are they? Yes, let me think. The old man instinctively took 2 steps back. They're in the kitchen. There's a basement under the woodpile. I hid all the supplies there. It was originally for the agri-tainment business, so I wasn't afraid of them being stolen. Yang Qing sneered, grabbed the old man by the collar, and threw him aside. There was a small cabinet where he had stepped back. Opening it, she found some rice, flour, and salt inside. Looking closer, she saw signs of disturbance under the cabinet. Yang Qing moved the cabinet, revealing a board underneath. Underneath the board was a pick containing a tin box. Opening the tin box, she found it filled with gold bars. I fight you to the death. The old man suddenly charged forward, but Yang Qing dodged, a dagger appearing in his hand, as he plunged it into the old man's stomach. The old man coughed up blood, staring at Yang Qing with a face full of resentment. How did you figure it out? Yang Qing sneered. You thought your story was flawless, but your flaws are too numerous. You said they arrived the day before yesterday, but look at your lodgings. It looks like you only been there for 3 or 4 days. The food and the garbage on the ground look like they've been sitting there for at least 5 or 6 days. And those people from earlier, they were all hardened criminals, but they looked emaciated, clearly not doing well. You, on the other hand, were neatly dressed and had a clean face. You're doing better than anyone else. Even in prison, you're their boss, right? That so-called boss from earlier was just a double you used to cover yourself up. And the knots you tied for yourself, most people might not notice, but the way you tied them yourself is different from how someone else tied you. Even though it's a tight knot, the force used is different. Your hands are already bound, restricting your movement. Even if you tied a knot, it wouldn't be tight. Was it because you were in too much of a rush? The old man's pupils constricted sharply. He had reacted quickly after sensing someone in her, but she still saw through him. Who exactly are you? The old man gritted his teeth. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I'm the one who will kill you. Yang Qing sneered. You mustn't kill me. I have a secret to tell you. If you share the secret, you receive a huge benefit. Come closer. Yang Qing scoffed, no interest. She raised her dagger, and stabbed the old man in the heart again. The old man's eyes widened as he collapsed. Yang Qing wiped the dagger on his body, put the gold bars into her spatial storage, and put away everything else in the storage room. Back in the living room, the man on the pillar was still unconscious. Yang Qing looked him over. The man had fairly regular features, but he had been beaten quite badly. Yang Qing wasn't entirely convinced that the man in the green shirt claimed to be a prison guard. Instead of putting him down, she took a bottle of mineral water from her bag, pinched the man's mouth shut, and forced it down his throat. Cough, cough. The man choked awake, startled to see the woman before him. Who are you? His voice was hoarse. He must have been thirsty for a long time. Seeing the man lying on the ground, his pupils contracted. You killed him? You need to leave quickly. There's more than one of them. There are 5 or 6. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to escape when they come back. Yang Qing chuckled lightly. It's all right. I killed them all. The man looked incredulous. You killed them all? Who are you? Chapter 56. Tell me who you are first, Yang Qing said casually, toying with a dagger in her hand. She didn't quite believe what the man in green was saying. I'm a soldier. The man looked at Yang Qing with a serious expression. I got separated from my mission and ran into this group of ruthless thugs. They kidnapped me. Release me immediately. I have important news to report to my superiors. What important news? Yang Qing asked. It's classified information. I can't say. The man immediately shut his mouth. Yang Qing held the dagger to the man's neck. If you don't tell me, I kill you. Kill me. The man closed his eyes, showing no fear. Yang Qing looked at the man. She could tell he had an aura different from ordinary people. Whether he was a soldier or not was hard to say. However, if he really was a soldier and had some secret mission, she couldn't just kill him. Although they were in the apocalypse, as a member of Yen country, Yang Qing knew that the interests of the nation were paramount. She waited for Lung Yi to arrive. Yang Qing sheathed her dagger and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, Lung Yi rushed over and hugged her tightly. Qing, are you all right? Qing? Yang Qing's lips twitched, feeling awkward all over. She growled, let go. Sorry. Lung Yi quickly released her, his ears turning red. Heaven knows how worried he was when Aki ran back and tried to drag him away, thinking something had happened to Yang Qing. There's someone inside claiming to be a soldier, not dressed. Go check it out. Okay. Leng Yi immediately became serious and walked into the house. Yang Qing stood outside, looking through the window. She didn't know what Leng Yi said to the man, but the man became excited and nodded repeatedly. Leng Yi cut the ropes binding the man, who immediately collapsed. Leng Yi quickly caught him and helped him sit down. He pulled a set of clothes from the dead man on the ground and dressed the man. Yang Qing looked away. After estimating that the clothes were on, she looked back and saw the man standing ramrod straight, giving Leng Yi a very standard military salute. Leng Yi didn't return the salute, but simply patted him on the shoulder and said something. The man only managed to stay upright for a moment before collapsing. Leng Yi quickly supported him and carried him on his back. Yang Qing reached the door, and Leng Yi looked at her. I'm taking him back. Will you come with me? He was worried about Yang Qing being alone. He had been terrified. Yang Qing nodded. What about the beef? Don't worry, I already hidden it somewhere. I come back for it later, Leng Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. She wanted to see where Leng Yi was taking the man. Moreover, she didn't know if there were other people in the mountains. Although she had her spatial ability, she feared the enemy was hidden while she was exposed, making it impossible to defend herself. Leng Yi carried the man on his back, found the assault boat, put the man down, and took Yang Qing and the 2 dogs with him. Yang Qing didn't ask any questions along the way, and Leng Yi and the man remained silent. Even after entering the city and reaching the government-run department store, Yang Qing was still wondering what they were doing there. Then she saw Leng Yi carry the man on his back, walk towards the soldier station nearby, and say something to them. Someone came over and took the man from him, giving Leng Yi a military salute. Then another person came, seemingly acquainted with Leng Yi, and the 2 began talking. Yang Qing looked away and suddenly noticed a long queue nearby, with many people carrying items that didn't seem like they were buying things, but rather selling them. Had they started buying up supplies? Yang Qing went over to inquire, and learned that the government seemed to be starting to build a base, buying up supplies to exchange for points. Once a certain number of points were accumulated, one could enter the base. Yang Qing hadn't expected base construction to begin so early in this life. In his previous life, it wasn't like this. It took almost a year for bases to gradually appear. Some were private, some official, and some military, but most had very strict entry requirements. In his previous life, they couldn't even feed themselves, let alone have anything extra to give to the base, so they wandered outside for a long time. This time, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Could it be that someone else, like him, had transmigrated and revealed the secrets of the apocalypse ahead of time? Yang Qing didn't know, but it was a good thing. With bases built, fewer people would be displaced, and they wouldn't have to endure the hardships of his previous life. However, the floodwaters hadn't receded yet, and there were still several major disasters to come, such as earthquakes and tsunamis. Could they even be sure where the base would be built? Yang Qing observed silently for a while. Not everything could be exchanged for points. There was a choice. Ideally, it should be food, medicine, various building materials, production tools, rare metals, etc. But at this time, everyone is short of food and medicine, and other things are even more impossible to obtain. Many people are complaining. A few who successfully redeem their items will receive a points card with their points counted. The points card has a special anti-counterfeiting feature, so no one should be able to counterfeit it for a while. At this moment, Leng Yi walked over. Is everything done? Yang Qing asked. Yes, he should be fine. Leng Yi nodded, then looked at Yang Qing. Aren't you going to ask me what happened? Yang Qing shook her head. You tell me if you want to. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing with a hint of helplessness. This person seemed overly rational. Actually, there were many things he wanted to tell her, but he didn't want to take the initiative without her asking, lest he seem like a gossip. Actually, I've been hiding something from you about my identity. I used to be an athlete, but later I was specially recruited into the Marine Corps as a Special Forces soldier. Once, during a hostage rescue mission, things were going smoothly, but the hostage was a rich second-generation heir, arrogant and domineering, yelling at our men and exposing our position. It resulted in the deaths of 2 of my comrades. Leng Yi's eyes reddened as he spoke. Later, I couldn't help but hit that guy. After that, I retired. It was indeed a violation of regulations at the time, but I don't regret it. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. She had suspected his identity wasn't simple before, and it was true. However, she felt Leng Yi hadn't done anything wrong. If she were in her current temper, she might even have killed that hostage. However, Lung Yi was, after all, in the disciplinary department, so it was only natural that he would be punished for violating regulations. The reason I didn't tell you the truth was firstly because we weren't really that close at the time, and secondly because I felt a little embarrassed, all because of that retirement. Not embarrassing at all, I think it's cool. Yang Qing looked up at Lung Yi. Really? Lung Yi's eyes lit up, and the tips of his ears turned red. He was so happy to be praised. Ah Qing. Call me Yang Qing. Yang Qing frowned, feeling uncomfortable with such an intimate address. Lung Yi's lips curved slightly, humbly accepting the compliment, but resolutely refusing to change it. Changing the subject, let's go back and get the beef. Chapter 57. Back on the mountain, Yang Qing noticed that Lung Yi had marked the path, but very discreetly. Only someone with special training could spot them. Can you teach me? Yang Qing asked. Of course. Lung Yi nodded, eager to have more opportunities to interact with Yang Qing. As they walked, Lung Yi explained the various marking methods to Yang Qing, demonstrating, and then immediately removing them. Yang Qing had basically memorized them all. When they reached the place where Lung Yi had hidden the beef, it was quite far from where they had found the three people. He had dug a pit and buried the beef in the ground, making it difficult to spot. The beef was even vacuum sealed, so there was no fear of it getting dirty. Keep all of these. You can sell them or trade them as you like, Lung Yi said, pointing to the beef in the pit. However, due to limited resources, the internal organs have only been roughly processed. Really, all of these for me? Yang Qing asked. A cow weighs over 1,000 jin, approximately 500 kilograms. Even after cleaning the internal organs and removing the bones and skin, it still weighs several hundred jin, approximately 30 kilograms. Giving them all away for free? Yes, I said I'd give you what I said I'd give you first. If you think it's not enough, we find another cow, Lung Yi nodded. What about the hide and bones? Yang Qing asked. I thought they were too heavy to carry, so I buried them. If you want them. Never mind, Yang Qing shook her head. I take these and trade them for something first. And what about you? I dispose of those corpses. Leaving them in the mountains isn't a good idea. They easily breed bacteria if they rot. Yang Qing nodded. I go trade for something and come right back. Wait for me at the farmhouse after you're done. Okay. Lung Yi nodded. The two men carried all the beef onto the speedboat. Aki and Xiaoxue followed Lung Yi to prevent anyone from seeing them, and trying to take advantage of Yang Qing. Yang Qing carried the beef for about 2 miles from the mountain, then stored it all in his spatial storage in a secluded spot. He returned to the department store and inquired further. 1 jin, 500 grams, of grain could be exchanged for 2 points, and 500 points were needed to enter the base. That meant at least 250 jin of grain was required. These days, very few people could even produce 50 jin, let alone 250. This condition was too harsh. What about meat? Yang Qing asked. What kind of meat? The staff member asked. Any kind of meat? Yang Qing asked. The staff member nodded. Generally, anything edible is fine. Pork is 3 points per jin, beef is 4 points per jin, chicken and duck are the same as pork. Lamb is the same as beef. Frozen meat is a little less. Yang Qing nodded. I have several hundred jin of beef. Could you come and help me move it? Several hundred jin? The staff member was surprised. Yes, I go get it right now. Wait for me for 10 minutes. It's right where the inflatable boat is docked. Is that okay? Of course. The staff member was excited. He spent the whole day collecting goods, but hadn't gotten anything good. Many people tried to trade pots and pans for them, and even after explaining for ages that they wouldn't accept those, they wouldn't listen, often leading to arguments. He was exhausted. Now that they received several hundred pounds of beef, their superiors would definitely praise them. Okay, wait a minute, I'd be right there. Yang Qing smiled, and went to get the inflatable boat. She drove the boat around a few times, found a secluded spot, retrieved the beef, and then drove back. When she arrived, the staff member from before was already waiting there, along with 2 colleagues. His face lit up with a smile when he saw Yang Qing. He'd been worried that Yang Qing was lying to him, but seeing her finally put his mind at ease. 2 other colleagues were surprised to see the beef. So fresh? Yes, just slaughtered, Yang Qing smiled. I was lucky to find it on a mountain. Your luck is truly extraordinary. Several people exclaimed enviously. Xiao Zhang, go get a vehicle. A staff member called to someone nearby, then looked at Yang Qing. Miss, what's your surname? My surname is Yang, Yang Qing replied. Miss Yang, my name is Lin Ping. You can just call me Xiao Lin. Lin Ping said, as she carried the beef from the speedboat to the shore. Many people looked over, but there were armed soldiers nearby, otherwise someone would have already tried to steal it. Yang Qing nodded. Xiao Lin, I wanted to ask, is this points card registered? No. Lin Ping shook her head. So when you get the points card, be careful, don't let anyone steal it. This points card is official, right? Can it only be used here or nationwide? Yang Qing asked again. It's official. The official notice says it's valid nationwide. This points card is made according to a unified national standard. Just like currency, it's recognized everywhere. However, the base isn't finished yet, so I can't guarantee what will happen in the future, Lin Ping said. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Lin Ping was certainly honest. Xiao Zhang rode over on a tricycle and loaded the beef onto it. Let's go straight to the camp, Lin Ping said. Trading outside might lead to a commotion, and a few soldiers wouldn't be able to handle it. The camp was just a temporary one set up by the government, with some tents, staff, and station soldiers. Xiao Zhang brought over a large scale and weighed the beef, 720 jin in total, plus 150 jin of tripe, heart, and other offal. 1 pound of beef is worth 4 points, totaling 2,880 points. 1 pound of offal is worth 2 points, totaling 300 points. Everyone was speechless. Others were accumulating points a few at a time, but she had thousands at once. It was incredibly enviable. Miss Yang, what about the cow's bones and hide? Lin Ping asked. I thought they weren't buying them, so I threw them away, Yang Qing smiled. Throw them away? Everyone's jaws dropped. Those can also be exchanged for points. 1 pound can at least get 1 point. What a waste. Where did you throw them? I go get them. Yang Qing smiled. Since you want them, I go find them. Alright, Miss Yang, you now have a total of 3,180 points. Should you put them all in one card, or split them up? Lin Ping asked. Split them up. Put 500 in each card, and the rest in one card, Yang Qing said. She was thinking of reserving a spot for Lu Lin to enter the base. Since Leng Yi had found the cow, she naturally wanted to give him one. The rest will stay in my own card for now. As for Li Shengman and the others, I don't have that obligation for now. However, I call them all to go up the mountain to look for cattle tomorrow. If they find any, they have a chance to get some beef. Whether they choose to exchange it or not is up to them. If I want to split the points in my card later, is that okay? Yang Qing asked. Yes, you can. Actually, even if you don't split them, as long as you have enough points in total, several people can use them at the same time, Lin Ping said. That's good. Yang Qing nodded. That solves the problem. If you have a lot of points, you can exchange them for other supplies when you get to the base. So, Lin Ping lowered his voice. Try not to share them with others if you can avoid it. Yang Qing smiled. This person is quite considerate of her. She said, thank you. Miss Yang, if you find the cattle bones and hides, just come to me. I add them to your points card. Thank you. I definitely come to you first next time I have supplies, Yang Qing said with a smile. Chapter 58. After Yang Qing left, Leng Yi dug a large pit and buried the bodies of the first 3 people. Then he buried the bodies of the 2 people on the road and the 2 people in the farmhouse. What puzzled him was how Yang Qing knew the old man, with his hands and feet bound, was a bad guy. At first glance, he thought he was one of those hostages, but upon closer inspection, he knew this man was not simple. He just hadn't expected Yang Qing to be able to tell. It seemed he had underestimated her. However, thinking about how capable she was, he was genuinely pleased. After disposing of the bodies, Leng Yi searched the farmhouse, but found no supplies. He found this strange. How could so many people not have any food? And it was such a coincidence that they had all eaten. He also didn't see Yang Qing take anything. Had she hidden it? He didn't care if she hid things. If she found it first, she got it first, no problem. He was just worried that if she carried too many supplies, it would attract attention and lead to robbery. When Yang Qing arrived, Leng Yi was playing with 2 small dogs in the courtyard of the farmhouse. He threw a ball, and the 2 dogs scrambled to fetch it and bring it to his hands. Watching the man and the 2 dogs playing happily, Yang Qing suddenly felt a sense of peace and tranquility. Unfortunately, this was the apocalypse, and in the near future, an earthquake and tsunami would destroy this place. In the apocalypse, living a peaceful life like in the modern world was harder than climbing to heaven. Woof woof. Aki was the first to spot Yang Qing and quickly ran over, jumping into her arms, with Xiaoxua following behind, wagging its tail incessantly. Yang Qing patted one dog's head, stroked the others, and smiled. You're back? Lung Yi looked at her. Yang Qing responded, then asked, is everything taken care of? Lung Yi nodded, but strangely, there aren't any supplies. Yang Qing then remembered, when we interrogated that old man earlier, he said there was something hidden in the cellar under the woodpile in the kitchen. I don't know if it's true. Let's go take a look, Lung Yi called to the two little ones, and they walked towards the kitchen together. The two sniffed around in the kitchen, barking loudly at the firewood. Is there really something? The two exchanged a glance. They moved the firewood aside. Underneath was a wooden door. They lifted it up, and below was a dark void. Lung Yi took out a flashlight. I go down and take a look. You wait for me up here. After a while, Lung Yi came back up. There really is something down there. A dozen or so bags of rice, and some cured meat, all vacuum-packed. Yang Qing was overjoyed. Then bring it up quickly. Lung Yi grabbed her arm. Wait, there's another body down there. It should be the owner of the guest house. I need to deal with it first. Yang Qing was stunned. So the guest house owner was here. He must have been killed by those people, which was why they knew about this cellar. Otherwise, even she might not have found it in such a hidden place. No need. Let him stay here. This is his home too. Yang Qing shook her head. This is what I'm thinking. I think this place is quite nice. There are mountains and water, and houses. Should we move here and live here? Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. That's why they need to dispose of the bodies. Yang Qing shook his head. Although this place has everything, it doesn't have a wall. If someone comes, we'd be surrounded on all sides. It's safer on the 7th floor, with its 2 security doors. Besides, the location isn't good. If it rains for a while, it might be flooded by a mudslide and become uninhabitable. Actually, what she wanted to say was that the entire area had collapsed after the earthquake, but she couldn't reveal that beforehand, so she only said it was a mudslide. Lung Yi looked outside, and saw that there was indeed such a hidden danger. Yang Qing's consideration was indeed thorough. He nodded, then you stay upstairs. I bring up the rice and cured meat, then seal this place up again, so he can stay here forever. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. But, should we go look for more cows? Lung Yi asked. If they did, they could put the things inside first, so they wouldn't be easily discovered. Yang Qing thought about it. The cow had already been exchanged for points, so she should find another one and save some fresh beef. Let's go! Then let's go first. Lung Yi nodded, closed the cellar door, put the firewood back on top, and went to find cows with the 2 dogs. With the help of the 2 little ones, they quickly found 2 more cows. What do we do now? Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. She could have them all if she wanted. Kill one, and save the other one to call Li Shengnan and the others tomorrow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if we didn't get anything by tomorrow, Yang Qing said. Lung Yi nodded. He liked Yang Qing's calm yet loyal nature. She wasn't selfish or greedy just because they were in the apocalypse. She still thought of her friends. He wondered if she would think of him if he wasn't here. Yang Qing took out a stun gun, turned it to the highest setting, and stabbed the bull's neck for almost half a minute before stunning it. Then she took out a dagger, and slit the bull's throat. Lung Yi's lips twitched. If he offended her, would she try something on him too? This woman was still not someone to mess with. But why did he like it more, and more the more he looked at it? What are you standing there for? Let's get started. Yang Qing looked at him. Lung Yi hurriedly took out a knife, and began to butcher the cow. Keep the bones and hide this time? They said they want them too. They? Lung Yi was taken aback. Oh, I just took the beef to exchange for something, and I asked them. They said the hide and bones are fine too, Yang Qing said. He didn't want to tell him about exchanging for points cards yet. Lung Yi nodded, didn't ask, and silently got to work. After skinning the cow, cutting open the leg bones, and separating the beef and steaks, Lung Yi used branches to make a makeshift cart, put everything on it, and dragged it away. He drove the other cow to the farmhouse, tied it with a rope, and washed the entrails in the yard. The farmhouse had a water pipe with spring water, which was very convenient. After everything was processed, Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. Take all this meat, and exchange it for whatever you like. Half for each of us, Yang Qing said. Give me the hide, bones, and offal, and you take more meat. Too much, I don't need it. Lung Yi shook his head. A cow weighs over 1,000 pounds. Even half of it would be several hundred pounds. There wasn't enough room. Just take it, I store it for you. Yang Qing glared at him. Lung Yi's lips curved slightly. Okay. But I need to move my things first. I come back for yours later. And the things in the cellar too, Yang Qing said. Okay, I wait for you here, Lung Yi nodded. Yang Qing took his half of the beef, along with the bones, hide, and offal, and put the beef and offal into his spatial storage in a secluded spot. He took the bones and hide to the department store and exchanged them for 200 points with Lin Ping. When they returned to the farmhouse, Lung Yi had already moved the rice and cured meat upstairs and sealed the cellar. What about the other cow? Yang Qing asked. I tied it up in a dense grove behind the yard. Unless something unexpected happens, it won't run away, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. Then let's go back. Chapter 59. Lu Lin opened the door when Yang Qing got home. No one came down from the 8th floor. Hasn't Li Shengnian come back yet? Yang Qing asked. No, Gao Yang was worried about her, so he went with her. Wang Min and Jiang Hao also went out, Lu Lin said. Yang Qing nodded. It was normal for them to go out to find supplies. They didn't always have to go together. Lu Lin helped carry the things. So much? Half of it is Lung Yi's, and all the beef is his, Yang Qing said in a low voice. I already put mine away. Lu Lin understood. Lung Yi carried the rice and cured meat back to his room. He kept a few pounds of beef and stored the rest in Yang Qing's freezer. Lung Yi assumed she had swapped the beef for something else and said, You can eat whatever you want here. Consider it a storage fee. Lu Lin laughed. Then we won't be polite. Don't be polite. Lung Yi smiled. He actually hoped Yang Qing would eat his food, but he was afraid she would be too particular. No need, we're going again tomorrow, and there's beef too, so we're not worried about not having meat, Yang Qing said. Lung Yi's face instantly fell. I knew it. Lu Lin covered her mouth and chuckled. How about we eat together tonight? I stir-fry some beef while it's still fresh? Lu Lin suggested. Is that okay? Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. She nodded nonchalantly, sure. Lung Yi's lips curled up again. Lu Lin smiled wryly. Why did it seem like the king was interested, but the woman was indifferent? Lu Lin cooked a tomato stew with beef, a bowl of pickled pepper stir-fried beef, and hot and sour shredded potatoes. Lung Yi didn't ask where the vegetables came from. They had a refrigerator, so stocking up on vegetables was normal. The tomato stew with beef was very tender and went well with rice. Lung Yi noticed that Yang Qing ate quite a bit and silently made a mental note to cook it for her another time. Not long after dinner, there was a knock at the door. Yang Qing went to open it, and Li Shengnian and the other three were there. You all went out together? Yang Qing asked, surprised. No, we just bumped into each other downstairs, Wang Min replied. Yang Qing helped pull the rubber boat up. How was today? Yang Qing asked Li Shengnian. Don't even mention it. Gao Yang said indignantly. We worked so hard to retrieve supplies from the water, and before we could even distribute them, people started grabbing them. Where's the building manager? Why didn't he arrange things properly? Li Shengnian pouted. That guy's all talk and no action. His management skills are terrible. I'm never going there again. It's alright. I managed to grab some things, but only sanitary napkins and tissues, things they didn't want. Li Shengnian said, a little embarrassed. He said to Yang Qing, take some with you, and I keep some for Wang Min too. No need, we still have some. You and Wang Min can keep it. Yang Qing shook her head. You worked hard today. She was originally supposed to go, but Li Shengnian went instead, and it was a thankless task. How about you two? How was your day? Yang Qing looked at Wang Min and Jiang Hao. We didn't find anything, but we got some news. The government is building a base. Now you can exchange supplies for points. 500 points are enough to enter the base. How do you exchange points? Gao Yang asked immediately. 1 gene of grain can be exchanged for 2 points, or meat, and other tools, building materials, rare metals, etc. Jiang Hao said. That means you need 250 gene of grain to enter. Who can afford that? Li Shengnian frowned. So what hope do we have? Jiang Hao shook his head. This is clearly for the rich. We ordinary people have never had a good life. That's not necessarily true, Yang Qing said. Lung Yi and I went for a walk today and found some cattle in the mountains on the eastern outskirts. We already caught one, and we go get it together tomorrow. A cow? Everyone was overjoyed. But it was you and Lung Yi who found it, Li Shengnian said a little embarrassed. It's okay. From what we observed, there should be more than one. How much can the two of us eat? We go together tomorrow, slaughter the cow, and bring back the beef. You can exchange it for points later, or keep some in my refrigerator. The rest can be made into beef jerky, which can be stored for a long time, Yang Qing said. That's wonderful. Yang Qing, you're our lucky star. Wang Min said with a smile. They were quite disappointed with the lack of results today, but Yang Qing gave them such a big surprise. Then you should all get some rest today. We set off early tomorrow morning, Yang Qing said. No problem. Everyone nodded. The group went upstairs, repeatedly saying that following Yang Qing was the right decision. Yang Qing was about to knock on the door of 702 to tell Leng Yi to leave early the next day when Leng Yi opened the door. He had been listening in from the doorway since Li Shengnan and the others returned. Tomorrow. Before Yang Qing could finish, Leng Yi nodded. I heard everything. Then you should get some rest too. We go together tomorrow. Okay. Yang Qing went back to her room. Lu Lin looked at her. Are you going to leave me alone at home again? Yang Qing smiled. Isn't it nice for you to stay home comfortably? I like to lie in bed all day and not go out, but the situation doesn't allow it. Although they had stockpiled a lot of supplies, they actually had a lot of food because it was cheap. The car rental cost 600,000, and the solar panels and diesel generator cost 400,000. The inflatable boats, rubber dinghies, and refrigerator also cost a considerable amount, leaving over 800,000 unspent due to time constraints. The actual expenditure on food was only a little over 1 million. While that's enough for her and Lu Lin to eat for a lifetime, it would be very difficult for the two of them in the apocalypse. To build their own team, or even their own base, these supplies would be far from sufficient. Some might say that they could live comfortably in their spatial dimension, never venturing out. But Yang Qing didn't want to live like that. What's the point of a life of idleness and waiting to die? Having been reborn, she was determined to live a vibrant and fulfilling life. With the resources, she could help more people, unlike the hardships she endured in her previous life. Of course, this was all based on her own ability and resources. She wouldn't be a saint who spread love while struggling herself. She wouldn't associate with those whose values clashed with hers, or whose paths diverged. She was selective. So we should stockpile as many supplies as possible now, so we can use them later. I know you mean well, but I also want to go out, and I can make beef jerky, so I'm more useful than them, Lu Lin pouted. Yang Qing smiled. She hadn't thought of that. Do you want to make spicy beef jerky, or the local kind that's sweeter? What seasonings do you need? I know all of that. And how do you clean the tripe? Without lime, you need baking soda, salt, and vinegar to clean it properly. Do you know how? Lu Lin looked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Today they had only cleaned the inside of the tripe. It was far from edible. The others probably wouldn't know either, but Lu Lin was definitely indispensable. Okay, you come with us tomorrow. Let Li Shengnan or Wang Min stay behind, Yang Qing said with a smile. Yay! Lu Lin jumped up happily and kissed Yang Qing on the cheek, leaving Yang Qing feeling helpless. Chapter 60. The next day, after breakfast, Yang Qing told Wang Min that Lu Lin knew how to make beef jerky and asked her to go, while Wang Min stayed behind to watch the house. Wang Min had no objection. She'd get a share anyway, so she was happy to rest at home. If we really find a few cows, making beef jerky won't be done in a day or two. It'd take at least 3 or 4 days. Be careful while you're home alone. Yang Qing left Wang Min a long gun. Don't open the door to anyone, and ignore that building manager. Just say we talked to him when we get back. Wang Min nodded. You guys be careful too. The 6 of them set off in 2 inflatable boats, and 1 rubber dinghy, also taking Aki and Xiaoxue with them. Upon reaching the mountain, they towed the inflatable boats directly to the farmhouse to prevent them from being stolen. There's another farmhouse here? Li Shengnan was surprised. Yes, we found it yesterday. The cow was tied up in the back. I go check if it's still there, Leng Yi said. A little while later, he brought over a cow. So big? This must weigh over 1,000 pounds. We're rich. There should be more than 1 cow. Let's look around and see if we can find any more, Yang Qing said. They took out an electric baton, stunned the cow, and slit its throat. The rest they left to deal with. Yang Qing handed a pistol to Lu Lin and whispered, be careful. If any bad guys come, shoot. She couldn't guarantee no one else wouldn't come. If someone tried to steal the beef, they had to fight back. Don't worry. Lu Lin nodded and put the gun away. Yang Qing and Leng Yi took Aki and Xiaoxue away, while the others processed the beef. Let's skin it first. We can't eat the skin, but it can be tanned for leather. We don't know how, so we keep it to trade for supplies, Lu Lin said. I do it. Gao Yang volunteered. Everyone helped. They cut open the cow's stomach and removed the internal organs first. Cows really have 4 stomachs? Li Shengnan explained in surprise. Although she knew it, She had never seen it before. Which are the tripe and omasum we usually eat? Jiang Hao asked. This is tripe, which is the cow's omasum. Lu Lin pointed to one of the stomachs. It looks rather dark now, but it will be whiter after washing, and it will have more bumps. Omasum is the cow's rumen. It's darker, slightly smoother, and chewier. Tripe is crisper. Gao Yang was surprised. I didn't expect you to know these things. Of course, I'm very particular about food, Lu Lin said proudly. Jiang Hao, could you clean out the undigested fodder from these stomachs first? I handle the rest. No problem. Jiang Hao nodded. Are you going to exchange this meat for points or make beef jerky? If we're going to make beef jerky, I need to start marinating it now, Lu Lin asked. The group exchanged glances, undecided. How about this? We make beef jerky from this cow first. Yang Qing said there's more than one cow, so you can decide about the rest. Even if we're going to exchange it for points, we need to leave ourselves some food. Otherwise, we starve to death before the base is even built. What's the use of points then? Lu Lin said. Lu Lin makes a good point. Li Shengnan nodded. We keep this cow for ourselves first. Everyone's enthusiasm immediately increased. With so much beef, the marinade would need to be enormous. Sugar, salt, soy sauce, 13 spice powder, cumin, star anise, cinnamon, chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and so on. So that's what you had in your bags. No wonder you brought so much stuff, Jiang Hao said. This is all Yang Qing's, Lu Lin said, not taking credit. These must have cost a lot of money. You can't even buy them now. When they're done, Yang Qing should get an extra share, Li Shengnan said. We have no objection, Jiang Hao and Gao Yang both nodded. Besides, Yang Qing and his group found the beef. Even if they kept it all for themselves, there was nothing they could do. Now that they're sharing, we should be grateful. Lu Lin nodded. Thankfully, these people weren't so selfish. Yang Qing's help hadn't been in vain. The beef was cut into slices and strips by Li Shengnan. The brisket and ribs, which couldn't be dried, were set aside. Lu Lin mixed the marinade, divided the beef into 2 portions, one for spicy and the other for sweet and savory. She thoroughly mixed the marinade and beef, marinated for half an hour, then placed the barbecue grill she brought on the fire and started grilling. The beef sizzled on the grill, its aroma filling the air, making everyone's mouths water. Can I have a bite? Jiang Hao asked, his eyes fixed on the beef. It smelled so good. Sure, there's so much, Lu Lin laughed. Everyone ate a few pieces, praising it highly. How long will it take to grill several hundred pounds of meat on 2 grills? Gao Yang said. Let's see if the kitchen can grill it, and maybe we can make 2 ovens to do it together. I don't know how to do that, you guys figure it out, Lu Lin laughed. At the foot of the mountain, 4 people arrived in a speedboat. Approaching the mountainside, they went ashore and towed the speedboat ashore. Daqiang, hide the speedboat well, don't let anyone steal it. Don't worry, Fei Ji, Daqiang said. I wonder how the boss and the others are doing in the mountains, Lu Fei said. Fei Ji, do you think the boss is willing to go to the new base with us? Once we get there, it won't be up to us, a man with a buzz cut said. Why wouldn't he? That's a great place. They have everything. We don't need anything in these mountains. The boss isn't stupid. But the boss won't be the boss there anymore. That's not necessarily true. That Wang Jun, although powerful, is just a brave but reckless guy. Who knows who will be the boss if the boss goes there? Fei Ji chuckled. What smells so good? It smells like barbecue. I didn't expect the boss and the others to be living well, even having barbecue. Let's go! I haven't had meat for days. Today's a good meal. You two, patrol the area first, just in case someone ruins our plans. Ah, Fei Ji, we want barbecue too. The other 2 said with long faces. You get some food. They kicked one of them. Are you starving? We provide plenty when we get back from patrolling the mountain. Yes, Fei. The 2 reluctantly replied. The 4 split up. Yang Qing and Leng Yi, leading Aki and Xiaoxue, walked quite a distance before finding another cow. They led the cow back, knowing the others might have wandered off to other mountains, and it was hard to say if they found it again. They decided to take this one first. As they walked, they suddenly spotted a speedboat. Oh no, others have come up the mountain. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. I go to the farmhouse first. You bring the cow and then come back, Leng Yi said, taking Xiaoxue with him and running towards the farmhouse. Yang Qing hesitated for a moment, then immediately tossed the cow and the speedboat into his spatial storage. He called Aki and was about to follow, But Aki barked loudly and ran off in another direction, impossible to stop. Yang Qing was startled. Could it be that more than one group had come up? Chapter 61. Yang Qing followed behind Aki, running forward. Seeing two people in the distance, she quickly pulled Aki back, shushing him as they quietly followed. They needed to find out who these two were first. If they were just ordinary people looking for supplies, they couldn't just kill them. The two began talking ahead. You say the boss and his crew are living the high life at the farmhouse, while we're stuck patrolling the mountains? What kind of fate is this? Stop talking nonsense. We just take a quick look around and say we didn't see anyone. How could anyone be in these mountains? There's no food, who would come? Things will be better when we get to the new base. I've seen it all. They not only have supplies, but also plenty of women. That Wang Jun changes her every day, and he's tormented those women. TSK, he's a pervert. I wonder if the boss will have any influence when he gets there. If he does well, maybe he can give us a couple of women to try? That depends on the boss's abilities. If he can get in touch, we benefit too. Then, ha ha ha. The two men gestured and laughed lewdly. Yang Qing's face grew increasingly grim. It turned out these two were in cahoots with the people at the farmhouse. They weren't good people. They seemed to be moving to a new base, and the leader of that new base was a pervert who had abused many girls. These people deserve to die. Yang Qing drew his pistol, ready to fire, when the two seemed to hear something and suddenly became alert, hiding behind a tree. Who's there? Yang Qing quickly crouched down, signaling Aki to hide first, then grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and smeared it on his face, making himself look disheveled. I come out, don't hit me. Yang Qing deliberately cried out in alarm. So it's a woman? The two men exchanged a glance. One of them was about to step forward when the other grabbed him. Don't you find it strange that a woman suddenly appeared in these mountains? What's strange about it? She's probably looking for food, the other man said dismissively. Looking at Yang Qing, aside from her slightly dirty face, she was quite pretty. The man walked over with a grin. Little sister, why are you alone on the mountain? Where are your family? Yang Qing looked distressed. My family is gone. I'm starving, so I came to the mountain to dig up some wild vegetables. What wild vegetables? I have meat. I take you. Really? Yang Qing's eyes lit up, then she lowered her head again, saying pitifully, but I have no money, and no supplies to trade with you. It's all right. I don't need anything. Just come with me. The man grinned wickedly, and reached out to touch Yang Qing's face. Yang Qing's face changed, and she pressed the gun against the man's forehead. But I want your life. Thud. A sound rang out. The man's forehead was pierced, his eyes widened as he fell, not even knowing how he died. The other man was terrified and ran away. Yang Qing raised her gun again, shooting the man in the thigh. The man screamed and collapsed to the ground. Aki lunged forward to bite the man's neck, but Yang Qing quickly shouted, Aki, spare him. Otherwise, she could have killed him with a single shot. Why waste a bullet? Yang Qing approached, and the man dragged his wounded leg backward. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill us? Now I'm asking you questions. Yang Qing crouched down, pressing the gun against the man's forehead. Suddenly, the man pulled out a dagger and stabbed it straight at Yang Qing's face. Before Yang Qing could dodge, Aki bit the man's wrist. Crack! A sound rang out. The hand bone broke, blood gushed out, and the man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. If you behave, you won't have to suffer like this, Yang Qing sneered. I tell you whatever you want to know, just don't kill me. The man stammered. What place is this new base you were talking about? I don't know either. It seems like it used to be some kind of secret research institute, but after the apocalypse, it was taken over by Brother June. Who is Brother June? I'm not too sure either. He's someone our boss knows. He sent us to scout ahead. Brother June knows our situation, and said he could take us in. We're here today to pick up our boss. Is your boss a pale-faced old man? Yang Qing asked. No. The man seemed confused, then suddenly remembered something. You mean Old Man Bai? He was our strategist. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. This Old Man Bai was well hidden. Even their own accomplices didn't know his true identity. Unfortunately, he was still killed by Yang Qing. Are there any other people at that research institute? Yang Qing asked again. Yes, the men were all captured and enslaved. The women were used for their pleasure. Yang Qing was furious. These people treated researchers like this? Some who resisted were killed, the man added. Yang Qing frowned. Those people were focused on research. They had no fighting ability, let alone facing a group of vicious thugs. "Where is that base?" Yang Qing asked. "It's about 10 miles from here southeast, in the mountains, very well hidden." "How many men does Brother June have?" Yang Qing asked again. "About 20 or so, I haven't counted. They seem to have some kind of training, they're pretty good." Yang Qing pulled the trigger, and the man's eyes widened. "You." Before he could finish, plop, a red dot appeared between his eyebrows, and he collapsed. "I never said I wouldn't kill you," Yang Qing sneered. He dug a hole and buried the 2 men, then took the cow and the assault boat out of his spatial storage. The cow was already dead. He'd tell them it was electrocuted. Lung Yi had seen the assault boat before, so he couldn't put it away. He roughly concealed the 2 items with tree branches, patted Aki's head, and said, "Let's go to the farmhouse." On the other side, Lu Lin and the others were grilling beef with great enthusiasm, when suddenly 2 men rushed over. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Where's our boss?" Lu Lin and Gao Yang were completely bewildered. "What boss? There wasn't a soul here when we arrived. We found the cow ourselves." "Bullshit! This is our base. Why wouldn't our boss tell us he left?" Lu Fei yelled. Hearing something was amiss, Gao Yang and Jiang Hao quickly picked up knives from the ground and shielded Lu Lin and Li Shengnan behind them. Lu Fei drew a machete, gave De Chong a signal, and the 2 of them raised their knives to slash at the people opposite them. Gao Yang blocked with his knife, kicked Lu Fei aside, and seeing the knife next to him aimed at Jiang Hao, he quickly rolled to the ground and blocked it with his own knife. Jiang Hao was sweating profusely with nervousness. Although he had trained with Gao Yang for a while, this was his first time fighting with real knives, and he was a little at a loss. "Jiang Hao, step back, let me handle this," Li Shengnan shouted. After all, she was a former auxiliary police officer and had received training. Lu Lin also secretly gripped her gun, but dared not fire easily. She was afraid of hurting her own men if they engaged in combat. Chapter 62. Gao Yang, Li Shengnan, and the 2 opponents were locked in a fierce battle, with Jiang Hao occasionally adding fuel to the fire from the sidelines. Lu Fei, enraged, feigned an opening with Gao Yang, taking the opportunity to retreat 2 steps before suddenly lunging at Lu Lin. "Watch out!" Li Shengnan shouted, but it was too late to save her. "Die!" Lu Fei grinned maliciously, slashing his knife straight at Lu Lin. Lu Lin hurriedly grabbed her pistol, aimed at him, and closed her eyes. Bang! A sound rang out. Lu Fei collapsed, his face filled with disbelief. They actually had guns? Lung Yi's expression changed drastically upon hearing the gunshot. He sped up, and he and his dog raced forward, their speed so fast that only after images remained. Yang Qing also heard the gunshot, and knew something had happened to Lu Lin's side. He also quickened his pace to rush over. De Chong was shocked to see Lu Fei fall. Seeing that the other side had guns, he didn't dare to linger and turned to run. Lu Lin opened her eyes to find a dead man at her feet. She was completely stunned, her limbs weak, and she didn't dare fire a second shot. "Give me the gun!" Li Shengnan took the gun from her and aimed it at De Chong. De Chong ran while looking back. Seeing the gun pointed at him, he quickly dove to the ground, rolled, and hid behind a tree. Li Shengnan's first shot missed, and she was about to fire a second. Suddenly a thud. The bullet pierced his back, his clothes instantly soaked in blood. De Chong turned his head, his face filled with disbelief, and collapsed. Lung Yi walked out from behind. Li Shengnan gripped the gun tightly, looking at them nervously. When she saw it was Lung Yi, she breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been an enemy with a gun, they really didn't know if they could have handled it. "Are you alright?" Lung Yi called out. "It's alright." Gao Yang shook his head, then, seeing Lung Yi alone, asked, "Where's Yang Qing?" "She's behind us." Lung Yi strode over. "We found a cow, and were about to come back when we suddenly saw a speedboat. Knowing someone was coming up the mountain, and fearing they might harm you, I rushed over first." "Yang Qing isn't alone?" Lu Lin exclaimed anxiously. "What if there are more than 2 of them? Wouldn't Yang Qing be in danger?" Lung Yi's expression changed. "She should be alright." He said this, but quickly turned and ran back. His heart pounded. "Ah Qing, please don't be hurt." Yang Qing was rushing over with the chi. Seeing everyone standing in the yard, all unharmed, she relaxed. She slipped on a round branch and slid down. "Ah!" A scream rang out. Lung Yi lunged forward to cushion her fall, pulling her into his arms to protect her head. They rolled several times before stopping. "Ah Qing, are you alright?" Lung Yi anxiously looked Yang Qing up and down. Yang Qing was both ashamed and angry. She could kill without batting an eye. How could she have messed up here? Lung Yi was still on top of her. I'm fine, get up. Yang Qing's face flushed red. Lung Yi smiled slightly, stood up, and helped Yang Qing up. Ouch! Yang Qing cried out in pain, as if she had twisted her ankle. What happened? Lung Yi quickly steadied her, squatted down, and rolled up her trouser leg to see that her foot was swollen. Without a word, he picked her up and started to carry her away. Hey, Lung Yi, put me down quickly, I can walk by myself. Yang Qing was extremely embarrassed. Don't move, or we both roll down together, Lung Yi said, looking at her. The slope was already steep. If they weren't careful, they could easily tumble down. Woof woof woof. Archie barked at Lung Yi, telling him to put his human down and not to try and take advantage of her. Xiao Shuai snapped at it. Nonsense. Your master is helping her. Arca whimpered and shook its head defiantly. The others exchanged knowing glances as Lung Yi carried Yang Qing down. Lu Lin rushed over. Qing, are you alright? I'm fine. Yang Qing's face was still red, and she looked at Lung Yi with embarrassment and indignation. Put me down quickly. Lung Yi pursed his lips, and had Jiang Hao bring out a chair before setting her down. He lifted her ankle and felt it again. The bone should be fine, just soft tissue damage. Ice is best, but where can we find ice now? Lung Yi was a little worried. I have medicine. Yang Qing took out a Yunnan Biao aerosol from her bag. Lung Yi took it and carefully sprayed it all over her ankle. He brought over a chair so she could prop her feet up, preventing the swelling from worsening. It's best to apply pressure bandages. It promotes venous blood return and reduces swelling, Lung Yi added. I have bandages in my bag, Yang Qing said, pulling a roll of bandage from her bag. Lung Yi was surprised. Your bag is a treasure trove. It has everything. Of course, Yang Qing's eyes flickered. I always prepare thoroughly before going out. Actually, she usually took things from her spatial storage. Yes, Qing always prepares the most when we go out. We always ask her for anything we need, Lu Lin quickly added, helping Yang Qing find something. Lung Yi took the bandage, knelt down, placed Yang Qing's foot on his lap, and carefully wrapped it. Yang Qing's face burned, and she tried several times to pull her foot away but held back. It's bandaged quite tightly now, but you can loosen it in a while to avoid affecting blood flow. Oh! Yang Qing responded awkwardly. Gao Yang was surprised. Lung Yi, you studied medicine? No. Lung Yi shook his head, glancing at Yang Qing. I used to be an athlete. Injuries were commonplace. I become quite the doctor myself. Gao Yang nodded. He was from a sports school and was similar, often treating minor injuries himself. Yang Qing, however, knew that Lung Yi had been a special forces soldier, so handling these kinds of injuries was a piece of cake for him. Here's the gun. Li Sheng'an returned the gun to Lu Lin, looking at her enviously. Having a gun was great. Lu Lin gave the gun back to Yang Qing. It's a good thing you gave me the gun earlier, otherwise I might not have seen you again. What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Qing took the gun and touched Lu Lin's face. Were you scared just now? Lung Yi watched their interaction, feeling a pang of envy for some reason. Yeah, this is my first time killing someone. Lu Lin nodded, her eyes welling up with tears. She was truly terrified. It's okay, you get used to it after a while, Yang Qing said. Everyone laughed. The earlier gloom vanished. By the way, what about that cow? Lung Yi asked. I electrocuted it. It's hidden by the roadside with those people's assault boat. Have Aki take you there. You got another assault boat? Jiang Hao gave a thumbs up. Yang Qing was amazing. Yang Qing smiled and called over Aki. Take Lung Yi and find the cow with Xiaoxue. Aki was initially reluctant to leave her, but upon hearing that he was going with Xiaoxue, he nodded repeatedly. Yang Qing chuckled. You prioritize romance over friendship. Lung Yi called Jiang Hao over her and looked at Yang Qing. Should we leave Xiaoxue here? Dogs are very sensitive to smells and sounds. They detect anyone approaching immediately. No need, it's alright. I killed 2 other people just now, Yang Qing said. Lung Yi's expression changed slightly. There really were other people present. Thankfully, Yang Qing was alright, otherwise, he would have regretted it terribly. However, Yang Qing didn't care. She was used to being alone and had never thought of asking for help. Sometimes, acting alone was much more convenient. Chapter 63. Aki led Lung Yi and Jiang Hao to where Yang Qing had hidden the cow. The two loaded the cow onto the inflatable boat and towed it back to the farmhouse. This cow is this big too? Gao Yang exclaimed in surprise. How are we going to handle this cow? Jiang Hao asked. We haven't even finished roasting the beef yet. Do you want to exchange it for points? Yang Qing asked. Everyone fell silent, honestly unsure. The base isn't even built yet. Who knows if the authorities are just making empty promises? If it takes a year or two to build, what if everyone dies before it's even finished? This is the apocalypse. Nothing is more important than survival. But what if the base is built, and they run out of food? What if they want to enter but can't? Nobody has experienced the apocalypse. Nobody can guarantee they won't regret their decisions later. Didn't they say there are several cows? If we could find another one, Li Shengyan said. Based on the size of this cow, one more would be enough points for everyone. We can keep this one for ourselves. I'm just worried we won't be able to find it. Leng Yi shook his head. Yang Qing and I searched for so long before finding this one. The others might have run off somewhere else, or maybe they've been captured. Besides, Yang Qing is injured now. I can't leave. What if someone else comes? Everyone naturally understood the seriousness of the situation. No one wanted anything to happen to any of them because of a cow. How's the beef exchanged? Yang Qing asked Jiang Hao, feigning ignorance. Beef is exchanged for 4 points per pound. Yang Qing nodded. If we don't kill it, I don't know if we can get 3 points per pound if we transport the whole cow over. Then I don't know. Jiang Hao shook his head. This cow weighs about 1,200 gene, 600 kilograms. If we can exchange each gene for 3 points, it'd be enough for all 7 of us. How about this? We still have several hundred gene of beef here, so let's not make it all into beef jerky, but keep some to take back and eat. Let's exchange this cow for points. Once we have the qualification to enter the base, we won't have any worries, and we can focus on stockpiling supplies. If we don't want to enter the base later, we can sell the point cards. I think someone will definitely want them. Everyone nodded. Yang Qing's consideration was comprehensive. Then it's decided. Gao Yang, you take Jiang Hao and Li Shengyan to exchange the cow for points, and try your best to get everyone the qualification to enter the base. I stay here with Yang Qing and the others, Leng Yi said. He really didn't feel comfortable leaving Yang Qing here alone. It was better to stay with her than to live in fear. I'm fine, I can go too. Yang Qing wanted to say something more, but Leng Yi's face turned serious. Don't think your foot injury isn't serious. What if you twist it again? You might break a bone and be unable to walk for 100 days. What will you do then? Gao Yang added. Yang Qing, don't worry. If we can't even handle this, we can forget about living in this world. Yang Qing nodded. He realized he had taken on too much. A good team needs everyone to be able to handle things independently, not to rely on himself for everything. Okay, then I leave it to you. Yang Qing nodded. He asked Leng Yi to get a long gun for Li Shengyan. Take this with you. If there's a robbery, just shoot. That scare them. Li Shengyan nodded. Don't worry. Oh, and take the cow's hide and bones too. Maybe we can exchange them for points, Yang Qing added. Is this cow too heavy for the assault boat? Jiang Hao asked worriedly. No problem. Small assault boats can carry 200 or 300 kilograms. Ours is medium-sized. It can carry 800 kilograms, that's enough. You take 2 assault boats, keep the hide and bones separate. Oh, and cover the cow with this. Yang Qing pulled 2 black waterproof sheets from his bag. Covering it up will make it less conspicuous and attract attention. Gao Yang took the sheets. Don't worry, we definitely complete the mission. Leng Yi helped load the cow onto the assault boat, and the 4 of them dragged it to the foot of the mountain. After watching them drive away, Leng Yi returned to the farmhouse. What about these now? Leng Yi asked. Keep 20 kilograms of beef for each person. Make the rest into beef jerky for easier preservation, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi nodded and continued grilling beef jerky with Lu Lin. 2 hours later, Gao Yang and the other 2 returned, dragging the inflatable boat, their faces beaming with joy, clearly having accomplished their task. How did it go? Lu Lin asked. That cow got us 3,600 points, and the hide and bones from the other cow got us 200 points. I opened 7 point cards. 500 points each for the 5 of us, and 650 points each for Yang Qing and Leng Yi, Gao Yang said. He handed out the point cards to everyone, and would return Wang Min's to her later. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. She and Leng Yi were the ones who found the cow, so getting more points was understandable. I kept 20 gene of beef for each of us. Let's make the rest into beef jerky. Of course, offal and ribs are all edible. How about we have hot pot tonight? Jiang Hao suggested. The farmhouse has pots we can use. Sure, we can find some wild vegetables and it'd be perfect. Oh, and see if there are any vegetables growing in the backyard. If so, we can just pick them and eat them. Yang Qing said. Don't move, I go. Lung Yi quickly said. Yang Qing pursed her lips, feeling like a useless piece of trash, so annoyed. Lu Lin gave Yang Qing her points card. Keep this for me. Okay. Yang Qing tossed both her points card and Lu Lin's into her spatial storage. No one could steal them from there. Lung Yi brought back a large bunch of greens and washed them clean in the stone trough outside. This place is really nice, with mountains and water, vegetables to eat, and houses to live in. Why don't we move here? Li Shengnian said. Yang Qing smiled. Lung Yi and I discussed it yesterday. I'm afraid it won't work. It looks like we're on a mountain, but have you noticed that the guest house is situated in a basin? If it rains for a few more days, the water level outside will rise, and water will flood in. There's also the risk of being buried by a mudslide. It's not safe. Everyone looked at the terrain and realized it was indeed the case. We look for other places later. If we find a safer place, we move, Yang Qing said. Everyone nodded. That was the only option. At noon, Lu Lin pan-fried a large steak for everyone and made a black pepper sauce. Everyone ate to their heart's content. In the afternoon, they continued grilling beef jerky. The jerky they had grilled in the morning, after cooling, was vacuum-packed by Yang Qing with Lung Yi. This way, it wouldn't spoil for a year. They spent the entire afternoon making it, but only half of the jerky was finished. They had to continue tomorrow, so they would have to stay here that night. Fortunately, the guest house had rooms and beds, so finding accommodation wasn't a problem at all. Now that it's summer, there's no need for blankets or anything, which is much more convenient. That evening, Lu Lin cooked hot pot. The seasonings were already made, and there was also beef tallow, pre-prepared tripe, thinly sliced beef, and vegetables to dip in. It was simply delicious. Everyone explained how satisfying it was. It's been so long since I eaten so heartily. It's a pity Wang Min isn't here, Jiang Hao said. No problem. We can have hot pot again tomorrow when we get back, Yang Qing laughed. Yes, we have all the tools at home. I can even make beef balls, Lu Lin smiled. That's great. Let's have hot pot again tomorrow. Jiang Hao was very happy. As a Sichuan native, he loved hot pot the most. Tomorrow, I go find some wild vegetables. They taste even better when cooked in the broth, Lu Lin said. Chapter 64. That night, Yang Qing, Lu Lin, and Li Shengnian shared a room. In this apocalyptic world, not their own home, it was safer to stay together. Aki stood guard at the door, constantly watching for any movement outside. While Li Shengnian went to the toilet, Yang Qing retrieved some spiritual spring water from her spatial storage and drank it, then applied it to her feet, feeling much better. That night, a heavy rain began to fall, the sound of the rain pattering against the roof of the farmhouse. Everyone had trouble sleeping. When will this rain ever end? Li Shengnian sighed in the darkness. Yang Qing didn't know how to comfort her. This was just the beginning. The extreme cold and heat that followed would be the hardest to endure. At least the temperature was suitable now, and they could go out in inflatable boats. Once the extreme cold arrived, everything would be frozen solid, and countless people would freeze to death. Thinking of this, Yang Qing realized that the timber they had brought back last time was far from enough. They needed to go and fetch more. As the rain fell, everyone gradually drifted off to sleep. Fortunately, the rain stopped the next day, and everyone got up to wash. Yang Qing was washing her face by the stone trough outside, when she saw Lung Yi leading Xiao Shui down the mountain. She asked curiously, "Why are you up so early? What have you been doing?" "The rain was too heavy last night. I was a little worried. The water level at the foot of the mountain has risen quite a bit, and there have been some landslides in front. We need to finish grilling the beef jerky as soon as possible today and leave early." "It's not safe here anymore," Lung Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. Lu Lin had already cooked beef noodles in the kitchen and called everyone to eat. "There's beef noodles too?" Li Shengnian was surprised. "Knowing we were going to stay out, I brought 2 packs of noodles. The beef is already prepared. Everyone needs to eat well to have the energy to work, right?" Lu Lin said with a smile. "Lu Lin is so virtuous, whoever marries you will be lucky," Gao Yang laughed. "Our Lin Lin is so capable, I can't bear to marry her off. Anyone who wants to pursue her will have to get past me first," Yang Qing said. Lu Lin laughed. "I won't get married. I cook for you for the rest of my life." Lung Yi looked over, thinking, "Does that mean I never have a chance? Your foot is better? Why are you out here?" Lung Yi only then noticed that Yang Qing seemed to be standing there without any strain. "Yeah, almost better." Yang Qing twisted her ankle. "It wasn't serious to begin with. A good night's sleep will fix it." Actually, she knew it was all thanks to the spiritual spring. You still need to be careful. Lung Yi worried. I'm really fine, you're so nagging. Yang Qing glared at him, calling him a nag. The others chuckled. Lung Yi was a little helpless. How could this woman be so oblivious? After breakfast, everyone got back to work. Lin, leave things here to them. Let's go find some wild vegetables. We can't finish all the vegetables we grow at home. Don't move, I go. Lung Yi quickly said, your foot is only just getting better. Don't move around too much. Li Shengyan smiled, I go. Tell me which wild vegetables are edible, and Lu Lin and I will go together. Yang glanced at Lung Yi, took out her phone. Although there was no internet, she could still look at pictures as long as her phone was charged. Look at these screenshots. This is dandelion, this is shepherd's purse, this is purslane, and this is also purslane. Pick whatever you see, they can all be eaten after blanching. Jiang Hao said, pick more, I'm about to constipate if I don't eat some vegetables. Everyone laughed. By the way, do you know what Hautuinia cordata is? People from my area love it. It's good for clearing heat and reducing internal fire. It's fish mint. You should find it mostly near water, Yang Qing added. Okay, we try to collect as much as possible. Lu Lin nodded, taking a huge plastic bag. Yang Qing handed her the pistol. You two be careful. Don't worry, Li Shengyan said. The three men were roasting dried meat over a fire. Looking at the glowing redwood, Yang Qing suddenly thought of making some charcoal. Lung Yi, go to the kitchen and see if there are any jars, anything for making sauerkraut, or wine jars. Okay, I go find some. Lung Yi replied, quickly bringing out a half-meter-tall wine jar from the kitchen. It was large in the belly and small in the mouth. The wine inside was gone, probably drunk by the previous group. What do you need this for? Jiang Hao asked curiously. I want to make some charcoal to take back. Yang Qing brought out fire tongs. The farmhouse used a wood-fired stove, so they had all that stuff. He took the red-hot wood out with tongs and threw it into the jar, then covered the mouth of the jar with a wooden board. Without air inside, the wood quickly extinguished, turning into a piece of charcoal. I didn't know you could do this? Gao Yang exclaimed in surprise. Yang Qing smiled. When I was little, I lived with my grandparents in the countryside for a while, and they did this. Life wasn't very good back then. They couldn't afford to buy charcoal, so they saved it little by little while cooking. They accumulated quite a bit over the year, and when they needed it, they had it. I really miss the old days, simple but beautiful, Yang Qing said with a touch of melancholy. Yes, we didn't know how to cherish things back then, and now it's impossible to live that kind of life again, Gao Yang sighed as well. If the apocalypse were like this, it wouldn't be so bad, Jiang Hao said. Yang Qing shook her head. Satisfied after only a few days of peace? The tougher days were yet to come. Seeing Lung Yi lost in thought, she couldn't help but ask, what are you thinking about? Nothing, Lung Yi lowered his eyelids. If you want some charcoal, I burn more. The firewood at the farmhouse is just going to go to waste. Let's burn it all. Yang Qing nodded, sensing that Lung Yi seemed preoccupied, but didn't want to ask. After a day, all the beef was finally roasted. Besides the hide, bones, and offal, the over 1,000 jin, 500 kilograms, cow had 800 jin, 400 kilograms of meat. 20 jin, 40 kilograms, of meat were left for each person, mainly the brisket, which wasn't suitable for beef jerky. A few jin were also saved for dinner. The remaining 600 jin, 300 kilograms, of beef only yielded about 200 jin, 100 kilograms, of beef jerky. The 200 jin, 100 kilograms, of beef jerky filled 2 large bags. Lu Lin and the others also brought back a large bag of wild vegetables, and Yang Qing had burned a large bag of charcoal. Everyone returned home laden with their spoils. Wang Min was overjoyed to see them all return safely, bringing so much stuff. I was so worried about you all yesterday when you weren't back. Thank goodness you're all alright. How's the house? Did anyone come looking for trouble? Yang Qing asked. Only the building manager came. I ignored him, and he left when he got nowhere, Wang Min replied. That's right. Don't pay attention to that kind of person, or he'd take advantage of you. Yang Qing pouted. That day, she felt bad refusing him because of his nice attitude, which caused Li Shengyan and the others to go and get upset. Gao Yang handed Wang Min the points card. Yang Qing and Lung Yi found another cow, and we redeemed points for it. This is yours. Really? Wang Min was pleasantly surprised. This gave her another backup plan. Lu Lin weighed the beef jerky. It totaled 230 jin. 30 jin each. The extra 20 jin go to Yang Qing. She provided all the seasonings in vacuum bags. No one else objected. I don't need that much. This way I can take 10 more pounds, and the remaining 10 pounds can go to Lung Yi. Without him, I wouldn't be able to find any cattle, Yang Qing said. Lung Yi looked at her, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. She was still thinking of him. Everyone agreed. Chapter 65. Lu Lin repackaged everyone's beef and labeled it with their names. The beef is all in the fridge. Come down and get it when you want some. Since everyone had eaten quite a bit of the duck, and the fridge was empty, they didn't take the freezer out. The freezer contained several hundred kilograms of Lung Yi's beef, which Yang Qing kept secret from the others. Some wild vegetables and offal were saved for dinner, and the rest were distributed. The charcoal was stored on the rooftop. They use it when needed. After distributing the food, Lu Lin called to Wang Min, "We're having hot pot tonight. Come help us out, okay?" "Sure." Wang Min nodded. Wang Min washed the wild vegetables, and then helped cut the beef. Lu Lin chopped the beef, and had Gao Yang help pound it to make handmade beef balls. Then she took out the tripe, omasum, and trachea, cleaned them thoroughly, and prepared them for hot pot that night. He then fried the butter in the pan until it rendered its oil, then directly added 2 packets of hot pot base to save on the need for additional seasonings. Once the pot boiled, he placed the single-burner gas stove on the table, tossed in the beef balls to cook, and then served beef, tripe, beef omasum, and beef aorta. The peanut sprouts he had prepared a couple of days ago had also sprouted, along with tender green wild vegetables, filling the table to the brim. "It's been so long since I had hot pot," Wang Min exclaimed happily. "We had it last night, and I said it was a pity you weren't here, so Yang Qing suggested we have it again tonight," Jian Hao said with a smile. "Thank you everyone." Wang Min was touched. They had thought of her even when she wasn't there. "Everyone, please start eating. Don't be shy." Yang Qing smiled. Everyone started eating. It was hot, and eating hot pot made them sweat profusely, but it was also very enjoyable. Lung Yi sat down next to Yang Qing and asked, "Do you want some beef tripe?" "Sure." Yang Qing nodded. Li Sheng'an across the table quickly handed over some beef tripe. Lung Yi poured about half of it into the pot, cooked it for 2 minutes, and then put it in Yang Qing's bowl. Yang Qing picked it up to eat when Aki ran over, looking at her expectantly. Yang Qing smiled and tossed the beef tripe to Aki. Lung Yi, He quickly cooked a lot of beef, and put it in Aki's food bowl. Surely it wouldn't fight with Yang Qing for it now. Xiuxua felt a little wronged. "Whose pet owner are you anyway?" Aki nudged the food bowl towards him. Don't be angry, it's all yours." This meal was so satisfying. "It's never been this good at hot pot restaurants before," Gao Yang said with a smile. "That's because Lu Lin is a good cook," Wang Min said. "After the apocalypse, Lu Lin should just open a restaurant. We definitely go and support her." Li Sheng'an laughed. Lu Lin smiled, then it's settled. Don't forget. Everyone knew it was just talk. The apocalypse wouldn't end so easily, but a sliver of hope remained. After dinner, Jiang Hao and Wang Min helped clean up. Yang Qing took Aki upstairs to digest, while Aki and Xiaoxua ran and played on the opposite platform. Yang Qing looked at her vegetables. They had grown quite a bit, and the rabbits had gotten fatter. But something seemed off about the rabbits' weight gain. Touching one of their bellies, she realized it wasn't just fat, it seemed pregnant. She hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. She quickly took some grass from her spatial storage and mixed it with the wild vegetables from today for the rabbits. The rabbits munched on the grass with rustling sounds, eating with great relish. Lung Yi also came up and glanced at her. The rabbit seems to have gotten fatter. She's pregnant, Yang Qing smiled. Soon there will be lots of baby rabbits. Lung Yi looked at the smiling Yang Qing, his heartstrings fluttering slightly. I'm so envious of them. In this apocalypse, they still have mates and their own children. Envious of what? The little rabbits will just grow up and become our food anyway, Yang Qing said, teasing the rabbit without looking up. Lung Yi, is this person allergic to romance? Looking at Aki and Xiaoxua hopping happily across the way, single Lung Yi felt like he'd been hit with 1,000 blows. You must be tired these past few days, get some rest. Yang Qing said to Lung Yi, then called to Aki, Aki, let's go home. Aki nuzzled Xiaoxua, reluctantly following Yang Qing downstairs. Back home, the kitchen was cleaned up, and Wang Min and the others had all gone home. I want to take a shower, Lu Lin said to Yang Qing. Yang Qing nodded, and led Lu Lin into the space, placing the wild vegetables and beef jerky inside. Do you think these wild vegetables can grow into space? Lu Lin asked. They should be able to, right? Yang Qing wasn't sure either. Why don't we give it a try? She liked shepherd's purse. If the space could grow it, she could have wild vegetables to eat freely. Lu Lin picked out the wild vegetables, with intact roots, and planted them in separate plots according to type. Looking at the greens she had planted before, they had already grown quite tall, and were ready to eat. She hadn't expected them to grow so fast. The sweet potato vines had also covered the vegetable patch, but she didn't know if the sweet potatoes had grown yet. Ching ching, this is truly a treasure trove. Why don't we plant some more vegetables? Lu Lin asked excitedly. Sure, what do you want to plant? Yang Qing took out all the seeds she had bought earlier. Let's plant some lettuce, we can eat it raw. And radishes, I also like cauliflower, okra, and cabbage. Yang Qing smiled. Okay, plant them all. Do you think we can plant fruit trees? If we can, we have plenty of fruit to eat later. Lu Lin's eyes sparkled. We don't have fruit seeds. The seeds from the fruit we buy probably won't work. Next time we find fruit trees, I just bring them in, Yang Qing said. He then remembered that he had bought a lot of herbal medicine seeds when he went back to the company last time. Should he plant some? He didn't know what to plant for a while, so he planted some commonly used herbs like isatis root and patchouli, which might come in handy later. He noticed there were even ginseng seeds. Yang Qing planted some too, so he could use them to make chicken soup later. He scattered the seeds in sections, and put up signs indicating what they were, so he wouldn't forget later. The two of them took turns showering before coming out of the space. Yang Qing put fresh mung beans and peanuts into the bean sprout machine, so they have bean sprouts to eat again in a few days. That night, it rained heavily again, and when they woke up the next morning, the 5th floor was half flooded. Teacher Zhang stood at the door, anxiously watching the water. If it rose any higher, they have nowhere to live. He glanced at the security door on the 7th floor, wanting to knock but hesitant. He knew the people upstairs weren't bad people, but the chances of them letting him stay there were slim. Yang Qing didn't plan to go out today. She took Aki upstairs for some fresh air, and saw Teacher Zhang pacing outside. She asked, Teacher Zhang, is something wrong? Miss Yang. Teacher Zhang said somewhat embarrassedly, look, the water's risen again. I'm worried. Yang Qing immediately understood. Teacher Zhang, don't worry, it won't rise to your house. In her previous life, the water had risen to this level, but not so quickly then. In this life, the process seemed to have sped up. Yang Qing was still a little unsure if this life would be the same as her previous one, so she added, if the 6th floor really floods, I help you find a place, don't worry. But the implication was that she still wouldn't let them live on the 8th floor. Teacher Zhang nodded. She was already being very kind, they weren't even related to her, why should they help her? Thank you. Chapter 66. After resting at home for a day, Yang Qing's foot had healed. Thinking about the research institute she had inquired about on the mountain that day, she decided to go check it out. She changed into some lighter black clothes and said to Lu Lin, I want to go out today. I might not be back tonight, or even for several days. Ah, where are you going? Lu Lin was surprised. I'm not sure right now, but don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't do anything I'm not confident about. You know I have many ways to protect myself, Yang Qing said. Lu Lin nodded. She was always prudent and skilled, going would only be a hindrance. She said, then be careful, don't be reckless. Yang Qing took a rubber boat with her. The rubber boat had a motor, it was small and common, not very conspicuous. The water had risen almost to the 6th floor. She could simply drag it to the 6th floor stairwell and drive out. Yang Qing drove the rubber boat back to the foot of the mountain, where she had found the cow, heading southeast as the man had indicated. After driving for nearly an hour, they arrived at the foot of a mountain called Fingwu Mountain. Yang Qing stored the inflatable boat in his spatial storage, took out a drone, adjusted the signal, and the drone slowly ascended, circling the mountain once. Yang Qing noticed a building vaguely visible deep within the mountain, painted the same color as the forest. It was almost invisible unless one looked closely. Yang Qing wasn't sure if it was the research institute the person had mentioned, but decided to investigate anyway. After storing the drone and determining the direction, Yang Qing put on a mountain camouflage shirt and began walking through the forest. After walking for about half an hour, he finally saw the building. The building was at least 4 stories high, its exterior appearing very sturdy, its walls almost blending into the surrounding forest. If that person hadn't revealed it that day, who would have known that such a research institute was hidden in these mountains? Yang Qing didn't dare get too close, stopping about 100 meters away, climbing a tree, and taking out his binoculars to look inside. The building was large, with high walls and barbed wire. There were lights inside, suggesting an independent power supply system. Next to the main gate was a security guard's room with 2 people inside, one of them frequently patrolled. Yang Qing circled the building, finding only this one entrance, indicating that access to the research institute had always been strictly controlled. However, precisely because of this, it was difficult for the researchers inside to escape once the building was occupied. Yang Qing continued to observe from the tree, but the building's doors and windows were tightly closed, and the curtains were drawn, so nothing could be seen inside. He could only see the security guards in the guard's room. Around 5 p.m., someone came to change shifts. The off-duty guards didn't come out, they probably ate and slept inside. As night fell, the lights in the building came on, and although the curtains were drawn, light still shone through. Music could even be heard coming from inside. It seemed the people inside were living quite comfortably. He wondered how the researchers were doing. Yang Qing observed from the tree while taking out a box of steamed buns from his spatial storage and eating them. After finishing, he tossed the box back into his storage space. Around midnight, one of the security guards came out on patrol, while the other remained in the guardhouse. Yang Qing climbed down the tree and moved through the darkness, sneaking up to the guard and picking up a small stone from the ground to throw at him. "Who's there?" The guard turned around at the sound of his voice. "Who's there?" The security guard, flashlight in one hand and stun baton in the other, cautiously approached. Yang Qing crept up behind him and stabbed him with the stun baton. The guard convulsed and collapsed. Yang Qing then tied the guard up tightly with a rope, then slapped him several times to wake him up. "Who?" Before the guard could utter a curse, Yang Qing pressed a dagger against his neck. "Shut up, or I kill you," Yang Qing said in a low voice. "You, who are you? What do you want?" the guard asked tremblingly. "Answer my questions, or else." Yang Qing pressed the dagger down, and blood immediately gushed from the man's neck. I talk, don't kill me." The guard immediately cowered. "What's your name? What are you doing here?" "My name is Zhongli. I'm a security guard, responsible for maintaining order and patrolling." "Were you a security guard here before, or did you join later?" "I joined later. We killed all the original security guards, but it was on Brother June's orders." "Who is Brother June? What was his real name?" "Brother June is Wang Jun. He was originally a fugitive, a rapist." Cold sweat dripped down John Lee's back. "We met him in prison. Rape criminals are usually looked down upon in prison, but Brother June is ruthless and cunning, so he gathered some followers. Then the apocalypse came, and we escaped. We originally wanted to hide in these mountains for refuge, but we didn't expect there to be a research institute here. We pretended to be refugees and asked them for help. Those intellectuals were stupid enough to believe us and opened the door to give us food, and then..." Yang Qing understood. It was like the fable of the farmer and the snake. "How many of you are there in total?" Yang Qing continued. "There are 21 in total, but originally there were only a dozen or so, and several more joined us during the escape." "What about the researchers? How many are there?" "It seems like 12. "It seems?" Yang Qing frowned. Because there's a basement. Their lab seems to be underground, but the basement can't be opened. We can't go in, and they can't come out, so we don't know how many people are underground. But Brother June estimates there are at most 2 or 3. "What about the people upstairs?" Yang Qing asked. "There are 4 women and 6 men upstairs. The men were all beaten half to death, and to survive, they had to serve us as slaves. The women were taken by Brother June." Zhongli swallowed hard, not daring to continue. "Is that all?" Yang Qing asked again. "Not only that, there were others. Later, Brother June had us capture some more people from the foot of the mountain. The men went to the water to retrieve supplies, and the women were for his pleasure. But very few women survived. Brother June, he's a bit of a pervert. Almost all the women he played with were tortured beyond recognition." Yang Qing suppressed his anger. "What about you? Did you play with them?" I. Zhongli was sweating profusely. "Brother June wouldn't let me even if I didn't want to. He even made us do it for him." Yang Qing's dagger pressed down involuntarily, and Zhongli screamed, "I told you everything I need to say. Please don't kill me." Yang Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to kill. "Are there any surveillance cameras in the research institute?" "There used to be. There were in the security room. But we don't know what the people in the basement did. The security room surveillance cameras are all disabled. We can't see anything, so we have to send people to patrol every day. However, I suspect the people inside can see us, but we just can't see them." Chapter 67. "Do you have guns?" Yang Qing asked again. No, no, how could we have guns? John Lee quickly shook his head. What about Wang Jun? He didn't have any either? Yang Qing asked, remembering that the person who attacked them from behind at the farmhouse had a homemade gun. John Lee shook his head uncertainly. I don't think so. We escaped from the prison together. He didn't go anywhere else. The previous security guards didn't have any either? Such a large research institute without a single gun? Yang Qing wondered. I don't know about that. Our country has always had strict gun control. We interrogated those security guards before they died, and they said they seemed to have guns, but they were locked in the basement and only taken out in case of a major incident. When we entered the research institute, things happened suddenly. The people in the basement locked the downward passage as soon as they realized something was wrong, so we didn't get any guns, Mong Li said. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. However, she still couldn't rule out the possibility that they had homemade guns. Don't you have any homemade guns or anything? Yang Qing asked. John Lee shook his head. We don't. I'm not sure if Brother Jun has any. We stayed outside for a short time when we escaped, so it's hard to say if we got any weapons. Are you all wearing the same uniform? Yang Qing asked again. Judging from Zhang Li's uniform, it seemed to be a security guard uniform. Yes, Brother Jun made us wear them. He said they looked comfortable. These are all old security guard uniforms. They all belonged to us after they died. Yang Qing nodded. That made things easier. At least they shouldn't kill the wrong person. Let me tell you about the building, the layout of each floor. Yang Qing continued, pressing the dagger against his hand. The building has 4 floors besides the basement. The first floor is mainly the cafeteria, with staff dormitories next to it. However, the original security guards, cooks, and cleaners were all killed by Brother Jun. Now those slaves live there. The slaves can't leave, but we have keys and can come and go freely. The second floor used to be the researchers' dormitories, but now we live there. The third floor was the activity room and gym, but it's now Brother Jun's entertainment area. Brother Jun lives on the 4th floor, and we absolutely cannot go up there without his permission. Sometimes he lets us go up to play, but only on the 3rd floor. Confess and you be treated leniently, resist and you be punished severely. I told you everything I know, can you let me go? Before he could finish, Yang Qing slashed Zhang Li with the dagger, sending him to his death. They had already committed countless evil deeds, and now that he had seen his face, how could they let him go? Keeping him alive would only cause future trouble. Yang Qing took a bunch of keys from Zhang Li, put away the flashlight and stun gun, stripped off his coat and hat, and threw the body into the bushes. He put Zhang Li's coat on, pulled the hat down low, and then took out a black mask from his storage space and put it on. He went back to the security room, unlocked the door with his key, and the security guard inside was looking at a magazine with a pretty girl on it, not even turning his head. Why are you back so soon? Were you slacking off again? Before he could finish, Yang Qing raised his gun and fired a shot, instantly killing Zhang Li. The second one. He pressed the door open button on the security room, opening the door directly. Then he went inside. Ahead was a brightly lit hall, from which came the sounds of voices and drinking games, indicating people were having a late-night snack. Yang Qing walked over and entered a cafeteria. 4 men in security guard uniforms were eating at a table. 2 others stood nearby, one pouring them drinks, the other handing them food and towels. 2 men were kneeling on the floor, being used as stools by the other 2 men. Yang Qing's face darkened. Without a word, she raised her gun and fired 4 shots, killing all 4 men. The men nearby covered their heads in terror, crying, "Don't kill us! Don't kill us!" One of them secretly looked up at Yang Qing, noticing her masked face, and suddenly realized something. "Are you a SWAT officer? Are you here to rescue us?" Yang Qing remained noncommittal. "The door is open. Get out of here quickly." The men hesitated for a moment, then one of them took off running. Seeing he was unharmed, the others also stood up and ran. One of them ran to the door, then turned back. "I have 2 female colleagues upstairs, they've been. Can you go save them?" Yang Qing nodded. "You go first, we don't have enough manpower, we can't help you." Thank you. The man was relieved, glanced at Yang Qing and ran off. 6. Yang Qing silently noted in his mind. Leaving the cafeteria, he went to the dormitory across the street, knocked on a door, and the man looked at Yang Qing with fear, thinking he was going to be taken away again. "You're free. Call the others and run." The man's eyes widened in disbelief. But when he saw the people lying on the ground in the cafeteria across the street, He suddenly became excited and called to his dormitory mates to run. Some people knew others, and went to call for help from other dormitories. Those who had just run out were startled to see Yang Qing in her uniform. Just as they were about to scream, Yang Qing shushed them and pointed outside, "Run." She grabbed one of them and made him go notify the others, while she pulled out her pistol and headed up to the second floor. The man, thinking she was a police officer, nodded happily and hurriedly went to call for help. Yang Qing didn't care anymore. She had done everything she could. Anyone who didn't leave was courting death. Upon reaching the second floor, she glanced up and saw security cameras, but Zhongli had said they were useless. Yang Qing took out her key and opened the door. The lock seemed to be a replacement. The facial recognition system next to it was covered in dust, indicating it hadn't been used for days. Inside were 2 rows of dormitories, looking very high-tech, like rest pods from a sci-fi movie. Each occupied dormitory had a lit indicator. Yang Qing noticed that it used to be unlocked with fingerprints, but the software had probably been corrupted by someone in the basement. The fingerprint lock didn't work, and the door opened with a simple turn of the handle. Yang Qing entered directly, and the person in their sleep died before they even knew what had happened. Yang Qing used a silencer. The sound wasn't loud and didn't disturb the other dormitories. Besides, judging from the dormitory's decor, the soundproofing must be excellent. The 7th, Yang Qing silently counted. Anyway, no one on this floor is a good person, kill them all. Continuing to the next dormitory. The 9th, the 10th, the 11th. When she reached the next dormitory, there were actually 2 people inside. Yang Qing raised her gun and thud, the 12th. The other person screamed and hurriedly pressed the button by the bed. Suddenly, a sharp buzzing sound rang out from outside the door. Yang Qing was startled, raised her gun, and shot them dead with one shot. After she left the dormitory, the red light at the door suddenly went out again. In the basement, the person in the wheelchair looked at the monitor in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the alarm was deactivated in time, otherwise, this person would have been in danger. However, the buzzing sound had still woken up some people, and some left their dormitories. What was that sound? What happened? Yang Qing raised his gun without a word. 14, 15, 16, 17. Chapter 68. On the 3rd floor, Wang Jun drank while watching his men whip a woman. The woman was barely clothed, emitting cries of agony, but Wang Jun found it increasingly enjoyable. The more pain she suffered, the more he derived pleasure. "Brother Jun, drink." A flamboyantly dressed woman poured a drink and brought it to Wang Jun's lips. Wang Jun pinched her waist, smiling as he asked, "Is it beautiful?" The woman's eyelids twitched. She dared not say it wasn't beautiful, laughing heartily, "More beautiful than a movie." Wang Jun laughed heartily. "If I ever had the chance, I'd make a movie, and you be the lead. It'd definitely be even better than this." The woman's face changed. Suppressing her fear, she smiled ingratiatingly. "Then thank you very much, Brother Jun. You'd definitely become a great director someday." Wang Jun laughed with satisfaction. 2 men stood beside Wang Jun, expressionless, like 2 loyal dogs. The 2 men whipping the woman were also tired and stopped to rest by the window. One of them glanced outside and cried out, "Brother Jun, what happened? All the slaves have run away." "What?" Wang Jun pushed the woman aside, walked to the window, and lifted a corner of the curtain. His expression changed drastically. "Could it be the cops? What do we do now?" The men panicked. "You 2 stay here," Wang Jun said to the 2 beside him. "The rest of you, come with me." "Brother Jun, what about me?" The woman cried out in alarm. Although she had been captured and brought up the mountain, she had followed Wang Jun, making her one of them. Wang Jun raised his gun, and the woman, her eyes wide with disbelief, fell to the ground. Yang Qing checked each dormitory to make sure nothing was missed, then continued up to the 3rd floor. Reaching the door, she heard deafening music blaring from inside. Were they dancing at a disco? Yang Qing unlocked the door. The moment she opened it a crack, a knife slashed out. Yang Qing dodged backward and fired a shot through the crack. She didn't hear the sound of a gunshot, the music was too loud. Yang Qing kicked the door open. The room was pitch black, save for a few flashing neon lights. Suddenly someone swung a knife. Yang Qing conjured a long knife out of thin air. With a clang, sparks flew. She fired a shot at the person opposite her, and they fell to the ground. The other person, realizing Yang Qing had a gun, quickly picked up a knife from the ground. With lightning speed, she attacked Yang Qing, intending to disarm her if she could defeat her. Yang Qing vanished into a spatial dimension. The person missed, stunned, and stared at her in disbelief. How could this be? Where is she? How could she just vanish into thin air? He turned to search, and Yang Qing reappeared where he stood. With a thud, the person collapsed to the ground. 19. The person in the basement gripped the wheelchair handles. Her hands clenched so tightly they were sweating. The third floor was dark. She couldn't see what was happening inside, and was incredibly worried. Suddenly, snap! The light came on, and the woman reappeared in her sight. She's alright? Thank goodness, she's alright. Yang Qing turned on the light, and the scene that greeted her was horrific. A woman was suspended by her arms and legs from an iron frame, her head drooping. Her body was covered in wounds, and blood was still flowing from beneath her. Yang Qing's eyes flashed coldly as he lowered her from the frame. The woman opened her eyes, saw Yang Qing, and her dim eyes lit up. You finally came? The woman in the basement clenched her fists, her whole body trembling. I take you out? Yang Qing said in a low voice. No need, I can't take it anymore. The woman gave a miserable smile. Tell Teacher Zhang, I didn't give in, I didn't admit defeat to them, and I didn't reveal a single word about the lab. I didn't let her down. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she bit her lip and sobbed uncontrollably. Stop talking. Yang Qing couldn't bear to listen anymore. I take you away. The woman shook her head. No need, just kill me, please kill me, I'm in so much pain, please. With her last bit of strength, the woman grabbed Yang Qing's clothes, pleadingly looking at her. Please, let me have a quick death. Yang Qing's eyes were a little red. She silently nodded, covering the woman's eyes with one hand and pressing the gun against her heart with the other. For the first time, Yang Qing found the sound so grating, so unsettling. The woman's body convulsed, then finally calmed down. Yang Qing released her grip, and the woman smiled with relief. Yang Qing picked up a white gauze sheet from beside the sofa and covered the woman's body. Looking to the other side, there was another woman in a white coat, already lifeless. These two must be the two female colleagues that man mentioned earlier, right? It's a pity, neither of them could be saved. Yang Qing tightened his grip on the gun and went outside. That Wei Jun must have known someone was coming, so he sent two people to ambush here. He hadn't encountered anyone when he came up, so he must have gone up to the 4th floor, and judging from the woman in red on the ground, she was shot dead. Wang Jun has a gun, he has to be careful. Yang Qing reached the 4th floor. There was a locked door in the hallway. Yang Qing took out a rifle from her bag and fired it at the lock. She kicked the door open and went inside. There was another door inside, an iron door that shouldn't be able to be broken through. Yang Qing kicked that door, but it was locked from the inside, seemingly jammed by something. She walked to the side and found there wasn't even a window, and the walls seemed to be made of steel plates. Was that person going to hide on the 4th floor forever? Was there that much supplies inside? He couldn't be that stupid, could he? Yang Qing quickly returned to the 3rd floor, opened the window, and looked out. She saw a rope being lowered from the 4th floor. A man had already landed, looked up, and stretched out his hands. Brother Jun, quick, jump down, I catch you. Yang Qing raised her gun, aimed, and thud, the 20th shot. Wang Jun, who had climbed halfway up, was shocked. Seeing that Yang Qing was actually a woman, he was even more enraged. Fifth brother, kill her. The person upstairs immediately left the window, presumably coming down from the 4th floor. Yang Qing sneered, aiming at Wang Jun. No, don't shoot. Wang Jun realized the enormity of his mistake. If he had stayed hidden on the 4th floor, he might have been safe, but running away exposed him. He thought the attackers would focus on the door. It was so sturdy that by the time they opened it, he would have escaped. He always considered himself exceptionally clever, believing no one could understand his thought process. I have plenty of supplies, I give them all to you, Wang Jun said, rapidly sliding down. Yang Qing sneered, aiming at Wang Jun's hands. You're worth 3 peanuts. Ah! Wang Jun screamed, shot in both hands. He plummeted to the ground, breaking both legs. I kill you! Wang Jun roared frantically, raising his gun to fire at Yang Qing. Yang Qing dodged, the bullet striking the window frame and sending sparks flying. With a loud bang, the door on the 3rd floor was kicked open, and a man as tall as an iron tower rushed in. Chapter 69. The man rushed forward, and Yang Qing raised his gun. Thud. No more, just a peanut to end his life. Looking out the window again, Wang Jun was dragging his broken leg as he crawled out. Yang Qing aimed at his head, then, thinking he couldn't let him off so easily, fired another shot at the hand holding the gun. Ah! Wang Jun screamed, the gun falling to the ground. He clutched his pierced hand, writhing in pain on the floor. Yang Qing tugged at the rope on the 4th floor. It was sturdy. He slid down the rope. Reaching Wang Jun, he looked up at Yang Qing, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Why did you kill me? You're not a cop. Why? Yang Qing sneered, stepping on Wang Jun's injured hand and grinding it down hard. Wang Jun screamed in pain. They didn't offend you. Why did you kill them? The researchers here kindly brought you food. Why did you harm them? Those ordinary people down the mountain. Why did you kidnap them? You're asking me why? Why don't you ask yourself? Yes, I'm not a policeman. I'm not a good person either. I just don't like you. So what? Wang Jun begged loudly in pain. Since we're both in the same boat, let me go, and you can have all the supplies here. The canteen, the 4th floor, the basement, and lots of other things, all yours. I also hidden a lot of gold. If you let me go, I tell you where it's hidden. Yang Qing sneered. Who's in the same boat as you? I may not be a good person, but at least I have some conscience. You're scum. You don't deserve to die. Yang Qing kicked Wang Jun to the ground and stomped on his head. In the same boat as me? You're not worthy. He pulled out a dagger and pointed it at Wang Jun's heart, saying, I told you to give me 3 peanuts, and I won't waste a single one. He thrust the dagger down hard. Wang Jun's eyes widened, a mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth, and his body convulsed. This stab is for those researchers you needlessly killed. Yang Qing pulled out the dagger and plunged it down again. This stab is for those ordinary people who died unjustly. This stab is for those girls you violated. This stab. Yang Qing's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with tears. If only he had come sooner, perhaps so many people wouldn't have died? Wang Jun stared wide-eyed, utterly dead. Yang Qing wiped his eyes roughly, pulled out the dagger, wiped it clean on Wang Jun's body, and put away his pistol. Suddenly, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Come here to the basement. Yang Qing jumped to his feet. It was the people in the basement. They could indeed see outside. Did they all see her kill him? But at this point, Yang Qing had nothing to fear. She hesitated, unsure which way to go. The loudspeaker blared again. Enter the hall. There's a passageway in the right corner. I opened the door. Come down. Yang Qing entered the hall and looked to her right. There was nothing there, except for a pillar that had been erected some time earlier, gleaming with light. Yang Qing walked over. Next to the pillar was a downward passageway, each step illuminated by a light. Yang Qing descended the steps. She was greeted by an elderly woman in a wheelchair. She wore a white lab coat, had gray hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and short, ear-length hair. She looked like a wise and kind scholar. You are? Yang Qing began. I am the head of this research institute. My name is Zhang Yui. I have a PhD in physics, and I am 78 years old. You're that Professor Zhang? Yang Qing recalled the woman's words on the 3rd floor. Your students have. Zhang Yui nodded, her eyes slightly moist. I saw everything. They are fine. I'm the one who let them down. When she saw the bad guys break in, she immediately closed the downward passage. For the sake of the things in the laboratory, she dared not make the slightest mistake. Actually, if she had closed it a little later, perhaps she could have saved more students. But she didn't dare to gamble. What exactly is researched here? Yang Qing looked around. The basement was very spacious, like the secret research institutes in many science fiction movies, mysterious, advanced, with all sorts of instruments she couldn't understand. There were also rows of laboratories along the way, some flashing eerie lights, others constantly displaying data. Anyone who didn't know better would think they had entered some kind of spaceship in outer space. Our main research focuses on the impact of celestial motion on Earth, Zhang Yui said. Yang Qing? He didn't understand. Simply put, it's about the impact of natural disasters caused by celestial motion on society, like the current apocalypse. Yang Qing frowned. So what have you researched? Did you predict this apocalypse? Zhang Yui nodded. Actually, we started this research 50 years ago. In 2012, some people proposed the doomsday theory, which I opposed at the time. Based on various celestial motion data, there was no substantial impact on Earth. The world wouldn't enter a doomsday. But back then, nobody believed us. I was just a junior researcher, my voice carrying little weight. Later, nothing happened, and people began to question science, religion, and all sorts of prophetic theories, even losing faith in our research data. The country was heavily focused on economic development, and our research didn't receive enough funding, so it gradually fell into disuse. But then, I discovered an unidentified comet. Although it was still far from Earth, I predicted it might have an immeasurable impact on our planet, but nobody believed me. Later, I met a Chinese man in the UK who was very interested in my research and was willing to fund it. After he died, he left me billions of dollars, which is how I founded this research institute. I actually predicted this doomsday crisis, but I wasn't certain until the very end. Only when the time came did I realize I was right. By the time I tried to send the information to the relevant departments, the network was down. I could only send it via coded telegram, but I didn't get a response. I don't know if they received it, or if they simply didn't believe it. Yang Qing was taken aback. So, the reason the authorities started building the base so early in this life was because of that coded telegram? Zhang Yi continued. After so many years of research, I discovered that comets in outer space not only have a huge destructive effect on our living environment, but their falling meteorites can even alter our human genes. So, over the years, I collected all sorts of meteorites around the world, accumulating a wealth of data and yielding some research results. In the process of studying these meteorites over the years, I discovered some astonishing secrets. Zhang Yi suddenly coughed violently, as if she were coughing up her lungs. Professor Zhang, are you all right? Yang Qing asked with concern. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. I have lung cancer, and I don't have much time left. Ah? Yang Qing was shocked. But all my research findings. Zhang Yi glanced longingly at her laboratory, regretting that she couldn't take them with her. Now that you're here, perhaps you can help me realize my wish, Zhang Yi said, looking at Yang Qing. Chapter 70. Yang Qing was astonished. Teacher Zhang, actually I'm not a policeman, nor am I a public official, I'm not even a good person. Zhang Yi waved her hand and smiled. I knew the moment I saw you. The moment you came in, I activated the self-destruct program. What? Yang Qing was shocked. But don't worry, there's still time, 24 hours left, Zhang Yi said. Little girl, come with me. Zhang Yi started her electric wheelchair, which drove towards a closed door, with Yang Qing following behind. Zhang Yi pressed a button on the wall, and the heavy, round steel door opened. Yang Qing went inside, and she was completely stunned by what she saw. Dozens of meters underground, there was a huge cruise ship, at least 10 meters high, filled with huge boxes flashing lights. This is my Noah's Ark, Zhang Yi said, a faint smile on her face, seemingly very satisfied with her achievement. Since discovering the comet, I've been traveling the world collecting all sorts of plant seeds and animal embryos, at least hundreds of thousands of species. I wouldn't say I have every species in the world, but I have most of them. They're all neatly categorized and stored using state-of-the-art cryogenics technology, each with its own independent power supply. They should last for decades without any problems. Yang Qing was speechless with astonishment. How much manpower and resources must such a massive project have required? If these can be preserved, even in the face of the apocalypse, humanity will have hope. I also sent signals to certain departments, but I haven't received a response, Zhang Yi sighed. I know the country is currently in a critical period, and doesn't have time to deal with me, but I truly can't bear to see these things destroyed. Young lady, if you can, please convey my message to them. Zhang Yi looked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing shook her head. Teacher Zhang, you overestimate me. I'm just an ordinary person. Zhang Yi nodded. I know it's not easy. You can't possibly see any leaders. If you try to approach them rashly, they might even think you're crazy. But I have no other choice. Zhang Yi sighed. I'm running out of time. If they can't take these things, they have to destroy them. Why? Didn't you say those power systems would last for decades? Just leave them here, and maybe someone will find this place after the apocalypse? Yang Qing said. It's not that simple. Zhang Yi hesitated. Actually, not only people in our research institute know about these things, but some people in the UK also know about them. When that friend gave me his inheritance, his family knew about us. I'm worried they might have reached some kind of agreement with the UK government. If they find out, I'd rather destroy it than let these things fall into their hands. Yang Qing was a little puzzled. If they have the ability to contribute to humanity, while it would be better for people from our own country to rebuild the world, the responsibility for all of humanity is too great. Having support from other countries wouldn't be a bad thing. Because? Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment. Our research results are not limited to these. Zhang Yi drove her wheelchair to a cabinet, used her iris scanner to open the door, and pulled a box from the refrigerator. Opening the box, inside was a box of syringes, more than a dozen, the syringes emitting an eerie blue glow. What is this? Yang Qing was surprised. Although she didn't know what it was, she felt for some reason that the energy inside was powerful. It was extracted from a meteorite. Zhang Yi suddenly coughed violently again. I only experimented on animals, causing genetic mutations, but I haven't experimented on humans yet. I'm worried that this thing will change the world order, and I'm afraid they find out. Then why not destroy it? Yang Qing asked. Zhang Yi shook her head, but if our own people possess it, then we have the initiative. Yang Qing frowned. She understood the principle of possessing a treasure is a crime, and it was better to destroy it than to live in constant fear. I know you have a secret. Zhang Yi looked at Yang Qing. On the third floor, even though the lights were off, I still vaguely saw it. You can disappear and appear out of thin air. Yang Qing was shocked. She saw everything? Yang Qing immediately took a step back, looking at Zhang Yi warily. Zhang Yi smiled. Don't be nervous, little girl. I won't harm you, otherwise you would have died the moment you entered the basement. I am a dying person, I won't take your secret out, and I have something else to give you. Zhang Yi took a pendant from her pocket. The pendant's outer shell was encased in a transparent substance that looked like glass. However, Yang Qing felt that it wasn't glass. It seemed to be some extremely rare substance. Inside the transparent substance was a purple crystal. Yang Qing's heart pounded. This crystal looked like the one she had in her previous life, except hers was pink, while this one was purple, emitting a dazzling purple light. The pink crystal had activated her spatial abilities, but this purple crystal seemed to contain even greater energy. What could it be? Yang Qing's heart pounded. No wonder Dr. Zhang saw through her secret at a glance. She already knew. This is your reward. Zhang Yi placed the purple crystal in Yang Qing's hand. However, I don't know what the energy inside is. You have to discover it for yourself later. But before you have the ability, don't easily break the transparent material, or you might not be able to withstand it. Yang Qing stared blankly at the crystal in her hand, still somewhat incredulous that she had obtained another crystal. Little girl. Zhang Yi never asked Yang Qing's name. I'm entrusting this to you. Although you're not in the military or police, I can tell you're not a bad person, otherwise, you wouldn't have helped them, wouldn't have killed that villain. Of course I won't force you. Everyone's abilities are limited. Just do your best. If you really, I won't blame you for not being able to handle the force majeure. Zhang Yi looked at the Noah's Ark, her eyes shining. 50 years ago, when I first joined this project with my mentor, I knew what I was doing, and I was proud of it. All these years, I never left this place. My mentor, myself, and my students have all dedicated our lives to this. Although I will never see them come to fruition, I have never regretted it. Now, although we enter the apocalypse, I believe everything can start anew. Darkness will eventually end, and light will surely come. Yang Qing looked at Zhang Yi like this, his feelings indescribable, only admiration, a towering figure to behold, yet he himself found it difficult to be like her. I try my best. Yang Qing's voice was somewhat hoarse, but I can't guarantee I can do it. The future is unpredictable. That's enough. Zhang Yi smiled. You're a good child. Do what you think is right. Just do your best. I should go. Zhang Yi turned around. I opened all the restrictions here. Take what you can, and leave within 24 hours. She walked to the other side, pressed open a small door, and Yang Qing seemed to hear her say, Teacher Ren, Yin, I'm here. I come to find you. The door closed, and suddenly a fierce flame erupted inside. Then everything returned to calm. Chapter 71. Yang Qing stared blankly at the enormous cruise ship. Was this really a responsibility she could shoulder? Having experienced the darkness of the apocalypse, all she wanted was to survive, to live on in this world with Lu Lin and Aki. Anyone who posed a threat to them was someone she would kill without hesitation. Call her ruthless, call her selfish, that's just who she was. But suddenly, such a heavy burden was placed on her shoulders, and she felt she couldn't bear it. Should she contact the authorities to take over? But the authorities didn't even have a base. Where would they put all this after taking over? Are they capable of taking over? With only 24 hours, could they really move this out? Yang Qing had serious doubts. What if they died inside before anything was moved? Yang Qing felt that with the authorities' current capabilities, it was impossible to move this behemoth. They probably couldn't even get it out of the mountains. But if we leave it here, what if an earthquake or tsunami hits? Will this place be submerged? Will these facilities be destroyed? Will all the seeds and embryos inside die? Wouldn't all the hard work of Dr. Zhang and generations of researchers be wasted? Perhaps we should put them in our own space first, and retrieve them when the apocalypse stabilizes and the country has the resources. Anyway, our space is large enough to prevent the materials from being damaged. After much deliberation, Yang Qing concluded that this was the best solution at present. However, looking at this cruise ship, Over 100 meters long and more than 10 meters high, Yang Qing wasn't confident she could fit it into her space. She had never stored anything this large before. Yang Qing walked down the steps, placed her hand on the metal plate of the cruise ship, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and focused her mind. With a wave of dizziness, Yang Qing opened her eyes. The cruise ship had indeed been stored in her spatial dimension. She was overjoyed. Fortunately, her spatial dimension had been upgraded before, and it now had tens of thousands of square meters of space. Otherwise, it might not have been able to fit everything. Yang Qing climbed back onto the cruise ship and stopped in front of the boxes. Each box was clearly labeled with the type of seed or embryo stored inside, including its family and genus. For the first time, Yang Qing felt a surge of joy, as if these were children she would protect with her own life. She reached out and pulled at a box containing plant seeds, and it actually opened. It seemed Dr. Zhang had truly eliminated all the necessary verification. Now, could she take some seeds to plant herself? These seeds they collected must be the best of the best. Perhaps planting some in her spatial dimension would cultivate even better seeds. Yang Qing glanced around. Each variety of seeds came in a small box, so taking out a small portion wouldn't cause any problems. If he grew them well, he could always add more. As for the embryos, he had no ability to cultivate them. He had to wait until someone with the right connections did. As soon as Yang Qing left the space, he noticed red alarm lights flashing all over the laboratory, and an announcement was made over the loudspeaker. Warning! Warning! The base has initiated its self-destruct procedure. All personnel are requested to evacuate immediately. Warning! Warning! The base has initiated its self-destruct procedure. All personnel are requested to evacuate immediately. However, Yang Qing didn't panic. Dr. Zhang had said there were 24 hours. He still had time. She went back upstairs, picked up the box of syringes. Dr. Zhang had said this could potentially change the world, indicating that this thing was extraordinary and absolutely could not fall into the wrong hands. She put it, along with the cooler, into her spatial storage. Then she returned to the outside laboratory and collected all the instruments and equipment she could find. Some fixed to the ground couldn't be stored. She also stored the data cabinets and computers, putting them all into her spatial storage. The laboratory doors were bulletproof, so she took out tools and dismantled them. They might come in handy later. Anyway, the place would have been destroyed anyway. The glass windows were also bulletproof. She used a welding torch to cut them off along with the frames and threw them into her spatial storage. Yang Qing found Dr. Zhang's rest room in a corner. Since the restrictions had been lifted, she pushed open the door and went inside. The rest room wasn't large, containing a bed, several cabinets, and a massage chair. A few books were on the bedside table. A photo frame was on the bedside table. Yang Qing picked up the photo frame. The photo showed a group picture. Dr. Zhang's hair was still black, and she was arm in arm with an elderly man with gray hair. Next to her stood a young student, who seemed to be the woman she had seen on the third floor. All three were smiling happily. Yang Qing sighed inwardly, and put the photo back. Let it rest here with Dr. Zhang and the others. Next to the photo frame was a model of a cruise ship, seemingly the one from the underground, but without the biological refrigeration units, presumably to avoid detection. Beside it was a desk, covered with various intriguing high-tech gadgets. The drawers contained a large number of documents and books, which Yang Qing couldn't understand. She decided to put them away for now. Looking at the cabinet next to him, he saw it was full of food and medicine. No wonder Dr. Zhang could live here alone. The cabinet next to it was a filing cabinet, filled with various books and documents, all of which he took. It took Yang Qing 3 hours to collect everything he could take from the lab, everything that could be disassembled. He went straight to the cafeteria after leaving the lab. The cafeteria still had a large stock of grains, vegetables, fruits, and meat. Because it had an independent power supply system, everything was intact, and he took it all. He also took the freezers, sterilizers, dishwashers, pots and pans, plates and utensils, and even some of the tables and chairs. He also checked the staff's rooms, but only found a few useful items. Yang Qing went up to the second floor. Each room had a considerable amount of loot. After all, they were a bunch of scoundrels, and many people hoarded things. There was everything imaginable. He also took some of the futuristic metal beds, cabinets, and lamps, but threw away the sheets. He didn't want the ones those scoundrels had slept in. Up on the third floor, being Wang Jun's entertainment venue, it was naturally stocked with goods, alcohol, beverages, cigars, various high-end ingredients. Even the bar and refrigerator were taken. The blackout curtains were removed. On the fourth floor, The door was open because the man had come down. Inside was a luxurious bed, with handcuffs on either side, suggesting what Wang Jun had done there. Yang Qing removed the handcuffs. No matter how nice the bed was, he didn't want it. He wondered what scum that scoundrel had done on it. There was a safe nearby. Yang Qing pried it open. Inside were some cash, gold bars, and even a box of bullets. Wang Jun must have been in a hurry and hadn't had time to take them. Looking around again, it seemed there wasn't much left to take, so he removed all the blackout curtains from the room. Upon exiting, he discovered the door was a 10-centimeter thick bulletproof door, which he removed with tools. Back on the first floor, Yang Qing went to the back of the kitchen and discovered an electrical substation. There were several large diesel generators, but they were all fixed to the ground, and Yang Qing couldn't move them. However, he discovered a large quantity of diesel fuel, and since his own generator was out of fuel, he took it all. Yang Qing didn't dare to dismantle the other electrical equipment. He might get electrocuted. He decided against it. He didn't want to take on a job he wasn't qualified for. Chapter 72. After finishing all that, it was already dawn. Yang Qing left the research institute, but after a moment's thought, she locked the main gate. If someone were to enter, and the institute's self-destruct program activated, they would be needlessly killed. She didn't leave. She wanted to wait, to see everything destroyed within 24 hours before she could leave with peace of mind. Yang Qing changed back into her mountain camouflage uniform, and stealthily moved through the mountains. Occasionally, she encountered a few people, presumably those rescued the previous night. 3 were researchers, and some were people abducted from the foot of the mountain. Yang Qing avoided them all, not wanting to see them or let them know that she was the one who rescued them. To avoid being implicated, Yang Qing stopped 2 kilometers away from the research institute, climbed a tree, and took out a high-powered telescope. From here, she could see the situation at the research institute. She took out a bowl of wontons from her spatial storage and ate them. After finishing, she threw the takeout container back into her spatial storage. Suddenly, she saw someone walking towards the research institute. It looked like a man. Yang Qing adjusted her binoculars. It was too far to see clearly, but it resembled the person who had asked her to rescue her female colleague last night. Was he worried and went back? When he saw the research institute's gate was locked, the man seemed frustrated, pounding on it and shouting something. Looking at the high wall, he ultimately had no way to get there and reluctantly left. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he left, otherwise, she would have had to go and persuade him to leave. She didn't want to reveal her identity. She waited until nightfall, the time ticking closer to midnight. Last night, she started killing the first security guard at midnight, then went inside and killed all the bad guys. Dr. Zhang said he activated the self-destruct program as soon as he saw her, around 12 a.m. Yang Qing stared intently at that spot, her hands clenched so tightly she was sweating. Finally, with a deafening roar, followed by a series of explosions, the research institute was engulfed in flames, and then the entire building began to collapse. The entire mountain shook violently. Those still inside the mountain stood up in shock. What had happened? What explosion? Yang Qing stared intently at the scene. Perhaps due to the large amount of explosives underground, the mountainside began to collapse, as if the ground had been blasted through. The entire building had vanished, followed by a massive surge of water that covered an area within a kilometer radius of the research institute. It had become a barrier lake, as if the research institute had never existed. Yang Qing couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the person who designed the self-destruct program. Fortunately, let it sink to the bottom forever. Meanwhile, Lung Yi went to look for Yang Qing. Lu Lin told him that Yang Qing had gone out. He didn't think much of it at first. Yang Qing often went out alone to find supplies, which was normal. He had been keeping an eye on the outside world from home, but hadn't heard anyone return. Around midnight, he finally couldn't resist knocking on the door of room 701. Lu Lin told him that Yang Qing hadn't returned yet. Where did she go? Lung Yi asked. She didn't say, just that she might not be back tonight. Lu Lin shook her head. She said she wouldn't be back tonight? Lung Yi was surprised. Yes, it seems she's going to a rather far place. I asked her, and she said she wasn't sure, and told me not to worry, that she would be fine, Lu Lin said. Lung Yi had no choice but to return to his room. The next morning, Lung Yi went to knock on the door again. Has Yang Qing returned? Not yet. Lu Lin shook her head. Lung Yi was exasperated. Why didn't she say anything before leaving? However, he knew he wasn't anyone to Yang Qing, and she had no obligation to tell him, but he was genuinely worried. He was restless all day, constantly looking out the window, but Yang Qing still hadn't returned. Lung Yi decided to go outside to look for her. But everything was covered in water. Where could he find her? Unable to sleep anyway, Lung Yi decided to go outside to look for supplies, preferably some walkie-talkies, so he could contact Yang Qing anytime. Meanwhile, Yang Qing, seeing the research institute disappear, finally felt relieved and decided to go back. Suddenly, she touched the purple crystal pendant in her pocket. What was this thing? Yang Qing examined the pendant in her hand. The purple crystal shone with a dazzling purple light in the darkness, seemingly containing immense energy. It's best not to take this out yet. What if someone steals it and uses it to develop some kind of supernatural power? Yang Qing casually tossed the pendant into her spatial dimension. Unexpectedly, a strange change occurred. The space began to vibrate violently, making Yang Qing feel dizzy even outside. She hurriedly flashed into the space and saw the purple crystal floating in the air, emitting a dazzling light, the entire space trembling. Large patches of gray appeared in the sky, the ground seemed to crack, and the entire space seemed about to collapse. Yang Qing was terrified. She jumped up, grabbed the purple crystal, and teleported out of the space, immediately fainting. When Yang Qing woke up, it was already dawn. She found herself unconscious under a tree, having slept all night. She sat up, her head throbbing with pain. She pressed her temples, but the headache persisted. She tried to retrieve some spiritual spring water, but couldn't. She tried again, but still couldn't retrieve it. What was happening? Yang Qing panicked. Was there something wrong with the spiritual spring? She tried to retrieve a box of medicine, but failed. She tried several times, changing the items, but nothing came of it. The space was gone? Yang Qing was horrified. So much food, so many vegetables, so many supplies, all gone. How would she and Lu Lin survive? And that cruise ship, so many seeds and embryos, that was Dr. Zhang's life's work, just gone like that? Yang Qing was completely stunned. She carefully recalled last night's events. It was after the purple crystal was thrown into the space that the space began to change. The purple crystal's energy must have been too powerful, the space couldn't withstand it, causing the collapse. But she had retrieved it in time. The space should still be there, just temporarily out of control. Yang Qing hurriedly searched the ground. The pendant lay unharmed at his feet. A transparent substance enveloped the purple crystal, completely undamaged. Even though this transparent substance hadn't broken, the space itself had collapsed, demonstrating the terrifying energy of the purple crystal within. Yang Qing looked at the crystal with mixed feelings, unsure whether possessing it was a blessing or a curse. But he couldn't just throw it away. If it fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Qing had no choice but to put the pendant in his pocket. His head was still spinning terribly, definitely related to the spatial collapse. How could he repair the space? Yang Qing suddenly realized that since jade could upgrade a space, could it also repair it? He needed to find more jade to try. Yang Qing rushed down the mountain, only to remember that he had stored the rubber boat in his spatial storage, and couldn't retrieve it. Chapter 73. Just as she was getting anxious, a voice suddenly called out, "Is anyone else here? We're leaving." Yang Qing ran over, and found it was the people she had rescued that night. Because they didn't have a rubber raft, they hadn't been able to leave. So they spent a day making a bamboo raft out of bamboo from the mountain, and were preparing to leave. Yang Qing hurriedly took off her camouflage uniform, removed her mask, messed up her hair, and smeared mud on her face, looking quite disheveled, and ran over. "Wait for me." Everyone looked at her in surprise. She seemed a little unfamiliar. "Could you give me a ride?" Yang Qing feigned a pitiful look. "I came up the mountain a couple of days ago to pick wild vegetables, but I didn't find any, and the rubber raft I hid by the mountainside was stolen. I can't get back. My family must be frantic with worry. Could you please take me with you?" "Little girl, hop on." The person pulling the raft nodded. "We're going into the city to find a rescue station. We can take you." "Thank you so much." Yang Qing looked extremely grateful. She sighed inwardly. These people still hadn't learned their lesson. They trusted her so easily. If she were a bad person, they would have died again. That's why they were so easily fooled by those convicts before. They were too careless. Sitting on the bamboo raft, Yang Qing pretended to be timid, hiding in a corner, trying to avoid attention. But she always felt someone was watching her. Turning her head, she saw it was that man again. Had he not left? Could he have recognized her? Yang Qing quickly shrank back, feigning cowardice. The man looked away. It couldn't be her. The aura was completely different. That woman had such a powerful presence. How could she be like this? It took the bamboo raft an hour and a half to reach the city center. When they were almost near the residential area, Yang Qing called out, "Stop! Brother, thank you. I get off here. I can swim back myself." Before the man could reply, Yang Qing jumped into the water and swam away. The raft driver shook his head. "This young lady is too impatient. She could have just asked me to take her to her doorstep. Why swim back herself?" He didn't know that Yang Qing simply didn't want them to know her address or reveal her identity. Entering the residential area, it was still early morning, and there weren't many people around. Yang Qing swam to building number 8 and immediately started banging on the door. Lu Lin heard the noise and rushed down to open the door. She was shocked to see Yang Qing soaking wet. "What happened to you?" No time to explain. Yang Qing hurriedly went up to the rooftop and dragged down a patched-up rubber raft. Since her spatial storage was unusable, she couldn't put the raft away. Leaving it outside wouldn't be a big deal. She grabbed a hammer and tossed it into the raft. Then she went inside to change her clothes and picked up her backpack containing her diving suit. Luckily, she had returned with them when they went to retrieve the gas last time, and had casually left the bag in her room instead of storing it in her spatial storage, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to get it out. "Are you going out again?" Lu Lin quickly grabbed her. "Qing, what happened? Lung Yi is very worried about you, and has come to ask several times." "My spatial storage collapsed. I need to find Jade to repair it. I don't have time. I'll be back as soon as possible." Yang Qing quickly finished speaking, dragged the rubber boat, and ran out. Qing. By the time Lu Lin chased after her, Yang Qing had already gone into the water. Just as she closed the door, Lung Yi returned. He noticed water stains outside the door and quickly asked, "Is Yang Qing back?" "Yes, she's back, but she just left again." "What, left again? Where did she go this time?" Lu Lin hesitated for a moment, worried that something might have happened to Yang Qing, but still spoke. She said she was going out to look for Jade, and she just left with her diving suit. "You might be able to catch up if you go after her now." Lung Yi quickly asked Lu Lin to give him another diving suit, dragged the inflatable boat back into the water, and chased after them along the direction of the rippling water. Yang Qing drove the inflatable boat to a building. She remembered that the first floor of this building was a department store, mainly selling clothing, cosmetics, and gold and jade jewelry. The supermarket was upstairs. Even if someone came to salvage supplies, they probably wouldn't come down to this floor, since there was no food, and most people wouldn't bother. Clothing and cosmetics would be useless after being soaked in water, so no one would want them. While it was possible that someone might come down to salvage the gold jewelry and jade, since they were already there, she should at least take a look. He moored the inflatable boat in a slightly secluded spot, secured it, put on his diving suit and oxygen mask, grabbed a hammer, and jumped into the water. The water level had risen to the 5th floor. He needed to dive to a depth of over 10 meters to reach the 1st floor. Yang Qing swam downstream, entering the department store, searching for the gold safe. The gold safe was still there, the glass intact, so there should still be jewelry inside. Yang Qing raised the hammer and forcefully smashed the glass of the gold safe, reaching inside to take out all the gold and jade items, concentrating his mind to throw them into his spatial storage. Success? Yang Qing was overjoyed. It turned out he could only put things in, not take them out. This meant there was hope for spatial repair. Yang Qing immediately perked up, hammering away at the glass counter and emptying everything visible into her spatial storage. She could feel a slight vibration in the storage space, seemingly moving in a positive direction. She swam to the back of the counter, where there was another storage cabinet. She broke the lock and tossed boxes of jade artifacts into her space. Behind the counter stood a half-meter-tall jade guanyin statue, the store's prized possession. This must also be valuable. Yang Qing reached out and touched the guanyin, then tossed it into her space. There was also a safe nearby. She pried it open and found diamond rings inside. The diamonds were naturally formed and should be useful. She tossed them all into her space. Just as she was getting into the swing of things, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Suddenly Yang Qing felt short of breath, and everything went black. What's going on? Is there another problem with the space? Looking closer, the oxygen mask's red light is on. No oxygen? Yang Qing suddenly remembered that this oxygen tank had been used several times. The first time was at the shooting range where she stayed underwater for so long, and the second time was retrieving a gas cylinder where she dove underwater multiple times. The oxygen should be almost gone. But she was too rushed earlier and hadn't checked. Yang Qing frantically swam upwards. She had to get up. She couldn't die here, but breathing became increasingly difficult. Her lungs felt like they were about to burst, and her head grew increasingly dizzy. Yang Qing's vision blurred, her body lost all strength, and the oxygen tube fell out of her mouth. Was she going to die here today? Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed her waist, the oxygen mask was removed from her face, and an oxygen mouthpiece was inserted. That hand held her and struggled to swim upwards. Was she saved? Yang Qing vaguely saw a shadow, then everything went black, and she fainted. Chapter 74. When Yang Qing opened her eyes again, she found herself in a room. A fluffy black head was perched beside her. Was that Lung Yi? Did he save her? Lung Yi, Lung Yi. Yang Qing gently nudged Lung Yi's arm, startling him awake. Qing, you're awake? Yang Qing rubbed her temples, her head still aching. What happened to me? Your oxygen tank was empty. You fainted from lack of oxygen. I brought you back, Lung Yi said. How did you get there? Yang Qing asked, puzzled. I came back from outside, and heard from Lu Lin that you had just returned and then gone out again, so I rushed after you. Luckily, I made it in time, otherwise. Lung Yi still felt lingering fear thinking about what happened that day. So it was you who saved me, thank you. Yang Qing looked at Lung Yi and smiled weakly. Lung Yi pursed his lips slightly. Are you still feeling unwell? Yang Qing shook her head, suddenly realizing she was wearing pajamas. She looked at Lung Yi suspiciously, and he quickly said, don't overthink it. Lu Lin helped you change. They weren't lovers. Even if he liked her, he wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Lu Lin was very worried about you. I go get her. A moment later, Lu Lin ran over and saw Yang Qing leaning against the headboard. Her eyes immediately reddened. Qing, you scared me to death. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Yang Qing smiled and opened her arms. Lu Lin rushed over and hugged Yang Qing, bursting into tears. When Lung Yi brought you back, I was really terrified. I thought, what would I do if you weren't here? Yang Qing patted Lu Lin's back. It's okay. I'm not that easy to kill. I'm like an unkillable cockroach. Even if everyone in the world died, I still live a good life. Lu Lin burst into laughter through her tears. Even at a time like this, she was still joking. She had really scared her to death. Are you hungry? There's beef porridge simmering on the stove. Shall I bring it to you? Lu Lin wiped her eyes. At this, Yang Qing immediately felt ravenous and nodded, okay. Lu Lin brought over a bowl of beef porridge. The beef was finely chopped, and there were shredded ginger and chopped celery in it. It looked very appealing. It smells so good. Yang Qing scooped up a spoonful of beef porridge and ate it heartily. Your cooking skills have improved again. Lu Lin smiled. I didn't make this, Lung Yi made it. Huh? Yang Qing was surprised. Do you know how long you slept? 2 days and 2 nights. Lu Lin held up 2 fingers. Yang Qing was astonished. She thought only a day had passed. Lung Yi was extremely worried, saying he'd take you to the hospital several times. But seeing your breathing was steady, and knowing about your space. Lu Lin lowered her voice. You said the space collapsed that day. I guessed it was related to that, so I stopped him. Yang Qing nodded. It must be related. The space collapse damaged her mental energy, and coupled with oxygen deprivation, that's why she'd been unconscious, probably replenishing her mental energy through sleep. He was afraid something might happen to you, so he stayed by your side. I told him to rest, but he wouldn't. Later, I had to move out and sleep in Li Xingnan's room. Lu Lin sighed. During the day, he was afraid you might wake up at any moment, so he cooked beef porridge, saying you could eat it when you woke up. He really cares about you. I don't believe it's not romantic love. Yang Qing remained silent, quietly drinking her porridge. Qing, I know you said you don't need men in this apocalypse, but he's really good to you. Even in the past, I would be happy to meet someone like that, let alone in the apocalypse. I can't do anything for you, but I hope someone can protect you from the wind and rain. I think Lung Yi is quite nice. Are you really not going to consider it? Yang Qing finished her porridge and put down her bowl. She wasn't unaware of Lung Yi's special treatment of her, but having never been in a relationship in either her past or present life, she truly didn't know how to face such a feeling. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, love is the most unreliable thing, sometimes even less reliable than a full meal. Yang Qing got up and took the bowl away. She saw Lung Yi sitting on the sofa, already asleep, with faint dark circles under his eyes. Lu Lin sighed softly. He's been so tired these past 2 days, staying by your bedside every night. It's me who hasn't been able to do anything for you. Yang Qing shook her head. As long as you're by my side, I'm at ease. As for him, Yang Qing walked to Lung Yi's side, leaned down, and gently shook his shoulder. Lung Yi, go home and sleep. Lung Yi woke up with a start, and seeing Yang Qing in front of him, he immediately pulled her into his arms. Ah Qing, are you alright? Yang Qing's face flushed red, and she gritted her teeth. Let go. I'm sorry. Lung Yi quickly released her. He had just dreamt that Yang Qing was in trouble, and seeing her, he couldn't immediately tell if it was a dream or reality. You worked hard these past 2 days, go back to your room and rest. Yang Qing's tone softened. Lung Yi stood up and looked at Yang Qing. Are you really alright? I'm fine. Yang Qing smiled and opened her arms. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. I even ate a bowl of beef porridge just now. The beef porridge was delicious. Lung Yi's lips curved slightly, relieved. He walked to the door, then turned back. You really need jade. Why? Yang Qing suddenly wanted to joke with him. Because I'm a spirit in disguise, I can survive by absorbing the energy of jade. Lu Lin chuckled. Lung Yi, however, was very serious. Really? Then I go find some for you. He then dragged the inflatable boat out the door, and Yang Qing quickly chased after him. Are you stupid? I was just kidding. Lung Yi turned back, looking up at Yang Qing on the steps. When I come back, I find you lots and lots. Yang Qing stared blankly at the departing inflatable boat for a long time. How could there be such a foolish person in this world? Lu Lin sighed beside her. Lung Yi is truly amazing to you. If a man treated me like that, I would definitely marry him. Yang Qing fell silent and plopped down on the sofa. Aki walked over to Yang Qing and rubbed against her leg. Yang Qing stroked Aki's fur while lost in thought. Actually, she had never thought about marriage before, especially not in this apocalyptic world. Survival in the apocalypse was difficult. She might need teammates, she might need partners, but she didn't necessarily need a man. She felt her personality wasn't very good. She was domineering, selfish, and always put herself first. Being friends might be fine, they were all just casual acquaintances, and she'd be happy with a little something. But if they were lovers, then she'd have to tolerate her flaws. At first, it might not seem like a problem, but over time it could get exhausting. In the end, they might not even be able to remain friends. Then it was better to just be friends. Seeing Yang Qing was silent, Lu Lin didn't interrupt her, letting her figure things out herself. But whatever decision she made, she would support her. Chapter 75. Lung Yi didn't return at noon. He didn't return in the afternoon either. It wasn't until after 10 p.m. that they heard a knock at the door. Lu Lin opened the door and saw Lung Yi carrying a large bag on his back. Is Yang Qing home? Lung Yi asked. Yes. Lu Lin quickly opened the door. Lung Yi walked into room 701 carrying the large bag, stood in front of Yang Qing and smiled. I found a lot of jade items, take a look. He opened the bag. Inside were jadeite and Hetian jade, bracelets, earrings, pendants, hairpins, ornaments, and various other jade items, some of which were of very good quality. And this? Lung Yi pulled out a fist-sized piece of raw jadeite from his person. I shone a flashlight on it. It's very green inside, it should be high grade. Yang Qing looked at the soaking wet Lung Yi, her feelings a little complicated. They are quite nice, all very good, I like them very much. Hearing Yang Qing say she liked them, the corners of Lung Yi's mouth involuntarily turned up. I can trade you supplies, Yang Qing said. Lung Yi's face immediately fell. He knew this person was heartless. No need, you can have it. I have no use for it anyway. Lung Yi threw down the bag and turned to leave. Ching ching. Lu Lin couldn't bear to watch anymore, feeling sorry for Lung Yi. Yang Qing pinched her brow, a little helpless. Is there any cooked beef left? Yes. Lu Lin looked at her. He probably hasn't eaten yet. I cook him a bowl of beef noodles, Yang Qing said. Lu Lin smiled. It was already very kind of Yang Qing to cook him a bowl of noodles. Nobody else received such treatment. Okay, I get you the noodles. Yang Qing boiled water in a pot, and once small bubbles appeared, she put in the noodles, cooked them until they were about 80% done, then took them out, and put them in cold water to make them more chewy. He boiled fresh water, added noodles, seasoned it, added cooked beef, and sprinkled some chopped scallions into the bowl. A bowl of delicious beef noodles was ready. Yang Qing took the noodles to room 702 and knocked on the door. Who is it? It's me, Yang Qing. Lung Yi opened the door, his face a little cold. He looked at Yang Qing with a puzzled expression when he saw her holding the noodles. Hurry up and take it, it's scalding hot. Yang Qing looked a little awkward. Lung Yi quickly took the noodles, looking at Yang Qing with confusion. Yang Qing looked away uncomfortably. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I cooked noodles for you, you can't complain. Lung Yi was surprised, pulled up a chair. Sit down. Then he sat down next to her, and started eating the noodles. The noodles were chewy, and the beef was fragrant. Lung Yi's mood improved considerably. Yang Qing stole a glance at him. He seemed to have just showered. His short, jet-black hair was still a little damp. He was eating noodles with his head down, his eyelashes long and black, his eyes large and deep-set, his facial features sculpted. He was truly handsome. He wore a black t-shirt, emanating a refreshing, pleasant scent of soap. I really like those jade stones, thank you. Lung Yi paused, his chopstick still in his hand, before continuing to eat. Yang Qing awkwardly crossed her arms. You saved me that day, I should thank you again. But repaying someone with your body isn't fashionable anymore. Lung Yi's lips curved slightly, a smile he almost suppressed. I didn't ask you to repay me with your body. Then, Yang Qing looked at Lung Yi. Lung Yi put down his chopsticks. I admit I like you. But that's my own business. I thought about it. Just because I like you doesn't mean you have to like me back. Maybe I'm not your type. Maybe I'm not good enough to make your heart flutter. But can you give me a chance? Lung Yi looked intently at Yang Qing. This is my first time liking a girl, and I don't know how to treat her well. If I do anything wrong, you can tell me. No, you're great. It's my own problem. Yang Qing lowered her eyes. I might not be as good as you think. I have many flaws. I'm selfish, cold-blooded, ruthless. But I like you just the way you are. Lung Yi interrupted her, making Yang Qing blush deeply. Why was this guy so direct? Then, give me some time. If I can fall in love with you in the future, we'd be together. If not, don't force it. We can still be friends? Yang Qing didn't dare look at Lung Yi, feeling like a heartless woman. Okay. Lung Yi nodded, a smile appearing on his lips, and continued eating his noodles. As long as he gave her a chance to pursue him, he believed she would definitely fall for him. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and pointed behind her. Then I go back first. Okay. Lung Yi also stood up, watching Yang Qing leave before sitting down. Back in her room, Lu Lin immediately started gossiping. How was it? How was it? Did he eat? Of course he ate, I made it myself. Yang Qing's face flushed slightly, and she felt embarrassed, but I told him to give me time. I'm not sure if I fall for him, and if not, we can still be friends. Lu Lin clicked her tongue. Isn't this a female player? What are you saying? Yang Qing glared at her. How can I be a player if I don't even have a boyfriend? I just am not confident about this relationship. Qing, don't be afraid, just let things take their course. Lu Lin pulled Yang Qing down to sit. You're usually so decisive in your actions. Why are you so indecisive about relationships? If you don't like someone anymore, just break up. What's so difficult about that? Is that so? Yang Qing seemed thoughtful. Perhaps it was because she valued relationships too much that she hesitated. If he were truly a player, he would hook up with whoever he could. Why hesitate? But in this apocalyptic world, who knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident, like that day. If it weren't for Lung Yi, would she already be dead? Now that she has such a relationship in front of her, why not cherish it, only to regret it on her deathbed? Alright, stop thinking about it. Let's look at those jade artifacts. Some of them are quite beautiful. Lu Lin pulled Yang Qing over. Take whichever one you like, Yang Qing said without hesitation. I don't want it. Lu Lin shook her head. Lung Yi gave it to you. Besides, your spatial storage collapsed, right? Hurry up and get it repaired, otherwise what will we do if we can't get all our things out of there? Yang Qing nodded, rummaging through the pile of things. Suddenly, a hollowed-out Hatian jade sachet caught her attention. The sachet was apple green, with plum blossom patterns carved on both sides. It was hollowed out and could be opened. It was for storing spices. However, she thought it would be perfect for storing her amethyst pendant. The amethyst crystal had too much energy to store in her spatial storage, and she was worried about it being stolen if she put it elsewhere. She could only carry it with her, but as a pendant, it was too conspicuous. Covering it with something was just right. Yang Qing took out the amethyst pendant. The crystal was actually only slightly larger than a fingernail. No one would have guessed that it contained such great energy. She put the amethyst pendant into the sachet, fastened it, and hung it around her neck. It fit perfectly. What's that? Lu Lin asked curiously. Yang Qing hesitated for a moment, then didn't tell the truth. The fewer people who knew about the research institute, the better. I found it a couple of days ago when I went out. I thought it was pretty, so I kept it. It's probably just a crystal. Oh! Lu Lin didn't ask any further questions. Quickly put these in, see if we can repair the space. Yang Qing nodded, concentrated her mind, and put everything into the space. She clearly felt the space pulsating. Something was changing inside. I go in and take a look first, Yang Qing said to Lu Lin, not daring to take Lu Lin in yet without certainty. Chapter 76. Yang Qing entered the space and found that it had indeed been restored. The sky was no longer gray, but a clear, bright blue again. The cracks in the ground had disappeared, the grass was lush, and the vegetables he planted were thriving. Yang Qing tasted the spiritual spring again. It hadn't changed, it still tasted sweet and refreshing, and it warmed his body after drinking it. Yang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it could be restored, otherwise, he really didn't know what to do. Looking at the cruise ship that had been taken in, the lights on the biological refrigeration unit were still flashing, so it shouldn't have been affected. Yang Qing finally felt relieved. After thinking for a moment, he moved the cruise ship and everything in the laboratory far away, so they wouldn't be visible unless he went close. Then he flashed out of the space. How is it? Lu Lin asked anxiously. It's fine, everything has been restored, Yang Qing smiled. That's good. Lu Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. If the space had been damaged and all the things she had bought couldn't be retrieved, surviving in the apocalypse would have been too difficult. Yang Qing tried taking out a bottle of water from her spatial storage again, and succeeded on the first try. It seemed to be truly healed. What happened this time? How could the spatial storage collapse for no reason? Lu Lin asked. Yang Qing didn't want her to know about the purple crystal, so she lied. The place I went to that day seemed to have an off-magnetic field. I felt uncomfortable, and then I couldn't take anything out. That's when I knew something was wrong. Luckily it can be repaired, otherwise we would have suffered a huge loss. Lu Lin nodded. Don't go to such dangerous places in the future. We have enough supplies, our lives are more important. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. There was a knock at the door. Yang Qing went to open it, and Lengy came in with a bowl of noodles he had finished eating. He immediately noticed the openwork sachet Yang Qing was wearing. He recognized the bowl he brought back, but hadn't expected Yang Qing to already be wearing it. Feeling his feelings acknowledged, he felt a surge of joy, his expression softening. It looks great. Where are you looking? Yang Qing glared at him. Lengy finally realized what was happening, his ears turning bright red. I didn't mean to. He shoved the bowl into Yang Qing's hands and ran off. Lu Lin chuckled behind him. Lengy usually seemed so aloof, but he was surprisingly innocent. Don't tease him. I bet he's never been in a relationship before, Lu Lin said, taking the bowl from Yang Qing. Yang Qing sighed. I never been either. Sometimes reactions are instinctive, and you never know if you hurt the other person. People who never been in love are vulnerable. After washing up, Yang Qing went back to her room to rest. After waiting for a while, and seeing that Lu Lin hadn't come, she called out, Lin, what are you doing? Why aren't you asleep yet? Ah? I'm sleeping here, Lu Lin replied, walking to the door. If you and Lengy want to get intimate in the future, it won't be appropriate for me to sleep here anymore. What are you talking about? Yang Qing's face flushed. It's not that fast. We're both adults. What's there to be embarrassed about? Lu Lin laughed. You just absolutely must take precautions. Whatever you do, don't get pregnant, otherwise, who knows where you end up with the baby. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Qing blushed, picked up a stuffed animal from the bed, and threw it at Lu Lin. Lu Lin laughed and dodged. I'm serious, don't be impulsive. Laughing aside, Lu Lin became serious again. Qing, I'm too dependent on you. I'm even afraid to sleep alone. How am I going to survive in the apocalypse? I need to learn to be independent too. I don't want to hold you back. I don't want to be a burden. Yang Qing walked over and hugged Lu Lin. You're not anyone's burden, you're my best sister, and you never be a burden to me. Lu Lin smiled, looking up at Yang Qing. That's precisely why I shouldn't hold you back. I must become stronger. Security isn't something others give me, it's something I give myself. I want to become the best version of myself. Yang Qing smiled. Okay, I grow stronger with you. Oh right, Lu Lin suddenly remembered. Zhang Yin has delivered the 500 gene of broken rice, and 250 gene of new rice I bought earlier. Let's share them with everyone tomorrow. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Lu Lin eventually returned to her room. Independence begins with sleeping in separate rooms. Yang Qing woke up in the middle of the night, chilled to the bone. She shivered as she got up. Why was it so cold? Had the extreme cold arrived? Yang Qing instantly snapped out of her daze, and quickly drew back the curtains. Outside, a thick layer of snow blanketed everything, turning the entire city white. In this coastal city in the south, the coldest winter temperatures never dropped below 5 degrees Celsius, let alone with this much snow. Yang Qing glanced at the thermometer hanging by the window, minus 15 degrees Celsius. Yesterday it was 30 degrees Celsius, and now it's suddenly minus 15 degrees Celsius. She wondered if anyone would freeze to death from such a drastic temperature difference. Right, Lin Lin. Without even putting on more clothes, Yang Qing rushed to Gu Lin's room. Gu Lin was curled up in the corner of the bed, shivering all over. Lin Lin, Lin Lin. Yang Qing patted Lu Lin's face. Lu Lin opened her eyes, still a little groggy. Ching Ching, why is it so cold? Yang Qing scooped her up in her arms, saying as she walked, it's getting colder, the extreme cold is here. She carried Lu Lin back to her room, placed her on the bed, took out an electric blanket, spread out a quilt, and then wrapped Lu Lin up snugly in a down comforter. Aki, his teeth chattering from the cold, jumped onto the bed, and burrowed under the covers as soon as it was made. Ching Ching, come in quickly. Lu Lin, having warmed up, poked her head out and called to Yang Qing. Aki also poked its head out and barked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing quickly put on a heated down vest, turned it on, and thankfully, the power bank was already fully charged and ready to use. I need to go see Shengnan and the others. Before she could finish speaking, a violent banging came from outside, so strong it seemed like the door would be smashed down. Yang Qing hurriedly opened the door, and as soon as she did, Leng Yi rushed in like a whirlwind, taking off his down jacket and wrapping it around her. Qing, are you alright? I'm fine. Yang Qing shook her head, trying to take off her down jacket. I have my own. You wear this first. Leng Yi forcefully pressed her hand down. Yang Qing was a little helpless. She just hadn't had a chance to wear it yet. She had her own. Why should she wear his? Wait a minute. Yang Qing quickly found several other heated down vests. When they bought them, they didn't have room in their room, and even the down jacket and down comforter were still with her. Yang Qing found the largest heated down vest, and tossed it to Leng Yi. Put this on quickly. The switch is on the left side of the chest, just press and hold. Then she took her own down jacket from the room, put it on, and gave Leng Yi's. Sit down. Leng Yi squatted down, and Yang Qing put a down jacket on him, complaining softly, when saving others, you have to protect yourself first, you know? Zipper your jacket up. Leng Yi's lips curled into a smile. Come quickly, and help me take these to the 8th floor, I wonder how they are. Yang Qing carried out a large pile of clothes and blankets, and Leng Yi hurried over to help. Chapter 77. Yang Qing and Leng Yi carried a large pile of clothes and blankets to the 8th floor. They pounded on the door of apartment 802, but no one answered. Had something happened to them? They exchanged a glance, quickly put down their belongings, and Leng Yi used 2 wires to pry open the lock. In the living room, Jiang Hao lay curled up on the bed, trembling all over, his face turning slightly purple. Come help me. Yang Qing called out urgently. Leng Yi ran over and picked Jiang Hao up. Yang Qing put a heated vest on him, turned it on, wrapped him in a down comforter, and then hurriedly checked on the others in the room. They woke the other 3 and gathered them in Li Xingnan's bedroom. Leng Yi, bring Jiang Hao in too. I go to the rooftop to get charcoal to start a fire. Okay. Leng Yi replied, hoisting Jiang Hao onto his shoulder and heading towards Li Xingnan's room. Li Xingnan and Wang Min sat shivering under the covers on the bed. Leng Yi simply moved Jiang Hao's bed in as well, placing the 2 beds side by side, with a bedside table between them. They spread out the bedding, and Gao Yang and Jiang Hao slept on the other bed. Yang Qing reached the top floor and, seeing the rabbit cage, remembered the 2 rabbits. Had they frozen to death? He looked and saw the 2 rabbits huddled together, shivering. They were still alive? Yang Qing was a little surprised. Could it be that they had been fed the spiritual spring water, making their bodies stronger? Yang Qing didn't have time to think further, and called to Leng Yi, Leng Yi, come up here. Leng Yi quickly ran upstairs. Yang Qing dragged out the charcoal and barbecue grill. Underneath the grill was a metal box that could be used as a charcoal brazier. Take this down and light it for them. I take the rabbits down first. Okay. Leng Yi nodded, picking up the 2 barbecue grills in one hand and a bag of charcoal in the other. That's some serious boyfriend stuff. Yang Qing glanced at him, picked up the rabbit cage, and ran downstairs. Back in the room, Lu Lin wasn't there. Lin Lin? Yang Qing called out. I'm here. Lu Lin's voice came from the kitchen. I wanted to make you some ginger soup. I'm fine now. I thought I should do something for you, so I got up. Lu Lin came over. I used the spiritual spring water from my space to make the ginger soup. Is that alright? No problem. Yang Qing nodded. She usually kept a few bottles of spiritual spring water for Lu Lin to drink, so there was always some at home. Now, in this emergency, it wouldn't hurt to give everyone some. They probably wouldn't be able to taste anything from the ginger and brown sugar water. She put the 2 rabbits in the room temporarily, took out a small blanket, wrapped them up, and put them in a cardboard box. Then she took out a heater from her space, plugged it in, and placed it in a distant spot. Aki, keep an eye on them for me. Don't let them run around and make a mess of the room. Woof woof. Aki barked. Don't worry, human. Back on the 8th floor, Lungi had already lit charcoal and placed it between the 2 beds. The group sat around the fire to warm themselves. Is Lu Lin alright? Li Shengnan asked Yang Qing. She's fine. She's making you some ginger tea, Yang Qing said. Jiang Hao had recovered and looked at Yang Qing. Thank you so much today, otherwise I might have frozen to death. We're all friends, Yang Qing smiled. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Has the extreme cold really arrived? Gao Yang asked. Yang Qing had mentioned an extreme cold snap before, and although they had prepared firewood, they hadn't taken it seriously. They hadn't expected it to arrive so quickly. Yang Qing nodded. I just checked. It's already minus 15 degrees Celsius. It's probably even lower now, and it dropped further. Minus 15 degrees Celsius? How is that possible? Wang Min exclaimed in surprise. She had lived in Xia City for several years, and had never experienced sub-zero temperatures. Yang Qing sighed. It's the apocalypse now. Nothing is impossible. How long will this weather last? At least a few months, Yang Qing said. She remembered that in her previous life, the extreme cold lasted for more than 3 months. She wondered if it would be the same this time. That long? We won't have enough firewood, Gao Yang said. They had all gone to the furniture factory and brought back 3 boatloads of firewood, but 3 families needed it every day, so the consumption was very rapid. Yang Qing nodded. After the snow stops, we have to go out and find more firewood. Just then, Lu Lin came up with a pot of ginger tea. Qing Qing, can you help me? Get a bowl. I go get it. Li Shengnan quickly stood up, went to the kitchen to get a bowl, and returned shivering from the cold. Gao Yang quickly moved the bedside table over, placed the bowls on it, and took the kettle from Lu Lin to pour ginger and brown sugar water into each bowl. After drinking the hot ginger and brown sugar water, and with the fire burning beside them, everyone finally felt warm. Finally, we're warm again, Wang Min sighed. Yang Qing, you saved us again. It's not that serious. This temperature isn't enough to freeze to death, Yang Qing smiled. That's not necessarily true, Gao Yang shook his head. It's not only tens of degrees below zero that people freeze to death. If it's sudden hypothermia, a large amount of heat is lost in a short period of time, and the body's organs fail, it can also cause death. If you hadn't come in time, we really might not have seen the sun tomorrow, Li Shengnan added. Of course you won't see it. There won't be any sun tomorrow, Yang Qing joked. Everyone laughed. There's still time. You guys sleep a little longer. Remember to leave the door a crack. Don't close it completely. Yang Qing stood up. We know. Li Shengnan nodded. Carbon monoxide poisoning from charcoal burning was commonplace. They had that much common sense. Yang Qing pointed to another barbecue grill and said to Leng Yi, this one can be used in your room. What about you? Leng Yi asked. I have a heater there. Don't worry, Yang Qing said. She originally had several solar generators in her spatial storage, but she only took one out initially, so she couldn't conjure another one now. Is the electricity enough? Leng Yi asked worriedly. It's enough, don't worry. Yang Qing smiled. All 10 solar generators were fully charged, and she had also bought 50 sets of batteries, so there was no need to worry at all. That's good. Leng Yi nodded. Actually, he wanted to share a room with Li Shengnan and the others, like they do here, though they sleep in separate beds. However, it didn't seem so convenient for him, a guy, to be with 2 girls. Besides, Yang Qing hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend yet, so making that request wouldn't be appropriate. Leng Yi took the barbecue grill back to 702. Xiao Shui was shivering at the door, her teeth chattering. Yang Qing was shocked. You didn't bring it out? Leng Yi was a little embarrassed. He'd been so focused on Yang Qing that he'd forgotten about Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui meowed resentfully at Leng Yi, as if to say, I'm not human, but you really are a dog. Yang Qing hugged Xiao Shui tenderly. Xiao Shui, come to my room, it's warm. As soon as Aki saw Xiao Shui coming, he quickly took her to the heater, and picked up the blanket that was covering the rabbit to cover Xiao Shui. Yang Qing was both amused and exasperated. "You're the real dog," she thought. Aki let Xiao Shui lean against him, warming her with his own body heat. Leng Yi rubbed his nose, thinking, humans are inferior to dogs. "Let Xiao Shui stay here. You go back to your room and light the stove," Yang Qing said to Leng Yi. "But I'm cold too." Leng Yi didn't even move. Why is this guy acting all aggrieved? Yang Qing was a little helpless. "Then you can warm up here too." She dragged a long-haired rug out of the wardrobe for Leng Yi to sit on, and pulled the heater closer. Lu Lin smiled, hiding under the covers to watch the commotion. Yang Qing glanced at Leng Yi, seemingly not wanting to leave him alone. She sat down beside him and picked up Aki. Leng Yi also hugged Xiao Shui. Lu Lin watched the man and dog sitting in front of the heater. The scene was truly harmonious. Perhaps she was tired, or perhaps the heat was too comforting. Yang Qing suddenly felt sleepy and fell asleep leaning on Leng Yi's shoulder. Leng Yi turned his head to look at Yang Qing's beautiful sleeping face, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a smile. Chapter 78. Leng Yi put Xiao Shui down, patted Aki's head, and Aki got off Yang Qing, nestled on the carpet, and hugged Xiao Shui. Leng Yi gently picked up Yang Qing, who was startled. Leng Yi quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I'm just putting you to bed." Lu Lin quickly pulled back the covers, let Yang Qing in, and tucked her in. "Then I go over first. Xiao Shui can sleep here, can you look after her?" Lu Lin nodded, lowering her voice, "Don't worry." Leng Yi walked to the door, then turned back, "Can I sleep in your room? It'd be easier to take care of Xiao Shui." Lu Lin smiled, thinking, it's to make it easier to take care of Yang Qing, isn't it? I'm fine with that, but let's ask Qingqing tomorrow. It wouldn't be good if Yang Qing disagreed, and he made the decision on his own. She pulled 2 keys from the bedside table and handed them to Leng Yi. "These are the keys to our front door. You can take them." "Thank you." Leng Yi nodded, went back to his room, lit some charcoal in the barbecue grill, and placed it by the bed so it wouldn't be so cold when he slept. When Yang Qing woke up, it was already 10:30 a.m. She quickly turned off the heater. It would burn out if it stayed on all night. Looking outside, everything was a whiteout. It didn't look like a southern coastal city at all. She took the thermometer from the window and hung it outside. The temperature inside the room was inaccurate with the heating on. Suddenly, she heard a noise from the kitchen. Had a thief broken in? No way, there were several security doors. She grabbed a stick and went over. There was Leng Yi busy in the kitchen. "What are you doing here?" Yang Qing asked in surprise. Leng Yi smiled. "Lu Lin gave me the keys. I came to pick up Xiao Shui and make you some breakfast." "This is outrageous." Yang Qing frowned. It was so inconvenient for Leng Yi to be here. She couldn't just use her own space without permission. Although she'd given him a chance, it wasn't to the point where she could share her space with him. Leng Yi pursed his lips. "If you feel uncomfortable, I take Xiao Shui back right away." Hearing this made Yang Qing a little embarrassed. "No need, let's have breakfast together. You keep the key, but you can't just come in casually, in case we're not dressed." Leng Yi blushed. "I know." Lu Lin poked her head out. "It's too cold outside, let's eat in the room?" Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing for her opinion. "Let's go in the room, bring the coffee table in." Yang Qing nodded. Leng Yi quickly moved the coffee table into the room, placing it next to the carpet, so they could eat on the carpet. Yang Qing then turned on the heater, and poured some dog food for Aki and Xiao Shui. Lu Lin sat down next to Yang Qing, looking at the steaming noodles on the coffee table with surprise. "Hand-pulled noodles?" Leng Yi nodded. "I'm from the north, so I'm quite good at making noodles." "That's amazing. Our Qingqing is so lucky." Lu Lin nudged Yang Qing with her elbow. Yang Qing glared at her, thinking, "You talk too much. You can make dumplings too, right? We have some flour at home. Shall we make dumplings together later?" Lu Lin added. "No problem." Leng Yi nodded. "I happen to have a lot of beef, so we make beef dumplings. By the way, the temperature is so low now, we don't need to put the beef in the freezer, we can just leave it outside." Yang Qing thought about it, and realized it was indeed unnecessary to waste electricity. The refrigerator and freezer could be turned off, and the generator could be used specifically for heating. As everyone ate their noodles, Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing. "How's it?" "Not bad." Yang Qing nodded. Leng Yi's lips curved slightly. "By the way, Leng Yi said he wanted to stay in my room. I figured it was empty anyway, so I let him stay." Lu Lin looked at Yang Qing. Leng Yi knew what Yang Qing was thinking and quickly said, "No need, it's inconvenient, you two girls." Lu Lin looked at Leng Yi, and then at Yang Qing. What had they just said? Oh well, they already made their decision, and she shouldn't interrupt. After finishing their noodles, Lu Lin boiled water to wash the dishes. She immediately went back to her room. It was too cold outside. Yang Qing glanced at the thermometer. It was already minus 21 degrees Celsius. The temperature was dropping too quickly. Lung Yi went back briefly, and then immediately came back, handing Yang Qing a walkie-talkie. Take this, it helps us stay in touch when we're not together. Seeing the walkie-talkie, Yang Qing remembered she had more in her storage space, even a satellite phone, but she didn't know if it would work in this situation. Lung Yi turned on the walkie-talkie, adjusted the frequency, and connected to the signal. Keep in touch. Yang Qing didn't refuse. She knew Lung Yi was concerned about her. This is a military walkie-talkie, effective within a range of 15 to 30 kilometers. If you encounter anything you can't handle, you can call me, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. So advanced? Her walkie-talkie was just ordinary, only with a range of 3 to 5 kilometers. Lung Yi was much more professional. Don't go alone, it'd be a waste of coal. We have the electric heater on in the room anyway, Yang Qing said. Lu Lin chuckled to herself in the room. This guy, all bark and no bite. Lung Yi's lips curled into a smile, as he followed Yang Qing into the room. Lu Lin looked out the window. Ching Ching, I never seen such heavy snow before. Can we go out and play? No, it's all water outside. The ice probably hasn't formed yet. If you step on it, you fall into the water. Let's wait a few days, Yang Qing said. Oh! Lu Lin was a little disappointed. If it's like this here, what must it be like in the northeast? It must be minus 60 or 70 degrees Celsius. Yang Qing shook her head. Who knows? Do you know how to ice skate? Lung Yi turned to look at Yang Qing. Yang Qing shook her head. Although she had lived through her past life, back then she and Lu Lin were at the rescue station. Without warm clothes, they dared not go out. They stayed cooped up in their room all day, unable to open the windows, and it was filthy and smelly. Even in that environment, they dared not leave. Going out would mean freezing to death. They hid for 3 whole months, only escaping the rescue station when the temperature rose, and they couldn't bear it anymore. So, let alone ice skating, they hadn't even touched the snow. I teach you when the ice is thick enough, Lung Yi said. Great. Yang Qing nodded. I found some ski equipment while searching the buildings. We can use it now. She realized she let something slip as soon as she said it, but Lung Yi didn't press her, silently watching outside. By the way, we were saying yesterday we distribute the food today. What do you think? Lu Lin looked at Yang Qing. No rush, they still have food. Yang Qing shook her head. Let's go upstairs and see how they are. The 3 of them went upstairs together. The stairwell was drafty, the wind chilling them to the bone. Gao Yan opened the door, and the 3 quickly went inside. How are you? Are you all right? Yang Qing asked. Yeah, burning charcoal last night made us feel much better. But our power banks are all dead. Gao Yang pulled out a power bank from his heated down vest. Yang Qing nodded. The heated vest had been on the whole time, and the power bank would indeed only last a few hours. It's okay, give it all to me, I take it down to charge, Yang Qing said. Chapter 79. The 3 entered Li Xingnan's room, where they were all sitting on the bed. Are you all right? Yang Qing asked. We're fine. Everyone shook their heads. Yang Qing looked at the charcoal brazier in front of him. Let's burn firewood during the day. There's too little charcoal. Let's save it for tonight. Charcoal is safer at night, because it doesn't have an open flame. Everyone nodded. Indeed, that little charcoal wouldn't last more than a few days. We don't have much firewood either. Should we go out and find some more? Gao Yang asked. The water hasn't frozen yet, and the inflatable boat can't be used, so we can't go. Let's wait a few days until the ice is solid, Yang Qing said. We're out of water. The water in the water tower seems to have frozen, Li Xingnan said. Only then did Yang Qing realize that their water tower was on the top floor. In this cold weather, it definitely wouldn't work. If the temperature dropped further, the water tower would probably crack. They had a sunroom, which was a little better, but even that wouldn't hold up if the temperature dropped any further. Isn't it snowing outside? Let's collect some melted snow water. It should be enough for drinking, but forget about showering, Yang Qing said. Right, there's snow. Everyone suddenly realized. Gao Yang and Jiang Hao quickly carried buckets to the rooftop to collect snow. What about yours? Yang Qing asked Lung Yi. I used your water this morning, and I still have some, Lung Yi replied. Our water tower is in the sunroom, so it shouldn't be frozen yet, But it'd be hard to say if the temperature drops any further, Yang Qing pondered. I think we should put the water tower on the 8th floor, otherwise we won't have any water later. Actually, she was using water from her spatial storage, but she couldn't say it out loud. How about this, you guys move to 702, Lungi can stay with us, and 802 can be used to store the water tank. Yang Qing was thinking that after the extreme cold, there would be extreme heat. The 8th floor, being the top floor, was uninhabitable, and the water in the tank would easily evaporate due to the high temperature, leading to even more water shortages. It would be better to move the tank down sooner, placing it on the 8th floor to store more water, and making it more comfortable for them to live on the 7th floor. Everyone looked at Lung Yi, who was overjoyed and immediately said, I have no objection. Lu Lin chuckled, he had gotten what he wanted. Everyone got to work. Lung Yi kept it simple, moving his supplies, clothes, and bedding to 701, since there were beds there. The people in 802 also moved all their belongings down, still cramming 2 beds into the master bedroom. It was too cold to be fussy. This way, they could save on charcoal, and it would be warmer with more people. Then they moved the water tank to 802. The doorway was too small, so they had to remove the door to move the tank inside. Lung Yi was busy reinstalling the water pipes. While waiting, Yang Qing collected all the supplies from room 801, including the food she had exchanged with Zhang Yin and some other items that had been cleared out. Then she ran up to the rooftop and moved the items from the sunroom down, otherwise the inflatable boats and other equipment would freeze and crack if the temperature dropped further. She saw that the vegetables she had planted were already frozen to death, so she had to pull them all up. However, the frozen vegetables were still edible. She could stir-fry some for lunch. Lu Lin and Wang Min also came to help, moving everything from the rooftop to room 801, otherwise it would be a waste if they froze. Then Leng Yi and the other men helped carry Yang Qing's water tank down and put it into room 801. After finishing, everyone warmed up, as it was all physical labor. Yang Qing and I are planning to make dumplings for lunch. Why don't you come along? Leng Yi said to Gao Yang and the others. Are you two together? Gao Yang raised an eyebrow at Leng Yi. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing, smiled slightly, and said, Not yet, but I'm pursuing her. Wow! Everyone cheered. Yang Qing, Leng Yi is such a good man, don't miss out. Yang Qing glanced at them. These people really loved a good show. She laughed. If you want dumplings, come help. No one gets any if they don't work. Everyone started kneading dough and chopping filling, working enthusiastically. Yang Qing chopped up some frozen vegetables and added them to the beef filling, making it less greasy with a mix of meat and vegetables. Leng Yi rolled out the dumpling wrappers, and the others helped wrap the dumplings. Leng Yi's skills are really good, Gao Yang praised. We can wrap dumplings, but we can't roll out the wrappers. We always buy them ready-made. Li Shengnan nodded. We Southerners don't eat dumplings often, and even when we do make them, we don't roll out the wrappers ourselves. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. He was indeed very capable, able to do everything. After making the dumplings, Lu Lin helped cook them, while the others sat around the table chatting. Yang Qing brought out an electric heater to warm everyone up. It's so much better here with Yang Qing. Next time we go out to find supplies, we should also find a generator. It's so convenient not having to burn charcoal, Gao Yang said. Electric heaters consume too much electricity. They probably won't last long, Li Shengnan said. Yang Qing nodded. They do consume a lot of electricity, but mine is solar powered. It can even work when it snows, although the power generation is very low. We take it slow. It'd be better when it gets warmer. However, she wasn't sure if the solar panels would freeze if the temperature dropped further, so Yang Qing was just saying it casually. She had enough stored electricity, and didn't need to generate electricity yet. Lu Lin cooked both dry-fried and boiled dumplings. The dry-fried dumplings came with a dipping sauce of vinegar and chili oil. Yang Qing preferred the boiled dumplings. The hot broth was very comforting. So delicious. It's so comforting to eat a hot bowl of dumplings on such a cold day. Wang Min said, her nose sweating as she ate. Leng Yi's filling is great. I made dumplings before, but I never got the filling right. Jiang Hao, who loves spicy food, ate his dumplings with chili oil all over his mouth. Leng Yi smiled faintly. Yang Qing looked at him. Don't you want some dumpling soup? Yes. Leng Yi got up to get some soup. Although he liked the dry-fried dumplings, he also drank the soup. The original soup helps digest the original food. After finishing the dumplings, Gao Yang and the others brought over a pound of flour and 2 pounds of beef. Although they were all friends, they couldn't always just eat Yang Qing's dumplings for free, give and take was essential for a lasting relationship. Yang Qing also shared some rice. Of the 500 jin of broken rice, 460 jin were left after giving 40 jin to Zhang Yin. If each person received 66 jin, they would be short 2 jin, meaning Wang Min and Li Shengnan would each receive 1 jin less. The remaining 250 jin of new rice, weighing 35.7 jin each, was divided and packed for their own use. Leng Yi had already moved to 701, placing it in the empty room next door. Luckily, we bought rice with all the money beforehand, and thanks to Zhang Yin, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to buy so much rice. I wonder how he and teacher Zhang are doing. Did anything happen yesterday? Just then, there was a knock at the door. I go see. Leng Yi stood up. Opening the door, he saw teacher Zhang. Is something wrong? Leng Yi asked. Young man, are you all right? Teacher Zhang asked. Yes, we're both alive and well, Leng Yi replied expressionlessly. The others smiled wryly behind him. This guy only ever smiled in front of Yang Qing. That's good. I heard sounds of smashing and looting over there. Someone must have frozen to death. They're breaking in to search for supplies. I'm glad you're all alright. Be careful. Leng Yi nodded. You all be careful too. Chapter 80. Leng Yi returned to his room and told him what teacher Zhang had said. What are you afraid of? Do you think we're pushovers? If they dare to come, we make sure they don't leave alive. Jiang Hao snorted coldly. Gao Yang smiled. Don't pay them any attention. We got nothing to do these few days, so let's practice a bit. It even save us some charcoal. The group returned to room 702, and Lu Lin went to practice with them. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing. Shall we practice too? Okay. Yang Qing nodded, then paused. Wait a minute. He went back to his room, grabbed a piece of paper, and wrote 2 lines. Put this on the door for me. Leng Yi looked at it. It read, Everyone's alive. Please do not disturb. The door is coated with poison. Anyone who touches the poisoned person will bear the consequences. Leng Yi chuckled. How could this person be so adorable? Yang Qing gave Leng Yi a roll of transparent tape, and he stuck the paper on the outside of the security door. Not long after, they heard someone come up, see the words on the paper, and leave cursing. They were all hoping the people on the 7th floor would freeze to death. With so many supplies, how long could they eat if they were taken? Why don't they freeze to death? It's true what they say, good people don't live long, but evil ones live 1,000 years. The troublemakers on the 7th floor were practicing intensely, sweating profusely. Yang Qing and Leng Yi had exchanged dozens of blows, and were now only wearing close-fitting sportswear. Yang Qing poured out some spiritual spring water to drink, and also poured a cup for Leng Yi. Great progress. Leng Yi praised. Yang Qing wiped her sweat while drinking the water. It's all thanks to Master's excellent teaching. She herself felt she had improved significantly. Before, she fought haphazardly, but now she had a structured approach and fought with more confidence. Leng Yi's lips curled slightly. He took a sip of water, and for some reason, he felt the water here tasted especially good. Let's eat dinner together. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing. It's too much trouble to cook separately now that we moved in. It wastes water and gas. Yang Qing nodded. Let's eat together from now on. It's just inconvenient to take things out of her spatial storage now, but she cook while she can. She can save the box meals in her storage for when it's inconvenient to cook later. Leng Yi smiled. I cook from now on. Then Lu Lin will be unemployed. Yang Qing teased. Just then, Lu Lin returned. What bad things are you saying about me? Yang Qing laughed. Leng Yi moved in, and I was thinking we could eat together from now on. He said he cook, so you're unemployed, aren't you? That's perfect. I don't have to cook, I can just wait to eat. I'm so lucky, Lu Lin said with a smile. How about we have hot pot tonight? Leng Yi said. There's so much beef, and I saw there are bean sprouts in the kitchen, and duck intestines and stuff in the fridge. Great. Hot pot is the best on such a cold day. Lu Lin agreed wholeheartedly. Yang Qing nodded and took out a few potatoes and radishes from the room for Leng Yi. Put these in too. Leng Yi nodded and took the things. He had been in Yang Qing's room for the 2 days she was unconscious. He saw many cabinets and several car refrigerators nearby, indicating she had stored a lot of things, so he didn't ask any questions. Yang Qing knew he was tight-lipped, which was why she felt comfortable taking the things out. She also took out a heater for him to use in the kitchen, otherwise, the indoor temperature was minus 21 degrees Celsius, and it would be unbearable. Leng Yi silently took the things without asking a single question. While he was busy in the kitchen, Yang Qing quickly asked Lu Lin to help open and clean the master bathroom. The drains are frozen now, so it doesn't smell bad anymore. The two rabbits smelled in the room, so it's good to keep them in the bathroom. With the heater on and the door open, they won't freeze to death. Lung Yi used beef ribs as the hot pot base, then sliced all the other ingredients, putting the ones that needed cooking in the pot first. He then carried the pot directly to the coffee table in Yang Qing's room, and everyone sat on the floor to eat. Anyway, with the electric heater, sitting on the floor wasn't cold. It was snowing heavily outside, and the three of them were enjoying a steaming hot pot. It couldn't be more pleasant. After we finish eating, can you help me move the vegetable pot down? Yang Qing said to Lung Yi. I still want to grow some vegetables. It's too hard not to eat them. There are vegetables in this space. If she doesn't grow them, she won't have an excuse to eat them. Where to plant them? The living room isn't a good place either, is it? Lu Lin asked. We plant them in the room, Yang Qing said. On that row of low cabinets. Yang Qing's room was the master bedroom, quite spacious. Besides several floor-to-ceiling cabinets, there was a row of low cabinets under the window. It was perfect for placing the vegetable pots on the low cabinets, 2 in a row, enough for 8 rectangular pots, enough to grow quite a few vegetables. Okay, I go get them after dinner, Lung Yi nodded. After dinner, Lu Lin washed the dishes, and Yang Qing and Lung Yi went up to the 8th floor together to bring down the vegetable pots. Although the vegetables had frozen to death, the soil was still usable. Lung Yi helped loosen the soil, and Yang Qing added some base fertilizer. She planted 5 compartments for leafy greens, 1 for scallions, garlic, cilantro, and other seasonings. 1 compartment was planted with potatoes. Potatoes could be harvested in 2 months, and with spiritual spring water, it might be even faster. Then they have a reason to eat them. She even set aside a shelf for planting grass for the rabbits. After doing this, Yang Qing took an oil-filled radiator from the cabinet, plugged it in, and after a while, the whole room was warm. She gave the radiator she was currently using to Lung Yi. Take this to your room. Thank you. Lung Yi nodded, took a 5-meter-long power strip, connected it to the solar generator, and put it in the room. Although Yang Qing didn't say anything, he knew she cared about him, and silently remembered it. Can I sit here for a while? Lung Yi asked, his face a little awkward. Going back to the room will consume electricity. Lu Lin smiled, thinking he was reluctant to part with Qingqing. Sit down. Yang Qing didn't mind. In his previous life at the rescue station, a dozen people lived in one room, both men and women. Having one more man now wouldn't make a difference, especially during this special period. However, she wasn't alone in the room. Lu Lin was there too. She looked at Lu Lin and lowered her voice. Do you mind? If you do, let him leave. I don't mind, Lu Lin smiled. Anyway, we're not going to sleep that soon. Just think of it as attending evening self-study at school. Yang Qing smiled wryly. That was a rather unusual way of putting it. But it made sense. They had only graduated a little over a year ago. If they were pursuing graduate studies, they would still be students. I have some books here. Do you want to read them? Yang Qing asked Lung Yi. She couldn't just sit there doing nothing, could she? Sure. Lung Yi sat on the carpet and looked up at Yang Qing. He seemed cold on the surface, but he always knew how to make things comfortable. He was actually a very warm person. Yang Qing took a novel from the bookshelf and gave it to him, while she took out a professional book to read herself. Lung Yi was surprised to see it was a book on the cultivation of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. You're interested in this? Ah, this is my major. Didn't I tell you? Yang Qing looked at him. Lung Yi raised an eyebrow. No wonder she seemed to know how to grow vegetables so well. It turned out she was a professional at it. Chapter 81. The two sat at the coffee table reading, while Lu Lin curled up on the bed watching dramas. Before the apocalypse, Yang Qing had downloaded many dramas, which she could watch on her tablet as soon as it was charged. Lu Lin occasionally glanced at the two in front of her. The woman was pretty, and the man was handsome. They were really pleasing to the eye, even better than those in idol dramas. Yang Qing was taking notes while reading. To be honest, this professional knowledge was all learned in her previous life, and she had forgotten a lot of it. Picking it up now might still be useful in the future. Lung Yi turned his head to look at Yang Qing. She had short hair that reached her collarbone, with black strands curving beautifully behind her ears. She was looking down at her book, the warm orange light highlighting her serene and gentle features. Her almond-shaped eyes were large and long, with long, curled eyelashes, and a small, delicate nose. She was truly beautiful. Yang Qing felt someone watching her, and turned to look at him. What are you looking at? Lung Yi blushed instantly, caught peeking. Nothing. Lung Yi quickly picked up his book to cover up. Is this book not good enough? I get you a different one. No need. Lung Yi touched his forehead, a little embarrassed. I better go back to my room first. Lung Yi stood up, accidentally bumping his leg on the coffee table, wincing in pain, feeling even more embarrassed, and hurriedly ran away. Lu Lin chuckled. She never knew Lung Yi was so clumsy. Seeing Lung Yi leave, Yang Qing locked the door and sat on the bed. I'm going into my space to wash up. Okay. Lu Lin nodded. When Yang Qing came out, she brought a bunch of washed grapes and 2 apples. With him here, it's inconvenient for us to eat whatever we want. Lu Lin smiled, took the grapes and started eating. Qing, have you thought about whether you should tell him about your space if you actually start dating him? Yang Qing took a bite of her apple, thought for a moment, and said, we see how things go, how far our relationship goes, and whether he's trustworthy. But from our interactions, he does seem like a reliable person with good character. As for other aspects, we have to test him. Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing was really rational. She wouldn't blindly trust someone just because she was in a relationship. That was good. She didn't have to worry about her being blinded by love and doing something stupid. For the next 3 days, everyone practiced boxing indoors. On the 4th day, they saw people walking on the ice outside, and Gao Yang and the others came to knock on the door. Yang Qing, should we go out and get some firewood? We almost run out of charcoal, and we used a lot of firewood too. Sure. Yang Qing nodded. The snow had stopped, but it was getting colder and colder. She glanced at the thermometer hanging by the window. -30°C. It was really too cold. We still need to leave someone at home, Yang Qing said, looking at Li Shengyan. Why don't you stay? Yang Qing was thinking about the incident a couple of days ago, when someone tried to raid and loot the place. Since they were all there, those people didn't dare cause trouble, but if they saw the raiders leave, they might come back to cause trouble. Li Shengyan had some fighting ability, so he felt relatively at ease. No problem. Li Shengyan readily agreed. As usual, Yang Qing left her a rifle. Having a weapon was essential to defend the house. Where are we going to find firewood? Should we go back to that furniture factory? Wang Min asked. Yang Qing thought for a moment. The weather's so cold now. Everyone's short of firewood. That place is probably already looted. But there are several furniture factories in that area. Let's go check them out. How are we going to haul the firewood back? Lu Lin asked. How about we bring an inflatable boat or a rubber dinghy and use it as a sled? That would save a lot of effort, Lung Yi suggested. Okay. Yang Qing nodded, but wondered if the inflatable boat would freeze and break at -30°C. The rubber dinghy, being made of plastic, might be more durable. Let's just bring one rubber dinghy. Let's see if it works. Lung Yi nodded, and went to the 8th floor to fetch the dinghy. Yang Qing carried a bag with weapons and some food. He gave them power banks for their heated vests, charging them all so they wouldn't be cold wearing them underneath. Then they donned down jackets, cotton pants, hats, scarves, and gloves, fully bundled up. The others also prepared. After so many trips, they all had experience. It's always good to have some self-defense gear when going out. Let's bring Aki and Xiaoxue along, Lung Yi said. Archie is a Siberian Husky, originally a Siberian Husky, while Xiaoxue is an Alaskan Malamute, one of the oldest Arctic sled dog breeds. Icy, snowy conditions are their favorite environment. After bringing the 2 little ones downstairs, they were indeed full of energy, running wildly on the ice. The others stared wide-eyed at the 2 well-fed and robust dogs. How much meat must they have? Archie, Xiaoxue, come back, Yang Qing shouted. If they ran too far, they wouldn't be able to catch up, and it wouldn't be good if they were spotted. The 2 little ones came running back, circling around Yang Qing. Lung Yi, this dog is a waste of money. Archie jumped onto the rubber dinghy, then jumped out again, grabbing Yang Qing's trouser leg and dragging him inside. Does it want you to sit inside so it can pull you? Lu Lin said. It really is, Gao Yang exclaimed in surprise. Aki is so clever. Does it really think it's pulling a sled? Yang Qing laughed, patting Aki's head. Aki barked at her, and Xiaoxue also bit Lung Yi's trouser leg, trying to get him to sit. Lung Yi, what a good boy. Okay, let's ride it for a bit. Yang Qing laughed, taking out the rope she had prepared for binding firewood from her bag, and putting it around Aki and Xiaoxue. They got into the rubber sled, and Lung Yi followed. The 2 dogs, once leashed, seemed to awaken their inner power, speeding forward at breakneck speed. Yang Qing, caught off guard, leaned back, and Ling Yi quickly caught her waist. After circling the ice, the two dogs turned back, moving so fast Yang Qing was almost thrown off. Ling Yi had to hold onto her arm tightly. However, because she was wearing thick clothes, Yang Qing didn't feel anything. "Stop!" Yang Qing shouted. The two little ones stopped, sticking their tongues out around the two of them, steam rising from their bodies. The onlookers watched with a mixture of envy and jealousy. However, seeing so many of them, and the several tall and burly men, they dared not make a move. "By the way, didn't you say you wanted to learn to ice skate the other day, and brought some things with you?" Ling Yi looked at Yang Qing with a gentle expression. "Yes, I almost forgot." Yang Qing smiled, and took 2 pairs of ice skates out of her bag, "But I really can't skate at all, so please don't laugh at me." "You can't?" Ling Yi pursed his lips. Yang Qing tossed the bag onto the inflatable raft, took out the ice skates, and the two of them put them on. Once in the skates, Yang Qing couldn't stand it all. Her legs felt like they didn't belong to her, constantly slipping and almost doing the splits. Ling Yi quickly caught her. "Slow down." Ling Yi took her hands, and the two stood facing each other. "Lean forward slightly, spread your legs a little, like this, slowly back away, don't rush." Yang Qing grabbed his hands and backed away a little, seemingly managing, then slowly let go. Just as she let go, her foot slipped, and she fell headfirst. Instinctively, Yang Qing tried to grab something, grabbing forward with both hands and accidentally pulling down Ling Yi's pants. Lu Lin and the others nearby burst into laughter, Jiang Hao laughing until tears streamed down his face. Ling Yi was terrified, grabbing his waistband and hurriedly pulling it up, his ears turning bright red. Yang Qing was already lying at Ling Yi's feet. Seeing this, her face flushed crimson, and she buried her head in the ice. It was too scary. Chapter 82. Ling Yi's face flushed red, both embarrassed and helpless. He helped Yang Qing up. "Are you all right?" Yang Qing's face was bright red, and she didn't dare look at him. I'm fine." Like a child who had done something wrong, her eyes darted around. "I'm sorry." Ling Yi's lips curved slightly. "It's all right, you're not naked underneath, and you didn't do it on purpose." "Of course I didn't do it on purpose." Yang Qing's face was red. She had never experienced such a mortifying situation in either of her lives. It was too embarrassing. "I'm not sliding anymore." Yang Qing deliberately acted defiantly. "Let's go find firewood." Ling Yi suppressed a laugh. "Okay." Lu Lin walked over to Aki and patted its head. "Aki, can I sit on it too?" Aki barked. "Sit down." Lu Lin pulled Wang Min onto the rubber raft, and Aki and Xiao Shui started pulling each other. However, this time they didn't pull as fast, but ran slowly, with the others following behind. Ling Yi, afraid that Yang Qing would fall again, held her hand the whole time. Yang Qing let him lead her. She didn't want to die again. It took them a full hour to reach the industrial park. The furniture factory they met before was already packed with people, all scrambling for firewood. In this cold weather, grabbing as much as possible would increase their chances of survival. The situation at the factory next door was similar. Although Yang Qing had a gun, she didn't want to use it for robbery at this moment. After all, they were all ordinary people, and everyone had the right to live. "Let's go somewhere else," Yang Qing said. They'd been here before. She and Ling Yi had explored the entire industrial park and knew the area well. They found a furniture factory in a slightly more secluded location. It was still crowded, but much better than the previous one. They exchanged glances. There was no other way but to grab it. Ling Yi, Gao Yang, and Jiang Hao charged forward. Because of the recent heavy rains, the area was flooded, and the extreme cold had frozen everything, including the firewood. They took out knives to chop, some used axes, and others simply picked up a log and smashed it. Ling Yi and the others threw the firewood they had grabbed to Yang Qing and the others. Yang Qing slung her bag over her shoulder, and Wang Min and Lu Lin helped load the firewood onto the rubber boat. 2 dogs stood guard beside them. With the 3 men's efforts, they soon had several bundles of sawn timber and 2 unprocessed logs. However, more and more people arrived. Those who hadn't managed to grab any firewood rushed over. Logs kept being thrown out, hitting the ice with a loud thud. Some logs were too big to carry back, so some people started chopping them on the ice. Someone was tapping the ice off the wood to lighten its weight. The sounds of chopping wood and tapping filled the entire ice surface, sending wood chips and ice fragments flying everywhere. To prevent mistakes, Yang Qing quickly dragged all the wood Ling Yi and the others had taken onto the rubber dinghy to avoid fighting over it. Suddenly, Yang Qing seemed to hear something. Shoo! Yang Qing gestured for Lu Lin to stop. What's wrong? Lu Lin asked. Yang Qing listened intently on the ice, then his expression changed drastically. He grabbed the rope from the rubber dinghy and shouted, "Quick, back up!" Before Wang Min could react, Lu Lin quickly pulled her back, grabbing the rope from Yang Qing's hand as they pulled backward together. With a crack, the ice broke, and many people, along with pieces of wood, fell into the ice hole. The cracks in the ice beside them were widening rapidly. Quick, quick! Yang Qing and the others desperately pulled the rubber dinghy outwards. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Aki and Xiaoxua ran to Yang Qing's side, biting the rope and pulling hard. Yang Qing simply tied the rope around them and shouted, "Aki, run!" The two dogs ran for their lives, and Yang Qing, pulling Lu Lin and Wang Min along, chased after them. Seeing the ice cracking, she lunged forward, sliding a considerable distance. Crack! A series of sounds followed, and a huge hole appeared in the ice. Help! Help! Someone help! Save me! The people who had fallen into the ice hole screamed desperately, the cold and suffocating feeling intensifying their panic. Cries for help and screams filled the air. The people inside the furniture factory only realized something was wrong when they heard the commotion. Lungi rushed out and, seeing the crack in the ice, his face changed drastically. He screamed, "Yang Qing! Yang Qing!" Gao Yang and Jiang Hao also shouted desperately, "Wang Min! Lu Lin! Yang Qing!" Lungi yelled hoarsely. The three, still shaken, scrambled to their feet from the ice. Hearing the shouts, Yang Qing took off her scarf and waved it wildly. "We're here!" Lungi quickly ran over, grabbed Yang Qing, and hugged her tightly. He had been terrified. That ice hole was right where Yang Qing and the others had been standing. What if? He couldn't bear to imagine. In this cold weather, even a second later, they might have frozen solid. "Are you all right?" Gao Yang and Jiang Hao also rushed over. Wang Min and Lu Lin shook their heads. They were also nearly paralyzed with fear. If it weren't for Yang Qing, they wouldn't have been able to react at all. Thanks to Yang Qing, if she hadn't heard. Wang Min's face turned pale. If she had fallen, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yang Qing was held tightly in Lung Yi's arms, feeling his heart pounding. He was genuinely worried about her, wasn't he? Yang Qing's face slowly flushed. "Let go, I can barely breathe." "Sorry." Lung Yi quickly released her, glanced at her, and pulled her back into his arms. "I was really scared to death just now." Yang Qing pursed her lips. "I'm fine now, aren't I?" "Let go, so many people are watching." "Let them watch." Lung Yi insisted on not letting go. "What's wrong with me hugging my girlfriend?" Yang Qing blushed. "I haven't agreed yet." "Then I hug you until you agree." Lung Yi still wouldn't let go. "Don't be a jerk." Yang Qing looked up at him. His eyes were looking at her, his dark pupils reflecting her image. "I promise you, I think about it when we get back. Let go first, or I get angry." Lung Yi had no choice but to release her. He hadn't expected to be so shameless, almost like he was being unreasonable. But he had been genuinely worried about her. Looking back, the people who had fallen into the ice hole were bobbing up and down, some struggling, some calling for help. Wearing too many clothes, they sank slowly in the water. Almost no one tried to rescue them. No one wanted to die. Some survivors even tried to salvage the fallen logs. But before they could retrieve the logs, the ice collapsed again, and more people fell in. Some who had just fallen managed to climb back up, but the ice broke again, and they fell back into the water. No one dared to go any further, watching helplessly as the people in the water sank. Yang Qing and the others watched without moving. At this moment, survival was the most important thing. No one had an obligation to save anyone else. They exchanged glances, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. But the apocalypse was just that cruel. Besides being thankful they were alright, what else could they do? Chapter 83. Let's go back. We gathered quite a bit of firewood today. Lung Yi tidied up the firewood on the rubber boat and tied it up. Gao Yang and Jiang Hao nodded. Although they could go back and grab some more, they were still a little bothered by what had just happened. It's good that everyone is alright. One shouldn't be too greedy. Let's go back. Lung Yi and Gao Yang pulled the rope ahead, while the others followed behind, occasionally helping to push. After what had just happened, everyone was in a heavy mood, and no one spoke for the rest of the way. Suddenly, a group of people rushed over, all armed with weapons, knives and clubs, looking fierce and menacing. Lung Yi immediately stopped, and the others drew their knives, watching the approaching people warily. But the people didn't stop, they swept past them and ran away. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. They weren't targeting them. Just when everyone thought they were just passing by, someone in the group suddenly turned around, grabbed Lu Lin by the hair, dragged her behind him, and held a knife to her neck. "What do you want?" Yang Qing cried out in shock, while Lu Lin stared wide-eyed, too afraid to move. Lung Yi and the others reacted immediately, drawing their knives and surrounding them, while Jiang Hao shielded Wang Min behind him. "Are you blind? We're robbing you." A tall man in a black cotton coat and a dog head hat stepped out from the group. He had a long scar on his face, a fierce look in his eyes, and glared menacingly at them. The knife in his hand was stained with dark red blood. When he saw Yang Qing's beautiful face, a lewd smile spread across his face. Lung Yi's face instantly turned cold, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He stepped in front of Yang Qing, staring intently at the man. The man in black scoffed, "What, trying to be a knight in shining armor? Don't you know the situation? There are 7 of us, 6 of you, and 3 of you are women. 1 of you is still in our hands. Do you dare to lay a hand on her? Don't blame me for not warning you. Survival in this apocalypse is already tough enough. Don't risk your life for a little wench." None of them uttered a sound, their hands on their weapons, ready to fight at any moment. But Lu Lin was in their hands, and a knife was held to her neck. If they accidentally severed her carotid artery, there would be no saving her. Therefore, no one dared to make a move. Yang Qing secretly nudged Lung Yi from behind, then stepped forward, feigning fear, tears welling in her eyes. "Big brother, don't kill my sister. She's my only sister. Please spare her. I give you whatever you want. I have a lot of things here, give them all to you." Yang Qing took off her bag, took out the snacks she had prepared, and presented them to the man with both hands. Please let my sister go. My parents are dead, she's my only family. If that's not enough, I have grain at home, I give it all to you. Just please spare my sister, okay?" Yang Qing looked both anxious and frightened. Lu Lin immediately understood Yang Qing's intention and nodded repeatedly. Yes, brother, please let me go. I have a lot of grain at home, you can have it all. Not only do I have grain, but I also have meat, dozens of kilograms of meat. I give it all to you. Just please don't kill me." The man in black saw so many things Yang Qing took out of her bag, and heard them say they had grain and meat at home. His heart began to waver. Food was scarce at this time, and to have meat, dozens of pounds of it, would last long. Just thinking about the meat made her mouth water. Lu Lin glanced at the man with the knife out of the corner of her eye. "Brother, I'm telling the truth. Could you move the knife away a little? I'm so scared. Brother, you're so handsome, you wouldn't have the heart to kill me, right?" The man seemed a little embarrassed, and his grip on the knife loosened slightly. Gao Yang and the others exchanged glances. Although they didn't know what Yang Qing and the other woman were up to, they knew there must be a reason, so they didn't dare to make a move. Seeing that the men opposite them remained motionless, the man in black assumed they were cowards, who wouldn't dare to stand up for the sisters. He felt smug and smiled contemptuously. "You're smart enough to give me the bag." The man in black held out his hand. Yang Qing quickly picked up the bag and handed it over, giving Lu Lin a meaningful look. All eyes turned to the bag. Suddenly, a gun appeared in Yang Qing's hand, and Lu Lin tilted her head. Bang! The man holding Lu Lin hostage instantly had his head split open, his eyes wide as he collapsed. At the same time, Yang Qing kicked the man in black in the groin. The man screamed and fell to the ground. "Boss!" The others were shocked and rushed over. Lung Yi and Gao Yang immediately went to meet him, and the 2 dogs also pounced on the group. One of the men saw Wang Min, a woman, and immediately turned to attack her. Jiang Hao rushed over with a knife, plunging it into the man's back. Blood spurted out. Jiang Hao only hesitated for a moment, then suddenly his blood boiled, and he pulled out the knife and stabbed again. Lu Lin stood there, stunned. Although she had cooperated with Yang Qing, the sight of the man being blown in the head behind her, blood and brains splattering onto her face, and even into her mouth, left her mind blank, as if frozen in time. Lin, come here quickly!" Yang Qing shouted, but Lu Lin seemed not to hear him. Yang Qing rushed over and pulled Lu Lin into her arms. "Watch out!" A shout suddenly came from behind. Yang Qing didn't have time to turn around. She ducked and shielded Lu Lin in her arms. "Ugh!" A muffled groan came from behind. Yang Qing hurriedly turned around and saw Lung Yi standing in front of her, a knife piercing his shoulder, blood instantly staining his down jacket. "Lung Yi!" Yang Qing shouted. Lung Yi took a step back, shielding her. "I'm alright, you go." Yang Qing helped Lu Lin up, protecting her while raising her gun. These people deserve to die. Bang! 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 With the sound of gunfire, the people opposite fell one by one, turning the snow-white ice a bloody red. The last remaining man in black was terrified. He never expected to have messed with such a group of people. Brother, spare my life, I leave right now, I don't want anything, I give the woman back, don't kill me. The man stumbled backward on the ice, covered in cold sweat. Lung Yi's face was terrifyingly grim. He raised his long knife and slashed down at the man's groin. Ah! A scream echoed across the ice, sending chills down everyone's spines. Gao Yang and Jiang Hao both felt a chill below and involuntarily squeezed their legs together. Lung Yi was ruthless, this was worse than death. The man in black writhed in pain on the ice, blood continuously flowing from his lower body, congealing within a minute. Lin, it's all right, it's all right. Yang Qing hugged Lu Lin, constantly comforting her. Lu Lin seemed to have just woken up, tears streaming down her face. Ching, it's all blood and brain matter. I'm sorry, I didn't consider that. It's my fault, Yang Qing quickly said. Such an impact was not something an ordinary girl could withstand. Don't cry, your face will freeze. Yang Qing quickly wiped away Lu Lin's tears. Lung Yi, how are you? Gao Yang suddenly shouted. Chapter 84. Yang Qing hurriedly looked at Lung Yi. His face was deathly pale, and his down jacket was soaked in blood, a large bloodstain. The bleeding seemed severe. Had a blood vessel been damaged? Yang Qing quickly brought Lu Lin to Wang Min's side. Help me keep an eye on him. Walking to Ling Yi's side, the blood still seemed to be gushing out. In this cold weather, if the bleeding wasn't stopped soon, he would freeze. Lung Yi. Yang Qing felt terrible. He had tried to save her. I'm fine. Lung Yi smiled weakly. Yang Qing quickly tore off her scarf and tied it tightly around Lung Yi's wound, applying pressure to stop the bleeding. We must go back and treat the wound immediately. Yang Qing looked at Gao Yang. Unload all the firewood. I need the rubber boat. Lung Yi's injury can't be delayed. Gao Yang immediately agreed and efficiently went to unload the firewood. Yang Qing secured the ropes to Aki and Xiaoxue, pulled Lung Yi onto the rubber dinghy, and handed the gun to Wang Min. Lu Lin, please take care of her. Lu Lin was just momentarily frightened. She should be alright. There was no time to worry about her now. They needed to get Lung Yi back to treat his wounds first. Don't worry. Wang Min nodded, taking the gun. Yang Qing also got into the dinghy, tightened the rope, and yelled at the two dogs, Aki, Xiaoxue, home. Hurry! The two dogs darted off, and quickly disappeared onto the ice. What do we do now? Jiang Hao asked Gao Yang. We use these logs to make a sled, put the rest of the firewood on it, and haul it back, Gao Yang said. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded, and immediately got to work. What about this man? Wang Min pointed to the unconscious man in black. Gao Yang snorted coldly. Don't worry about him. He won't survive long here. In this freezing weather, with so much blood on his body, and now unconscious, he freeze solid in minutes. I do it. Lu Lin seemed to suddenly awaken, taking Gao Yang's long knife and walking step by step towards the man. Wang Min tried to stop her, but Gao Yang blocked her way and shook his head. A mental illness requires a mental cure. If Lu Lin couldn't overcome this, she might become a cripple forever. Lu Lin reached the man, her hand trembling slightly as she raised the knife, but she still plunged it fiercely into his heart. Blood gushed out immediately. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his head lolled to the side, and he died. Wang Min walked to Lu Lin's side, her eyes slightly red, and grasped Lu Lin's trembling hand. It's alright, it's okay now. You killed him, you did it. Lu Lin suddenly deflated, the knife in her hand falling to the ice with a clatter. She murmured, I killed him, I did it, I did it. Wang Min's eyes welled up with tears. Yes, you did it. You don't have to be afraid anymore. You're amazing, amazing. She hugged Lu Lin tightly, comforting her. The two men exchanged a glance, unsure what to say. They tied up the firewood, secured it securely, and then dragged the firewood step by step towards home. Aki and Xiaoxue pulled Yang Qing and Leng Yi along at breakneck speed, quickly arriving at the apartment complex. Upon reaching Building 8, Yang Qing rushed upstairs to call Li Shengnan to open the door. But when she reached the security door, she was stunned. The glass on the security door was shattered, with shards of glass everywhere, indicating a major battle had taken place. Yang Qing was terrified. She pounded on the doorframe and shouted, Shengnan! Shengnan! What happened? Leng Yi caught up from behind, his expression changing upon seeing the scene. Had someone really been here? Had their house been attacked? Had something happened to Li Shengnan? The door to 702 opened, and Li Shengnan came out. Seeing Yang Qing and Leng Yi, she seemed quite calm and asked, "You're back?" Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that she was all right. "What happened?" "Someone came by." Li Shengnan nodded. "It's a long story." Opening the security door, Yang Qing noticed that Li Shengnan's hand was also injured, already bandaged, with traces of blood showing. "You're injured?" Yang Qing exclaimed in surprise. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Li Shengnan shook her head. Seeing Leng Yi's injuries, Yang Qing was shocked. "You were ambushed too?" "It shouldn't be one group." Yang Qing shook his head. "Help me pull the rubber boat up from downstairs. I need to treat Leng Yi's wounds immediately. He's lost a lot of blood." "Don't worry." Li Shengnan nodded, immediately went downstairs, untied the ropes binding Aki and Xiaoxue, and dragged the rubber boat upstairs. Yang Qing led Leng Yi into the room and immediately turned on the electric heater. "Take off your down jacket," Yang Qing said, while searching for a first aid kit in the cabinet. Actually, he was taking medicine from his spatial storage. Leng Yi shivered as he reached to take off his clothes. His clothes were covered in blood, frozen solid from the low outside temperature, the parts touching his body completely icy. His hands were somewhat uncontrollable, and his lips were purple from the cold. He gritted his teeth and took off half of it, groaning in pain, but the other side was blocked by a scarf tied around his wound, preventing him from moving. "Don't move, let me do it." Yang Qing grabbed the first aid kit and quickly came over. Placed the electric heater in front of Leng Yi and helped him sit down. First, carefully remove his scarf, then help him take off his down jacket, and then remove the heated vest in the middle. He was only wearing a fleece-lined thermal underwear underneath. Perhaps because of the cold weather, the blood had already congealed, freezing together with the thermal underwear. Yang Qing simply cut open the clothes with scissors to avoid having to remove them and reopen the wound. Li Shengnan, after closing the security door, came in, frowned upon seeing the situation, and then left. Aki and Xiaoxue squatted in front of Leng Yi, watching him worriedly. Yang Qing carefully peeled back the cut clothing, but the blood had already stuck to the wound. Pulling the clothes caused more blood to gush out. Leng Yi frowned, and Yang Qing quickly stopped. "Does it hurt a lot?" "It's okay, I can bear it." Leng Yi shook his head. Yang Qing quickly found a tourniquet and tied it tightly 2 centimeters from the wound to stop the bleeding. Then she took out tweezers, dipped cotton wool in iodine, and applied it to the wound. "It's a little cold, bear with it," Yang Qing said softly. Leng Yi nodded, looking at Yang Qing. Seeing her cautious manner, he figured she must be worried about him too. Iodine was applied to the wound, washing away the congealed blood, and the clothes were gradually lifted. Yang Qing cleaned the surrounding blood several more times before realizing the cut was long and deep, requiring stitches. But she wasn't a doctor, nor had she ever learned. How could she stitch? "I don't know how to stitch." Yang Qing took out a needle and thread, somewhat at a loss. "It's okay, just stitch it however you like." "I can bear it," Leng Yi encouraged her. "I do have some anesthetic here, but I don't know how to stitch." Yang Qing looked at the bent needle in her hand, completely unaccustomed to it. "I only know how to use a sewing needle." "Then use a sewing needle." "There's anesthetic, so don't worry," Leng Yi said. Is that alright?" Yang Qing asked doubtfully. "Nothing's impossible. When I was injured on a mission before and couldn't get treatment, I even used bone to make needles to stitch up my wounds." "Ah Qing, you can do it." Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing. "I believe in you." Chapter 85. Yang Qing gritted her teeth, found a sewing needle, and disinfected it in alcohol. Then, putting on medical gloves, she carefully took out the needle and threaded on the suture. She took out the anesthetic injection. "It might hurt a little, just bear with it." She then inserted the needle into the wound. Leng Yi's hand trembled slightly, but he didn't say anything. After a while, Yang Qing touched Leng Yi's wound with the needle. "Can you still feel it?" "It doesn't hurt anymore, keep stitching." Leng Yi shook his head. Yang Qing hesitated for a long time before finally inserting the needle, like sewing clothes, piercing the skin from one side, and pulling the suture from the other, pulling the suture until it was all pulled out before inserting the next stitch. Luckily, there was anesthetic, otherwise, this kind of stitching would have been excruciatingly painful. Yang Qing was extremely careful, her nerves on edge, sweat beading on her forehead. "Don't worry, it won't hurt, just stitch with confidence," Leng Yi reassured her. Her earnestness was truly captivating. Finally, it was stitched up. Yang Qing tied a knot at the end and cut the thread. The stitches were still neat, it shouldn't come undone. She cleaned the wound again with iodine, applied gauze, and then covered it with a large sterile dressing to prevent bacterial invasion. All done. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down, feeling more exhausted than if she'd been in a fight. Thank you. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing with unusual tenderness. I should be thanking you. You got hurt because of me. Yang Qing pursed her lips. But actually, I was wearing a stab-proof vest. Next time something like this happens, don't worry about me. Take care of yourself first. Lung Yi was taken aback, then nodded. I didn't think of that. Yang Qing packed her things, seemingly talking to herself. I know you're worried about me, I know that. She turned to Ling Yi, but you're important too. Don't lose your life because of me. No, I'm confident in my abilities. It was just a moment of panic. I was afraid you wouldn't have time to react. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. In that situation, he hadn't thought of anything else. Saving her was just instinct. He couldn't just watch her get hurt. He had felt guilty about almost falling into the ice cave earlier. It was understandable that he wasn't there, but how could he let something happen to her when she was by his side? Yang Qing looked at Lung Yi. His thermal underwear was cut in half. It wasn't good to change it after his shoulder injury. So she took out one of her gray cardigan sweatshirts and put it on him. The sweatshirt was unisex. However, Lung Yi was muscular, and the sweatshirt was a little small on him, highlighting his prominent chest muscles. Yang Qing blushed, but pretended not to notice as she buttoned it up for him. Then she took off her own heated vest and put it on him. He regretted not buying more clothes, only buying them per person. Now they were worn out and unwearable. I'm not cold, you put it on yourself. Lung Yi said, his vest still warm from Yang Qing's body heat. It's okay, it's not cold at home, I have other warm clothes. Yang Qing shook her head, found a cashmere sweater to put on, and then took a new down jacket from the closet. Lung Yi's down jacket was ruined by blood, so she put the new one on him, carefully lifting his arm, putting it on, and zipping it up. Looking at Yang Qing's gentleness, Lung Yi felt a strange sensation, as if his newlywed wife was helping him get dressed. Yang Qing took out a bottle of spiritual spring water, heated it, and handed 2 anti-inflammatory pills to Lung Yi. Take this medicine. Lung Yi nodded, took the pills with his uninjured hand, swallowed them, and then drank the water. Li Shengyan, who was at the door, came out after seeing that the treatment inside was finished. What happened? Li Shengyan asked. Tell me what happened at home. Yang Qing looked at Li Shengyan. How's your injury? I have some medicine here, can I treat it again? No need, it's nothing, just a minor injury. Li Shengyan shook her head. She had collected a lot of medicine while sweeping the building earlier, including wound medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs. Her injury wasn't serious, so she treated it herself. Not long after you left, someone came over, saying they wanted to collect protection money, Li Shengyan said. What protection money? Yang Qing frowned. They weren't from the neighborhood, they were from outside, looked like some thugs. They said that in this apocalyptic world, many people are burning, killing, and looting, and if we pay protection money, they protect us, Li Shengyan said. Yang Qing scoffed. Who would believe their nonsense? Of course I didn't believe them, and I didn't want to deal with them. Who knew those guys had guns? One shot shattered the glass. Luckily, I dodged in time, but my hand was still cut by shards of glass. Even though they had guns, I didn't dare confront them directly, so I hid inside the room. There were 2 security doors, plus a lock on the inside, so they couldn't get in. After making a scene for a while, they left. But I'm worried they won't give up, Li Shengyan said. Lung Yi frowned. How did those people outside know we had something on the 7th floor? It was that building manager Yu Mingcheng. I saw him lurking in the back, peeking around. He must have brought his men, Li Shengyan said angrily. We spent half a day diving down to salvage supplies, but didn't get anything. Who knew he would bring people to try and take advantage of us? Yang Qing snorted coldly. He kept saying he was elected by the people, but it turns out it was all about self-interest. He seemed so nice before, as if he were truly dedicated to the people, but he's just a smiling tiger. We can't let them get away with this, Yang Qing said. When Gao Yang and the others get back, we settle accounts with that guy. Yang Qing first swept up the shards of glass from the steps, then went back to the 8th floor to find some leftover glass from when the sunroom was built. He found 2 suitable pieces and, together with Li Shengyan, reinstalled them. Hearing the commotion, Lung Yi came out of the room. Let me do it. No need. Your injury is so bad. Don't reopen the wound. Yang Qing glanced at him and continued with her work. It's so cold outside. Go back to your room and rest. Don't you know you lost so much blood? Lung Yi pursed his lips. This person was clearly concerned about him, so why did her words always sound so awkward? Not long after, Gao Yang and the others returned with firewood. They were startled to see Yang Qing and the others prying open the broken glass from the corner of the door. What happened? Someone came to steal things. Sheng Nan is injured. Yang Qing replied. What? You're injured? Where are you injured? Gao Yang immediately looked at Li Sheng Nan, his face tense. It's nothing, just a small injury. Li Sheng Nan was a little embarrassed, raising her hand to reveal the bandaged wound. Who did this? Gao Yang was furious. It was Yu Mingcheng with his men. After we put the door back together, we settled the score with him, Yang Qing said while installing the glass. Lu Lin and Wang Min followed behind. Ching ching! Lu Lin called out. Yang Qing quickly put down what she was holding and took Lu Lin's hand. How are you? Are you all right? Yes. Lu Lin nodded, her eyes a little red. Am I useless? How could you be? Actually, I was terrified the first time I experienced something like this. I just pretended to be calm. Yang Qing hugged Lu Lin. She was referring to her past life, when she had never experienced anything before. She even vomited after her first murder, and had nightmares for days. Later, she gradually overcame her fear, and in this life, she wasn't afraid. An ordinary girl definitely couldn't handle that kind of situation. Lu Lin was already quite good. Later, Lu Lin killed that man. That was amazing. Wang Min added. Really? Yang Qing touched Lu Lin's face. Really amazing. My Lin Lin has always been amazing. She cooks well and is very capable. Lu Lin smiled, determined to become stronger and as fearless as Yang Qing. Lung Yi watched from the side, feeling both envious and jealous. When would Yang Qing treat him the way she treated Lu Lin? Chapter 86. After installing the door, Yang Qing, armed with a gun, discussed with Gao Yang going to settle scores with Yu Mingcheng. His own people weren't so easily bullied. I take you there. I know where Yu Mingcheng's house is, Jiang Hao volunteered. He used to be a security guard in the community, and knew every resident's home well. I go with you, Lung Yi said, worried about Yang Qing. You shouldn't go, you're so badly injured, Yang Qing said, looking at him. I'm giving you a task. Guard the house, and also Lu Lin and the others. I want to go with you, Lu Lin said, followed by Li Shengnan and Wang Min. We go too. Yang Qing thought for a moment. More people meant more power. They wanted to overwhelm the enemy with their presence. So she nodded. Okay, we go together. Lung Yi, guard the house. Lung Yi sighed. Be careful. The 6 of them, armed, marched towards Building 9. Yu Mingcheng's house was in Building 9. Some people saw the menacing-looking people from the 7th floor heading towards Building 9, and they all followed to watch the commotion. What's going on? Who messed with these troublemakers? Who knows? That guy's in big trouble. Jiang Hao led everyone to Yu Mingcheng's house, banging on the door. Open the door. Open the door. Isn't this building manager Ye's house? How did he offend them? Building manager Yi is a good person. He's solved a lot of problems for us. How could they? They're not good people to begin with, who knows? Damn it, who's kicking the door so hard? Can you afford to pay for the damaged door? A voice came from inside. Jiang Hao whispered in Yang Qing's ear, this is Yu Mingcheng's wife, Li Yinping. As soon as Li Yinping opened the door, Yang Qing kicked it open, the door slamming into her forehead and making her stagger. Just as she was about to curse, Yang Qing held a knife to her neck. Where's Yu Mingcheng? You, what do you want? Li Yinping's voice trembled with fear. He's not home. Not home. Yang Qing sneered, shouting into the house, Yu Mingcheng, I know you're home. Don't hide like a turtle. If you're a man, come out. Don't use your wife as a shield. Yang Qing winked at Gao Yang and the others, who then searched the house. What are you trying to do? You're trespassing. You're breaking the law, Li Yinping yelled. Our Mingcheng is dedicated to the welfare of the community. He's starving and freezing himself, giving away everything he has, and you still come here to cause trouble? Are you even human? Touch your consciences. Has he ever mistreated you? Since he became the building manager, how much has he distributed to you? Have you lost your conscience? People outside were also discussing amongst themselves. Building manager, he is good, much better than that Xiong Shimin. My family even received supplies. We got some too, though not much, but it's better than nothing. Starving and freezing? Then what's this? Gao Yang kicked open a room, revealing it filled with supplies, rice, flour, and all sorts of other items, almost reaching the ceiling. My God, what is this? Why is there so much stuff? Have we all been scammed? When he brought his men to collect protection money, he said it was for our own good, but it turns out he had already colluded with those thugs? You can never judge a book by its cover. I never imagined he was such a heartless person. Everyone's eyes reddened at the sight of so many supplies. They wanted to grab them, but were wary of Yang Qing and his gang. They had knives and guns. No, those aren't ours. They're temporarily stored at our house. You can't take them, Li Yinping cried out. Those were things they'd been saving for a long time, some of which belonged to those thugs. How could they explain it if they were robbed? These were all taken from our homes, weren't they? We don't even have enough food for ourselves, and you're colluding with thugs to collect protection money. Are you even human? Yang Qing seized the opportunity to incite public opinion. Is that really true? We all been tricked. That Yi Mingcheng deserves to die a horrible death. What are you waiting for? Quickly take back what's rightfully yours. Yang Qing shouted. The people outside finally couldn't hold back any longer and rushed in like a swarm of bees. Some were carrying rice, some were grabbing instant noodles, some were looking for warm clothes. Chaos reigned inside. Jiang Hao seized the opportunity to grab a 20 jin, 10 kilograms, bag of flour and placed it at his feet. Stop! Stop! Don't take it! Don't take it! Li Yinping shouted frantically, her face flushed with anger as Yang Qing held a knife to her neck, preventing her from moving. I fight you to the death. Yi Mingcheng suddenly appeared out of nowhere, brandishing a knife and charging at Yang Qing. Gao Yang raised his knife to block in front of Yang Qing, and Lu Lin immediately reacted, stabbing Yi Mingcheng. Yi Mingcheng spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Ah! Murder! Run! The people looting the supplies scattered in panic, grabbing their belongings and fleeing in all directions, like birds in flight. Mingcheng, Mingcheng! Li Yinping collapsed to the ground, glaring angrily at Yang Qing. Why did you kill him? He had no choice. Those thugs threatened him, that's why he couldn't bring his men. You bunch of bastards. You all die a horrible death. You all go to hell. Do you even believe that yourself? Yang Qing sneered. Would you do something without any benefit? He should have known the consequences when he brought his men. But you're all fine, aren't you? They didn't even open the door. What right did you have to kill them? Li Yinping screamed frantically. What right? Because our door was sturdy. Because we had guns. If not, they would have stormed into our house, not only stealing our things, but also killing our people. Didn't you know that? We're lucky we're alright, but that doesn't negate what you did, Yang Qing said sternly. Gao Yang looked at Li Shengnan. Yang Qing was right. He couldn't imagine what would happen to Li Shengnan if they rushed in. It might not just be a simple matter of being killed. Yang Qing grabbed Li Yinping's chin. Tell me, who are Yi Mingcheng colluding with? Where are they? I don't know. I didn't participate in their affairs. It has nothing to do with me. Li Yinping cried, terrified. It was them. They approached Mingcheng, not us. Not telling the truth, are you? Yang Qing held a knife to Li Yinping's neck and pulled hard. I talk. Li Yinping screamed in terror. It's an organization called Hong'an Society. They came to us saying they wanted to cooperate. They said if Mingcheng knocked on everyone's doors, they give us 20% of the revenue. Mingcheng negotiated with them and got it changed to 30%. 30%? That's quite an appetite. This neighborhood has at least 1,000 households. Yang Qing sneered. Yi Mingcheng certainly deserved to die. But did he really think he could do business with that kind of organization? He wouldn't even know how he died. Chapter 87. Yang Qing released Li Yinping. If he didn't kill her now, her family's supplies would be looted, which was worse than death. Let's go! Yang Qing waved his hand. Jiang Hao picked up 20 jin of flour and followed. I'm going to kill you all! Li Yinping picked up the knife from Yi Mingcheng's hand and stabbed at Li Shengnan, who was walking at the back. Watch out! Jiang Hao exclaimed in alarm. Yang Qing turned around, about to raise his gun, when Gao Yang's knife flew past with a whoosh, striking Li Yinping squarely in the chest. She coughed up blood and collapsed. You reap what you sow. Gao Yang cursed. If anything happened to Li Shengnan, he would tear them to pieces. After the group left, many more people rushed into Yi Mingcheng's house, ransacking it from top to bottom, taking everything, even prying open wardrobes, doors, and windows to burn as firewood. Yang Qing and the others returned, and Ling Yi quickly opened the door. Is everything alright? I'm fine. Yang Qing shook her head. We found out. Yi Mingcheng colluded with a criminal gang called Hong'an Society. He would help people open doors, They collect protection money, and he take 30% of the profits. Hong'an society? Leng Yi seemed thoughtful. That Yi Mingcheng and his wife even tried to kill Yang Qing and Li Shengyan, but we killed them, Jiang Hao interjected. Leng Yi remained expressionless. Killed them, so what? I also managed to steal a bag of flour, a good 20 pounds. Jiang Hao proudly hoisted the bag of flour onto his shoulder. Leng Yi nodded. I also have some beef. Let's make dumplings. Agreed. Jiang Hao couldn't be happier. Why don't we make all this flour into dumplings? It's so cold now, it keep well, and we can cook them whenever we want, Wang Min suggested. Isn't this a bit too much? Li Shengyan said. 1 jin of flour can make about 50 dumplings, so 20 jin could make over 1,000. We also need a lot of meat. Yang Qing thought for a moment. Making dumplings is fine too. We can freeze them anyway. 1.5 jin of beef each, and I have some dried goods, sauerkraut, and other stock. If we use all that, it should be enough. I can contribute a few more jin of beef. I can't eat it all by myself, Leng Yi said. Actually, they didn't know he had several hundred jin of beef. Okay, it's decided then. Yang Qing nodded. Everyone got to work. Yang Qing took out a jin of dried shiitake mushrooms and soaked them in warm water, filling a large basin. 2 1-jin packets of northeastern sauerkraut were opened, washed, and set aside. Sweet potato starch was also soaked and chopped. Leng Yi was injured and couldn't roll out the dumpling wrappers, so this task was given to Jiang Hao and Wang Min. Although they weren't as good at it as Leng Yi, it was still usable. Leng Yi couldn't help. He tried to use his uninjured hand to chop the filling, but Yang Qing snatched the knife away. Your wound just got stitches. If it reopens, do you want to have it stitched again? Yang Qing glared at him. Leng Yi rubbed his nose. Everyone was busy and enthusiastic, and he couldn't help it all, feeling a little disappointed. Wang Min laughed. Just stand next to Yang Qing and keep her company. We love watching them be lovey-dovey. Aki and Xiaoxue, who were already watching the scene, scoffed. Everyone laughed. Yang Qing sighed. Just sit down. Or maybe you can help with the filling? Okay. Leng Yi's lips curled up. Finally, he could be of some use. Yang Qing took out both heaters and placed them under the table. Everyone gathered around the table to make dumplings, and it wasn't cold anymore. Many hands make light work. The 7 of them made over 1,000 dumplings in less than an hour. Yang Qing laid out vacuum bags on the ground and placed the dumplings on them to dry. Looking at the neatly arranged, plump dumplings, everyone was amazed. It was the first time they ever seen so many. The weather was cold, so once they froze, they could be vacuum-packed and preserved for a long time. I cooked the dumplings, Lu Lin said. With so many people, they needed to cook over 100 dumplings, and the pot was a bit small. They had to cook several pots before everyone was full. So many dumplings. Each person can have over 100, that'd be enough for us for a while, Jiang Hao said happily. Thankful he wisely grabbed a bag of flour. Yang Qing and Leng Yi brought out so much food, you can get a bigger share. And Jiang Hao, the flour is your contribution, you can get an extra share too, Li Shengyan said. Everyone agreed. By evening, the dumplings were all frozen. Yang Qing and Lu Lin divided them, packed them in vacuum bags, and labeled them with names. No need to refrigerate it, just leave it on the balcony. The temperature is about the same as outside, no need to freeze it at all. After dinner, Leng Yi insisted on reading in Yang Qing's room, but Yang Qing noticed he was clearly exhausted and said, you should go back and rest early. Resting will help your injury heal faster. Leng Yi looked at her, a little reluctant to leave. Yang Qing suddenly noticed Leng Yi's face was unusually red, and touched his forehead. It's so hot, you have a fever. Leng Yi then realized he did feel quite hot, assuming it was because of the electric heater. Yang Qing quickly went to the medicine box to find fever reducers, and brought over some spiritual spring water. Take the medicine, it bring down your fever. Leng Yi took his medicine, and then looked at Yang Qing expectantly. Yang Qing was a little helpless. Why was this person so clingy when he was sick? Go back to your room and rest. I come and keep you company for a while, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi then stood up and went back to his room. Yang Qing quickly turned on the electric heater for him, and found an electric blanket to put on him. If he wasn't kept warm, his injury would be harder to heal. Leng Yi started to take off his coat, but the movement pulled at his wound, causing him to groan. Yang Qing quickly came over. Don't move, let me help you. She helped Leng Yi take off his coat and heated vest, and covered him with the blanket. Sleep, I stay here with you. Yang Qing picked up a book and started reading. She occasionally touched Leng Yi's forehead. After about half an hour, Lung Yi broke out in a sweat, and his fever subsided. Yang Qing wiped his sweat, and went back to her room. Lu Lin was already asleep. She seemed exhausted from today too. In the middle of the night, Yang Qing was awakened by a scream. Opening her eyes, she found Lu Lin covered in sweat, seemingly having dreamt of something terrifying, her hands clenched into fists, struggling. Yang Qing quickly got up. It seemed she was still affected by what had happened during the day. Touching Lu Lin's forehead, she found she also had a fever. She quickly woke her up, gave her a fever reducer and some spiritual spring water, and she gradually calmed down. Yang Qing then went to Leng Yi's room. Touching his forehead, she found it burning hot as well, and quickly woke him up as well. Leng Yi, wake up! You have a fever, get up and take some medicine. Leng Yi groggily opened his eyes, seemingly relieved to see Yang Qing. Open your mouth. Leng Yi obediently opened his mouth, took the medicine, and Yang Qing then put water to his lips. Drink water. Leng Yi drank the water, and lay back down. Yang Qing glanced at Lu Lin, then at Leng Yi, wiping their sweat from time to time, afraid they might get a fever again, and dared not sleep. It wasn't until almost dawn that the two were completely calm, and Yang Qing fell asleep by the bedside. When Leng Yi woke up, he saw Yang Qing lying on her side at the head of his bed, her cheek puffed up, looking adorable. Ah Qing, come to bed. Leng Yi called gently. Huh? Yang Qing opened her sleepy eyes, not quite understanding, and climbed into bed, and snuggled under the covers. Leng Yi smiled, tucked her in, and got up to make breakfast. Chapter 88. When Yang Qing woke up, she found Leng Yi sitting beside her, reading a book. What are you doing here? What are you doing in my room? Leng Yi smiled. This is my room? Ah, how did I end up sleeping in your bed? What did you do to me? Yang Qing's eyes widened. Leng Yi was both amused and exasperated. What could I possibly do to you in this state? You climbed into my bed yourself. Nonsense. Yang Qing paused. She vaguely remembered hearing someone say go to bed, while she was half asleep, and then she climbed into bed, not expecting to end up in Leng Yi's room. Her face instantly turned red. What's wrong with sleeping in your bed? I took care of you all night. Leng Yi smiled. Yeah, you can sleep in my bed anytime. You? Yang Qing was speechless with anger. How could this man take advantage of her? Are you hungry? I cooked some dumplings. Shall I bring you a bowl? Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing with a doting expression. Oh! Yang Qing put on her coat. Let's go to my room. Turn off the heater here to save electricity. Okay. Leng Yi replied, turning off the electric blanket and heater, and ran to the kitchen to get dumplings. Yang Qing ran back to the room. Lu Lin was sitting at the coffee table eating dumplings. Seeing her, she hurriedly asked, You're awake? I give you some dumplings? No need, Leng Yi went. Yang Qing sat down next to Lu Lin. Seeing that Lu Lin seemed alright, she felt relieved. Didn't you sleep well last night? I felt like I had a fever in my drowsy state, and you took care of me, Lu Lin said. Yes, it was quite a fever. I gave you some medicine, and then you fell asleep again, Yang Qing nodded. Lu Lin threw herself into Yang Qing's arms, pouting, Qing is the best. Leng Yi walked over and saw this scene. He also wanted to throw himself into Yang Qing's arms. No, he wanted to hold her in his own arms. The dumplings got cold, so I warmed them up again. Leng Yi brought over a steaming bowl of dumplings. Thank you. Yang Qing reached out to take them. It's hot, don't touch it, I put it on the coffee table. Leng Yi stepped aside, placed the dumplings on the coffee table, and gave her a spoon. I want to add some chili sauce and vinegar. Yang Qing said. I go get it. Leng Yi went out again. When he returned, Yang Qing belatedly realized, Is your wound alright? I shouldn't have let you get it. It's fine, I can still carry a bowl of dumplings. If I can't even do this, am I useless? Leng Yi smiled. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, seeing that he wasn't the type to be pretentious. Yang Qing ate the hot, sour, and spicy dumplings with chili sauce and vinegar in the soup, her nose sweating. Leng Yi handed her a tissue, looking at Yang Qing. Her face was flushed, her small nose was glistening with sweat, and her lips were red from the broth. She was talking to Lu Lin, a bright smile on her face, looking so vibrant and alive. It made you feel that life was truly wonderful. By the way, do you know anything about that Honghan society? Yang Qing asked. In her previous life, she hadn't had any contact with them, but back then she was barely able to protect herself, let alone have the time to care about such things. I vaguely heard some things about them at the shooting range. I have to find out more, Leng Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. We go together once your injuries have healed. But we killed Yu Mingcheng and the others yesterday. Do you think those people will come after us? Lu Lin asked. Possibly. Yang Qing nodded. There are so many things in Yu Mingcheng's house. I suspect some of them were left behind. Now that they're all gone, they might not let it go. What do we do then? Lu Lin became anxious. Sheng Nan said they also have guns. Can we hold them off here? Lung Yi pondered. If it's just guns, we don't need to worry. As long as we don't go out, they can't do anything to us. This is a residential area. They wouldn't dare to openly use bombs. Although the government doesn't have much time to deal with them right now, if they dare to use bombs, the government won't stand idly by. Those who can run an organization aren't stupid, they won't cross the government's bottom line. Yang Qing nodded. But the government might not care about minor skirmishes, we still need to be prepared. Go tell Gao Yang to remove all the doors and windows from 801 and install them in 702. I replaced the doors and windows in 801 with blast-proof ones. They can hold out for a while. Okay. Lung Yi nodded. They spoke with the people at 702, and they agreed. Those people wouldn't let it go easily, they needed to take precautions. Everyone pitched in. With the tools they used to install the sunroom, removing the doors and windows was much easier. Of course, 801 couldn't be without doors and windows either, so they swapped them for those from 702 and installed them all. They filled any gaps with foam sealant. They still had some left over. Yang Qing left a rifle with Li Shengnan. Keep this gun. Be alert these next few days, don't sleep too soundly. Understood. Li Shengnan took the gun. Just after lunch, a loud banging came from outside, as if someone was kicking the door down. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. None of the people in their 2 rooms had gone out today. They weren't their own people. Could it be those other guys? Yang Qing opened the door a crack and looked down. He saw 4 or 5 people standing outside the security door, all wrapped in thick cotton-padded coats. The one in the middle wore a leather jacket and was holding a rifle. The door to room 702 also opened, and Li Shengnan came out. She glanced down, nodded to Yang Qing, and said it was the same group that had come last time. You all come here first. Yang Qing beckoned to Li Shengnan. Li Shengnan quickly called Gao Yang and the others to come to room 701 together. Stop right there. The man with the gun suddenly shouted, open the door, or don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Qing closed the door and shook his head at the others, telling them to ignore them. The men below, feeling ignored, were furious. Brother June, these guys are too arrogant. They won't pay protection money, and they even dare to steal our stuff. I think we should just blow this door down and see how arrogant they are then. The man in the leather jacket narrowed his eyes, raised his gun, and fired 2 shots. The glass of the security door shattered into a spiderweb pattern. The men next to him picked up an iron bar and smashed it repeatedly, reducing the glass to shards. What do we do now? Wang Men asked, a little worried. Yang Qing shushed him and shook his head. Don't worry, they can't get in. Although the glass of the security door was shattered, the stainless steel door remained sturdy, and the men still couldn't get in. Get out of the way. The man in the leather jacket snapped, took 2 steps back, and fired another shot at the lock. With a bang, the lock cylinder was pierced, but several bolts were still stuck inside, and there were 2 more locks they couldn't see. They kicked the door several times, but it still wouldn't open. Brother June, what do we do now? Asked the green-haired guy beside him. They came yesterday, but couldn't open this door, and they still can't get it open today. How about we use fire? Someone suggested. The stairwell is so narrow, and they're on the 7th floor, so close. The smoke will kill them. The fat on the leather jacket's face twitched. Light it. Chapter 89. Immediately, someone found some old clothes and lit them, then threw in a pile of rubbish, including plastic items. Once burning, it emitted thick black smoke. Because of the cold weather, the iron gate to the top floor was closed, preventing the black smoke from escaping. It spread through the hallway and quickly seeped into Yang Qing's room through the door cracks. Oh no, this smoke is poisonous. Lung Yi waved away the smoke that had seeped in. Everyone back up. Yang Qing quickly found some old clothes and stuffed them under the door cracks, blocking most of the smoke. However, some smoke still seeped in through the top and sides of the door frame. The cracks were too small for the cloth to hold. Yang Qing then went to the room and found some silicone sealant, sealing all the gaps. If we seal the door, won't we be stuck? Lu Lin asked. It's okay, we won't need it later. We can just scrape it off with a knife, Yang Qing said. Gao Yang quickly opened the window to let the black smoke out of the room. As soon as the window opened, a blast of cold air rushed in, making everyone shiver. Get back inside, Yang Qing called out. The fire outside had been burning for ages, thick smoke billowing through the stairwell. Not only had the people inside not come out, but the smoke was so dense there was nowhere for it to escape, and it was pouring back down, choking everyone below. It's no use. What kind of crazy idea is this? Green Hair said, coughing violently. Put out the fire. Leather Jacket's face was grim. They didn't manage to get anyone out, but they got themselves choked by the smoke. Just then, someone else ran over. Brother June, I checked, this is the 6th floor, they're on the 7th. We can go around to their window from the side. We can just storm in through the window. Go check it out. Leather Jacket nodded. Looking around to the other side from a distance, they saw that there were indeed people inside. A large group of heads could be seen moving about. The man in the leather jacket sneered, took a few steps back, found the right angle, and fired his gun at the window where someone was sitting. A loud bang echoed. The people inside jumped in fright. Get down, Lung Yi shouted, and everyone dropped to the ground. Everyone's hearts were pounding. They were used to shooting others. This was the first time they'd been shot directly. It was incredibly dangerous. Is everyone all right? Yang Qing asked. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. We're fine. That last shot was fired randomly. The bullet pierced the glass, but hit empty air. The man in the leather jacket grinned maliciously. Still not coming out, huh? He then fired 2 more shots in quick succession, shattering the glass completely. Glass shards fell into the vegetable basin below the window and onto the floor. Lung Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance and held up one finger. Yang Qing nodded, understanding Lung Yi's meaning. This type of gun only held 8 bullets at a time, and they already used 7, including the shot at the door. The man would have to reload after firing 1 more shot. His reloading time would be the perfect opportunity. Yang Qing and Lung Yi simultaneously drew their pistols. Yang Qing beckoned to Li Shengnan, signaling her to come over. Lung Yi pointed outside, and Yang Qing followed, the two crouching low as they entered the living room. Li Shengnan quickly moved to the window in the bedroom. The living room window had been slightly ajar by Gao Yang, allowing a view of the outside. Yang Qing pointed outside to Li Shengnan in the bedroom, instructing her to fire and distract the man. Li Shengnan understood, extending her rifle from the bottom corner of the window and firing a shot at the man. The shot missed, startling the man, who immediately returned fire. Now! Lung Yi and Yang Qing simultaneously leaned out of the window, firing in unison. Bang! Bang! The leather jacket fell to the ground, and a man beside it followed. Brother June. Green Hair shouted, reaching for the gun in the leather jacket's hand. He pulled the trigger, out of bullets. Run! They have guns! Green Hair dropped the gun and ran. The others also fled in panic. Yang Qing, Lung Yi, and Li Shengnan stood up simultaneously, aiming down at the fleeing men. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots. The remaining 3 also fell onto the ice, leaving a large pool of blood beneath them. Done! A smile appeared on Li Shengnan's face. The others got up from the floor, relieved to see the bad guys dead. She looked at the 3 of them with envy. Their teamwork was impeccable, and their marksmanship was superb. She was truly impressed. Suddenly, one of them got up and struggled to run forward. Li Shengnan raised her gun, but Yang Qing quickly stopped her. Don't kill him. I spared him. You stay home, I go get him. Yang Qing walked out, peeling off the sealant from the door with his bare hands. Lung Yi followed, quickly catching up with the man. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The man pleaded, kneeling on the ground. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I didn't want to come here, they forced me to. Yang Qing pressed the gun against the man's forehead. Tell me, where is your Hongyan Society's base? Who is your boss? Our boss is Brother Chang, Chao Wenxiang. The base is in Buyuan residential area. Buyuan residential complex? Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. Who would have thought an organization's base would be located in a residential complex? Truly, a master of disguise. This leader is a shrewd man. Which building and unit in Buyuan residential complex? Yang Qing asked again. Not in any particular unit. Brother Chang is at the clubhouse. The clubhouse is upstairs from the management office. There's a clubhouse up there. It used to be a training institution. The whole floor is huge, with many rooms. Brother Chang and some of the brothers live there. How do you operate? Yang Qing continued. Well, Brother Chan divided the city into many districts, each with a person in charge. Brother Jun is in charge of our district. We've been to several residential complexes, but this is the first time we encountered a needle. Do you have to send everything you obtained back to BUN residential complex? How often do you go back? Lungi asked. We only been here a few days, and we only delivered supplies once. We were planning to gather more supplies in a couple of days before sending them back, to curry favor with Brother Chang. I said everything I need to say, can you please let him go? Before he could finish, Yang Qing gave him a swift end. They definitely couldn't leave him alive. Were they supposed to let him go back and report if something happened to them here? The people at the base might not know. They only deliver supplies every few days. If they didn't go back this time, they might not even notice. That meant they still had time. Yang Qing took the rifle from the leather jacket, then searched the man, finding a magazine and some money. The others had some miscellaneous items. The two returned upstairs. Looking at the mess on the floor, Yang Qing sighed, we have to replace the glass again. Lung Yi smiled, and the one in your room, it needs replacing right away, otherwise it'd be too cold. Yang Qing nodded, and the others conscientiously went to the 8th floor to move materials and help replace the glass. The lock on the security door was broken and needed replacing too. Fortunately, Yang Qing had found some glass while shopping at the Park Shop supermarket. Lung Yi examined it and quickly replaced it with new glass. After replacing the glass and cleaning the ground, except for some charred marks on the steps, it was as if nothing had happened. That night, Yang Qing dumped the bodies on the street. People die every day, and naturally someone will help collect the bodies. Chapter 90. Yang Qing retrieved his own rifle and gave Li Shengnan the rifle in his leather jacket, along with its magazine. Li Shengnan was thrilled. She finally had a gun of her own. She knew Yang Qing and Leng Yi each had a rifle and a pistol, and Yang Qing would lend them his guns if needed. But she also knew that firearms were incredibly rare in this post-apocalyptic world, and they had no reason to give them away for free. Now she finally had a gun, a means of survival. Thank you. Li Shengnan looked at Yang Qing gratefully. Yang Qing patted her arm and smiled. They had faced so many life-and-death situations together. Li Shengnan was someone they could trust. Giving her a gun would better protect everyone. Can I see it? Jiang Hao was also excited. This was the first gun that truly belonged to them. Li Shengnan handed over the gun. Jiang Hao examined it closely, his face beaming with joy. He asked Gao Yang, have you ever fired a gun? Gao Yang shook his head. Although he studied martial arts, he knew nothing about firearms. When will we have our own guns? Jiang Hao sighed, handing the gun back to Li Shengnan. They all knew the gun would be most useful in Li Shengnan's hands. We're thinking of going to find some firewood this afternoon, Gao Yang said, asking Yang Qing, are you going? Yang Qing shook his head, we're not going. Leng Yi is injured again. Gao Yang nodded. They already had a generator and an electric heater. They didn't need firewood at all. They hadn't used the firewood they found before, so there was no reason to trouble them further. Okay, then we go ourselves, but we might need to bring a rubber boat. Go ahead and use it. Be careful. Yang Qing nodded. Li Shengnan and her group returned in the evening, hauling back a large boatload of firewood, seemingly quite pleased. Yang Qing opened the door for them. Was today successful? Fine. We went back to the industrial area from that day and found all this. With guns, no one dared to rob us. Things went much better, Li Shengnan said. That's good. Yang Qing nodded. By the way, we also received some news on our way back, Gao Yang said. The government is recruiting. One person gets 15 jin of grain a month plus one meal. We're considering whether to go. Oh, what kind of work are they mainly recruiting for? Yang Qing asked, surprised. Mainly for logging. It's probably too cold now. The government wants to build a base, and they can't do without timber. They're also recruiting corpse collectors. 10 jin of grain a month, plus one lunch. People freeze to death every day, and there are constant robberies and fights. So many people die every day. It wouldn't look good if they didn't collect the bodies, and we're also worried about germs, right? Li Shengnan said. Although the temperature is low now, who knows when it might rise, and there will be corpses everywhere, and then it will be too late to collect them. Yang Qing nodded, that was indeed the case. You want to go? Yang Qing asked. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang exchanged a glance. We've been thinking about it. The food rations aren't much, but if we're careful, it'd be enough. It's better than sitting at home all day and eating our meager savings. Having work to do, getting exercise, and saving firewood at the same time, It's a win-win situation. But this work won't be easy. Yang Qing reminded them. We know that, so we're considering it. We go find out more tomorrow and decide after we have definite news, Li Shengnan said. What about you? What are your thoughts? I won't go. Yang Qing shook her head. She had so much food in her space, there was no need to suffer like that. She then looked at Leng Yi. You're so badly injured, you shouldn't go for now either. Leng Yi nodded. Lu Lin also said, then I won't go either. I stay home with Qingqing. She felt that logging or collecting corpses wasn't suitable for her. She just needed to take care of Yang Qing. Li Shengnan nodded, said nothing more, and went back to her room. After dinner, Leng Yi sat in Yang Qing's room for a while before returning to his own room. Yang Qing took the opportunity to go into her space and cut some grass to feed the rabbit. The mother rabbit's belly was getting bigger and bigger. She would give birth in about 10 days. She needed to feed her more nutritious food. Then she added some spiritual spring water to strengthen her body and prevent any accidents during childbirth. The vegetables and fruits in her space were also quite large, but unfortunately, Yang Qing had no reason to take them out to eat, so she could only leave them for now. I collect them when they're ready. They won't spoil in my space anyway. Suddenly, Yang Qing realized something. His space couldn't sustain life, so had all the embryos on the cruise ship died? Yang Qing rushed to the cruise ship to check. The lights in the biological refrigeration units were still on, and there was no sign of anything amiss. The embryo storage units also showed no abnormalities. They seemed perfectly fine. Could something have changed in his space? Or were these biological refrigeration units unaffected by his space? Yang Qing thought of the purple crystal. Its energy was immense. Could it be that these refrigeration units were also supported by similar energy, thus unaffected by his space? Yang Qing didn't know. He was just glad to know that the embryos weren't dead, otherwise, all of Dr. Zhang's years of hard work would have been wasted. Yang Qing took out more spiritual spring water. He, Lu Lin, Leng Yi, Aki, and Xiaoxue all needed to strengthen their bodies to better survive in this apocalyptic world. After leaving the space, Lu Lin was already curled up in bed. Yang Qing opened the wardrobe and started getting dressed, putting on a scarf and hat. He also changed into a pair of non-slip shoes. You're going out? Lu Lin asked in surprise. Yes, I want to go and gather information about the Hong'an Society. Although we took down that small branch today, if their base gets wind of it and sends more people, we'd be in a very passive position. What do you plan to do? Lu Lin asked nervously. Yang Qing smiled. Don't worry, I know my place. I won't challenge their entire organization alone. I'm just going to gather information. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. Lu Lin nodded. She knew it was safer for Yang Qing to go alone than with her, so she said, then you must be careful. Don't worry. Yang Qing smiled. She paused by the door, and hearing no movement from Leng Yi's room, quietly opened it and went out. Lu Lin followed behind, locking the door. Stepping out of the building, a gust of cold wind blew, and Yang Qing shivered, feeling the temperature drop further. There was no one outside, it was too cold, and everyone was huddled indoors. Yang Qing, dressed in all white, was almost invisible in the snow. Following her memories from her past life, Yang Qing walked towards Buyuan residential area. She remembered it being in the old city, a rather remote place. Reaching the entrance of Buyuan residential area, Yang Qing looked around. There was an iron gate, and a fire in the security room, suggesting someone was warming themselves inside. Everyone entering had to be questioned before being allowed in. The entire residential area seemed to be under control. The main gate was definitely out of the question. She see if there was another way in. Yang Qing decided to walk around the residential area to check the situation. Suddenly, she saw someone on the roadside cursing and beating two people squatting on the ground. Yang Qing initially didn't want to get involved, but when she heard the beaten person pleading for mercy, the voice sounded familiar. Looking to the side, she saw Linjin. She was the young girl Zhang Yin had introduced to sell grain, the one who had come with Kai Qin. The girl was bruised and battered, yet she was still protecting the people around her. It's not that we didn't try, but the weather is so cold, nobody's out exchanging things. You Hong'an Society can't be this unreasonable, can you? Linjin said indignantly. Hong'an Society again? Yang Qing's anger flared. She went over, grabbed a stun gun, and stabbed one person unconscious. Before the other could react, she stabbed him with a knife, ending his life. Ah! Linjin screamed, backing away in fright. Little Lin, don't be afraid, it's me. Yang Qing called out. Sister Yang? Linjin looked shocked.